Introduction. Let it be known that I, Jon Light, the adopted son of King Robert, the godfather Joffrey, the protector of the Seven Kingdoms, and Lord of Light Island, am certainly not the kind of opportunistic, treacherous person you may speak of. Chapter 1. The Druid of House Stark. Winterfell. The dark gray walls, weathered and time-worn, towered solemnly as the snow-laden path was trampled by livestock and wagon tracks. Even during the height of summer nights, a chilling cold lingered here. A slender, short-statured boy with black hair entered the castle, stamping his feet and exhaling mist to warm his frozen hands. "Jon, you've been out gallivanting again." The northern sentinel, huddled against the cold with spear in hand, jested lightly. 14-year-old Jon Snow, instead of responding with anger, merely chuckled softly. "Yes, Uncle Benjen, winter is coming." The elderly gatekeeper paused, staring blankly as Jon Snow strode towards the castle, murmuring to himself about the boy's recent peculiar behavior, speaking strange words and wandering through the woods day and night in search of something elusive. "Curse that bastard, has he lost his wits?" Old Benjen muttered, tucking his hands into his pockets and curling into himself, shaking his head. Upon the castle walls, a solitary banner depicting a white dire wolf fluttered in the biting wind. Thick candles, exuding the distinctive odor of animal fat, flickered on the candelabra. Beneath their glow, Eddard Stark sat at the table with his family, sharing a meal of mashed potatoes, creamy mushroom soup, crispy bacon, along with substantial crusty bread, goat cheese, and a handful of blueberries. Lady Stark diligently sliced bread for the children. Robb, Bran, Rickon, Sansa, Arya, and even the adopted Theon were served generous portions of bread, accompanied by an abundance of bacon and various cheeses. However, before Jon, whether intentional or not, Lady Stark did not offer even a slice of bread to her husband Eddard Stark's illegitimate son. Robb could hardly bear the sight, and Arya's brow furrowed in discontent, while Eddard Stark frowned deeply and cleared his throat softly. Lady Stark observed all this, yet feigned ignorance. "Eat, children, and give thanks to the old gods and the new." With a gentle smile, Lady Stark addressed her children, though her back was turned to Jon. Before Jon lay a large silver platter containing only a few lumps of hardened, cold mashed potatoes, a handful of blueberries, and 2 spoonfuls of creamy mushroom soup. The black-haired boy silently consumed his meager portion, gently wiping his mouth before looking up at the troubled Eddard Stark and declaring, "Father, my lord, I have resolved to forsake my surname and become a knight of the realm." At Jon's words, Eddard Stark was taken aback. Meanwhile, Lady Stark, though facing away from Jon, felt a surge of delight. Eddard Stark, a man of imposing stature, donned a wolfskin cloak, his light brown hair cascading casually over his shoulders. The biting northern winds accentuated his chiseled features, while his short, coarse beard hinted at his vigorous spirit. His clear, bright eyes reflected his honesty and loyalty. As the current guardian of the North, Eddard Stark certainly possessed the authority to bestow lands upon aspiring knights, albeit in a relative sense. His so-called illegitimate son, Jon Snow, was, in truth, something entirely different. "Jon, I understand you have certain aspirations, but..." Eddard attempted to dissuade his nephew, only to be interrupted by Lady Stark, who replied eagerly, "Oh, Jon has such thoughts? How splendid." She beamed at Jon. Now a mother of 5, Lady Stark bore a few wrinkles, and her once statuesque beauty had faded. Nevertheless, as the Lady of the North, she remained warm-hearted, generous, and just, treating all the North subjects equally, save for the somewhat frail, dark-haired youth before her, Jon Snow, the offspring of her husband's indiscretion during the war against the Mad King. Lady Stark, much like her sister, harbored her own latent biases. The more Eddard Stark exemplified loyalty, bravery, and the virtues of a noble knight, the angrier she became. Over the years, she showcased her compassionate side to her own children and even to Theon Greyjoy, while reserving her sharp, acerbic demeanor for Jon Snow. "Yes, my lady," Jon managed to utter, finding a strange sense of relief in addressing her thus. With unwavering resolve, he met Eddard Stark's gaze and earnestly declared, "My lord, I have surveyed the Wolfwood and the ancestral mounds, as well as the region surrounding the wall. I humbly request your permission to become a Knighterrant, to carve out my own domain in the newly bestowed lands." "Oh, that would be simply marvelous," Lady Stark exclaimed, hastily slicing a piece of bread and placing it before Jon. "You would renounce all ties to House Stark and become an independent Knighterrant? Or would you prefer the newly granted lands by the wall? These lands have been severed from House Stark to support the Night's Watch, serving as a dual safeguard for both the North and the Night's Watch, a tradition upheld by the Stark family." the youngest Lord Commander in history, Osric Stark, hailed from their lineage. Though expansive, the newly granted lands were sparsely populated. The region had devolved into a territory for mountain clans and a stage for the wildlings fleeing south. The Night's Watch, now woefully understaffed, struggled to protect such vast expanses, while the nearby House Amber frequently dispatched forces to repel wildling incursions in locations like Molestown and Crow's Perch. "Yes, my lady," Jon affirmed, "I shall venture to the barren, sparsely populated, impoverished new lands to become an independent Knighterrant, recruiting farmers and craftsmen to safeguard the North's borders, while also aiding the Night's Watch, who suffer from a lack of provisions." Jon straightened his chest and spoke with conviction. Upon hearing his words, Eddard Stark, who had been somewhat troubled, relaxed his brow slightly. In truth, Eddard had long desired for Jon Snow to join the Night's Watch. It was a tradition for every generation of the Stark family to serve in the Night's Watch, and many former Lord Commanders hailed from their lineage. Now, as the Stark family faced a decline, bestowing a parcel of land upon Jon as a means of settlement seemed inconsequential, for the North was sparsely populated, and that area was devoid of life. Even if Jon were to acquire vast tracts of land, it would be of little use. The Night's Watch could only collect limited taxes from the newly granted land, as the original inhabitants had long since fled, either escaping to the more fertile south or becoming subjects of other northern lords. Was Jon's journey there an act of self-exile? Eddard pondered. Meanwhile, Lady Stark was overjoyed, her voice rising with enthusiasm. "In the name of the old gods and the new, Eddard," she exclaimed, "Jon's idea is splendid, and I wholeheartedly support it." She looked at Eddard with fervent eyes, urging her husband to acquiesce. The newly granted land was impoverished, though the soil was relatively fertile. However, with winter approaching, the yield in the north would be limited even if they were to obtain land. What could they possibly cultivate? Moreover, the wildlings fleeing south and the mountain clans were active in the newly granted territory. It was conceivable that one day, this wretched bastard could meet his demise in that desolate place. Lady Stark mused with a sense of glee. "Eddard," she prompted once more. Eddard Stark had another flaw, was easily swayed. This was evident as he hesitated momentarily before giving a slight nod. "Very well. Please, let Lord Eddard bestow my title." Jon felt a sense of relief wash over him at long last. He had taken the first step. He discreetly squeezed his hand, sensing the threads of natural energy within him. Arriving at the wall, he would be closer to the Green Seer, and surely his natural energy would flourish. Perhaps he would become the first Green Seer of House Stark, or even a druid. Chapter 2. The Green Seer Power of Jon Snow. Where there is light, there is life. The newly granted land was fertile, adorned with vast primal forests, streams, a cold permafrost layer, and mineral resources. Although the population was sparse, the region was home to numerous mountain clans and a plethora of wildlife. Beavers, foxes, ice wolves, bears, wild boars, deer, snow hares, falcons, wild pigeons, and doves. Every conceivable creature thrived in this land. As a traveler from another world, Jon was aware of several methods to enhance agricultural productivity: greenhouses, composting, and high-yield crops. Moreover, he possessed a unique ability: magic. Indeed, after his transmutation, Jon discovered an innate affinity for the diverse flora and fauna of the North, as well as for fire itself. He found it remarkably effortless to communicate with certain creatures of the natural world. This communication could be described as a fleeting touch of souls. Though devoid of any external enhancements, Jon managed to acquire knowledge of his surroundings through these interactions with animals and plants, honing his abilities over the course of more than a year since his arrival. Not only did he possess the capacity reminiscent of the wargs from the original narrative, allowing him to manipulate birds, but he also discovered the ability to accelerate the growth of certain flora and fauna. This power intensified the closer he drew to the wall. Prophetic power? Jon was increasingly inclined to believe that his traversal had awakened the ancestral bloodline within him due to the amalgamation of wolf and dragon lineage. In this world of ice and fire, he had become the embodiment of his forebears. The Wolf clan descended from the Undulls and the First Men, while the Dragon clan traced its lineage back to the Valyrians. Their bloodlines intertwined with a semblance of ancestral return, making Jon more readily accepted by this realm. He referred to this extraordinary ability as his druidic power. This prowess appeared to be closely linked to the Green Seers. Undoubtedly, the three-eyed raven was a druid. Reflecting upon the elder from the heart tree in the original tale, Jon realized he was inexorably entangled in the impending struggle between ice and fire. The god of winter was poised to return, while the Lightbringer sought to sow the seeds of prophecy in search of a chosen one. The Green Seer, the three-eyed ravenous demigod perpetually pursued by the Night King, could not remain a passive observer, for he had long since set his plans into motion. With the blood of wolf and dragon coursing through his veins, Jon's innate magical potential was considerably heightened. The Green Seer could not possibly overlook him. In the celestial game of the gods, each deity sought to select earthly agents, with the distinction that the Lightbringer chose Jon Snow from the original narrative, while the Green Seer opted for Bran. For reasons unknown, Jon had acquired this ability ahead of Bran after his transmutation. Was he a mere pawn of the gods? Strangely enough, despite his dragon lineage, which should have fostered a closer connection to the element of fire, he had yet to awaken that aspect. He couldn't help but recall the prophecy concerning Azor Ahai. After the long summer, the stars shall weep blood, and cold shall blanket the earth. Azor Ahai shall be reborn from the land of smoke and salt, wielding the burning sword, the Lightbringer, to battle the enemies of Lawler, the White Walkers, and save the entire world. The weeping stars. This likely referred to the appearance of the Red Comet. At present, the magical essence of this world was remarkably diminished. Drawing from his previous lives' experience with online novels, it seemed to represent a time of dire constraints. Certain entities, or the very fabric of this realm, could not tolerate the existence of magic, rendering it nearly imperceptible. Only with the arrival of the Red Comet would the magical energies begin to awaken once more. Jon believed, however, that the prevalence of his wolf blood lineage's ancestral heritage was the primary cause of his current state. He had not inherited Prince Rhaegar's silver hair and violet eyes. Furthermore, natural energy pervades every corner of existence, and life flourishes in myriad forms. Wherever vitality thrives, there lies the essence of druidic power. Jon has begun to grasp the rudiments of natural magic, and as he approaches the wall, his innate connection to nature intensifies. If I am not mistaken, this is due to the inherent magic of the wall itself. The builders, led by Brandon, must have harnessed certain mystical forces in its construction. Upon reaching the wall, I shall focus on strengthening my abilities, the power of the druids. There are nearly 2 years until the others emerge. I hope to be prepared in time. Receiving an affirmative response, Jon clenched his fist with determination, appearing somewhat peculiar in the eyes of Eddard Stark and Lady Stark. The coronation ceremony is scheduled for 7 days hence, to be conducted in the presence of numerous northern lords. Moreover, the Night's Watch must be informed, as the newly granted lands are intended to sustain the Night's Watchman's private holdings, though they have been managed by the North for years, and the original inhabitants have long since departed. The representative sent by the Night's Watch is Benjen Stark, the First Ranger. Additionally, the Amber family, the Boltons, and other northern lords have dispatched their own representatives. Hundreds of warriors and dozens of knights have gathered in Winterfell, where the main hall has been temporarily transformed into a coronation platform. Clad in knightly armor, Eddard Stark, his demeanor solemn, wields the ancestral sword Ice and recites the words of fealty. In the name of the North and the Seven Kingdoms, he bestows upon Jon the title of a Knighterrant. In the name of the old gods and the new, I, Jon Light, pledge to become the sword and shield of the Seven Kingdoms. I shall strive to forge ahead, guarding the North and the glory of the Seven Kingdoms. The long night approaches, yet the light shall endure. Though merely 14, Jon stands tall, donning leather armor and a long sword at his side. His voice resonates with an enchanting power, echoing throughout the hall, causing ears to tingle with fervor. His vow affirms his lineage and creed. Light, symbolizing illumination. Light endures eternally. Amidst your dance of ice and fire, where darkness reigns, there shall always be light. The long night approaches, yet light shall endure. The coronation ceremony serves merely as a prelude. Many northern lords attend out of curiosity. This young Knighterrant speaks with grand aspirations. The North has always been steeped in hardship, a frigid realm, and the inhabitants of the newly granted lands number only in the thousands, scattered across vast territories. The largest town, Last Hearth, lies in ruins, a mere den for bears and direwolves. Jon Light seeks to bring illumination to the Seven Kingdoms. Such dreams are folly. Merely avoiding becoming a meal for the northern bears would be a triumph. To become a Knighterrant at the edge of the wall? Such a challenge is akin to defecating upon the Iron Throne. Night is ludicrous. Oh, but no, that would be far simpler than the trials that await. In the North, reckless endeavors could cost one their life. Nearly all the nobles are merely spectators, finding amusement in the spectacle. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Jon is the illegitimate son of Eddard Stark. Numerous noblemen from the north approached him to extend their greetings, and Jon, with a demeanor both humble and dignified, engaged with them, garnering the respect of these rugged northern lords, who began to regard this youth still unshorn as possessing notable merit. Jon, Bran Stark, tall and robust, clad in a black bear fur coat, with a sword affixed at his waist, approached. His thick beard framed a face marked by worry, and his deep-set green eyes bore a look of concern as he regarded Jon. "Are you truly certain you wish to go to the new gift?" As the first ranger of the Night's Watch, no one was more familiar with the circumstances of the new gift than Bran Stark. With the increasing number of wildlings fleeing south, few remained in the new gift. To venture there as a knight of the frontier seemed nothing short of folly. He had intended to persuade Jon to join the ranks of the Night's Watch, where at least he would not face starvation. Upon learning of Jon's intention to cultivate the new gift, Lord Commander Mormont of the Night's Watch initially thought he had misheard. Once he confirmed the truth, he thoughtfully ordered the gathering of some of the new gift's refugees to come under Jon's command. Bran Stark was the last to approach Jon, hoping to dissuade him once more. "Uncle, I am certain," Jon replied earnestly, nodding. "Rest assured, my choice is not arbitrary once we arrive. You'll understand," Jon said with a serene smile. Observing his unwavering confidence, Bran Stark found himself at a loss for words, and simply nodded in acquiescence, saying, "Very well. You may accompany me on the return journey." "All right." Jon accepted the kind offer, for he yearned to seek out the legendary weirwood tree at the wall. The closer he drew to the weirwood, the stronger his druidic powers became. With Bran Stark, a trusted kin, aiding him, he hoped to achieve his goals with greater efficacy, perhaps even hastening his advancement. Chapter 3. The long night approaches, yet the light endures at the break of dawn the following day, as the sky began to brighten. Jon and Benjen Stark, accompanied by 2 horse-drawn carts and 10 subjects of varying ages, set forth on their journey to the newly granted lands. As the inaugural patriarch of House Light, a knight, his family's banner was a circular emblem of radiant light, at the center of which lay a mysterious Eastern character, imbued with profound and ineffable significance. This light is the source of life, the sustenance of existence, a divine blessing from the gods. Robb led a company of siblings to see them off, while Eddard Stark and his lady wife also arrived. Cloaked in thick garments, they stood at the gates of Winterfell, gazing at Jon and his companions as they departed. Eddard's face bore an expression of reluctance, while Lady Stark appeared quite pleased. She had included extra provisions of dried meat in the 2 carts gifted to Jon, hoping they would endure the harsh winter. "Eat well. May this be your final supper in the north, never to return, you bastard," Lady Stark mused inwardly. Jon turned back to wave to Robb, Sansa, Arya, Bran, and Rickon, though Theon, the Stark's ward, wore an odd expression. Though favored over Jon, he was still looked down upon, and with Jon's departure, he would now occupy the lowest status among the Stark children. "Farewell," Jon called out heartily. "Take care, Jon," Robb shouted, cupping his hands around his mouth. "Safe travels." Arya waved her small arms energetically as they grew distant. Jon felt a calmness within, attentively absorbing the joy of natural energy coursing through him. Indeed, the closer he drew to the wall, the more he could visibly feel the vitality of nature enveloping him. Was this the essence of life? Or perhaps a unique trait bestowed upon him as a traveler, bearing the bloodline of both wolf and dragon? Observing the 10 slender subjects, Jon felt no discontent. Rather, a subtle smile graced his lips. The northern folk are known for their fierce spirit, and though these 10 were frail, they were nonetheless capable of wielding weapons in battle. Among them was a boy named Buck, merely 12 years of age, who became Jon's attendant and squire. "Jon, we must speak." Benjen Stark, mounted on a noble steed, rode alongside Jon, his brow furrowed in concern. "You know that the North has always been impoverished. The life of a Night's Watchman is particularly harsh. At just 14, must you embark on the path of a knight-errant alone? The Wolfwood and the newly granted lands are fraught with peril. Leaving aside the mountain clans, there are many tribes within the Wolfwood. They differ from the wildlings only in their occasional willingness to heed our summons. There are also many ancient remnants residing deep within the forests. House Amber, House Greenbrier, House Frost, and House Grey Stark. They are foes, not friends. You are but 14. Jon nodded in acknowledgement. He gently extended his hand, and before long, a black crow fluttered its wings and settled on Jon's palm, affectionately nodding at him as if signaling a connection. Soon after, a few doves and sparrows flitted around Jon, alighting upon his shoulders. "Winter is coming, uncle, and the long night is approaching. The eternal chill poses a challenge to life, yet mortals are destined to perish." Jon spoke with a serene expression. I refuse to languish in a greenhouse, leading a mundane and unremarkable existence. I desire to devote my finite life to the infinite pursuit of saving others. I, Jon Light, shall ignite my youth in the flames of life, illuminating the cold long night. I aspire to be a bringer of fire amidst the darkness, spreading light throughout the seven kingdoms. Adversity and peril are inevitable tests along this path, yet I am unafraid. Jon's words left Bran Stark momentarily speechless. For the first time, he earnestly scrutinized his half-brother. Tall and well-mannered, with bright eyes and an uncanny affinity for animals, this ability was not unfamiliar to Bran. As it was said that the children of House Reed had awakened similar prophetic and prescient powers, yet Jon S. was distinct. Where do you intend to establish your domain? Bran Stark inquired. Though Crownlands is appealing, with stone and available abandoned houses, it lies in a plain, lacking defensible features. I will choose a location in Seal Bay on Skagos Island, within the New Lands. Seal Bay is abundant with seals, fertile land, and conveniently located near Crownlands and Black Castle, overlooking the Eastern Sea. I shall need to dismantle some of the houses and stone towers in Crownlands to construct a castle and dock at Seal Bay. Do you have the funds and manpower? Bran Stark asked. Rest assured, Uncle, Jon replied with a mysterious smile, snapping his fingers. At that moment, the caravan arrived at Wolf's Wood, and several squirrels scampered up to Jon, stuffing a few golden beans into his pockets, followed by a few crows clutching gems. Bran watched in astonishment. You see, Uncle, some individuals in the north awaken extraordinary abilities, which I refer to as divine inspiration. As one endowed with such gifts, wealth is not a hindrance for me. I shall spread light across the north, bringing everything to my people. Jon's calm demeanor and tone made Bran Stark feel as though he were conversing with a charlatan. Blinking, Bran nodded. Very well, you may freely utilize the uninhabited villages in Crownlands and the New Lands. If there is anything the Night's Watch can assist with, do let me know. I will, Jon affirmed confidently. Skagos Island is home to the Crow Clan, the Magner Clan, and the Stern Clan. They are all savages, not unlike wildlings, hunting whales, seals, and sea lions, and living off the land. Exercise utmost caution in dealing with them. Do not worry, Uncle, Jon replied with another smile. He spoke enigmatically. They all revere the old gods, and the old gods dwell in the radiance of light, which does not conflict with the divine insight I have received. As long as they continue to hold the old gods in esteem, they are not my adversaries. Jon, of course, held no fear for the clans bordering the wall. Unlike the inhabitants of the territories, the wild clans within the wall and those beyond it possessed an even deeper reverence for the old gods, for the weirwood trees, and for the natural world and life itself. They survived in the harshest of environments and understood the preciousness of existence, showing greater piety towards the deities. Over the past few days, he had discerned that within the now-abandoned Night Fort, there lay the very first weirwood ever planted along the wall. If all went as anticipated, that place would serve as the source of power for the Green Seer, the three-eyed crow, a demigod of nature's affinity. He would not let this opportunity slip by. According to Jon's estimations, he had now ascended to a level between apprentice and mage. Due to the decline of magic, the forces of nature had remained relatively unaffected, enabling him to wield magic akin to that of Melisandre, the Red Priestess. Indeed, nature and life should never be underestimated. The cold god is the nemesis of life, transforming all vitality into lifelessness. He must also act with urgency. End of Chapter 4. The power within the Obsidian Dragon Crystal. The journey from Winterfell to the new gift requires a full 10 days of travel. After all, the expanse of the north encompasses 1/3 of the Seven Kingdoms, vast and formidable. Robb Stark and Jon had parted ways in the town of Crown's Landing, once the grandest settlement of the new gift, now desolate and in ruins. Vines entwined the wooden houses, the solitary watchtower stood half-collapsed, and remnants of walls littered the landscape, with squirrels, snow-covered grouse, and spiders leaping amidst the debris. "My lord, what shall we do?" inquired the astute squire, Buck, to prevent his illegitimate son from starving. Eddard Stark had assigned Jon a seasoned warrior of the north, the lame Ser Tower. Born in Winterfell, Ser Tower had been robust in his youth, earning his name. He sustained injuries while fighting alongside the North in the war against the Mad King, and not only possessed considerable combat skills, but also held a respectable status among this group. Furthermore, he was a skilled farrier and served as a steward, assisting Jon with various tasks. "My lord Jon, should we not establish a camp first?" Ser Tower approached, limping slightly. Jon nodded thoughtfully. He glanced around. Through the eyes of the birds, he had observed several clans lurking nearby. The fierce customs of the north made raiding commonplace. and Crown's Landing frequently suffered from incursions by wildlings. Across the vast lands of the north, there were nearly 60 to 70,000 clans, along with another 20,000 wildlings fleeing south. Here, strength dictated all, while nobles clung steadfastly to their honor. If it were possible to gather these free folk and savages, it would indeed serve as a formidable asset. However, Jon understood that relying solely on his current apprentice druid skills to perform miracles and reclaim these clans was akin to chasing phantoms. One need only observe the Green Seer, the three-eyed crow, whose powers merely allowed him to linger in Fishbone Woods. Thus, both divine intervention and formidable tactics were essential. Where there is light, darkness inevitably lurks. Yet, in the shadows, light endures. His plan was to construct a modest harbor between the New Gift and Skagos Island, a simple outpost, ultimately aiming to conquer Skagos Island itself, the isle occupied by the wild men of the north. In truth, this island was teeming with abundant natural resources, blessed with inexhaustible fisheries, and home to seals, sea lions, walruses, and whales. The pelts, meat, and blubber from these creatures were treasures. The north was rich with foxes, wolves, and bears. Flourishing along the coastline, while Seal Bay, adjacent to the East Sea, remained a year-round ice-free harbor. Had it not been for its remote location, Jon would have had no opportunity to venture there. Money was not a concern. Merely a month prior, Jon discovered he could communicate with various animals, such as ice mice and crows, enlisting their aid in procuring gems, gold, silver, copper, and ore. This realization fortified his resolve to become a pioneer knight, the first druid of House Stark. However, the island was occupied by 3 primitive clans numbering 2,000 to 3,000 individuals. Jon, in his current state, commanded merely 10 frail and ailing souls to suppress and dominate these wild men. Relying solely on miraculous signs would not suffice. Even Targaryens riding dragons could not conquer the 7 kingdoms without bloodshed and sacrifice. Wielding a sword and knowing how to use it were 2 distinct matters. Taking a deep breath, Jon turned to Buck and Stone Tower, instructing, "Gather the carts together. Everyone should set up camp near them. Ensure that no one strays." Buck and Stone Tower nodded, descending to carry out their tasks. Over the past few days, they had grown accustomed to their lord's taciturn demeanor. Most of the time, Jon remained quietly meditative or practiced his swordplay. "I shall take a stroll around. Remember, the water must be boiled before drinking. Oh, and do add some mint." Indeed, despite the harsh winters of the north, mint thrived, and the people of Westeros did not typically brew tea with it, which sparked some ideas in Jon's mind. Adjusting his attire and strapping on his long sword, he began to wander through the village of Crown's Landing. This settlement had been named for Queen Alicent Targaryen, who once slept in the village's tower, leading the villagers to paint the upper walls golden. It had lain in decay for many years, with many houses collapsing. Now, in the height of summer, several homes were adorned with unknown yellow-white wildflowers. As Jon traversed the small town, squirrels and field mice leaped forth, gazing up at him with curiosity. Life is a radiant gift. As Jon uttered this inexplicable adage, he knelt down to caress the plump squirrels and field mice around him, indicative of the fertile soil in the town of Aftercrow. The abandoned farmlands were adorned with wild oats and rye, thriving robustly even in the absence of fertilizers. Unfortunately, this place was fraught with danger. The wildlings fleeing south could easily launch an attack here, and the neighboring mountain clans often exploited the area for their own gain. The creatures flitted about Jon's feet, and as he gently closed his eyes, he could distinctly perceive the rich natural energy surrounding him. It seemed intertwined with the nearby fish forest and the sentinel trees. The more life the trees sustained, the more abundant the natural energy became. He sensed an even more potent source of this energy emanating from the direction of Long Night Castle, gathering within him like threads of vitality. "Can you assist me?" Jon called out to the squirrels, mice, crows, quails, and wild doves. Their chirps and coos were a response he found rather enchanting. This natural energy appeared to be linked to the beliefs of his ancestors, who worshipped the old gods, birthed from the children of the forest, beings of pure natural essence. If he were not mistaken, the three-eyed crow, the Green Seer, might very well be one of those children. Suddenly, Jon discerned a troubling notion. The three-eyed crow could not stray far from the heart tree. Was it because it was a child of the forest rather than a true human? Thus, in the original tale, it had sought a proxy in Bran, and here, it seemed to have focused its attention on him instead. Jon pressed his lips together, lamenting that he had forgotten one crucial detail. His veins coursed with the blood of true dragons, and the King of Light was equally fixated on him. The small creatures scurried about, dashing through the ruins. Some squirrels offered copper coins, others presented silver stags, and a little field mouse brought forth a golden dragon. Soon, before Jon, a pile of precious metals and coins accumulated, remnants of the ancestors who had once inhabited this land. What is this? Amidst the gleaming heap, Jon discovered a dark stone shimmering with a lustrous sheen, obsidian, or perhaps dragon crystal. This stone seemed to harbor magical properties. As he felt the arcane energy within, Jon became convinced that the obsidian dragon crystal possessed potent magic, and he sensed that he could harness its power to generate warmth, as it contained a wealth of fire elemental energy, likely resultant from being forged in dragoness breath. Please help me find this, Jon implored his companions, rewarding them with some oats for their assistance. Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out, causing the surrounding squirrels, mice, and wild fowl to scatter in fright. Jon lifted his gaze, his eyes narrowing in alarm. The chapter concludes with the arrival of a colossal ice wolf, its fur as white as snow and standing as tall as a man, approaching with deliberate steps. Its form was immense, rivaling that of a horse, and the dense fur gave it an even larger appearance. The snowy white fur around its neck billowed in the cold wind, while a pair of deep blue eyes glimmered with a wild ferocity, fixating intently on Jon. A direwolf. Jon slowly rose to his feet. The little squirrels and Arctic mice scurried away. The direwolf was their natural enemy. I am not your foe, Jon murmured softly, emanating goodwill as he cautiously extended his hand and approached the creature. This direwolf appeared to be the alpha, significantly larger than the average of its kind, exuding a distinctive aura of nobility. However, it bore wounds. Several bite marks marred its hind legs, signs of a defeat in a struggle for dominance. Having been cast out from its pack, are you hungry? Sensing the faint hostility from the dire wolf, Jon smiled, recalling the 6 wolf pups from the original tale, wondering if fate had truly conspired to bring him face to face with such a creature. As he drew nearer, the dire wolf also inched closer to him. At last, Jon's warm hand brushed against the fur on its forehead, causing the bristling hair around its neck to relax, transforming the fierce beast into a docile creature, its tail wagging and its eyes softening as it let out a low whine. You are injured and hungry, Jon said, stroking the pure, white direwolf. Sensing its willingness to accept him as its master, he mused that in the lands of Westeros, the power of druids was indeed remarkable, fostering a natural affinity between flora and fauna. Go, hunting is your instinct. In the light, darkness coexists. All beings have their fate. These little creatures have aided me, and you must not prey upon the pregnant or the young. The Arctic mice and hares reproduced swiftly, their numbers multiplying rapidly, and Jon had not forgotten their assistance. He halted the dire wolf, allowing the small animals to scatter to safety, under his protection from the hunt, ensuring that the pregnant and the young were spared. Minutes later, the sheltered creatures had reached a safe distance. Jon patted the dire wolf, acknowledging its need to hunt. He then stood up, but the famished white wolf, too wounded to hunt, suddenly lunged towards Jon's back. Soon, the satiated white wolf returned, wagging its tail at Jon. The elder Arctic hares and mice had sacrificed themselves. A pair could reproduce thousands in a year, and with ample food, their numbers could exceed 100,000. The direwolf only took what it needed, leaving the pregnant and the young untouched. Meanwhile, Jon remained still, offering a prayer for the recently fallen creatures. Thank you for your sacrifice. Your flesh has nurtured new life, granting you a different kind of continuation. The light manifests through you. You shall forever bask in its glory, and the gods will bless you with eternal existence. Jon was surprised by the flow of such lofty words that had emerged from within him. However, the small creatures willingly offer their fur, blood, and flesh to the more formidable carnivorous animals. This is the law of nature, beyond interference. Life shall persist in another form. The small animals consume plants. Wolves prey upon the small creatures, and the wolves' waste nourishes the flora, perpetuating an endless cycle. The Arctic wolf plays a crucial role in the ecological balance of the North, embodying the principles of the natural creator. Jon extended his hand, sensing that his natural power could be harnessed for healing. He gently caressed the wound of the white wolf, only to discover, to his dismay, that his magical energy was insufficient. Nevertheless, he could seek out herbal remedies. The knowledge of the druids surged into his mind as if imparted in an instant. He identified certain herbs that could staunch bleeding and, after a brief search in the ruins, found them. He crushed the herbs and applied the juice to the wolf's injury. Upon returning to the camp, he found that Buck in the stone tower had successfully established the campsite, while Jon carried several wild hares. The Arctic hares were abundant in the north, known for their prolific breeding. If left unchecked, they could disrupt the ecosystem, making them an ideal source of sustenance. Prepare these hares for a feast tonight, he instructed, tossing the game to Buck. The others soon noticed the white wolf, resembling a dog, by Jon's side, and gathered to observe in curiosity. Once a regal king among Arctic wolves, it had been dethroned and banished. Now uncomfortable with the attention, it bared its teeth and emitted a threatening growl. Am I merely a dog to be petted? It seemed to protest. However, after Jon gently tapped its head, the wolf acquiesced. Its tail drooped, and with a whimper, it lay obediently beside Jon, allowing the others to stroke its fur. My lord, this is an Arctic wolf, Stone Tower remarked, having traveled extensively with the Northern Army. After petting the white wolf, he inquired, Did you conquer it? It is my companion, Jon replied with a subtle smile. From now on, it shall be called Little White. The group exchanged glances, fully aware of the significance of an Arctic wolf among the northern folk. My lord, what shall we do next? Stone Tower asked. Jon furrowed his brow, acutely aware that the natural power within him intensified as he approached the wall. Undoubtedly linked to the ancient trees such as the fish leaf and the sentinel tree, particularly the fish leaf within the Long Night Castle, or the heart tree. To build his own fortress in this newly acquired land, it was essential to first strengthen himself and become a formidable mage. For his natural power was unaffected by the barriers of the realm. It surpassed that of any fire mage or warlock. Our manpower is limited, making farming or constructing a fortress rather time-consuming. I need to summon additional hands. However, before that, let us reside in Long Night Castle for a while, Jon declared. Long Night Castle? The Stone Tower inquired, for he was a subject and thus had no need for further questions. Upon learning of their destination, he proceeded to assist in roasting the wild hare. Jon would return each day with some meat, as sustenance and ale were essential in the harsh cold of the north. While alcohol was rather expensive for the common folk, Jon ensured they could feast on ample meat. The cycle of life continues, unceasing and eternal. Who can say if, upon their demise, the ashes of those consuming wild hare and field mice will nourish the crops and plants that in turn sustain those very creatures? That night, the group slept relatively peacefully. However, in the dead of night, Jon sensed the vigilant call of the owl, a guardian of the night, warning him of a lurking band of ill-intentioned humans in the distance, though it remained uncertain whether they were wildlings or kin of the woods. With the night's watch so understaffed, an encounter seemed inevitable. Perhaps they refrained from attacking upon witnessing the formidable defenses of Jon's contingent. In the north, medical supplies were scarce, and any injury sustained in battle was tantamount to a death sentence. Such was the dire state of healthcare on this continent. At the break of dawn, Jon instructed his comrades to gather their belongings and promptly make their way to Castle Black. Though dilapidated, Castle Black had been the headquarters of the Night's Watch since the time of its founder, Brandon, and it possessed vast space sufficient for 3,000 men. Within its walls lay shelters, hearths, and stone fortifications to shield them from the biting winds and arrows, far preferable to being exposed to the prying eyes of wildlings in this desolate land. Castle Black was not far from their current location. With the aid of horse-drawn carts, they could arrive within half a day. Once everyone was ready, the White Wolf joined their journey. Jon then noticed that Little White's leg had nearly healed. The previously bleeding wound, which had yet to scab over, was now covered in a thick coat of fur. The wolf affectionately nudged Jon's shoulder and cheek with its large head before squatting and wagging its tail, playfully swaying its rear. What are you doing? Jon was taken aback. The white wolf turned its head, making exaggerated expressions to convey its intent, prompting Jon to gasp in realization. No way, Little White, are you suggesting I can ride you? That can't be right. I'm not the type to ride just anything. Am I that kind of person? Jon Snow, even if I were to walk or run, riding a wolf is out of the question. Chapter 6. The Ancestor Fish and the Great Trees Beneath Castle Black Sitting Atop the White Wolf. Jon could not help but marvel at the sensation of its soft fur, the scent of its coat, and the delightful feeling of his cheek against the plush mane around its neck. It was truly something else. A man cannot resist the thrill of galloping through the wilderness. The experience was not only steadier than riding a horse, but also imbued with an air of majesty. Jon Snow had tamed an ice wolf. My heavens! He was riding upon it. Who would have thought it possible? Truly, he was a remarkable figure. 10 inhabitants of the territory gazed at Jon, astride the magnificent dire wolf, Ghost, as if witnessing a specter. It is worth noting that this dire wolf, a fully grown giant, was of considerable size, comparable to that of a horse. Jon remained unfazed by the ride, while his followers affectionately referred to him as Lord Jon, a title they genuinely embraced. The dire wolf holds significant meaning in the north. The Stark family's sigil is that of a running wolf. Furthermore, during this period, Jon had occasionally showcased his miraculous druidic abilities, which transformed the perceptions of the territory's inhabitants, leading to their heartfelt reverence. Up ahead lies Castle Black, announced Ser Alliser Thorne. Their expedition comprised 2 carts and 3 horses. A generous offering from Eddard Stark, for the north is impoverished, and maintaining knights and war horses is an expensive endeavor. These horses were merely ordinary plow horses. Yet they served well for riding. Ser Alliser, being a seasoned warrior and a cripple, was fortunate to ride alongside Jon. Otherwise, he would have been confined to a cart. Indeed, riding a dire wolf is remarkably swift, Jon mused, stroking Ghost's steel-like fur, contemplating whether, as his natural powers expanded and he ascended to the rank of a druid mage, he might tame additional dire wolves, providing each of his subjects with a mount of their own. A dire wolf brigade, a dire wolf tribe. Such dreams were not mere fantasies. As the north was home to many bears and dire wolves, the land teemed with ice mice and arctic hares, ensuring a plentiful food supply for the dire wolves, which could be nurtured even more easily than war horses. In the north, war horses were scarce. Only knights could ride them. Despite the existence of numerous families in the region, the true number of knights barely reached 200, as most were foot soldiers. This scarcity arose because war horses required not only forage but also grains. And in a land where the populace struggles for sustenance, there are few resources left to spare for feeding war horses. Eddard Stark himself harbored concerns about Jon's ability to sustain the 3 horses they had. Before them, beneath the towering wall, a dark castle gradually emerged from the swirling white mist. The wall was indeed as formidable as its reputation suggested. Jon nodded thoughtfully. In a previous life, he had encountered countless images and depictions of the wall, yet none could truly convey its terrifying presence. Here, its height appeared to exceed 200 meters, adorned with pure white ice. In the morning light, a faint mist enveloped the wall, not true fog, but rather the cold vapor of frost, casting a ghostly white glow that exuded an aura of despair and mystery, sending shivers down one's spine. Jon found himself tightening his garments against the chill. It was somewhat ironic. Although he had attained the status of an apprentice druid, his abilities paled in comparison to those of the green seer, Bran. Yet he still felt the biting cold. It seemed that the frost god was the adversary of all life. The cold can siphon away all vitality and light from life. Perhaps this is why, in the world of ice and fire, all gods, whether ancient or new, are locked in an unending struggle against the Night King, the servant of the cold. It is either light and warmth that dispel the cold, or the cold that consumes light and warmth. The Long Night Castle lies a mere 300 meters ahead, its back nestled against the wall of despair, resembling a colossal hearth from a distance, shrouded in darkness on all sides. Upon closer inspection, one can discern that the walls and fences in front have been reduced to ashes, charred and crumbled, with stones either cracked from the heat or piled with snow, presenting a scene of desolation. The entrance to Long Night Castle has collapsed considerably, debris strewn about the ground. Why was this place set ablaze? Jon pondered aloud. My lord, it was because wildlings once sought refuge here and occupied the fortress. To prevent it from falling into their hands, the Night's Watch chose to burn the entrance, explained Stone Tower, who possessed some knowledge of the Night's Watch's history. Jon nodded, finally grasping the situation. Currently, the Night's Watch can only truly manage a handful of castles. Once a formidable force with 19 strongholds, they now operate a mere 4. Maintaining such a skeleton crew is no small feat. It is crucial to note that the Night's Watch has no income. They are entirely reliant on support. This so-called support, if one were to be frank, is more akin to charity. Were it not for the North's backing, these men would have long since exhausted their stay here, likely reduced to begging. In essence, the Night's Watch finds itself in a position not far removed from that of paupers. Yet, they stand resolute against the incursions of wildlings, shielding the 7 kingdoms from the cold tide, and in the future, they will confront the whites, the minions of the cold. Jon found himself at a loss for words. A classic case of pressing challenges ahead and behind. With a gentle nod, he said, "Let us proceed inside." Long Night Castle once served as the headquarters of the Night's Watch, but they eventually abandoned it. Their departure was not due to the fortress's lack of strength, but rather its scarcity of water. Indeed, while Long Night Castle is situated at the heart of the Wall of Despair, it is tragically devoid of a reliable water source. Ironic, isn't it? Snow blankets the area, yet there is little flowing water, with only a small well offering enough for 5 to 10 people. Beyond that, they must melt snow and ice. Jon understood the reason. A weirwood tree, said to have been planted by the builder Brandon himself, absorbs a significant amount of moisture, leading to a depletion of groundwater in the vicinity. In contrast, the current headquarters of the Night's Watch, Castle Black, boasts ample water resources and fertile fields nearby. Not far from Castle Black lies Mole's Town, which still harbors inhabitants. In that place, free folk cultivated oats and wheat, and tended to alfalfa suitable for horses, occasionally frequented by wandering merchants who relied on the sustenance provided by Mole Village to support the night watch. Over time, Long Night Castle was forsaken, and it has remained abandoned for nearly a century. Jon led his companions through the crumbling stone gateway, where they encountered a labyrinth of cobwebs and the remnants of shattered walls. Find a few safe rooms to settle in, and assign 2 to keep watch at the entrance. Remain vigilant, Jon instructed. He also summoned his friends, a few sparrows, to assist in surveillance around the Black Castle. He had become adept at sharing vision, enabling him to perceive distant landscapes, making this task relatively effortless. The shapeshifters were prevalent among the wildlings beyond the wall, possessing abilities akin to those of shamans. A gift from the old gods to their forebears, allowing for mutual benefit between humankind and the creatures of nature. Once everything was arranged, Jon filled a deerskin waterskin with warm water strapped on his longsword, and, accompanied by his white wolf, ventured deeper into Long Night Castle. The great hall still stood, and after navigating through massive fallen stones and timber beams, he soon discovered a pathway formed by the twisting roots of a heart tree. Despite the passage of time and lack of foot traffic, Jon could discern that this was indeed a trail. Could this be the root of the heart tree planted by the castle builder Brandon? Jon mused, having long heard tales of Long Night Castle, constructed millennia ago by Brandon of the Builders, which housed a miraculous heart tree of the fish. The rumors were indeed true. He could even sense the rich essence of nature wafting through the air, reminiscent of the oxygen emitted by plants, a verdant aroma, a fragrance of life. This was surely a favored spot for the children of the forest. Might the three-eyed crow, the green seer, dwell beneath? He continued his exploration with careful intent. As Jon navigated through the densely intertwined roots of the fish, he finally reached the underground chamber. Unable to suppress an exclamation, "By the gods!" The basement of Long Night Castle spanned thousands of square feet or more, filled with an array of aerial roots, all belonging to the fish. They resembled the banyan trees he had seen in his past life, with smaller roots the thickness of an arm, while the larger ones were as thick as a man, twisting and intertwining as if they were dragons, firmly anchored beneath the wall. The other ends of these roots penetrated the stones and ice above, seemingly merging with the entire structure of the wall. The natural energy here, the vitality of life, was astonishingly potent. Jon retrieved a piece of dragon crystal from his pocket. This obsidian, infused with the essence of fire, served as a source of illumination. He selected a convenient route, modifying its tip slightly with his dagger to carve a groove, and embedded the dragon crystal within. Silently, he intoned a spell, "Grant me light." Subsequently, the dragon crystal staff in his hand emanated a brilliant glow. The gentle, pure white light brought considerable surprise to Jon, who raised the staff to illuminate the path ahead, skillfully navigating around the twisting roots of energy, until he finally arrived at the very heart of the natural energy. Rich and profound. This chapter concludes. Chapter 7. The abilities of the three-eyed crow. The night bestowed upon me eyes of ebony, yet I sought the light with them, for reasons unknown. This line of poetry suddenly surged into Jon's mind as the soft radiance from the dragon crystal staff illuminated the core of the primordial fish liang wood heart tree. Here, a dense cluster of energy roots encased a figure with closed eyes, resembling an elder akin to the Green Prophet, the three-eyed crow. The three-eyed crow, Brendan? Yet, there was a stark difference. This Green Prophet seemed lifeless. Indeed, his entire body had undergone a process of woodification, resembling a wooden carving of a human. His eyes tightly shut, ensnared by the energy roots within the heart tree's roots. "Green Prophet?" Jon exclaimed. Regrettably, there was no response. He let out a soft sigh and extended his hand to sense the cluster of energy roots. Feeling the abundant natural energy and vitality that signified the vigorous life of the fish liang wood heart tree, which perhaps had thrived for millennia. Still, no reply came. "Three-eyed crow?" Jon called again. His silent white wolf suddenly bristled, emitting a low whimper. Jon opened his eyes in astonishment, realizing that the wooden figure resembling the three-eyed crow had suddenly shed 2 streams of blood-red tears from its eyes. Simultaneously, a thunderous crash ensued, and the entire world swirled around him. He felt his soul being drawn by some force to an enigmatic realm, a hollow within a tree. Surrounding him were the roots of the fish liang wood heart tree, which appeared ancient, sprawling over hundreds of square feet, steeped in the essence of time. Before him knelt several forest dwellers, their green skin reminiscent of humanity but cloaked in leaves, fervently praying before the elder ensnared by the energy roots. No, they should be referred to as she, for these forest dwellers, known as singers, possessed emerald skin and humanoid features. Jon perceived them as akin to elves. Three-eyed crow? Upon witnessing the object of their prayers, Jon was taken aback. The forest dwellers, oblivious to Jon's presence, continued their devout supplications, while the elder, ensnared by the energy roots, slowly opened his eyes. His visage bore a human-like appearance, yet his form resembled that of the forest dwellers, with his lower half largely transformed into wood. His green eyes, filled with the weight of ages, gradually turned toward Jon. You harbor an aura of mystery. The three-eyed crow did not move his lips, yet his voice resonated within Jon's ears. Indeed, I possess the bloodline of the true dragon, and I am also a divinely inspired one. Jon, across the realms of time and space, commenced a dialogue with the enigmatic three-eyed raven beneath the heart tree at the wall's Long Night Fortress. He openly conceded that there was little to conceal, for to such an ancient trickster, Jon possessed no secrets. No, winter is coming, he interjected. Rather, the long night approaches. Are you one of the old gods of the children of the forest? Jon inquired boldly. The three-eyed raven took a considerable time to respond, its verdant gaze revealing a flicker of confusion as it scrutinized Jon intently. Perhaps you are indeed the prophesied son, endowed with such extraordinary powers. Witnessing the raven's demeanor, Jon's suspicions were largely validated. The three-eyed raven was undoubtedly an old god, a deity of the children of the forest. The cold god, too, was likely among them. Yet the children inherently favored warmth and light, eschewing the cold god. Eons ago, following the emergence of humankind, the forests were ravaged, and the territories of the children were usurped. In retaliation, they conjured the others, a sacrifice to the cold god, which ultimately spiraled out of control, bringing ruin upon both humanity and the children of the forest. The cold god would strip away all life, leaving only light to endure. More tragically, unlike humans who could learn and evolve, the children were on the brink of extinction, while humanity flourished. Nevertheless, a segment of humanity, bearing the bloodline of their ancestors, preserved the ancient customs of venerating the old gods, including the Green Seer. You are a stranger awakened. I sense you hail from a mystical realm and possess enigmatic powers. Both familiar and foreign, the three-eyed raven murmured. I know everything, Jon declared, disregarding the raven's comprehension. You know everything? The raven's eyes widened slightly. Wherever the light shines, there are no secrets, Jon replied with a smile. Is that why you have named your kin Light? Indeed, I shall not only name myself Light, but I shall also erect a fortress of light, becoming the beacon for humanity, the light of the seven kingdoms. I aim to spread light across the lands. This is the power of light, the essence of life. We are not adversaries. I can assist you against those who seek to harm you, Jon grinned, relishing the script he was unfolding. You are aware of their existence. The three-eyed raven was once again taken aback. Jon nodded affirmatively. Winter is coming. As the eternal night descends, the power of those entities will only grow stronger, and all living beings shall be ensnared. I require your assistance. Setting aside concerns for the moment, Jon sought to persuade the raven. Although this three-eyed raven, a deity of the children of the forest, possessed formidable powers, it was not omnipotent. It seemed capable of traversing the river of time, aware of both past and present, and glimpsing fragments of the future. Yet it could not move freely, perhaps due to its nature as a child of the forest. Due to his lineage intertwined with the blood of the wolf dragon and possessing a human essence, he seemed to find the path of cultivation markedly more accessible. Perhaps this was due to the fact that humanity is regarded as the pinnacle of all living beings. It appears that in the original narrative, the three-eyed crow, the green prophet, occupying Bran's body was not a mere coincidence, but rather a premeditated scheme. The three-eyed crow fell silent, uncertain how to respond. Noticing his reticence, Jon shifted his gaze and took the initiative. I can assist you in escaping the perils beyond the wall, bringing you back within its confines to shield you from the threat of the White Walkers. Jon laid his cards on the table, unveiling his ace. Once more, the three-eyed crow's eyes glimmered. His lips quivered as he murmured, "What is it that you seek?" Jon replied candidly, "I yearn for strength and require allies. Though I possess vast lands thanks to the wall, I lack manpower. I aspire to become a free man within the wall and the king of the wildlings beyond. I need their loyalty, for only then can I amass enough power to withstand the White Walkers and simultaneously aid you. You must first empower me. Though I have awakened, I remain ignorant of how to cultivate magic. Thus, I need your guidance in my training." Jon spoke plainly, recognizing that there was no need for subterfuge with a being who has existed for millennia, whose very essence could see through all deceit. Expecting the three-eyed crow to ponder his words longer, Jon was taken aback when the crow nodded. Before the stars weep blood, no one can become a true prophet. Yet in you, I perceive a glimmer of hope. Here, take this, young one. Should you wish to converse with me or have inquiries, you may connect with me through the heart tree. The three-eyed crow extended his hand, from which a pale green orb emerged, shimmering with an emerald-like radiance, swiftly entering Jon's forehead. Return now. The power of the cold god is immensely potent. If we utilize our abilities again, we shall surely be discovered. Grow stronger. When the day comes that you are sufficiently powerful, I trust you will fulfill the promise between us. The crow's words reverberated in Jon's mind as he slowly opened his eyes. To his astonishment, he found himself capable of wielding certain spells at will, having seemingly transcended the apprentice stage to become a true druid mage. Furthermore, his understanding of the natural energies deepened. His mind brimmed with a wealth of ethereal knowledge, vast and intricate, which the Green Prophet had unceremoniously imparted to him, regardless of his readiness to accept it. Remarkably, he sensed a faint connection with the white wolf beside him, as well as its emotional state. The concepts of magical formations, incantations, curses, and spellcasting intrigued him. The knowledge within his mind flickered, leading Jon to comprehend that the magic of this world was relatively primitive, akin to a low magic realm. The incantation process was lengthy, and without wands or staffs at his disposal, he found himself at a loss. Yet, if that were the case, why not attempt to create his own magic? With a staff in hand, it was only fitting to acquire a wand as well. His gaze inevitably drifted towards the heart of the ancestral heart tree. Having come this far, why not put the remnants to good use? We druids are staunch advocates of ecological sustainability. This chapter concludes. Chapter 8. We Night's Watchmen may lose our heads, but not our resolve. What is this? When Jon returned to the surface structure of Winterfell with Ghost, Bran and the stone tower had already gathered everyone in the kitchen, where a fire was blazing in the hearth, and they were preparing a meal. The sight of what Jon held sparked curiosity among Book and the others. The kitchen of this fortress was remarkably well preserved. It boasted a fireplace for warmth and cooking, alongside several large wooden tables suitable for resting. The massive stone walls prevented collapse, and once the fire was lit, the space became quite cozy, requiring merely the sealing of the collapsed front door with wooden planks to ensure a warm night's sleep. In his right hand, Jon grasped a wand crafted from the heart tree, attempting to conjure magic. Druids possessed their own incantations and spells, yet within the prophetic legacy bestowed upon him by the Green Prophet, none of these were included. This realm was one of low magic, or rather, devoid of a mature magical system. Since such a system was absent, let us endeavor to create one ourselves. This is my wand, Jon declared with a smile. A wand. Book's eyes brightened, and he stepped forward earnestly, saying, My Lord Jon, may I learn magic from you? The concept of magic seemed a distant memory, as it had been centuries since the last dragon perished on this continent. Nevertheless, they were unwavering in their belief that Jon possessed magic, for they had all witnessed how he communicated with the creatures. To become a magical apprentice, one must possess exceptional mental fortitude. Prayer and chanting require utmost concentration. Furthermore, you cannot read, Jon responded with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing this, the light in Book's eyes dimmed instantly. But I can teach you to read. Jon gently waved his wand. The flames in the hearth surged with renewed fervor, crackling energetically as the long night approached. Yet light endured. Light that coexists with the divine and all living beings. So long as one harbors kindness and yearns for illumination, one shall surely sense the presence of magic. Jon remarked with a subtle smile. Thank you, my lord. Can we learn too? The other Northmen who accompanied Jon inquired. Even Stone Tower could not help but gaze at Jon. That shall depend on your talent and devotion. There is a saying, diligence can bridge the gap of talent disparity. Let us strive together. In the following days, they busied themselves with the tidying of Winterfell. Jon began to familiarize himself with his magic, as the three-eyed raven seemed to endow him with certain powers, allowing him to more readily perceive the forces of nature within Winterfell. His druidic spells became increasingly adept, expanding in variety. Yet, this industrious period would soon come to an end. Donghai Wong is located not far from Castle Black. Although only around 200 men are stationed there, Commander Carter Pike was taken aback upon learning that inhabitants had taken residence in Castle Black. After sending a raven for aid, he hastily arrived with over 40 Night's Watch members. Carter Pike hails from the Iron Islands and was captured 13 years ago during the Iron Islands Rebellion, donning the black attire of the Night's Watch. A few years ago, he rose to the rank of commander at Donghai Wong. He is a robust figure with a bushy beard and sharp eyes. Before the watchful eyes of his fellow Night's Watchmen, Jon Snow cheerfully presented the letters from Eddard Stark and Benjen Stark. The literate Carter Pike inspected them with skepticism before returning them to Jon. This signifies that you have become a knight-errant, destined to claim your own territory. And your chosen lands are in the new Gift and Seal Bay? Jon nodded in affirmation. Then why do you not depart at once? Commander, as you can see, the new Gift is desolate and uninhabited. I require temporary shelter within Castle Black, and I need assistance as well, Jon replied. Assistance? Carter Pike regarded him with curiosity. What do you offer in exchange for help? I certainly have something. Jon produced a deerskin pouch and a sheepskin bag, emptying their contents onto the ground. The clinking of silver stags and copper coins filled the air. These 2 bags contained hundreds of silver stags and over 1,000 copper coins, bestowed by Eddard Stark. Though most were undoubtedly amassed through Jon's druidic abilities and the aid of small creatures. In a rabbit burrow, Jon even unearthed 10 golden dragons and several gemstones. The north may be sparsely populated, but it does not lack treasure. It simply eludes the grasp of ordinary men, while for Jon, possessing druidic powers, it is a veritable trove. I have heard that Dong Hai Wang boasts over 200 brothers of the Night's Watch. You find yourselves with ample idle time. Might you assist me in constructing a fortress, nay a stronghold? My stronghold need not be overly fortified, merely possessing sturdy outer walls, for I do not intend to linger. I will seek additional laborers in due course. Your assistance would be rewarded, and who would turn away from a monetary gain? Jon smiled. Forget it. Although Carter Pike's gaze lingered on the gleaming silver stags and copper coins, he did not forget the vow of the Night's Watch. We Night's Watchmen are sworn to guard the wall. How could we possibly aid you in building a castle? Do not harbor such dreams. Jon was momentarily taken aback. Then articulated, the North and the Night's Watch are as close as family. My uncle, Benjen Stark, is the first ranger of the Night's Watch. Assisting me in constructing my outpost is not a breach of your oath. It is entirely reasonable to offer compensation. Furthermore, believe me, I will provide ample sustenance for the Night's Watch in the future. Jon thumped his chest for emphasis. Carter Pike, however, continued to shake his head. Forget it. Even if we were to beg, to plead, or to sell ourselves in brothels, we would never deign to work for you, a pup from the north. You are lost in a dream. Sighing, Jon cradled his head in his hands, retrieving several golden dragons from his pocket, which he toyed with at his fingertips as their golden glimmer danced in the light. Each golden dragon was equivalent to 100 silver stacks. As he spoke, he continued to draw forth the golden dragons, which amounted to a considerable sum, over a dozen pieces. In this desolate realm of the wall, such wealth could render one a person of means. Jon lamented, what a pity it is. I had intended to assist the brothers of Eastwatch by providing them with winter garments, purchasing additional clothing and shoes, and bringing them meat and wine. Alas, it seems I shall not forge a friendship with you. Knighterrant stared at the golden dragons with an intense gaze, the bloodline of iron-born raiders stirring within him. Yet, he managed to remember his position as the commander of the Night's Watch, stubbornly retorting, We Night's Watchmen may surrender our lives, but we shall never forsake our honor. You shall not humiliate me with your gold. The following day, my lord Jon, are you pleased with the depth of this foundation? Knighterrant exclaimed. For an additional 200 silver stags, I could help you dig a well. He trailed after Jon, beaming with delight. Jon, hands clasped behind his back and clad in a greatcoat, strolled along the stony beach beside Seal Bay, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. His temporary encampment was already under construction, although it was merely a stopgap measure. Once he had gathered sufficient manpower, his sights were set on the island across Seal Bay, visible to the naked eye, Skagos Island. The chapter concludes here, leading into Chapter 9, the Flint Clan of the Woods. Skagos Island is vast, encompassing an area equivalent to a quarter of House Stark's own holdings. Considering that the North constitutes a third of the Seven Kingdoms, Skagos Island is at least comparable to 30 times the size of King's Landing. The island is adorned with ancient forests, wild boars, deer, seals, sea lions, walruses, a plethora of blueberries, raspberries, and other berries, all enriched by the accumulation of avian droppings over millennia, making it suitable for cultivation with minimal effort. Fertilizer is in abundance. It bears resemblance to the North's wasteland, yet it is even more fertile. Jon contemplated the island across the strait, realizing that crossing to Seal Bay required little effort. A boat ride would take approximately an hour. Such a splendid location. Historically, Brandon Stark IX vanquished Skagos Island, forbidding the Skagosi from venturing into the north, leading the 3 clans on the island to turn their endeavors towards the lands beyond. Yet, they continued to thrive, as Jon observed through the eyes of birds, estimating their population to be nearly 5,000. Most of them maintained a primitive lifestyle, subsisting on raw meat and blood. Apart from their use of fire and occasional cultivation of oats and rye, they were not significantly different from wildlings, for food was easily obtained on the island. The inhabitants of Westeros, in Jon's view, were remarkably unwise, possessing fertile land, yet failing to cultivate it. He perceived the people here as drunken, indolent, cruel, and combative, lacking in both diligence and wisdom. In Jon's original world, this fertile land would undoubtedly transform into a terrestrial paradise, a southern haven beyond the walls. Bidding farewell to Cotter Pike and entrusting him with the supervision of the settlement, Jon mounted his white wolf and ventured toward the newly granted forest. Situated in proximity to House Amber and House Stark, not far from the final hearth of the last hearth. Within this vast woodland resided thousands of mountain clans, who subsisted on hunting and fishing, with agriculture being a rare endeavor. Indeed, on this side of the wall, they were akin to the free folk, with many of the original freemen of the new gift having fled to inhabit this area. Friends beneath the light, I require your assistance, Jon proclaimed as he sat astride his white wolf, closing his eyes to relax his mind and body. Soon, his vision soared through the wilderness, as his consciousness descended upon a soaring eagle, embarking on a flight across the open terrain. Before long, through the eagle's keen sight, he discovered a group of mountain clans within the forest, their expansive wooden palisade encampment housing approximately 2,000 souls. The Flint Clan? More precisely, it was the Flint Clan of the woods. Although this clan was a mountain tribe, its history was ancient. They were the descendants of the first king of the first men after the wall's construction. Following their defeat by House Stark, they were exiled and fragmented into several branches, scattered throughout the mountains and forests. The North had not treated them harshly. House Stark had once intermarried with them, and they had even produced a Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. However, this Lord Commander Flint was regarded as the most inept in the Night's Watch's history, as he aspired to become the king beyond the wall. According to legend, his ambitions nearly led to the destruction of the Night's Watch. Was this truly the case? Jon pursed his lips. The people of the North were like wild wolves, inherently headstrong, especially those from a clan that once boasted a king among the first men. The most inept Lord Commander was likely the one with the greatest ambition. Through the Eagle's perspective, the settlement appeared to consist of over 2,000 individuals, both men and women, with the young and strong comprising the majority. Due to the North's harsh climate, the population had historically been sparse, and even during milder winters, this land was not conducive to a large populace. Primarily, the Northerners failed to recognize the soil's fertility and lacked the knowledge of composting. The pack on the opposite side of the narrow sea was established by nobles who had been compelled to migrate southward after an overabundance of population in the north threatened starvation. Having determined his direction, Jon withdrew his gaze and patted the neck of his white wolf, urging it toward the gathering place of the Flint Clan. In the midsummer of the north, one could find countless unknown wildflowers blooming. Honeybees flitted among the blossoms, and these mountain clans would gather wild honey to brew mead, a beverage sweeter than wine and more delightful than ale, highly cherished by all. Amidst the lowly thickets, blueberries and raspberries abound, various berries dotting the landscape. Women of the Forest Clan, clad in animal hides or tattered garments, and children busily gather these fruits. Upon sighting Jon, they all grow wary, some raising their voices in alarm, speaking in an ancient tongue, not the common language of Westeros. Jon's gaze falls upon a man mounted on a wolf, donned in leather armor, with a long sword and a staff at his side. He bears the unmistakable air of a raider. Indeed, a raider. Beyond the wall, there are many such marauders, some possessing druidic abilities akin to Jon's. One such leader, known as the Shapeshifter, commands 2 direwolves and a bear, alongside 3 birds of prey, relishing the plundering of other tribes. Another, called Old Father, takes delight in abducting wives and daughters. Jon raises his staff, which is of similar length to his wand, and silently intones, "Grant me light." The staff, embedded with dragonstone, instantly emanates a soft glow, conspicuous even in daylight, its gentle radiance enveloping Jon, making him appear almost divine as he rides upon the white wolf. Indeed, the magical essence of this world is lamentably diminished. Only by crafting a wand from the roots of the weirwood and adorning it with dragonstone can one perform even the simplest magics, and the potency of dragonstone is limited, necessitating frequent replacements. Fortunately, obsidian is abundant on dragonstone, as well as in other locales. I come bearing the light. I wield the dawn of the long night. From the light I have come, to dwell among the people. I offer gifts and salt, seeking the aid of friends. Humming a common tongue ballad, Jon approached the encampment of the Flint Clan, akin to a wandering minstrel. In response, the vigilant warriors of the Flint Clan quickly assembled, some clad in worn bronze armor, others in leather, wielding iron or bronze swords and oak shields, encircling Jon with shouts. "Are you a sorcerer?" bellowed one robust Flint warrior. The forest folk are well aware of sorcery and magic, venerating both. Beyond the wall, numerous tribes boast witches and wizards, who often serve as healers, held in high esteem within their communities. "I am no sorcerer. I am a beacon of light, here to bring illumination to you," Jon replied with a serene smile, his staff radiating an even more fervent glow, rendering him angelic, while the white wolf raised its head in a mournful howl. The surrounding members of the Flint clan widened their eyes in astonishment, yet their weapons lowered in unison. "Where is your lord?" "In Winterfell," Jon replied, knowing that the Stark family refers to the leader of the Flint clan as a lord. Uncertain whether this forest clan is a main branch or a lesser one, he chooses to adopt a humble demeanor, given their bronze armor and weaponry. "You hail from House Stark?" The youth's humility indeed garnered a response. A robust, towering elder clad in a fur coat emerged slowly, supported on either side by two women of the Flint clan. His fur coat was fashioned in a style befitting the nobility of the realm, adorned with gem-studded buttons and a belt exclusively for the elite, alongside a sword hanging at his waist. This attire distinctly marked him as the chieftain of a tribe descended from ancient kings, setting him apart from other woodland clans. Indeed, he was the Earl of Flint. Yet, that was a title of the past. I have since been bestowed the title of Frontier Knight, and my lineage is now known as Light, symbolizing illumination. The long night approaches, yet light shall endure, Jon replied with a grin. His words evoked memories in the Earl of Flint of the nearly millennium-long catastrophe known as the Long Night, during which perpetual darkness enveloped the earth until the birth of the Lightbringer. Now, winter is upon us, for the woodland clans and the wildlings. The eternal winter is no mere myth. Moreover, the Flint clan is descended from the primordial rulers, and each generation is well aware that the tales of the other are indeed true. "Come in, young man," the Earl of Flint gestured. Internally, he was referred to as the chieftain, not merely an earl. However, the term earl holds considerable weight. A woman presented bread and salt, a gesture confirming that guests would receive the protection of their host. Jon dipped the bread in salt, smiling as he entered the first mountain tribe he had visited since becoming a frontier knight. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 10, St. Flintfina, Happy May Day. Seeking readership, dozens of semi-subterranean tents interspersed with palisades served as the abodes of these mountain tribes. At the center stood a large tent fashioned from wool felt, covered with leather. The north is home to numerous bison, making such hides rather common, yet Jon also observed several sealskin pelts atop it. "Outlander, are you a bastard of House Stark?" The leader of the Flint clan, known as Black Nose, so named for the dark mole upon his nose, personally lifted the tent flap, inviting Jon inside. "How did you know, my lord?" Jon inquired with a subtle smile, noting the bronze helmets, drinking vessels, and ancient bronze tableware within the tent, all indicating that the Flint clan was no mere savage band foraging in the woods. House Grey Stark and House Carr Stark. Black Nose invited Jon to sit at a sturdy oak table, laden with blueberries and raspberries, alongside some jerky. Freshly brewed honey wine was presented by maidens in bronze vessels upon the table. House Carr Stark was founded by a younger son of the Stark kings. In the north, only the bloodline of House Stark could attain the status of Frontier Knight and receive the Frontier certification. Black Nose's hair was coarse and disheveled, his arms robust like those of an ox, yet at this moment, they appeared gaunt. However, his eyes were remarkably sharp. "Ah, I see." Jon lifted his mug of mead and took a gentle sip, finding it not the sweet nectar he had anticipated, but rather somewhat tart and astringent. He pondered that once he established a base, brewing could be a splendid venture. The north was abundant with cold-resistant rye, suitable for crafting both whiskey and white spirits. Yet, this concoction could scarcely be deemed true liquor, more akin to watered-down wine. "My lord, in light of this, I shall speak candidly," Jon declared. "I intend to traverse Seal Bay and claim Skaggs Island as my domain. Thus, I require the assistance of the Flint clan." His words were forthright, a reflection of his genuine thoughts. The sagacious black-nosed chief squinted at the enigmatic young man before him, raising his bronze goblet and murmuring, "Ah, Skaggs Island. It was there that Stark vanquished the Magner clan, forbidding them ever to set foot in the north again. Young man, why should we aid you? The Flint clan descends from the first kings of old, having been defeated and exiled by the Stark family. Both Widow's Watch and Flint of the Shattered Stone were once noble." The elder's eyes narrowed as he regarded Jon, seemingly amused. He bared his discolored teeth in a grin. "The history of Skaggs Island reaches far beyond your comprehension, young Stark. Nay, the Knight of Light. A glimmer sparkled in the elder's eyes, reminiscent of ancient times when Stark the Ninth had defeated Skaggs Island, exiling many ancient noble houses to its shores: the Amber Clan, the Greenwood Clan, the Grey Stark family, the Woodfoot Clan, each an adversary of Stark. Our enmity has persisted since the Long Night, beginning with the first King Flint. And it did not cease even during the reign of the Bolton's Red King. This animosity, coursing through our veins like blood, has endured for millennia. Tell me, young man. The elder thumped the table heavily, his gaze ablaze with hostility. As a descendant of the first king of our ancestors, Stark's sworn enemy, why should I offer you my assistance? Jon remained unfazed by the elder's words. Instead, he quietly retrieved his satchel. He had arrived with several deerskin and sheepskin bags, modest in size yet rich in content. Elder, I offer payment. Jon smiled, pouring forth a cascade of gemstones from a small deerskin pouch. Precious rubies, emeralds, sapphires, and golden crystals, each one resplendent and shimmering with an alluring brilliance, all sourced from Jon's friends. Ha! The black-nosed elder glared at Jon with ire. We Flints of the mountains are the true Flints. Do you know our clan's creed? Always vigilant. We Flints, descended from ancient bloodlines and once the first kings of our ancestors, would rather perish in exile than be humiliated by your trinkets. In silence, Jon produced a small pouch of golden dragons and spilled its contents onto the table. The visual impact of the golden dragon was overwhelming. Elder Blacknose swallowed hard, unable to resist casting a furtive glance downward. In his youth, he had visited White Harbor and was well acquainted with the significance of gold and silver treasures. Such riches could be exchanged by merchants for numerous valuable goods, sufficient to procure winter provisions for his people. As for the centuries-old enmity, to be frank, the North had not been unkind to the Flint clan. The Stark family had once allied with the Flints through marriage, and many Flints had served in the Night's Watch. Their lives in the woods bore little distinction from those of their ancestors millennia ago. After all, Winterfell was constructed by Brandon Stark, a forebear of the Flints. In the days of their primordial king, their forebears lived much like the woodland clans and the wildlings beyond. You are insulting the honor of the Flint clan, he exclaimed vehemently. Then may I request your assistance without payment? Thus it would not be deemed an insult? Jon grinned, revealing his pearly whites. What do you mean? After a brief pause, Blacknose commanded, Doran, quickly, fetch Lord Jon some company. And what is this wretched wine? Where is the honeyed wine I have preserved? Bring it forth. Roast that young deer we hunted yesterday, and glaze it with honey. Is this how you treat esteemed guests? You are tarnishing the reputation of the Flint clan. Elder Blacknose scolded the youth of his clan with ire, but upon learning that Jon would not only offer financial assistance, but also provide food, education, and medical aid, his demeanor transformed entirely. Lord Jon, are you a sorcerer? Sorcerer? That is the term our ancestors used for wizards. I possess some rudimentary medical knowledge. I can certainly seek out herbs. To speak frankly, treating minor ailments among your tribesfolk is well within my capabilities, Jon replied with a confident smile. The medical practices of this world were rudimentary. Ailments were often met with bloodletting, bathing in cow dung, or the concoction of bizarre mixtures, such as blending the fingers, tongues, or blood of the deceased with wine. If the pain became unbearable, one might resort to opium. Even in Old Town, sophisticated medical techniques were scarce. The herbal medicine of traditional Chinese medicine would be a significant advancement here, perhaps even more remarkable than magic itself. Fortunately, Jon had perused a book titled The Barefoot Doctor's Manual. That is splendid, Lord Jon. Our tribe's healer has already passed away, Blacknose lamented, shaking his head in resignation. He was certainly not driven by greed for Jon's wealth, though the offerings were indeed substantial. The pressing matter was that the Flint clan was in dire need of medical supplies, as many children required urgent care, including his own granddaughter. Let me first attend to the afflicted in your tribe. I am both a knight and a herald of light. A herald of light? Indeed, Elder Blacknose. You are a descendant of the ancients and should comprehend the terror of the eternal night. The long night approaches, while light endures. I come bearing illumination and a future for you all. Jon, ever resolute, recognized that in this era, even a mere cold could claim the life of an ordinary person, especially in the north where one must endure the elements. Most adult men cannot withstand such trials. Many within the tribe indeed fell ill, primarily due to exposure to the cold. Jon began to diagnose them, noting that some had sustained injuries while hunting. The learned men of Westeros merely sealed wounds with mud and grass, hastening the scabbing process, yet their methods lacked sterilization, leading to quick decay of the injuries. This resulted in fevers and headaches, ultimately culminating in death, relying solely on sheer willpower, akin to the treatment by a veterinarian. Jon utilized a dagger to sterilize, assisting the injured by scraping away necrotic tissue, then applied heat to the blade and pressed it against the wound to seal it. He treated dozens of warriors and aided numerous women with minor ailments, advising them to drink warm water and consume berries for vitamin replenishment. He then attended to several elderly individuals to alleviate their troubles, such as skin diseases resulting from prolonged neglect of hygiene. Finally, it was the turn of Elder Blacknose's young granddaughter, Falinta. At merely 9 years of age, Falinta possessed a cascade of red hair, adorned with playful freckles upon her nose. Clad in a deerskin dress, she curled into a ball, her body radiating heat, her cheeks and forehead burning. Upon touching her, Jon ascertained that the child was indeed feverish. In the harsh north, even summer nights are frigid. Treating a fever requires 2 methods: ample hydration and physical cooling, applying ice to the forehead, and using alcohol on the armpits and arteries. Furthermore, he could employ body heat reduction. To his astonishment, Jon discovered that the members of the Flint clan were remarkably devoid of warmth. As he adjusted the young girl's deerskin dress and examined her further, he made an extraordinary discovery. What? This little girl emanates a peculiar sensation. He could sense a natural energy within her. Simply put, it was a divine awakening. The power of a shaman. Congratulations, Elder Blacknose. Your granddaughter Falinta has awakened certain abilities akin to those of the transformed ones. To put it plainly, she has received divine inspiration. She shall become our tribe's shaman. Elder Blacknose exclaimed in astonishment. Jon nodded gently, yet her situation was somewhat unique. Suddenly, Jon felt himself being drawn into Falinta's consciousness, plunging into a bizarre realm of endless snow and ice. What is this? Amidst the infinite expanse of snow, a little girl clad in a deerskin dress stood in bewilderment. Surrounding her were several towering figures clad in crystalline armor, their eyes a striking blue, deep and vacant, while their pure white hair swayed gently in the frigid breeze. They merely stood there, positioned around an altar. In the midst of the altar stood a small boy alongside a girl clad in deerskin. The White Walkers. Jon was taken aback, instantly realizing that he had been drawn into the consciousness of the girl, Fina, from the Flint Clan. The banner of the Flint Clan depicted a figure with blue eyes gazing into the distance, a reminder of their eternal vigilance. This suggested a possible connection between their ancestral bloodline and the White Walkers or the Night King's guardians. The Flint Clan had once produced a Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, infamous for his shortcomings, who sought to elevate the Night's Watch to the status of kings beyond the wall. Thus, Jon's eyes gleamed with recognition. It seemed that the Night King, the White Walkers, and that Lord Commander of the Flint Clan were intertwined in some manner. The White Walkers were engaged in a sacrificial rite. Jon cautiously approached and seized the hand of the deerskin-clad girl, Fina. Fina, Jon whispered, placing a finger over his lips to signal her silence. However, unexpectedly, the girl, previously dazed, let out a piercing scream, attempting to flee from Jon's grasp. At that moment, the White Walkers participating in the ritual turned their heads towards Jon, their deep, azure eyes radiating an otherworldly luminescence. One of them, with a hand outstretched, began to coalesce misty ice, layer upon layer, forming a spear in his grasp. Run! Jon's eyes narrowed. This was the very weapon that had once struck down a dragon in the original tale. He was not yet resilient enough to withstand the icy spear of a White Walker, so he clutched the girl and fled, shouting, "The light endures. Let us escape this cursed place." Fortunately, the golden touch he had acquired after his arrival in this world proved reliable. In an instant, he opened his eyes, drenched in sweat. In his arms, Fina stirred, slowly opening her beautiful blue eyes, framed by her striking red hair and adorned with freckles that lent her a playful charm. She gazed at Jon with a dazed expression, while he panted heavily. "What is it, Lord Jon?" Elder Blacknose inquired, puzzled. "The Frost God." Jon could not help but utter, "The Frost God?" Elder Blacknose's eyes widened in astonishment. As a member of the First Men and a descendant of the First King after the Long Night, he was well aware of the Frost God's existence. Residing in the eternal winter beyond the wall, a realm of ice and snow, the domain of the Frost God. Even beyond the wall, many wildlings worshipped the Frost God. The Flint Clan, too, had once been oppressed by this deity. During the prolonged darkness of the Long Night, which seemed to stretch on for a millennium without dawn, the Frost God was believed to be the sovereign of all, with no one able to escape his watchful gaze. Beneath the chilling blue eyes, the leader of the Flint Clan had left a timeless adage of vigilance. Could it be that the Frost God is awakening? "Grandfather, who is he?" The young girl Fina awoke swiftly, her body free from fever. As she opened her eyes, she found Jon's embrace peculiar, particularly as his hand inadvertently rested upon her rear. "Jon Light, the pioneering knight, was also a sorcerer. Fina's cheeks flushed crimson as a sudden realization struck her. Like a fawn in the woods, she sprang from Jon's arms. Murmuring, "I remember now. It was you who saved me, noble knight." Jon chuckled softly, wiping the sweat from his brow. "By the gods, I almost perished before my quest could begin. In this realm of ice and fire, or rather, of slaughter and survival, the god of winter stood as the enemy of all life. This was indisputable. Furthermore, this deity had once ruled the world for a millennium during the Age of Long Night, prior to the establishment of the Wall and the salvation of humanity by the Light King. Was this entity an old god? Without a doubt, yes. Thank you, Lord Jon. Grandfather, had it not been for you, I fear I would not have returned, Fina expressed, clearly aware of her awakening to divine inspiration, patting her chest in affirmation. Mastering the vision of crows and other birds was no arduous task for one of the shapeshifters. Even Bran, without the guidance of the Green Seer, managed to do so in the original tale, manipulating his dire wolf upon awakening. Such divine inspiration was quite common among the forest clans. Thank you, Lord Jon. Elder Blacknose's gratitude was profound. He observed the still-dazed Jon, contemplating how to repay this pioneering knight, primarily to ensure his continued presence. Wealth was secondary. Jon's healing abilities were sorely needed by the tribe. The shamans of the tribe, in truth, served as healers. Fina's grandmother, her beloved, had succumbed to death, reclaimed by the old gods into nature's embrace. Now, with over 2,000 souls in the tribe, there was not a single healer left, and many would not survive the winter. Currently, the tribe had scarcely a few elders who might endure through the season, relying solely on their own resilience. Blacknose fixed his gaze upon Jon, beginning to mentally calculate how he might express his appreciation. I must seize the moment, Jon thought, recognizing the intent behind Elder Blacknose's stare. He understood the urgency. The North resembled a land forgotten, with remnants of magic and sorcery scattered throughout, a veritable museum of ancient history. Mammoths, giants, and shapeshifters roamed beyond the wall, and cannibal tribes lurked in the shadows. Healers were in demand wherever one ventured. In this world, to become the beacon of humanity required more than mere might, as the Targaryen family had already demonstrated. I shall wield the light of the Holy Church in my left hand and the blade of justice in my right, harboring socialist ideals in my heart. I will forge a new religion in this world, first arming all the forest clans with it, training the wild men of the frontier, and erecting my castle, the Citadel of Light. This strategy shall be known as the forest encircles the castle. Let the Citadel of Light become the beacon of humanity, the radiance of the divine, embracing all. Whether old gods or new, all deities shall bask in the illumination of light, absorbed under the brilliance of my faith, where all gods stand equal. With resolve in his heart, Jon turned to Elder Blacknose. Elder, your granddaughter possesses remarkable potential as a diviner. I sense a profound natural energy within her. She may indeed become an exceptional witch. Would you be willing to take her as your apprentice? Elder Blacknose responded directly. You see, we of the Flint tribe are the original Flint lineage. Fina carries the blood of our ancestral kings, inheriting her grandmother's sorceress abilities. If you would accept her as your disciple, teaching her the art of healing to aid our Flint clan, I, Blacknose, chief of the Flint, vow in the name of all Flint clans, including the Widow's Watch, Shattered Stone Mountain, and others, that we shall be your allies. I shall also assist you in negotiations on Skaggs Island, where the Magnans, once leaders and nobles among our ancestors, reside. The term Magnan in ancient tongue signifies leader. With the Flint tribe's support, you shall avert bloodshed, particularly as you are an exceptional witch with unparalleled healing skills. Elder Blacknose smiled softly. However, I, Jon, do not take on apprentices lightly. He declared with unwavering conviction. Please continue to read and support with votes, concluded the chapter. Chapter 12, the first saint of the Holy Light teaching Fina. In the name of the Light's Evangelist, I accept you as my saint. Jon exclaimed joyfully, tapping Fina's forehead with his wand. He cast a blessing spell, and in an instant, the wand adorned with dragon crystal radiated a brilliant light, calming all present. This is a treasure. Young Fina possesses a rich natural power. She is a promising druid and the granddaughter of the Flint Elder. I, Jon, would face death and shed blood, but I shall not forsake my apprentice. Master, Fina called out, her face flushed with sincerity. I come from the light to spread its glory among mortals. Whether new gods or old, they all bask in the brilliance of the light. Thus, my faith will not intrude upon your beliefs. Under the light, darkness coexists. Life is a continuum, an endless cycle. I shall not interfere with your hunting and gathering. Yet remember that death accompanies rebirth. You must revere nature, respect life, and honor the beings that offer their flesh and blood, ensuring the preservation of their habitats for future generations. The light has granted me the power to gather 72 saints. I shall lead my 72 saints to spread the light across the land. The long night approaches, yet the light shall endure. The light shall endure. Fina echoed, following his lead. Upon completing the prayer, Jon raised his dragon crystal wand high. All the members of the Flint Clan prostrated themselves, gazing at him with deep admiration and reverence. In the north, shamans are held in high esteem, especially given that the previous shaman was the beloved of Elder Blacknose. Now, to the matter at hand. Jon smiled warmly, nodding to those around him, while Elder Blacknose grasped his arm. My Lord Jon, I shall dispatch 30 able-bodied men to accompany you as your followers. They will become your luminous warriors, forever illuminated by the light. And will they receive compensation? Jon inquired. Of course, a monthly stipend shall be provided, Elder Blacknose assured him. Then, the Flint Clan can send additional warriors to assist you. However, you must understand that we hold honor in the highest regard. Full provisions will be provided. And a salary? Naturally. When do you intend to depart? We have over 100 young lads, all in their early teens, bursting with energy and obedience, each possessing a pleasant demeanor. They are not picky eaters. Feel free to feed them whatever you wish, as long as it is not swine feed. Elder Blacknose laughed heartily, seemingly anxious that Jon might change his mind, and he quickly doubled the number of recruits. Jon smiled knowingly. He understood Elder Blacknose's intentions all too well. These young boys could easily deplete his resources, especially in the frigid north, where the demand for meat is substantial. Although the Flint Clan could hunt continuously during the harsh winter months, when hunting is scarce, these boys could devour the entire tribe's provisions if allowed to eat freely. I shall provide you with additional food, Jon promised. I vow that once my Citadel of Light is completed, the Flint Clan, as the first tribe to embrace the light, shall eternally bask in its radiance. They may choose their dwelling in the very heart of the Citadel. Thank you, Lord Jon. By the way, do you truly intend to claim Skagga's Island as your domain? Elder Blacknose asked, hesitantly glancing at Jon. Indeed, Jon replied. While Skagga's Island may not be large, the Magna people residing there are formidable. During the reign of Stark the Ninth, many noble families, including the Amber, Greenwood, and Frost clans, were exiled to the island, where they multiplied freely. Collectively referred to as the Magna, Elder Blacknose patiently elaborated for Jon's understanding. Jon, of course, knew the implications. The legacy of the three-eyed crow resided within him. To them, the Starks are enemies, and subduing them would not be an easy feat. The blood of defiance and rebellion has flowed through their veins since the time of their ancestors. Even with the light illuminating the land, it cannot diminish their hatred. With the passage of time, such animosity only intensifies. Without sacrifice and bloodshed, conquering them is impossible. Elder Blacknose stated candidly. Jon nodded in agreement, fully aware of the truth in the elder's words. I certainly understand, Elder. Although light illuminates the earth, where there is light, darkness inevitably lurks, and where there is darkness, light will surely arise. As a harbinger of light, I embody both divine compassion and formidable wrath. He gratefully grasped the hand of Elder Blacknose. Thank you, Elder. I, Jon Lightbringer, shall never forget the assistance rendered by the Flint Clan. May the light endure. May the light prevail. Their handshake signified a pact of cooperation. At that moment, Elder Blacknose introduced several young members of the Flint Clan to Jon. The leader among them named Stroud. His mother hailed from the Tree Clan in the Wolfwood, and he stood tall and robust, bearing a bow and arrow. The mightiest warrior among the youthful assembly of over 100. With raven black hair and skin as pale as snow, his striking green eyes hinted at his annalar lineage. Sir, I have been entrusted with your protection, Stroud declared with conviction. Jon nodded, noting that most of these warriors wielded ancient bronze swords, likely dating back to the era of Flint's first king, post the Long Night. No longer wishing to be overly courteous with Elder Blacknose, Jon considered the clan's inability to sustain such a multitude of youths as an opportunity. He readily gathered 200 warriors from Flint's woodlands. Among them were both the young and the old, with the majority being mere youths. The warriors carried only basic provisions for shelter, along with their spears, bronze swords, and a few wielded sharpened wooden poles, while several bore wooden shields. Yet, most were unarmed. With provisions and remuneration assured, these young Flint clansmen regarded Jon as a benefactor, bestowing upon him the nickname Kind-Hearted Jon. Observing the smiles on the faces of these warriors, Jon was reminded that he was no ordinary individual. Before his crossing, he had graduated from a National Defense Academy, proficient in astronomy, geography, mathematics, chemistry, physics, and military strategy, even having studied the sacred texts of his fellow travelers. The 200 youths, all in their teens, with only a handful of older individuals, would require merely a share of food and meat to train effectively. Employing the military training methods of the Flower Kingdom and, with the aid of the Druids, continuing the quest for gemstones and gold, he would soon procure weapons from the nearby Bolton and Stark families. Before long, these 200 mountain clansmen would become his valiant warriors of light. The distance from the forest where the Flints resided to their temporary stronghold was not great. Jon rode upon his white wolf, with his first disciple, the 9-year-old Fina Flint, seated in front of him. The little girl was slender, resembling a small kitten, nestled within Jon's embrace. The jolting of the white wolf caused her to shift backward, eliciting a slight concern from Jon. Nevertheless, Fina brought Jon immense joy. She is a natural shapeshifter, or rather, a born druid. Following the first divine revelation, she instinctively learned to harness the expansive vision of birds. Suddenly, Fina felt a wave of shyness wash over her, her cheeks flushing as she tilted her head slightly, pursing her lips to glance at Jon. This chapter concludes here. Chapter 13. The Mysterious Eastern Training Methods. Oh, it's my wand. I apologize. I should not have pointed it at you. It is quite rude. Jon's cheeks also flushed as he hurriedly set aside the troublesome staff, causing Fina's face to lose some of its redness. As he surveyed the 200 warriors, Jon's mind was abuzz with thoughts. In his vision, he intended to use the teachings of the light to dominate the minds of the people, employing the most formidable troops of the Flower Kingdom to train his soldiers. Undoubtedly, this force should be named the Light Brigade. Regrettably, there were not enough ice wolves available for taming. Otherwise, Jon could have trained a battalion of battle wolves, aptly named the Battle Wolf Brigade. However, feeling the increasingly potent natural energy within himself, he believed that this goal was not beyond reach in the future. The warriors of the Light Brigade had grown up in the forests of the north. Even on foot, they could keep pace with Jon riding his white wolf. Soon, they arrived at the temporary encampment, which had been constructed into stone barracks by Commander Carter Pike of the EC Watch. The buildings were adorned with books and stone towers. Though they appeared somewhat unappealing and dark, they provided warmth from fireplaces and shelter from the elements, which was quite commendable. "Sir, are these your subjects?" Carter Pike inquired obsequiously, accompanied by a dozen sentinels. Jon was indeed his wealthy patron, and he had just dispatched a ship from the EC Watch to White Harbor to procure more food and wine. Although the EC Watch sometimes engaged in underhanded dealings, smuggling goods to the wild traders beyond, they also occasionally traded furs for sustenance and drink during times of scarcity, or even exchanged a few intimate moments with the wandering women on the traders' carts. The provisions from EC Watch primarily consisted of unpalatable rye bread, hard and difficult to chew, with a bitter taste. Thanks to Jon's financial support, he could afford to indulge in sweeter oats and cheeses. Alas, the cheese from the north always bore a peculiar odor. They relished fermented black cheese and pickled seabirds, along with the notoriously foul-smelling pickled shark meat, which even the hardiest of dogs would refuse to consume. White Harbor offered wines from the south, fruit wines, fresh cheeses, delectable honey mead, and freshly brewed malt beer. He could hardly restrain himself from salivating. "Yes, these are my warriors. I call them the Light Brigade," Jon declared. "The Light Brigade?" Carter Pike exclaimed. Initially poised to laugh, he quickly sobered upon remembering Jon's wealth, offering a genuine commendation. "What a splendid name." The underlying message is that, apart from the name, there is little to commend. Across the narrow sea, renowned mercenary bands abound, such as the Second Sons, the Golden Company, and even the wolf pack formed by the northern nobility. There are also religious factions whose military prowess rivals that of the mercenaries. While the name Lightbringer is indeed commendable, what of your group? The Flint Clan, though descended from the ancient kings of yore, has dwelled in the wilderness for millennia. Some are clad in animal skin skirts, others in coarse trousers, draped in dark leather, bear pelts, wolf skins, and sheep wool. Some are occupied with picking lice, while others idly scratch about their naked groins. With all due respect, my Lord Jon, considering we shall be neighbors, and given your considerable wealth, I feel compelled to advise you regarding this foolish young bastard with an abundance of coin. These wild forest folk are inherently unruly. Taming them is no simple feat, remarked Carter Pike. He harbored an unspoken thought. With such a ragtag group, a mere 10 men could rout them in a charge. Their combat prowess scarcely surpasses that of the plump seals in Seal Bay. The mountain clans may train elite soldiers, yet believing in the existence of White Walkers is more plausible. Indeed, my Lord Carter Pike, hence I require the assistance of my Night's Watch brethren. Might I borrow another vessel from Eastwatch to procure some supplies in White Harbor for the price of a golden dragon? Considering the amicable relations between our Night's Watch and yourself, would 2 golden dragons suffice? Agreed. You are truly a benevolent man, my Lord Carter Pike. My admiration for you is as boundless as the ocean and as towering as the Great Wall in the direst of circumstances. My subjects have nowhere to dwell. I plan to salvage some beams and stones from the abandoned structures at Eastwatch. Would 100 silver stags suffice? Cough, cough. I, Carter Pike, am the commander of the Night's Watch. We have sworn an oath to accept no payment unless absolutely necessary. I understand. These silver stags are a gift for you at Eastwatch. I, John, am not one to humiliate you with the shallow use of coin. 200 silver stags, and I shall throw in some tents. Agreed. Soon, both men shared a jovial laugh. Eastwatch possessed 3 warships, essentially larger flat-bottomed boats. John rented one, producing a dozen assorted gemstones, instructing the steward to take 6 attendants to White Harbor for procurement. Clothing, footwear, provisions, blankets, and perhaps to inquire about ordering some weapons. White Harbor, being the most prosperous port in the north, teems with merchant vessels and is a hub for traders to acquire goods. Once all arrangements were made, the day had grown late. John gazed at his 200 Lightbringer warriors, exhaling softly. In 3 months. Just wait and see. My uniquely Eastern training methods shall undergo a grand transformation. Not even wildlings, let alone dragons, shall escape the resounding chorus of our red songs. Time flew by, and soon a fortnight had passed. With the personnel from Winterfell, Stone Tower procured a variety of supplies from White Harbor, including gloves, boots, clothing, and an assortment of weapons. At Jon's request, they also returned with a considerable amount of honey. Merely a handful of gemstones sufficed to exchange for a substantial quantity of goods at White Harbor. In gratitude to the creatures that gifted him gemstones and precious metals, Jon designated a radiant area within the newly acquired forest for the survival of their young and pregnant counterparts. The warriors of the Light Brigade would periodically provide nourishment for them. Jon fashioned a simple magical circle from obsidian, ensuring that any predator with lesser power than his own could not enter. Seal Bay, abundant in carnivorous wildlife, boasted tens of thousands of seals adorning its shores, thriving due to the plentiful schools of sardines and dense populations of trout and salmon. During this time, bears from the north frequently made appearances. The beach was strewn with bird eggs, particularly those of the puffin. As for fuel, despite the frigid climate of the north, the coastline was littered with driftwood, and the adjacent forest held trees that had stood for over a millennium, alongside vast thickets. Fuel was in no short supply. In fact, one could exaggerate and say that the wood along the shore could be gathered and sold, for it was abundant. However, 2 commodities stood out as exceedingly vital: sugar and salt. These were scarce resources across the continent of Westeros, with honeyed wine being a luxury reserved for the nobility due to its sweetness. The presence of these 2 essentials uplifted the morale of the Light Brigade warriors. Salt and sugar were the taste of happiness. Malt syrup was also rare, as wheat was predominantly cultivated in the south, with some areas of the north yielding only a single harvest per year, dependent on the weather. Wild boars, moose, bears, foxes, Arctic hares, and lemmings posed challenges to cultivation, making the hardier rye and oats far easier to grow, albeit in limited quantities. At dawn, as the first light broke, Jon arose early. His foremost disciple, Fina, along with his attendant, Booker, several local inhabitants, and 200 warriors of the Light Brigade, had already commenced their morning exercises. Observant individuals would note a distinct transformation in these soldiers of the Light Brigade. These young men now stood tall and proud, arranged into 4 columns of 50. Their gazes bright and resolute. 1, 2, 3, the familiar cadence of counting resonated. They first reported their numbers. Then, under the leadership of their respective sergeants and captains, they relayed their tallies to Jon. Reporting to Lord, the 1st Battalion of the Light Brigade has 200 men present, all accounted for. Captain Flint Aiton reports to you. Flint Aiton, the grandson of Elder Flint Blacknose, was 19 years old, robust, with fiery red hair and striking blue eyes. Under the tutelage of Blacknose, he was groomed as a successor, emphasizing honor, and he had risen to become the captain of the 1st Battalion, leading alongside the dark-haired young man, Flint Strutton, of the Wolf Clan lineage. Returned to formation. Jon nodded in satisfaction. The 10 local inhabitants he brought, along with Fina, also participated in the training, though they were not part of the combat ranks, standing separately alongside the formation. Arranged in order of height, the soldiers of the Radiant Corps 1st Battalion, though lacking standardized uniforms and weaponry, exhibited a spirit that was markedly distinct. At Jon's command, the moment he called for formation, they swiftly placed their hands behind their backs, gazing resolutely at him. Warriors, what is our objective? To spread light across the land and rescue the souls shrouded in darkness. And what is our mission? To dedicate our lives to the propagation of light. The fervent roar of over 200 young men, well-fed and invigorated, reverberated through the skies, echoing along the coastline, causing the Night's Watchmen of Eastwatch to exchange bewildered glances. Today's training focus will be on the coordination of archers, shield bearers, and spear handlers. Given the intensity of the exercise, I advise moderation with your breakfast of boiled sea partridge eggs. I never wish to witness some fool regurgitating 2 eggs during formation training again. Laughter erupted among the warriors of the Radiant Corps, all thoroughly amused by Jon's jest. This drill is of utmost importance. Tonight, I shall reward you with a hearty meal. No more seal meat or sardines. Instead, you shall feast on honey-roasted venison. But should any of you fall behind or err, you are well aware of the consequences. Yes, all shall be punished. Then honey-roasted venison will be forfeit, and salt will be scarce. Excellent. Who are we? The Radiant Corps. What shall we do? We shall dedicate our lives to spreading the light. We fear not bloodshed, nor do we fear death. We shall defend the eternal light with sword and knife. Meanwhile, approximately 2 miles away, the Night's Watchmen of Eastwatch lounged haphazardly as they consumed their breakfast. Some were still groggy, their trousers barely pulled up, while others were occupied elsewhere. Commander Cotter Pike squinted cautiously at the impeccably organized formation of the Radiant Corps, astonishment evident in his eyes. In the name of the drowned god, the old gods, and the 7, that lad appears to possess some merit. I retract my previous foolish remarks, murmured Cotter Pike. Thank you for the generous 100-point tip. End of chapter 14, Northern Specialty Ice Cream, 1 month later. My lord, your funds have become insufficient, Stone Tower reported to Jon. A hint of bitterness in his voice. He clenched his jaw and stated earnestly, you need not provide every soldier with a shield and iron sword, nor a ship. We have barely over 200 men. Isn't acquiring a vessel excessive? In his youth, Stone Tower served as a squire to a certain lord in Winterfell, possessing a rudimentary understanding of letters. Now, his role resembled that of a steward, diligently overseeing the needs of over 200 soldiers. Despite Jon's gift of several gemstones, valued at around 3,000 golden dragons, which sufficed for the sustenance of ordinary soldiers, Jon had not only equipped each member of the Radiant Corps 1st Battalion with iron swords and shields, but also provided them with matching white cloaks. Furthermore, he had expended considerable funds to procure a vessel capable of carrying over 100 individuals from White Harbor, naming it the Radiance. Moreover, these 200 members of the Bright Company are nearly entirely professional soldiers. Each day, they engage in nothing but rehearsing formations, strategies, and the coordination of shields with archers and spear wielders. It is essential to recognize that, in the north, although many families can summon 1 to 2,000 warriors, or even 3 to 4,000, the majority of these are farmers, hunters, or grooms, unlike Jon, who practices battle formations and combat skills daily, feasting liberally on meat, salt, and honey. Such a configuration can only be provided by Winterfell, where the Stark Duke, as the protector of the North, benefits from the region's tax revenues. It is understood that their shields must all be painted with white and yellow, adorned to radiate brightness. Do you remember? Yes, my lord, I remember. Stone Tower hesitated. Having watched Jon grow up, he wished to advise the young knight to be frugal with his expenditures. The supplies purchased for a few gems could even finance a smaller castle. What if they turn out to be ungrateful wretches? Rest assured, I shall provide you with 5 more gems, one of which is a ruby worth at least 500 golden dragons, while the others are valued at a minimum of 50 golden dragons each. It is imperative that their equipment is fully prepared. My lord, we have nearly depleted the iron swords and shields in White Harbor. Then, I shall enlist the merchant ships from White Harbor to journey south to King's Landing for supplies. I give you 10 days to resolve this matter. Use the ravens from Eastwatch to convey messages to the merchants of White Harbor. I wish to see unified attire and weaponry, including shields, before the full moon of this month. Understood, my lord. Upon completing his directives, Jon could not help but lament the exorbitant costs of maintaining an army. No wonder, with the vast scale of the North, there are merely a little over 200 knights. Fully professional soldiers are akin to a bottomless pit, consuming wealth like flowing water. Jon, possessing the power of the druids, can rely on small animals and ravens to assist him in locating gems, gold, and silver, alongside the abundant meat and fish from Seal Bay. Yet, even this is becoming unsustainable. Jon also aspired to establish a cavalry unit within his Bright Company. The knights require war horses, not merely any rideable horses. War horses need armor. For should ordinary horses become frightened or fail to charge in battle, it would be a devastating blow to the knights. Consider the original narrative where Jon faced off against the Bolton family, with Jon's side consisting entirely of infantry, and he himself lacking a horse. He must devise ways to procure more funds, actively engage in productive endeavors. The blessings of small creatures and nature are ultimately limited, and idleness leads to depletion. Future expenditures loom large, for the construction of Bright Fortress will require at least several thousand golden dragons, in addition to the port, which could cost thousands of gems. Thankfully, the north, once possibly a volcanic region, harbors a wealth of buried gems. Otherwise, Jon gazed at the trainees of the Bright Company. These young men now held considerable trust in him. The method of training is quite simple: ample food, timely payment of wages, and lofty ideals. With the soldiers' pay secured, they could crush King's Landing. The soldiers, discontent with their pay, found their compensation insufficient. Each month, Jon bestows upon his warriors a stipend of 100 copper coins, a sum that incites envy among the Night's Watchmen of Eastwatch. In the mountain clans, such a remuneration would be the stuff of dreams, a coveted position among the Lightbringers. Today, every soldier of the Lightbringers exhibited a newfound vigor, their morale soaring to unprecedented heights. With warriors stationed, itinerant merchants began to arrive, many hailing from the riverlands, where the river folk have long held a tradition of trade. They arrived with wagons laden with an assortment of peculiar goods, some even containing abducted women, traversing the north to exchange salt, honey, and wine for furs and mountain goods. As Jon observed the merchants peddling trinkets to the resting soldiers, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Salt. The notion of salt flickered through Jon's mind. The north boasts several salt mines and wells, a legacy of geological upheaval from ages past when volcanic eruptions reshaped the land, now sealed beneath the eternal winter's grip. Thus, salt wells emerged. Taxes on salt must be paid to King's Landing, yet this posed no dilemma for Jon, a vassal knight of House Stark, for he merely needed to remit taxes to Winterfell. Intriguingly, the newly gifted lands are technically the property of the Night's Watch, exempt from taxation. This implies that, in the absence of explicit legal constraints, Jon could exploit the new lands for salt production, and the boundless sea provided a bountiful resource for boiling salt. Jon summoned another centurion from the first company of the Lightbringers, a loyal warrior assigned to him by Blacknose, the chieftain of House Flint. Together with Aiden, he has become Jon's stalwart ally. Take 30 warriors and follow me. I require you to dig some pits and gather wood to construct some cauldrons. Damn it, this place lacks a sufficiently large pot, so let us build a stove. Understood, my lord, Studden replied, his eyes betraying a hint of curiosity regarding the purpose of this endeavor. Yet he had learned the importance of obedience and promptly set forth to execute the orders. Jon then turned to his apprentice, Fina, who was attempting to cast spells with her wand while communing affectionately with small creatures. Fina, I need you to procure a messenger owl. Yes, not a raven, but an owl. Deliver a message to Elder Blacknose and inform him that I have discovered a lucrative opportunity, and he should hasten to discuss it with me. Booker. Jon called to his first attendant, who was diligently studying the art of herbalism. I need you to borrow a raven from Eastwatch. Request the learned men there to send a letter to Lord Eddard Stark, informing him that I require a business license. Additionally, I wish to establish a trading caravan to peddle various small goods in the north. The Flint Clan resides not far from Jon's temporary stronghold, which he has named Dawn, for it is here that the first rays of sunlight grace the sea each morning. Blacknose was originally somewhat unsteady on his feet. However, when Jon produced a mystical Eastern remedy to alleviate his chronic leg pain, the dampness dissipated. And with daily heat treatments and a well-structured diet, primarily forbidding him from consuming alcohol and permitting only warm water, this once formidable warrior of the Flint Clan discovered he could rise once more, and his mobility was gradually returning. This revelation filled Blacknose with astonishment as he exclaimed, "By the light above, how miraculous! Truly wondrous. Lord Jon Light, you are a divine emissary." In reality, it was merely a straightforward remedy for his long-standing ailment. Upon receiving Jon's message, he promptly rode to Seal Bay, where dozens of warriors from the Light Brigade were boiling seawater in clay pots, while some were roasting acorns, pine nuts, and hazelnuts. Others were mashing gathered blueberries and raspberries into a paste, reportedly for brewing. Meanwhile, Jon was preparing omelets from sea partridge eggs on flat stones, occasionally sampling the creamy, jam-like cheese in jars, nodding in approval. Lord Jon, as Blacknose approached, the likes of Fina, Booker, And warriors Aiden and Shudan were all savoring the egg rolls and white spheres with closed eyes, their faces reflecting sheer delight. "Ah, Elder Blacknose, you have arrived," Jon said with a warm smile, using an egg roll to scoop a portion of ice cream for him. In the north, where ice and snow were abundant, even in summer, it was perfect for creating such a treat. A delicacy unique to the north, sea partridge egg roll with hazelnut and blueberry jam ice cream. Do give it a try? I intend to establish a trade caravan to sell this ice cream, along with salt, roasted acorns, roasted pine nuts, and blueberry wine. I invite your clan to join my caravan. Trust me, it is a veritable gold mine. Elder Black Nose took the dainty scoop, pondering why a fool would desire to eat something cold. Why would I, Black Nose, engage in such a trade? Ice. Even the dogs of the wild men beyond the wall would not partake. Our Flint clan would rather beg for scraps or steal from wild boars than indulge in such folly. Yet, as the cool sensation melted in his mouth, the roasted hazelnut's warmth mingled with the sweet tart flavor of the blueberry jam. He found the taste utterly irresistible. I am willing. We are eager to join your caravan, Black Nose declared loudly. End of chapter 15. Am I, Jon Light, a merchant of deceit? The North is not devoid of commercial opportunities. Rather, its people are often described as unruly, akin to wild wolves, but in truth, they possess a stubbornness that rivals that of mules. This is evident in the attitudes of the northern nobility. To expand the scope of the Light Brigade, Jon extended invitations for collaboration to all northern nobles. The outcome was painfully disheartening. Jon felt a burning sting across his face, a sense of defeat washing over him. The expanse of the north was vast, and to sell ice cream, sea salt, roasted acorns, roasted hazelnuts, roasted pine nuts, and fruit wine, a caravan of wagons was essential. The Flint Clan, with its over 2,000 members, merely resolved the fundamental issues of labor and raw material collection. Jon, at best, possessed 3 horses, while the Flint Clan had only 2. Alongside a dozen cattle, many of which were dairy cows requiring milking for cheese production. Of the cattle, only 3 bulls could be utilized, and even they were barely serviceable. These cattle, having the wild blood of the Northwest bison, were undomesticated and temperamental, rendering them incapable of pulling carts. Despite Jon's attempts to use his druidic powers, he ultimately conceded defeat. As a paladin, he needed to retain 1 horse for appearances, while his dire wolf, Ghost, being a wild creature, could not assist with the burden of transporting goods. Consequently, 2 horses were necessary to form a merchant caravan for trade. In essence, Jon was left with a mere 2-horse caravan, bursting with entrepreneurial zeal and goods, yet unable to attract partners. Indeed, the northern nobility held commerce in disdain, dismissing Jon's overtures with scorn. Aside from a letter of encouragement from Eddard Stark, who provided 100 golden dragons and 2 horses with 20 additional hands, only the ambitious descendant of the Red King, Lord Roose Bolton, showed interest. The Bolton family, as a line of ancient blood, has a storied history in the north, having battled the Stark family for millennia. After their defeat 1,000 years ago, they pledged allegiance to the Starks, yet they revolted again over 300 years ago. The deeply rooted savagery of the Bolton lineage included a notorious practice of skinning, having defeated Stark leaders on several occasions and crafting cloaks from their skins. Lord Roose Bolton's willingness to join Jon's caravan left Jon both amused and perplexed, for their ancestral skinning trade had little relevance in current times. The Boltons had turned to harvesting seal skins for sale, and the astute Roose recognized that Jon's merchant venture could become a potential lucrative client. Given the abundance of seals in Seal Bay, these furs could fetch a fair price in the south, particularly appealing to the Lannister family's merchant ships, who had a penchant for collecting seal pelts. Jon envisioned a fully loaded caravan, traversing the north to trade with various territories, exchanging goods for food, copper coins, silver stag, and furs from the mountain clans. He harbored ambitions of expanding the bright caravan to monopolize the North's trade in pine nuts, hazelnuts, acorns, and furs, transforming the clans of the woods and mountains into suppliers for his enterprise, wielding economic influence over them, and gradually instilling enlightened ideals. Thus, with renewed confidence, Jon extended invitations to all northern nobles for partnership. However, apart from Winterfell, the only response came from the Bolton family, offering to fund him with 50 golden dragons and dispatch a team of wagons to assist in trade, contingent upon Jon hiring the Bolton clan skinners for processing all furs, including seals, walruses, beavers, dire wolves, and Arctic foxes. The art of tanning leather is indeed a skilled endeavor. Collaboration is certainly possible. Yet Jon harbors a profound wariness towards the bloodline of the Red King, the Bolton family, who can muster 2,000 to 3,000 warriors. In business partnerships, If the disparity in power is pronounced, one party may swiftly find themselves subsumed. Moreover, Ramsay Bolton is notoriously ambitious and ruthless. Ultimately, Jon is left to rely on a merchant caravan to peddle his goods. Fortunately, the harvest has proven to be quite bounteous. Over the course of 10 days, he amassed products worth several hundred golden dragons, predominantly furs, as the north is replete with an abundance of pelts, Arctic foxes, Arctic wolves, bears, Arctic hares, and Arctic mice. The most successful item has been fruit wine. Although the brewing of blueberry wine is straightforward, it is not a skill possessed by everyone. The Bright Caravan's blueberry wine, known for its sweetness, quickly gained popularity among the Night's Watch, allowing Jon to exchange for valuable items such as pelts, boar tusks, and wolf fangs, which he subsequently sold in White Harbor. Unlike the Lannisters, whose excrement is as golden as their coins, the North still boasts some astute mountain clans. For instance, the ancestral clan of the Stark matriarch, the Wolfpine clan, comprises 3 significant families: the Trunk clan, the Tree clan, and the Branch clan. As their names suggest, they share a deep blood connection with the Children of the Forest and are staunch supporters of House Stark, having produced numerous members of the Night's Watch. Jon persuaded his mother to transform all 3 families of the Wolfpine clan into his partners, providing acorns, pine nuts, hazelnuts, and various mushrooms, while also aiding in the sale of goods. Together, they managed to assemble a freight wagon, and the Bright Caravan finally began to take shape. During this period, Dawn Fortress flourished increasingly. Elder Blacknose decided to relocate the majority of the tribes to Dawn Fortress, resulting in a congregation of 2,000 to 3,000 individuals. Naturally, this influx led to increased maritime activity. Aside from the ship Jon had procured, several merchant vessels from White Harbor began to arrive for trade, culminating in the formation of a small port, now known as Dawn Harbor. Today, the atmosphere is bustling as a ship from the south arrives to collect furs. This vessel had lingered in White Harbor for a time, transporting Robb Stark, who came to deliver gold and manpower, alongside Arya Stark, who had stealthily boarded the ship. "Jon," Robb Stark called out, raising his hand as he spotted Jon, who was modestly dressed, engaged in boiling salt with some Mountain Clan folk. Robb, with his typical northern appearance, brown hair slightly curled and amber eyes inherited from Lady Stark, held back his excitement, merely waving to Jon. "Brother Jon." In contrast, Arya Stark, a spirited young girl with a bun and bright, dark eyes, could hardly contain herself. As the skiff approached the shore, she eagerly leapt onto the bank, her lively gaze flitting about, taking in the sight of 3,000 to 4,000 people gathered amidst tents and barricades, with goods aplenty in the vibrant hub of Dawn Fortress. "Bright ice cream. Miss, would you care to try some?" In the Flint Clan, the agile individuals were mobilized to promote ice cream, as per Jon's request. During this season, Dawnport was bustling with activity, with even merchant ships from Pentos arriving. The delightful bright ice cream quickly established a market in the north, priced affordably at just half a copper penny. This delicious Bright brand ice cream has become the most sought-after product of the Bright Trading Company, second only to fruit wine. As salmon began their seasonal return, the shores were teeming with these fish, prompting Jon to introduce numerous new specialty flavors. Blueberries and raspberries were at their peak, sweet and delectable. There were hazelnut ice creams adorned with caviar and salmon roe, as well as strawberry and blueberry flavors. And even a thoughtful creation for the Night's Watch, fruit wine-flavored ice cream. For those without coin, wild boar tusks, wolf teeth, pelts, and even acorns, pine nuts, and hazelnuts could be exchanged, items abundant in the north, which would fetch a higher price in the south. The tribespeople of the Flint Clan transformed into salespeople, peddling their wares in nearby towns such as those belonging to the Amber, Karstark, and Bolton families, while the salespeople of the Wolfswood clan ventured westward into the north, reaching as far as Bear Island. It is said that a young girl from Bear Island was particularly fond of these treats. After all, this delicacy withstands the test of time. The cold climate of the north ensures that even in the height of summer, the temperatures remain low, and the ice cream can be kept in boxes without melting. Arya's fingers tingled with excitement as her eyes widened. "Oh my, sturgeon caviar ice cream? What does that taste like? Dear lady, you must try it." The salesperson from the Bright Trading Company kindly offered Arya a taste. In the north, hazelnuts and pine nuts are plentiful, and ice is abundant at the wall. Jon had instilled in all the salespeople of the Bright Trading Company a guiding principle: one must not hesitate to share. The taste of ice cream is unforgettable after just one experience. If someone is reluctant to buy, they may be given one for free, but the second must be paid for. At the same time, they must ensure customers recognize the Bright brand. Without hesitation, Arya accepted the offer, savoring a delightful bite that instantly widened her eyes. "Oh my, it's exquisite." Arya struggled to find words to describe it. Relishing the sensation of the caviar mingling with the ice cream, bursting on her palate with each bite. Arya, my lady. Lord Robb Stark. Both Shaggy Dog and Brienne had already received word that Robb Stark would personally lead supplies to assist Jon, and now they were at the shore to greet him. Jon, barefoot and busy teaching the Flint clansmen how to boil salt, naturally noticed her, and they all approached him. Jon. Robb Stark also disembarked and surveyed his surroundings, taken aback by the bustling scene before him. The mountain clans were transforming the freshly harvested blueberries, raspberries, strawberries, and various other berries into delectable jams. Some were skillfully chiseling blocks of ice, while nearby, a dozen large pits were dug along the shoreline, where the Flint clan and several assisting members of the Wolfwood clan were boiling salt. Merchants were plying their trades back and forth, and at the makeshift port, an impressive fleet of skiffs was busily transporting goods. A fleet of skiffs? The thriving White Harbor in the North sees merely a couple of hundred vessels daily. Yet when did Seal Bay become so lively? Further afield, several enigmatic structures were engaged in the burning of lime and quicklime, where Jon was conducting his research on cement and the crafting of mirrors and glass. The mirrors and glass of this world were lacking in quality. Yet once production scaled up, it would yield immense profit. Regrettably, Jon lacked assistance, and, being somewhat inexperienced himself, could only navigate this endeavor through trial and error. Though Dawn Fortress consisted merely of wooden and stone dwellings, along with tents made of animal hides, the scale of personnel and industry here was indeed daunting for such an unremarkable place as Seal Bay. It was astonishing even within the entirety of the North. In just over a month since Jon ventured forth as a knight-errant, such a scale had materialized. Robb, Arya. Jon smiled as he approached them for an embrace, playfully tousling Arya's bun. What brings you here, Arya? Oh, Jon, you wouldn't believe it. When your illustrious caravan sold ice cream in Winterfell, the taste was simply extraordinary. By the old gods and the new, you don't know how I managed to snag the last ice cream. Sansa, relying on her status as the elder sister, took the lioness share, while father, learning that ice cream could alleviate the stomach pains after consuming meat, indulged quite a bit as well. Arya rambled on, resembling a spirited young rebel, completely omitting the fact that she had sneaked out. Jon listened, astonished, pondering if their bright brand ice cream possessed digestive benefits. Glancing at the clan members chipping away at ancient ice, casually picking their noses and toes, Jon hastily led them towards Dawn Fortress. By the old gods and the new, the North was deficient in green vegetables. The nobility consumed too much meat. Surely, if ice cream could aid digestion, it was a noble endeavor, right? I, Jon Light, am certainly not a charlatan. End of chapter 16, Robb. Being a lord is not just about fighting. As Jon led Arya and Robb towards Dawn Fortress, a slender figure disembarked from the merchant ship accompanying them, a tall man, somewhat out of place with his slight frame and attire of black, carrying a bundle. His gaunt cheeks and graying hair framed a face lined with wrinkles, yet his piercing eyes retained a sharpness. Upon witnessing the lively scene at Dawn Fortress, the man was momentarily taken aback and prepared to step closer for a better look. My lord, are you not bound for Hardhome? Inquired the captain of the merchant vessel, puzzled. Where's this place? The man did not respond to the captain's words. Instead, he surveyed the nascent workshops of the fledgling Dawn Fortress. To him, the emergence of such industrial endeavors in this desolate northern region seemed as improbable as believing in the existence of ghosts. Oh, but wait, there are indeed otherworldly beings. His name was Coben. He believed in the existence of magic and had delved into the arcane arts deemed forbidden by numerous scholarly institutions. All of this was linked to his mentor, the learned Wallace, who was also a believer in the mystical. Years ago, Wallace had traveled to the treacherous settlement beyond the wall aboard a merchant vessel from Pantos. This place lay north of Scars Island, where Wallace lived among the free folk as a healer and advisor, under the protection of the warg chieftain, Gorm. Tragically, when Gorm was slain during a drunken brawl, Wallace recognized the peril of his situation and fled back to Old Town. Subsequently, he penned The Treacherous Settlement, Chronicles of 3 Years Among Barbarians, Raiders, and Forest Witches Beyond the Wall. This tome stirred considerable controversy within the scholarly community, leading to Wallace being criticized by the university for propagating heretical ideas. Nevertheless, the contents of the book profoundly influenced Coben, as much of it had been dictated by Wallace and transcribed by Coben himself. Unfortunately, certain individuals within the academic circles imprisoned Wallace, seeking to rectify his heretical notions, as the scholars of Old Town outright denied the existence of magic and witches, branding them as heresy. Thus, seizing the opportunity presented by lax oversight, Coben clandestinely boarded the merchant ship, intent on reaching the treacherous settlement in search of his missing mentor. Wallace, who had last been seen seeking a vessel bound for that very place. Indeed, although the North forbade free folk and wildlings from venturing south, and the Night's Watch vigilantly controlled smuggling activities, the merchant ships from Pantos had long since commenced trade beyond the wall. They procured furs and local specialties to bring back to Pantos for exorbitant profits, while also selling sugar, salt, and the renowned wines of Pantos. Additionally, slavery was rampant in the free city-states, with the lands beyond the wall serving as a natural source for slaves. Coben, a scholar, found himself in Dawn Fortress, the domain of Sir Jon Light, a man of great generosity, affectionately referred to by the mountain folk as kind-hearted John. He was immensely wealthy and had established a trading caravan. "So, will you remain here and forego the journey to the treacherous settlement?" inquired the captain of the Pantos merchant vessel. "I wish to observe," Coben replied, blinking in disbelief. His protector, the chieftain Gorm, was deceased, and venturing to the settlement might not guarantee his safety. He could very well perish at the hands of the wildlings beyond the wall. However, here, in this place, Coben held an unwavering belief in the travelogue authored by his mentor, which chronicled witches and magic. He had garnered some insights into the study of sorcery and the mystical arts and sensed that under the auspices of Sir Jon Light, he might have a greater opportunity to realize his potential and, in due course, validate some of his hypotheses through daring experiments. "If you disembark here, the fare will not be refunded," the captain remarked slyly. "Suit yourself," Corbin retorted, discarding a comment as he hoisted his belongings and stepped ashore. In this desolate northern expanse known as Seal Bay, the mere existence of a gathering point felt akin to magic. He was now solely curious about the true identity of this knight Jon Light. Within Dawn Fortress, the evening repast featured rye bread, oat bread paired with sea salt, strawberry and blueberry jams, creamy mushroom soup, onion and potato stew with venison, complemented by fresh raspberries, sweet honeyed wine, roasted seal meat, honey-roasted seabird, and salmon burgers. Although the space was modest, it sufficed for a small gathering. John smiled as he demonstrated the proper way to enjoy a salmon burger to Arya, while Robb presented 100 golden dragons sponsored by Eddard Stark. "John, this is from Father," Robb began, hesitating slightly. "You previously wrote to him, suggesting the potential of seal fat for soap making. He wasn't quite familiar with it, but he has entrusted me to represent House Stark." Robb held his head high with pride. "Thank you, Robb," John replied with a gentle smile. "Rest assured, the Stark family will reap the benefits for a long time. This 100 golden dragons equates to a 10% stake for your family. There is an abundant supply of seal blubber here, along with a considerable number of whales. The soap trade will flourish. We have recently discovered sustainable methods for seal husbandry, yet I find myself in need of more hands. Father has decreed that the free folk from our lands may be summoned at your discretion." Robb added, "Brother John, if I join your caravan, will there be endless ice cream?" Arya inquired, her focus on mastering the art of burger consumption. "Even without joining, I can ensure you have your fill. But moderation is key. Too much can upset a girl's stomach." "Upset stomach? Why?" Matters for adults. Children should refrain from asking." At her innocent query, both John and Robb momentarily faltered. John, feeling guilty, recalled that the ice cream was made from ancient ice, its hygiene questionable. Consuming it could lead to unfortunate consequences, and such delicacies should be avoided by children. Robb, on the other hand, misinterpreted John's concern as a reference to a girl's monthly cycle. "Very well. Let us discuss your territory. Are you preparing to conquer Scars Island?" "Indeed." John nodded, and they swiftly redirected the conversation to prevent Arya's inquisitive nature from delving deeper. "This time, I have brought not only 20 subjects but also 30 warriors, the finest of the North. They will assist you." Robb raised his chin slightly, pride evident in his tone regarding the prowess of northern warriors, capable of taking on 3 or 4 southerners. "That is splendid news. But why not consider hiring some mercenaries?" "I mean, it seems you possess some wealth," Robb inquired, his brow furrowing gently. John shook his head slightly, casting a meaningful glance at Robb. "Conquering the physical form of one's enemies is merely a secondary strategy. The true strength lies in conquering their hearts and minds. I must not only shatter their physical being, but also dismantle their spirit. The folk of the North are akin to wild wolves, each fiercely independent. If I do not vanquish them through my own might, they shall never yield. Even if I could suppress them temporarily, I could not hold them down indefinitely. Mercenaries are ultimately external forces, and in the future, the free folk of these mountains will outnumber my domain. If I cannot utterly crush both their bodies and spirits, how could I ever expect their allegiance?" John's words prompted Robb to nod thoughtfully. Though there are thousands on Skaggs Island, they are untrained free folk. A mere 100 elite warriors could break them in a single charge. Robb remarked, "That is indeed the case. However, to conquer these free folk, one must employ noble virtues, a perfect will, and my own charismatic persona to win them over. Jon replied earnestly, being a lord is not merely about fighting and killing. It entails. Robb paused, frowning. Charisma? Do the free folk even comprehend what charisma is? Just then, Elder Blacknose rushed in, visibly agitated. My lord, it's dire news. He hurried in, panting, his expression grave as he sighed. My lord, the Magners on Skaggs Island are simply they assert that the Magners will never surrender. Oh, Jon furrowed his brow. This was within his expectations, for the wild men beyond the wall are known for their stubbornness and cannot be easily subdued. They have also set forth a condition. What condition? Jon inquired. The Magners will never surrender unless their needs for food and shelter are met. A gratitude note to the readers, including various usernames, followed. But it is irrelevant. The chapter concludes with the declaration that the Magners will never surrender unless provided for. Furthermore, their leader, Stig, demands to come to the island for a meeting with you. Elder Blacknose frowned and added, their vessels are currently adrift in Seal Bay. You are aware that there is a decree in the north prohibiting the people of Skaggs Island from landing, and the Night's Watch would slay those wild men. So, what do you think? Jon smiled. The Magners also demand provisions? Indeed, they not only seek food and shelter, but also request wages, sustenance, and housing, while insisting that their worship of the old gods remain unimpeded. This demand is utterly outrageous. Even the king cannot fulfill such requests. Do they think our Dawn Fortress is a treasury? There isn't enough wealth to accommodate such excess. On their island, there were as many as 5,000 inhabitants, making the provision of food a significant challenge. Even with a gold mine, it would be impossible to sustain such a multitude, lamented Elder Blacknose with a heavy sigh. He had witnessed firsthand Jon's tireless efforts to support the Flint Clan. These damned wildlings. Robb could not contain his anger, yet Jon laughed heartily. This is no insurmountable task. In the future, my bright fortress will shine as the beacon of the 7 kingdoms and humanity. Seal Bay is rich in fisheries, and we have mastered the art of salt production. Do not underestimate me. Even if there were 50,000 on Skagos Island, once our trade caravans are established, I shall sustain them all. Elder Blacknose was taken aback. Arya wrinkled her little nose and said, Jon, you cannot be serious. Winterfell barely supports 3,000 or 4,000 farmers each winter. It is a struggle as it is, and you intend to provide for tens of thousands. Skagos Island originally housed a dozen clans, 3 of which were major houses. Now, they were collectively known as the Monarch, divided into several tribes. Among those seeking refuge were the Cern, who were not originally from Skagos. Over a millennium, those northern nobles defeated by House Stark had multiplied beyond the wall and faced invasions, leading to the Cern Monarch now ruling the entire island. In ancient tongues, Monarch signifies leader. Thus, these Cern were once the leaders of their ancestors, hailing from the Hall of Kings, bound by law and a strict hierarchy, adorned with bronze helmets, axes of bronze or stone, short spears with leaf-shaped tips, leather shirts reinforced with bronze, and rudimentary leather shields edged in copper. Historically, they were akin to the personal guard of the first king of the Flint Clan, serving as close attendants, reminiscent of the king's golden robes. Go. Let them come before me, Jon commanded with a wave of his hand. Elder Blacknose hesitated briefly before whispering, My Lord Jon, the free folk have not set foot on northern soil for over 1,000 years. Are you truly certain you wish to allow them ashore? Indeed, go forth. The Bright Company shall dispatch 100 warriors to greet these free folk from Skagos Island. Jon replied with a calm smile. Under the light, all shall be treated equally. In my bright fortress, every race shall enjoy equality, devoid of oppression or discrimination, as long as they become subjects of the light. Elder Blacknose, do you recall the spirit of light I spoke of? Blacknose appeared momentarily stunned. To speak frankly, the northern nobility, particularly the Amber and Karstark families near the wall, harbored a profound disdain for the wildlings, while the mountain clans suffered greatly from their incursions. Referring to them as free folk was a euphemism. The mountain clans themselves looked down upon the wildlings beyond the wall. Yet, my Lord Jon has genuinely upheld the principle of equality during this time. What is the spirit of light? Arya inquired, her bright eyes shimmering with confusion. By the table, Fina and Book stood erect, reciting alongside Elder Blacknose the ideals of freedom, democracy, and prosperity, striving to realize dreams of enlightenment, equality, and sustenance, in pursuit of a radiant land free from oppression, where all individuals are equal. To honor the Magna people, Jon orchestrated a welcoming ceremony, with the warriors of the Light Brigade beating small drums and sounding bronze horns. 50 warriors, clad in uniform white cloaks, wielding oak shields and iron swords, adorned with iron helmets, stood solemnly in formation, creating an avenue of respect. The vessels of the free folk from beyond the wall approached the shore under the vigilant gaze of 3 Night's Watch warships, which engaged in a display of friendly interaction. Observing this, Jon smiled and remarked to Book, "Make sure to send 500 pounds of fruit wine to our brothers at Eastwatch, in gratitude for their support." "Certainly," replied Book, somewhat nervously, swallowing hard. His anxious demeanor did not go unnoticed by Arya, who giggled and teased him as timid Book, though he feigned bravado. His expression betrayed his apprehension. Meanwhile, Fina, ever the inquisitive one, exchanged a knowing glance with Arya, and the two began animatedly discussing the attire of the wildlings. "Jon, they are armed," Robb interjected. Jon nodded gently. "Their leader, provided he is not a fool, knows that the Night's Watch of Eastwatch could easily annihilate them. Besides, my warriors of the Light Brigade are not to be trifled with. They consume meat daily." Robb was momentarily taken aback. The individual leading the landing was the island's mightiest warrior, Stee. Born in Cern, located in the northernmost region beyond the wall, it lay nestled in a high mountain valley. Hidden within the Frostfang's extreme north at the King's Hall, he was once poised to become the king of the wildlings. However, misfortune struck when he encountered the odious traitor of the Night's Watch, Mance Rayder. After suffering defeat at Mance's hands twice, Stee and his tribe sailed from the difficult terrain to Skagos Island, seeking refuge while plotting a counteroffensive against the wildlings and Mance in a battle to the death. Jon Snow, the boy who has yet to grow a beard. Do not harbor such delusions. Mance has bested him twice without him yielding. Do we Magna people resemble wildlings susceptible to corruption by gold and sweets? As for provisions and accommodation, Stee deemed this an unreasonable demand. Feeding and housing thousands was beyond Jon's capability. Even the Stark family of the North could not manage such without calling upon their vassals for taxes and provisions. If money could buy the noble souls of us Magna, what would separate us from domesticated lambs? Do not dream. I, Stee, would rather sacrifice my life than grovel like a dog for monetary gain. Stee, tall and lean, with a clean-shaven face, a bald head, a strong straight nose, and deep-set gray eyes, surveyed the Dawn fortress clad in a wolfskin coat, a steel sword hanging from his waist. Simultaneously, he observed the well-equipped soldiers of the Light Brigade, as well as Jon and his companions. Indeed, it was a bustling scene. As he contemplated the forces required to seize control here, he recognized that this opportunity, under the pretense of accepting the invitation from Elder Blacknose of the Flint Clan, could allow him to bypass the bothersome crows, the Night's Watch, at Eastwatch. His son, Saigon, bore a striking resemblance to his father, albeit shorter and more slender, with gray-blue eyes and black hair, clad in bronze greaves and a leather tunic adorned with bronze scales. He stood to one side, a bronze sword hanging at his waist. As the de facto rulers of Skagos for centuries, the Thens possessed not only simple laws and a hierarchical system, but also rudimentary craftsmanship in the creation of shields, swords, and garments. Stid could certainly perceive the thriving visage of Dawn Fortress. He furrowed his brow, pondering the machinations of this young upstart, Jon Snow, and his ludicrous ambition to win over the free folk of Skagos with sweet words. Such folly. If Mance Rayder had failed, what could this pretender hope to achieve? Especially without the backing of his thousands of fierce wildling warriors? In Stid's estimation, the clear course was to plunder Dawn Fortress and leverage the strength of these northerners to defeat Mance Rayder. However, it appeared that Jon Snow was not easily deceived. The soldiers guarding this place were clad in bright armor, each wielding shields and iron swords, their white cloaks arranged in perfect order. Such military discipline was something Stid had never witnessed among the crows. The crows, though well-armed and donned in leather armor, were mere mercenaries, their combat skills honed through relentless training. In contrast, the wildlings lacked such discipline, rarely practicing formations. Jon Snow, however, prioritized order, for it was essential to a military's obedience and discipline. The Light Brigade stood in perfect alignment, executing commands with precision. Were these elite soldiers truly a gift from Stark to this bastard? Stid internally scoffed, dismissing Jon as merely a pretender with a touch of wealth. Nothing more. Stid. Elder Blacknose waved at him, their familiarity evident. The realms beyond the wall and the north had long engaged in clandestine exchanges. One could recall the original tale when Robert Baratheon visited Winterfell to see his old friend Eddard Stark, with Mance Rayder disguised as a minstrel, performing at the King's banquet. The two parties exchanged pleasantries, a steady stream of conversation flowing between them. Stid, with his gray-blue eyes, blinked at Blacknose in acknowledgement before casting a mischievous glance towards Jon, who trailed behind. A single look startled him. Before them stood the youthful knight, Jon Light, who appeared remarkably young, a mere boy yet to fully mature. However, he exuded an aura of mystery that scars, having previously encountered numerous foreign entities. Recognized as the essence of sorcery, the power of magic. Stiddy, a warrior from the Hall of King Cern, Jon intoned softly, revealing Stiddy's origins. Robb, Arya, Fina, and Book, among others, trailed closely behind him, while Scholar Cobain seized the opportunity to observe the gathering. You know my father? Stiddy did not respond, but his son, Saigon, voiced his confusion, his youth rendering him forthright. Of course, I know, Jon declared, lifting the dragon crystal wand in his hand, which was adorned with a magnificent dragon crystal. As Jon spoke gently, the wand emanated a soft, warm white light. You hail from the far northern realm of Cern, which has ruled Scars Island for centuries. The traitor Mance Raider of the Night's Watch defeated you, forcing you to seek refuge on Scars Island. You come here in search of resources, poised to plunder and strengthen yourselves. The light illuminates your souls. Before me, Jon Light, you possess no secrets. Jon proclaimed with a faint smile. I am the light. The light is me. The long night approaches, yet the light shall not fade. Stiddy and Saigon gazed intently at the gentle glow of the dragon crystal wand. Witnessing visions of their defeat, the harrowing escape to Scars Island, and the image of this young man wielding the wand, under whose rule the free folk thrived on a resplendent island. Sorcery. Stiddy shook his head defiantly, raising his iron sword, his eyes burning with fierce determination. You will not sway me. If you seek to conquer us, the Magnar, you must do so with blood and fire. In response, the dozens of Magnar who had crossed the sea with him brandished their blades. Meanwhile, behind Jon, the warriors of the Light Brigade, led by Aiden and Struden, swiftly formed a protective line, raising their shields and spears to shield Jon and his companions. In an instant, the atmosphere around Dawn Fortress shifted. Stiddy, you have lost your senses. Blacknose shouted loudly, incredulous. Who would choose to toil under the open sky when one can have food, shelter, and wages? What is the worth of living as a free folk or savage for mere pennies? Our Flint Clan thrives. Everyone has food to eat, clothes to wear, and money to earn. We have medicine for the sick, and Lord Jon is even planning to establish schools for our children. Is this not a life worth living? We Magnar have no tradition of bowing to the noble dogs of the north. Stiddy retorted coldly. Robb Stark furrowed his brow, preparing to draw his sword, but Jon intervened, waving his hand for the soldiers of the Light Brigade to stand down. As the leader of the Magma clan of Cern, you should be aware that my ambition to conquer Skarsgård Island with blood and fire will require little effort. Therefore, adhering to the traditions of our ancestors and the Undull people, and in the presence of the old gods and the Seven, I, Jon Light, challenge you to a duel. Let us engage in battle as men. The victor shall claim Skarsgård Island, while the vanquished shall forever submit to the conqueror. Jon's words resonated with gravitas. What? A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. Fina and Arya simultaneously turned their gazes toward Jon, while Book, Stone Tower, and Elder Blacknose exhibited signs of unease. Strikingly, Robb Stark, Aiden, and Stutton, who were aware of Jon's prowess, remained silent. A smirk played upon Jon's lips. Though I am a druid, I am also a swordsman. Having received a commendable education in Winterfell, swordsmanship is a traditional art I have not forsaken since my arrival in this realm. Rather, I have honed my skills further. In recent days, I have trained alongside the warriors of the Light Brigade, growing ever stronger, and I possess the power of the druids. The forces of nature and the light, young knight. If you fall beneath my blade, can you ensure that the Starks of the North will not seek vengeance? Stid fixed a cold stare on Jon, warily glancing at Robb and several cloaked Stark soldiers. To him, Jon, a seemingly frail figure, appeared no more formidable than a dire wolf. One strike would suffice to cleave him asunder. His concern lay not with Jon, but with the Stark family. Sorcery, the mightiest shapeshifter of the far lands, a skin changer. He relies on a bear and a wolf. What could this Jon Light command? Wolves or bears? Such dreams are folly. Merely a petty noble with a hint of wealth. He could at best share vision with birds. Fear not, I shall spare your life. Jon's retort dripped with audacity as he smiled faintly while unsheathing his sword and accepting a shield from Stutton. Come now, leader of the Magma clan of Cern. Let me witness your prowess. Out of respect, I shall wield only half my strength to avoid causing undue harm. Jon's words stoked the flames of Stid's fury, igniting his rage. With a mighty roar, he lunged forward, swinging his sword at Jon. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 18 requires additional payment, my lord. With a swift motion, Stid's blade descended with formidable force, slicing through the air towards Jon's head. "Be careful," Arya and Fina screamed in unison. Yet, Jon's speed surpassed Stid's by a significant margin. In his previous life as a defense student, Jon excelled in both academics and combat skills, consistently achieving top marks each semester. He gracefully ducked and leaped backward, his longsword remaining sheathed, merely tapping Stid on the thigh. "That's a jab to your thigh," Jon exclaimed, a confident smile adorning his face. "Die," Stid roared, gripping his sword with both hands. He delivered a powerful horizontal slash, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. At this moment, the distinction between the wild men of the outer lands and the inhabitants within the Great Wall becomes evident. Despite Stid's robust physique, his swordsmanship lacks finesse, relying solely on brute strength to sweep his opponents aside. It is no wonder that the Night's Watch, with scarcely 1,000 men, can hold back hundreds of thousands of wildlings. Stid's repeated defeats at the hands of Mance Rayder are thus understandable. Rayder is at least a product of professional military training. Hailing from the Night's Watch, this sword pierces your chest. This sword strikes at your waist. This sword penetrates your throat. With a series of graceful leaps, Jon's unsheathed sword tip barely strayed from Stid's body, landing several precise strikes, while the latter could only respond with impotent fury, wildly swinging his longsword. "Stid, you are already quite formidable. You nearly caused me to stumble," Jon exclaimed, springing back and planting his sword into the ground. The sunlight bathed Jon in a soft, white glow, reminiscent of a paladin, as he solemnly shook his head. "I, Jon Light, would gladly bestow upon you the title of the strongest swordsman of Scarl's Island. You have done your utmost, nearly disrupting my footing and almost making me sweat." Jon pretended to wipe non-existent perspiration from his brow. Stid's rage reached its zenith. He could endure no more. With a resounding roar, he stomped his feet, kicking up clods of earth, and thrust his sword forward with ferocity. The strike was swift and forceful, causing him to lose some balance. However, Jon merely shook his head. In a flash, he shifted his left leg forward, crouching low, and executed a sweeping kick with his right leg. With a resounding thud, Stid was sent sprawling through the air, flailing his arms in panic. His eyes widened as the ground rushed closer, culminating in a loud thump as he landed in the mud, akin to a dog in disgrace. The fall was jarring. Despite Stid's considerable strength, he found himself disoriented and unable to rise for a while. Father, Stid's son, Saigon, witnessing the scene, unsheathed his bronze sword without a second thought and charged at Jon with a shout. "Ah, the youthful exuberance. At merely 14 years old," Jon sighed, resigned, as he prepared to engage. Unlike Stid, Saigon's swordplay was relatively agile, and he unleashed a flurry of rapid thrusts. Yet, as the saying goes, do not challenge another's expertise with your hobby. Jon had received professional noble swordsmanship training in Winterfell, his military prowess far surpassing that of any commoner, let alone a wildling like Saigon. With a few deft maneuvers, Jon deftly maneuvered behind Saigon and delivered a sharp jab to his waist. With a resounding impact, Saigon instantly felt his waist weaken, unable to maintain his grip on the bronze sword, collapsing to the ground, incapacitated. At this moment, the wild men on Skel's Island sensed impending doom and drew their long swords, while the warriors of the Radiant Order unsheathed their shields and swords, forming a battle line. "Are you convinced?" Jon turned his head, a faint sadness in his gaze as he looked to the sky. "I, Jon Light, have encountered many warriors since my inception, and you have proven formidable, nearly making me break a sweat. You are worthy of basking in the radiance of light and becoming the subjects of my domain." Jon spoke calmly. Struck down and reduced to a pitiful state, Stid struggled to lift his head. The blows Jon had dealt him had targeted his pressure points and joints, leaving him in excruciating pain. Though his eyes were filled with defiance and rage, what could he say? Stid's gaze wandered. His people were surrounded by the warriors of the Radiant Order, poised for annihilation, while the Night's Watch ships patrolled the coast. I underestimated it. I never imagined Jon Light to be so powerful. Stid mused, contemplating whether he truly had to surrender. I refuse to submit. I am the proud Magnar. We are willing to bow to you, but we demand the same treatment as the Flint Clan. Stid hesitated, words escaping him, when his son Saigon boldly interjected. Jon nodded with satisfaction. Very well, you may train with the Radiant Order for a time. And who are you? I am Saigon, the eldest son of Stid, hailing from the King's Hall of the Magnars. Saigon declared with pride. Saigon. Stid gritted his teeth, his expression one of frustration. Father, we must consider the future of our tribe. Saigon retorted mercilessly, leading to an escalating argument between father and son. Watching the exchange, a clever scheme began to form in Jon's mind. Meanwhile, The surrounding subjects witnessed their lord, Jon Light, display such prowess, effortlessly handling two opponents without even drawing his sword from its sheath. They erupted in cheers. Radiant Knight. Lord Jon, Radiant Knight. The cheers echoed through the harbor. And Jon closed his eyes, relishing the adulation. Robb gazed intently, lost in thought, while Arya was filled with excitement, and Fina blushed, staring at her master in awe. 7 days later, having organized everything, Jon prepared to lead his army onto Skell's Island. The island's strongest forces, Stid and his son, had already been recruited by Jon. Days prior, he had sent scouts to survey potential locations for the construction of the Radiant Fortress. Skell's Island would officially be renamed Radiant Island. Thousands were busy packing. And at Dawn Harbor, ships flowed continuously, transporting supplies and personnel to the shores of Radiant Island. Saigon, once we disembark, I have arranged everything. At that moment, as we guide Jon Light, Stid, still unwilling to surrender, whispered to Saigon in secrecy, plotting a counterattack upon their return to the island. Father, I have joined the Radiant Order and become a glorious warrior of the light. I shall strive to build a free, democratic, and prosperous Radiant Isle. Father, in the future, please refrain from seeking me out for conversation, as I fear Lord Jon may misinterpret our interactions. You traitor. Stiddy seethed, his anger evident as he furiously berated. That Jon Light has promised you a monthly salary that has led you to betray the honor of the Magnar people. Stiddy exclaimed. 200 silver dear. As I am a captain. Saigon gently shook his head and turned away, choosing not to engage further. What? How can he receive more than I do? How infuriating. I only earn 100 silver dear. Stiddy growled through clenched teeth once Saigon was out of earshot. Once Saigon had distanced himself, Stiddy stormed over to Jon, who was preparing to board a ship, and brazenly inquired, Lord Jon, will I truly receive a salary every month? Of course, Jon replied. And I can use my salary to buy wine at any time? Certainly, everyone on Radiant Isle can do so. Currently, money is a bit scarce. You can work daily to earn work points, which can be exchanged for wine and meat, with discounts for the locals. Is that true, Lord Jon? Can I enjoy the hefty discounts offered by that fellow, Violent Blacknose? Oh, my lord, what I mean is, as the leader of Skeller's Isle and a native of Radiant Isle, your loyal subject, could my salary be distinguished from that of the ordinary locals? When I mention the locals, I refer to everyone except that old Blacknose and my son Saigon. By the gods, that scoundrel eats slightly more than I do. How is it that his salary exceeds mine by 100 silver dear? What do you mean? It must be increased, my lord. We Magnar people shall never bow to money. Unless, of course, the offer is exceedingly generous. End Chapter 19. Radiant Isle and Scholar Cobain. After months of struggle, Radiant Isle finally fell into Jon's hands. As he stepped onto the island in a small boat, his heart swelled with indescribable emotions. Ah, Jon Light. After drifting for over a decade, I finally possess my own territory, Jon mused. Robb, standing nearby, rolled his eyes but couldn't help but admire Jon's remarkable ability to amass such a significant following in such a short time. Arya burst into laughter, teasing, Brother Jon. Your voice sounds like that of an old man. Only Fina, with her cheeks flushed, gazed up at Jon with admiration, flanking him on either side, her eyes sparkling. Brother Jon, shall we build your radiant fortress here? Arya inquired. Jon nodded, feeling Fina's intense gaze upon him, silently lamenting. This little girl won't develop feelings for me. Will she? I don't mind, but 3 years is the minimum, and the highest penalty is death. Reject the allure of juvenile aesthetics. Let the reform begin with you. This pernicious trend must be curtailed. During this period, the young girl has increasingly admired Jon after witnessing his prowess firsthand. She often lingers around him, and even requests to sleep beside him at night, much like Arya did in her childhood. Arya would frequently beg Jon to tell her stories or engage in playful antics, establishing a close bond between them. Similarly, the spirited Fina is not shy. Both girls, flanking Jon, implore him to regale them with tales. However, it must be said that Fina possesses an abundant natural energy. After sharing stories with her for several nights and experiencing some intimate moments, Jon senses his magical abilities intensifying. Could it be that my magic can be advanced through certain intimate interactions? This notion feels rather embarrassing. A peculiar expression crossed Jon's face. I would never cultivate my powers in such a manner. Absolutely not. As he spoke, Jon tightened his grip on Fina's small hand. Indeed, she autonomously absorbs natural energy, responding on her own. Though occupied with mundane inventions recently, Jon has felt his inherent natural abilities grow stronger. He has begun to sense that he can wield some healing powers, and the incantation of the three-eyed raven has granted him this ability. This healing power resembles that of a priest, which he refers to as healing energy, yet, it bears a closer resemblance to blood magic. To heal an individual, one must draw upon the life force of another. In the original tale, Daenerys' child was harmed by a witch using this very method to save Drogo. Delving deeper, this healing magic seems akin to dark magic, seizing the vitality of others to restore life. Upon further reflection, the so-called healing ability of a priest is likely similar, differing only in that priests draw upon angelic or divine power, or the faith of their devoted followers. This raw, undeveloped healing ability is rather terrifying, and Jon currently hesitates to employ it as he contemplates how to refine it, aiming for a version devoid of side effects, or rather, akin to the pure healing power of true priests. Nevertheless, establishing a comprehensive and straightforward medical system is not beyond Jon's capabilities. Fina. Once the construction of the Beacon of Light commences, you may select some children from the island's freemen and our original freemen to form a priestly class, where you will first learn basic medical knowledge, Jon said to Fina. Fina's cheeks flushed crimson. Lord Jon, may I? She asked, her lips pressed together, her face resembling a rosy apple. You may. And what about me, brother? I also wish to learn on Beacon Island, Arya exclaimed. Jon shot a glance at Robb, who wore a look of resigned acceptance. Just wait. Once the school is built, you shall both attend classes together. Jon squinted at Beacon Island, his grand vision having taken its first step towards realization. Now he has assistants. The scholar Cobain, who fled from the academic city, is currently aiding Jon in compiling educational materials and is preparing to board a ship. Jon took on Book as his apprentice to learn certain scholarly knowledge that even Jon himself was unfamiliar with. This unexpected boon was deeply felt by Jon, who sensed the subtle guidance of the gods behind it. Undoubtedly, Coban the scholar was also under divine influence, as he practiced the creation of artificial whites and held beliefs in dark magic. In addition to Coban, Jon received further assistance from the three-eyed crow's divine revelations. This ancient god, the Green Prophet, who slumbered within the roots of the heart tree beyond the wall, conveyed a message to Jon through the fishleaf wood. Under his guidance, Mira and Jojen Reed of House Reed would come to aid him. Furthermore, the witches, shapeshifters, male sorcerers, and worshippers of the old gods beyond the wall had all, to varying degrees, received insights from the three-eyed crow, offering their support to Jon, much like the followers of the Light King, such as the Red Priestess and the Storm King, who were guided to Jon's side. The three-eyed crow assured Jon that his current location was indeed at Frostfang, not far from the giant's abode and close to the realm of eternal winter. He earnestly hoped that Jon would gather strength to rescue him. The north was abundant with fishleaf wood, and Bright Island also boasted many millennia-old specimens. It was likely that the Reed family, guided to him, possessed fishleaf wood as well, and the Stark family of Winterfell certainly did. The Green Prophet, with his cunning and dark demeanor, was poised to emerge as the ultimate victor, having occupied Bran's body to become the king ruling over the Seven Kingdoms, while orchestrating Jon Snow's downfall, the prophesied son of the Light King, leading him to unwittingly slay his own aunt. It seemed that before Bran's emergence, the Green Prophet had initially intended to possess Mira or Jojen Reed. Jon suddenly stumbled upon a crucial clue. In the saga of Ice and Fire, it appeared that the last laugh belonged to the Green Prophet, as he had undoubtedly considered more than just one substitute like Mira, Jojen, or even Bran, whether it be the old gods, the Light King, or the Cold God. There were various schemes and contingencies in place. Jon, of course, could not be a mere pawn, yet the Cold God indeed stood as the enemy of all life. There was no immediate need to confront him. Uniting forces to combat the common enemy of life was paramount. The Green Prophet was a deity of the children of the forest, and both the giants and many of the sorcerers beyond the wall worshipped the children of the forest. With his assistance, unifying the lands beyond the wall would be significantly more efficient. The construction of Bright Island would also receive considerable support, as the wildlings beyond the wall represented the finest labor force. Once Bright Island was established, the dynamics of who was the player and who was the piece would remain uncertain, Jon mused, contemplating the construction plans. The island possessed ample water resources, fertile black soil, a small iron mine, and surprisingly, abundant limestone and saltpeter, essential materials for cement production. Several streams traversed the island, which is also home to sweetwater wells. Cultivating potatoes, rye, and oats poses no challenge, especially if a magical array crafted from dragon crystal is employed to ensure that certain regions do not succumb to permafrost. Coupled with the abundant millennia-old bird guano scattered across the land, this is sufficient to transform thousands of acres into fertile fields. The surrounding fisheries are remarkably bountiful. In addition to salmon and trout, sardines abound, while seals, sea lions, walruses, and various seabirds thrive in profusion, and whales are in overwhelming numbers. The island boasts an abundance of berries and blueberries, often drawing northern bears to swim ashore for a feast. The forests are teeming with wild boars, mountain goats, and bison, yet conspicuously devoid of large predatory felines. In Jon's mind, several industrial chain concepts have already taken shape: bright brand candles, matches, ice cream, jams, canned fish and meat, fruit wines, sea salt, nuts, soap, as well as perfumes and medicines. One day, the Knights of Light finally arrived at the Island of Light. Chapter 20. Beautiful Island of Light. On the far side of the mountains and oceans lies the Island of Light. It is a place of beauty and radiance, thriving in peace and prosperity, treating all its citizens, including the free folk, with equality, and serving delicious ice cream. Oh, beautiful Island of Light. Simply by reporting the name of the Knights of Light at Seal Bay, one can embark on a journey to the all-inclusive Island of Light, becoming a proud citizen of this illustrious realm. At some unknown time, a song began to circulate among the clans of the North and the forest tribes beyond the wall. In no time, nearly everyone in the North was aware that Skell's Island had transformed into the Island of Light, renowned for producing the most authentic bright brand ice cream. The free folk who ventured there not only enjoyed food and accommodation, but also received regular wages and work quotas. The children of the island had the opportunity to attend school and acquire knowledge, with the most crucial aspect being healthcare. The Knights of Light dispatched numerous priestly teams to provide free medical services to the citizens of the North, the Night's Watch, and even the wildlings beyond the wall. Several teams of priests became active in various castles and tribal gatherings throughout the North, achieving in less than half a year a remarkable reality: wherever there is light, there is an opportunity to bask in it. Through Jon's tireless efforts and the assistance of Bachelor Cobain, the medical skills of the Island of Light's priestly students have finally surpassed the rudimentary level of veterinary care. When treating the people of the North and the wildlings, the ailments generally fall into three categories: colds, fevers, and digestive issues. After observing the tongue's coding and basic symptoms, they would employ steam herbal baths. These baths, of course, required genuine herbs, rather than the nonsensical ingredients recorded in the city, such as cow dung and maiden's blood. Regrettably, Jon had not mastered acupuncture in his past life. Otherwise, this mysterious Eastern art would have astounded the continent of Westeros. The second category addresses rheumatic and bone pain, which can be treated with heat therapy. For external injuries and swelling, the procedure is even simpler: disinfecting, bandaging, and splinting. The third category pertains to the prevalent digestive issues in the North, where the diet is rich in meat, yet the wildlings also consume a variety of meats while lacking sufficient vegetables. Jon, with keen insight, commenced a large-scale search for wild mint in the North, crafting small packets of mint tea. These were encased in paper made from grass pulp, with instructions for those with delicate stomachs to steep the tea in hot water and consume it daily, accompanied by bright brand ice cream to facilitate digestion. Even Lord Stark himself praised its efficacy. For merely half a copper coin, or even without payment, one could enjoy the same mint tea and ice cream relished by the Duke of the North, Lord Stark. With such trifling measures, rumors of the miraculous powers of the priests of light spread fervently. After all, a priestly entourage that charged no fees seemed a divine blessing, especially since they genuinely possessed healing abilities. At this very moment, on the southeastern shore of Bright Island, the construction of Bright Fortress was in full swing, with nearly 20,000 mountain clansmen and free folk laboring diligently to earn their rations and provisions. The foundations were excavated to a remarkable depth of over 10 meters. Due to its coastal location, the depths could serve as a dock. Jon, drawing from his previous life as a national defense student, resolved to transform this place into a permanent stronghold. The excavated dock would accommodate cargo ships and facilitate evacuations during times of war, while also serving as a point for unloading various stones and lumber. Beneath the fortress, a sluice gate controlled the flow of seawater, while a massive stone mill was being constructed alongside several windmills to provide power for Bright Fortress. The turbulent sea and sharp sea breeze ensured that the windmills would almost never cease their rotation. The entire fortress was designed in accordance with the pinnacle of 19th-century fortification principles, akin to the French fortifications of that era. Although the Maginot Line of the French Empire became a subject of jest, the design philosophies of 19th-century France remained unparalleled. The battleships and fortifications of the British Empire heavily utilized French designs. Jon, an eclectic thinker, also integrated elements of Prussian defensive systems and Eastern-style arrow towers and watchtowers. Moreover, Bright Island was set to construct 15 lighthouses, utilizing candles made from whale and seal oil to guide vessels through the night. The enormous mirrors, driven by the windmills, would slowly rotate to refract light, transforming the island into a realm of everlasting brightness. Lord Jon, at that moment, was presented with a stack of freshly produced grass paper by Bachelor Coben. "The latest paper meets the thickness you requested," Coben said with a subtle smile, his eyes ablaze with ambition. In Jon's presence, Coben was regarded as a cultured individual, now resembling a grand steward with considerable authority. This place was not only infused with the knowledge of the Academy, but also steeped in arcane magic. Here, Coben's talents flourished abundantly. Indeed, a great scholar should be as such. As Jon, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, slowly opened them, a smile graced his face as he regarded Coben. Oh. He took the paper to examine it. It resembled oiled paper, suitable for printing educational materials. Excellent. The matter of the textbooks must be prioritized. This paper is crafted from the abundant wild grasses of the north, rendering it remarkably inexpensive. Presently, the Flint Clan has entirely relocated to Bright Island, with even the widows of Crackstone Mountain responding to the call, sending a considerable number of their people. The mountain clans of Wolfwood have also joined the ranks, bringing the total population of the island to a staggering 20 to 30,000 souls. In the north, such a number constitutes a formidable force not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, in the outer lands, the Light Priests have deeply ingrained themselves within the hearts of the populace over the past half-year. They offer free medical care and provide their signature products, light-branded salt, candles, matches, soap, and jam, at little to no cost. Wherever there are people, the Light brand is present. Adults can labor on Bright Island in exchange for food and clothing. The elderly receive medical care, and children can attend school on the island at no charge, learning the ways of light to become priests, warriors, or laborers. Jon feels that the time has come. The construction of Bright Fortress is now progressing smoothly, with the plans entrusted to Prime Minister Coben, alongside Elder Robb, Blacknose, and Steed overseeing the work. It is time for him to venture into the outer lands. He must personally seek the allegiance of the clans beyond the wall before the White Walkers appear. According to his memories, time is of the essence. The narrative of a song of ice and fire is on the verge of unfolding, with the emergence of the White Walkers and the Night's Watch Rangers mysteriously disappearing. A timeline that aligns with the coming year. Jon resolves to scout the path ahead, noting that the groundwork laid by the Light Priests and merchant caravans is nearly complete. Additionally, there is crucial intelligence to be gathered. Mance Rayder, the king of the wildlings in the original tale, is attempting to unify the outer lands, waging war and defeating numerous clans. Jon covets the giants and shapeshifters of the outer lands as invaluable, cheap labor, and cannot allow Mance Rayder to succeed. Whether the outer lands descend into chaos is a matter for Jon Snow to determine. The Iron Throne rotates. Perhaps next year, it will be my family's turn. Have the iron sword and hammer I requested from the Night's Watch blacksmith been forged? My lord, they are complete. Very well. Gather Elder Blacknose, Robb, Steed, Saigon, Aiden, Stutton, and the elders of the Wolfwood clan. I have an important announcement to make. End of chapter. Chapter 21. Under the long sword and hammer. All beasts and demons shall be swept away soon. Robb, who had been studying under Jon, along with Arya, who stubbornly refused to leave, Elder Blacknose, Steed, Aiden, Stutton, Saigon, Fina, Book, and other followers gathered in the hall. Although it served as a makeshift meeting room, it exuded warmth, with a fire pit crackling in the center. Once everyone settled, Jon welcomed them to roast by the fire, sip mint tea, and enjoy the roasted acorns, hazelnuts, and pine nuts from Bright Island as he began to discuss the momentous occasion. Esteemed guests, Jon coughed to clear his throat and rose. We, the people of Bright Island, shall build a beacon of hope for humanity, a light for the Seven Kingdoms, establishing a land of freedom, democracy, and prosperity. However, at present, there are still over 100,000 free folk beyond the wall, under siege by a traitorous Night's Watchman named Mance Rayder, who seeks to enslave and harm them. These free citizens suffer from hunger and cold, living in dire straits, awaiting our salvation. As the enlightened denizens of Light Island, can you bear to stand idly by? Absolutely not. My lord, let us march beyond the wall and vanquish Mance Rayder. Someone shouted. Jon chuckled softly and nodded, acknowledging the spirited enthusiasm of the young men who have embraced the ideals of enlightenment during this time. Clearing his throat, Jon declared with gravity, "Thus, I have decided to personally lead a party to the lands beyond the wall, to rally those who wish to come live on Light Island and rescue them from their plight. My lord, I wish to join," called out one, followed by another. "Brother, I too wish to go." Upon hearing of Jon's expedition to the north, the inhabitants of Light Island could no longer remain still, their voices rising in excitement. Arya's eyes widened with elation, and even Robb felt a stirring within him. Such is the infectious power of enlightenment. Recently, due to Arya's frequent escapades slipping away from Winterfell to Light Island, Robb found himself often chasing after her, ultimately residing there for an extended period. As a result, he arrived in good spirits but found himself unable to return. The allure of enlightenment is simply irresistible and profoundly persuasive. To strive for the noble cause of saving humanity, spreading light into the hearts of all who are in need. How magnificent! Can you fathom the impact this has on Robb, who has been educated in the noble ideals of knighthood since childhood? As for Arya, she has come to regard Light Island as her true home. She harbors disdain for Sansa and finds Winterfell's chill uninviting, preferring everything about Light Island. The others, whether it be Black Nose, Styr, or the elders of the Stark clan, have all benefited from the generous offerings of Light Island and thus stand unwaveringly in support of Jon. What are a few coins per month for the free folk? What kind of life is that? To follow Lord Jon Light means feasting on meat at every meal. These chieftains are astute enough to discern the difference between a full belly and an empty one. We wholeheartedly support Lord Jon, they proclaimed. Indeed, we shall heed Lord Jon's every command. Black Nose and Styr clamored to speak, as if fearing the other would speak faster, while Jon nodded earnestly. Aware that time was of the essence, he was likely drawing the attention of those in King's Landing. Swift action was imperative. From the 1st and 2nd Light Brigades, each shall dispatch 100 warriors, led by Aiden and Saigon, to accompany me aboard the Ship of Light, heading north beyond the wall. Prepare today, and we shall depart tomorrow. Yes, my lord, he affirmed. Remember, this time we shall carry 2 banners. One, our banner of light, symbolizing life and radiance, peace and justice. The other, a banner of sword and hammer. To friends, we extend greetings of light. To wolves and hounds, we shall wield our swords and hammers to crush them. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, as the sea breeze swept through the bustling metropolis of King's Landing, home to hundreds of thousands, a distinctive aroma lingered in the air, an amalgamation of sweat, excrement, the fragrances concealed within the nobility's garments, and the empty rhetoric of officials. Indeed, for Robert Baratheon, the words of his subordinates were mere drivel. At this moment, he sat upon the Iron Throne, a goblet of red wine in hand, listening to the hand of the king, Jon Arryn, and the master of coin, Petyr Baelish, as they reported on the kingdom's fiscal state. Damn it, Robert exclaimed, taking a hearty swig of wine. His stout figure was adorned with a crown of pure gold, embedded with rubies and sapphires. His bushy beard and perpetually flushed cheeks, a testament to his indulgence in drink, belied the clarity of his keen eyes. After gulping down more wine, he erupted in a tirade towards Petyr Baelish. So my kingdom cannot even afford to host a tournament? And all the taxes must go toward paying the interest on the Iron Bank. My treasury is so impoverished that filthy rats scurry about. Petyr remained unperturbed by Robert's fury, his head bowed in contemplation. Tall and lean, with 2 wisps of goat-like beard accentuating his sharp features, his keen eyes darted towards the sorrowful expression of the hand of the king, Jon Arryn, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Your Majesty, he began, his voice measured yet assertive. We may either continue to borrow from the Iron Bank to settle their impending principal and interest, or we could seek a loan from House Lannister. However, I have observed some intriguing developments in the north. Robert, roused from his rage, leaned forward, goblet in hand, demanding, Wait, what did you say? Petyr inclined his head slightly. Your Majesty, Eddard Stark's bastard, Jon Snow, has become a venturesome knight. He has captured the forsaken Skagos Island in the north and has renamed it Bright Isle, now boasting a populace of over 20,000, and he seems to possess considerable wealth. Robert squinted, pausing his indulgence to sip gingerly from his goblet. While one could argue that Robert was an inadequate king, he was certainly no fool. How wealthy is considerably wealthy? You know the Lannisters possess gold mines. They could afford to excrete gold. The north? That place is as barren as a desert. A faint smile crossed Petyr's lips as he met Robert's fierce gaze with unwavering resolve. Your Majesty, it appears that Jon Snow has devised a plethora of intriguing ventures, each brimming with immense commercial potential. Furthermore, I have heard whispers that he is actively rallying the free folk beyond the wall and the mountain-dwelling freemen of the north, seemingly extending beyond the control of the Stark family. What do you mean? Jon Arryn, his hair graying and baldness evident, glared at Petyr. Eddard Stark and Robert Baratheon were his 2 foster sons, and as a sagacious advisor, he had tirelessly endeavored to uphold the integrity of the Iron Throne. A realm riddled with turmoil, now burdened with a staggering debt of over 2 million golden dragons owed to the Iron Bank. The kingdom's annual taxes hardly find their way into the royal treasury, as they are entirely consumed by the interest owed to the Iron Bank. Moreover, the realm is beset by numerous issues. Jon Arryn, a man of noble character and integrity, serves as a testament to this through his protege, Eddard Stark. Upon hearing Jon Arryn's words, Peter Baelish interjected earnestly, "They do not pay taxes, your grace. The commerce of Bright Island flourishes remarkably, from my observations. It appears they are on the verge of monopolizing the entire northern trade. Yet, they contribute nothing in taxes, a power that neither pays taxes nor is under your jurisdiction. Possessing both soldiers and castles is indeed concerning." Robert furrowed his brow. Peter's heart leapt with joy. No king would harbor suspicions towards his own men. Even though Robert and Eddard shared a deep bond of brotherhood, the North remained the most formidable of the vassal states in terms of military strength. "Varys," Robert called out to the eunuch standing at the door, the master of whisperers, whose verdant eyes gleamed with inscrutable thoughts. End of chapter 22. The First Battle of the Light Brigade. The debut of the war chariot's difficult landing. The journey from Bright Island to this location merely requires traversing the Straits of Stode, with the trembling sea above and the ghostwood forest below. At this moment, the ship, Bright, sails upon the tumultuous waters of the trembling sea. Jon, equipped with a rudimentary telescope, scrutinizes the defenses of the difficult landing ahead. As the name suggests, the trembling sea is characterized by its ferocious waves. Relentless torrents dance violently upon the surface, causing Bright to sway as if toyed with by a giant. Fortunately, the voyage is not overly long, and the soldiers maintain their health, with few succumbing to seasickness. As the vessel approaches the shore, the waters grow calmer. Nonetheless, the tumult still disorients many, including Jon, who, despite his excellent physical condition, feels a wave of nausea and diverts his gaze to the shoreline. The climate here is indeed peculiar. Typically, in frigid regions, such winds would result in ice formation on the surface, yet here, there is neither ice nor flooding. Strange indeed. Jon lowered his telescope, only to have it snatched away by his inquisitive sister, Arya. "Jon, what is this?" Arya had stealthily slipped away, displaying her innate talent for evasion since childhood. It wasn't until the ship set sail that she was discovered within the cabin. Jon pondered how he would explain her presence to Robb upon their return. "This is a telescope," Jon replied with a resigned smile. Noting that Sansa's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she contemplated the difficult landing ahead. "Sansa, do you sense anything unusual?" Jon inquired. Sansa nodded, her cheeks adorned with charming freckles that only enhanced her allure. Playfully, she pouted, "Master, I can feel that there is a witch within the difficult landing, as well as a shapeshifter." "Indeed, they are the chosen of the old gods," Jon acknowledged, raising his gaze to the sky where a hawk soared above the Bright, accompanied by numerous crows and other birds, all observing the ship with keen interest. The Green Prophet possesses the vision of the verdant realm, able to perceive all through the heartwood of the fish-leaping tree. As a seer, the shapeshifters can access the sight of animals, particularly avian creatures. In the lands beyond, many wild men have awakened the abilities of the shapeshifters. This group of wild men does not appear to welcome us. Iton, the captain of the Light Brigade, solemnly remarked as he followed Jon's side. Standing alongside him, Saigon, a man of freeborn descent, hesitated for a moment. "My lord, the difficult fortress often engages in trade with itinerant merchants. The leaders of the free folk here possess their own ambitions, and most of them have faced defeat at the hands of Mance Raider. In other words, these individuals hold Mance in higher regard than they do Jon. Furthermore, the benefits of trade and medicine pale in comparison to the pain wrought by blood and steel. This is the land beyond, where the law of the jungle prevails." Saigon's tone bore a hint of bitterness. "Indeed, the traitorous Night's Watchman has triumphed repeatedly in these outer lands. The Magnar people have been vanquished by Mance Raider twice, prompting their retreat to Skagos Island. Among the 7 ancient races of the lands beyond, the Vins, the Magnar, the Hardfoot, the Cave Dwellers, the Giants, the Walrus folk, and various tribes such as the Red-Haired clans, there are nearly 200,000 souls. Mance Raider has amassed at least 20,000 followers, matching the strength of Light Island. Given Mance a little more time, it is inevitable that the lands beyond will fall under his control. Let the banners of the Longsword and Warhammer be raised." Jon coldly glared at the difficult fortress. Before setting out, he had dispatched envoys, and the three-eyed raven had utilized divine foresight to greet the free folk of these lands. Yet the difficult fortress not only refuses to surrender, but also seeks to ambush us. Let it not be said that we were unprepared. This stronghold, perched on the edge of a precipice, is modest in size, capable of housing around 2,000 souls. At present, its gates are tightly shut, and the vessels that ought to be docked in the harbor have vanished without a trace, with only the anxious barking of dogs echoing in the air. Ravens and sea sparrows circle above the difficult fortress, a sign that soldiers are lying in wait within. Moreover, peering through the palisade reveals the flickering silhouettes of many individuals brandishing bronze swords, stone axes, and similar weapons. Jon does not even require the Raven's vision to ascertain the situation inside. By the gods, do they hold us in such disdain? Prepare to disembark. Shield bearers form the front lines, with archers on guard. Priests and non-combatants shall remain in the center of the formation. Let our siege engines be rolled forth. Prepare for the assault. Jon issued his commands with calm resolve. Though Saigon hesitated briefly, he promptly complied. Soon, the vessel named Light made landfall. The foremost heavy shield bearers brandished their shields and swiftly stormed the beach. They wielded ironclad oak shields. Though these might not withstand the armor-piercing arrows of the elite archers from the Seven Kingdoms, or even the arrows of the Night's Watch, they would suffice against the bone and bronze arrows of the wild men. A towering heavy shield, exceeding 2 meters in height, formed a square formation, with the warriors of the Light Brigade arranged in the center. The short shield bearers held their shields aloft, guarding against arrows shot by the wild men, while in the midst of the formation, 2 handcarts capable of mounting heavy shields served as Jon's secret weapon. Eton, Saigon, you two lead 10 elite warriors each in 1 cart, and charge forward with me. Those who do not surrender are our enemies. We shall ensure they vanish completely. Jon declared coldly. Yes, my lord. The 2 war carts were brought forth, each encased in iron plating and mounted on wooden wheels, easily propelled forward by 2 soldiers at the rear, leaving them with minimal defensive blind spots. The front of the carts was bristling with dozens of long spears, poised for a charge, while inside lay numerous incendiary bottles crafted from vodka made from fermented potatoes. Attack! To their surprise, as the Light Brigade formed their ranks, a horde of wild men surged from the encampment, clad in armor fashioned from bones. The leading figure donned a helmet made from a bear skull or a giant's, and their bodies were draped in polished glacier elephant bones, creating a cacophony of sound as they sprinted. Ugh! The leading wild man leader bellowed, accompanied by a bear and an enormous dire wolf that appeared menacing and fierce. Cart! Charge ahead! Jon shouted, waving his hand and patting the shoulder of the frontline shield bearer. The soldiers, well practiced in their maneuvers, sprang into action. The heavy shield bearers parted like a door, allowing the carts to advance, with 20 warriors pushing at the forefront. Change formation into short shields and long spears. Jon commanded again. The heavy shield bearers shifted to the sides, while the short shield and spear soldiers surged forward towards the wild horde. Stay put in the back and do not run amok. Jon firmly grasped the eager Arya, signaling to the accompanying Bronn, who charged forth with his dire wolf, Ghost. Thus began the mysterious Eastern War Cart Formation's inaugural appearance on the continent of Westeros. Bang, bang, bang. The wild men were not without tactics. Those at the front hurled stones at the Light Brigade's carts and shields, their powerful throws having some effect. However, the warriors of the Light Brigade were well fed, possessing far superior stamina. The formation pierced through the wild men's ranks like a spear, the cart's long spears instantly impaling the front line of wild men. Spear bearers! Jon roared. As the spear bearers behind him ascended the steps of the war chariot, they looked down from their elevated position, piercing their foes with their long spears. Although the frontline savages donned clattering bone armor, their defense against the professionally trained soldiers proved as futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Especially since they had no tactics to speak of, dozens of savages attempted to flank the formation, wielding stone axes and bronze swords as they struck fiercely at the heavy shields of the Bright Legion, only to be systematically impaled by the soldiers behind the shields through the gaps and from above with their long spears. In a line, Jon bellowed again, commanding the heralds to sound the drums. The warriors of the Bright Legion, invigorated by the call to arms, swiftly reformed their ranks, transitioning from a square formation to a horizontal line, pushing outward with their heavy shields. In no time, they arranged themselves into a single line of 50 men, with the chariot at the center driving like a spear into the faltering savage ranks. Jon gestured with his hand, and the archers behind him, unable to contain their eagerness, took aim at the sky, releasing a volley without the need for precise targeting. In that moment, a multitude of savages fell as their crimson blood quickly congealed in the frigid air. As the chariot trampled over their fallen, the savage formation disintegrated. Charge with me. Engage in close combat, Jon commanded, brandishing his long sword in his left hand and a massive iron hammer in his right, as he leaped forth astride his white wolf. The savages had not anticipated the traps set before the gates of the difficult camp, foolishly believing they could overwhelm the Bright Legion soldiers with sheer numbers. Jon, driven to the brink, focused his ire on the leader among the several hundred savages, who appeared to be the infamous shapeshifter of the Outer Lands, commanding the northern bears and ice wolves in battle. As their gazes locked, Jon scoffed, "Am I not striking?" With a sudden motion, he hurled his hammer forward, utilizing his druidic powers to briefly invade the shapeshifter's soul with his mental prowess. In that fleeting instant, thud, the hammer soared through the air, striking the shapeshifter squarely on the head, sending him reeling in a daze. "Submit, or face death," Jon proclaimed loudly in the ancient tongue of his ancestors, raising his longsword high. The blade, coated with dragon crystal and obsidian powder, radiated a brilliant light, rendering Jon a visage of a divine avenger. The soldiers of the Bright Legion, fierce as wolves, surged after the disbanded savages into the difficult camp, their swords and hammers clanging and whipping in the wind behind Jon. End of chapter. Chapter 23. I oppose this union in the realm of Grey Waters, a territory belonging to the Leda family. Even daylight was shrouded in mist. The marsh is dark and treacherous, inhabited by crocodiles and various serpents. Sent by Jon to guide the Bright merchant caravan, Mina and the Joe brothers, descendants of the current head of the Leda family and disciples of the Green Prophetess, Three-Eyed Raven, navigated the area with ease, promoting the wares of the Bright Merchant Company without hindrance, relishing the fact that they were exempt from taxes and entrance fees at the city gates. On the marshland, a vessel glided slowly, accompanied by several members of the Wolf Clan engaged in trade, while Jian and Mena conversed. Suddenly, Jian rolled his eyes dramatically. With a crash, he fell backward, but Mena quickly caught him. Jian convulsed, his complexion pale, his slightly yellowing hair disheveled, and his green eyes rolled back incessantly. He murmured, "The master of Bright Island has already ventured beyond the borders. The old gods guide us to follow Jon Light," assisting him in reaching Frostfang to rescue the Green Prophet. Jian's words were fragmented, yet Mena grasped their meaning. In stark contrast to Jian's pallor, Mena, with her light blonde hair and fair skin, possessed striking blue eyes that sparkled with intelligence. Although clad in a black robe, her beauty was undeniable. To be candid, as a candidate for the Green Prophet, Mena exuded a potent natural energy. Had it not been for the fear of the Green Prophet's interference, Jon would have long ago kept Mena by his side, nurturing their bond and absorbing her natural essence. "We must rise immediately and follow Jon Light to the north," Jian murmured, his eyes glazing over as he spoke. Upon hearing him, Mena pressed her lips together and nodded gently. Across the sea in Pentos, within a grand mansion, the air was filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, all showcasing opulence. In a two-story garden residence, the young Daenerys Targaryen sat quietly, tending to the flowers she had nurtured. Blessed with exquisite beauty, even the most vibrant blossoms paled in comparison. Her silver hair was casually tied in twin ponytails, dappled sunlight illuminating her locks, while her violet eyes sparkled with clarity and tranquility, their brilliance akin to crystal. Anyone who met her gaze would be captivated by her allure. As the posthumous child of House Targaryen, she and her brother, the beggar Prince Viserys Targaryen, roamed the shores of the narrow sea, seeking hope for restoration. At last, they received the aid of Governor Illyrio Mopatis in Pentos. Wealthy and influential, Governor Illyrio invited the Targaryen siblings to reside in his lavish mansion, offering his support in their quest to reclaim the Iron Throne. This garden residence was indeed Illyrio's estate, where the siblings enjoyed a period of carefree living, allowing the beautiful dragon-blooded maiden to reconnect with her youthful spirit. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air. Daenerys turned in surprise towards the hall, where her brother Viserys was furiously smashing objects and arguing with Illyrio. In stark contrast to Viserys' fury, Illyrio maintained a calm demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips. They appeared to be discussing matters concerning her betrothal. Waves of emotion surged in Daenerys' crystalline violet eyes, and her exquisite brows furrowed involuntarily. The battlefield was swiftly tidied. Upon witnessing the surrender of the other wildlings in Hardship Fort, Jon's demeanor turned icy, despite an inkling of what was to come. The sight of the corpses of members from the illuminated caravan and a priest deepened his resolve. "I have brought you salt and bread, healing and light. Yet you repay my goodwill with slaughter. If freedom's folk return my kindness with suffering, I shall respond in kind with blood and fire." Jon's cold gaze fell upon the surrendered wildlings as he demanded, "Those who participated in the slaughter of the illuminated caravan and the priest, step forward. I can grant you a swift end. Otherwise, perish, northerners." Laughter erupted from several defiant wildlings. "Come here. I permit you the pleasure of licking my arse." They jeered. Jon's lips curled into a deeper smirk, He had long sought a justifiable reason to deal with them. While the Isle of Light brought prosperity and hope, it did not mean that everyone could trample upon them with impunity. As a responsible father and leader, kindness was reserved for his own. Cruelty and wrath, however, were reserved for foes. To show mercy to enemies was to be cruel to oneself. The barbarians who had harmed the illuminated caravan and the priest would have their hands and feet severed, their tongues and ears removed, serving as subjects for the experiments of the priesthood. Healing blood magic required live subjects, and even the scholar Corbin had some novel ideas. They must be kept alive. Sagan was taken aback. My lord, is this not too cruel for the free folk? Are we not to restore the lands beyond? Should we not adopt a more conciliatory approach? Jon narrowed his eyes, exasperated. You do not comprehend. Time is of the essence. Gentleness will not save the seven kingdoms. Under the banner of the long sword and hammer of the Isle of Light, we shall convert all manner of demons and phantoms. To our friends, we offer kindness and illumination. To our enemies, we must impose the harshest of penalties, that they might understand the cost of standing against justice. Though Sagan wished to plead further, he recalled the heinous acts committed by these individuals against the merchants of the illuminated caravan and the priest. How could they be deemed innocent? Furthermore, the Isle of Light had long since announced its intentions to negotiate with the leaders of the lands beyond, inviting them to experience the life on the Isle, where everyone had food to eat, clothes to wear, medical care when ill, and even education for children. Was this not a paradise on earth? Why then? Were these free folk resistant? He furrowed his brow, choosing silence, for the sake of freedom and prosperity in the illuminated land. Some would inevitably become mere dust of the ages. Soon, the free folk of Hardship Fort were accounted for. The welcome ceremony was led by the followers of the old gods, the white-faced sorceress Morona, who donned a white fishbone mask and stood tall and robust, accompanied by the skeletal king of bones, Ding Dang. Not all the free folk in Hardhome participated in the welcoming ceremony. On the contrary, the free folk tribes close to Mance Raider were reluctant to confront the forces of the Bright Island. Meanwhile, the devout followers of the old gods, such as the White Woman and the wildling leader known as Tinkers, fervently opposed the Bright Island. My lord, Tinkers has been slain by your hand, and the White Woman is willing to surrender, do you see? Jon gently waved his hand. Have her subordinates slain any of our people from the Bright Island? Yes. She denounced our priest as a heretic. Then let us repay her with tenfold retribution. The Bright Island extends tenfold warmth to friends and to foes. We return with tenfold hatred. Jon spoke coldly, a hint of anger evident in his tone. For some time now, the Bright Island had been at a loss, pouring resources into the region, even investing the majority of the trade caravan's earnings, all in hopes of garnering goodwill from the free folk. Yet, as is often the case, kindness invites betrayal. On the ground, pools of crimson blood drew a swarm of cawing crows, feasting upon the remains as if in a frenzied dance. Jon cast a glance at the bloodied ground and suddenly shuddered. Within the scarlet liquid, he glimpsed something, a vision granted by the three-eyed crow. He witnessed a conversation between Littlefinger and the king within the red keep of King S. Landing, as well as Varys's enigmatic smile. He saw the siblings, Mira and Jojen Reed, summoned by the Green Seer to embark on their journey. He beheld the impending marriage of Daenerys Targaryen, Illyrio, in exchange for the Dothraki cavalry's assistance in restoring Viserys to the throne, had proposed to wed Daenerys to Khal Drogo. I object. I vehemently oppose this union. At this sight, particularly upon catching a glimpse of Daenerys's unparalleled beauty, Jon was abruptly awakened, exclaiming, Time is of the essence. He turned his gaze toward Hardhome. He had intended to proceed slowly, but time was running short. The Bright Island must become the strongest force in the north, indeed across the Seven Kingdoms. Before the White Walkers' invasion, ensuring ample funds and manpower to avoid being caught unawares, a swift and decisive approach was required. Furthermore, there was a pressing need for more people. Given the current scale of industry on the Bright Island, it could sufficiently supply the north, yet to confront the White Walkers, the Bright Merchant Guild must expand its reach throughout all Seven Kingdoms. Jon looked back at his companion, Booker. Booker, you, Arya, and Fina should return to the ship. Use my owl to send a few letters back to the Bright Island. The first letter is for Robb, informing him that I, in my capacity as a Knight of the Bright Island and Lord of Bright Fortress, shall present King Robert with 100,000 golden dragons as a token of my respect for his majesty. Of course, I have a few modest requests, such as a title. 100,000. Booker gasped, taken aback. The Bright Island had only generated 2,000 to 3,000 golden dragons thus far. What could 100,000 dragons signify? It was likely the total tax revenue of the Riverlands for 2 years. Indeed, You should inform Bachelor Cobain to assist me in contacting Governor Illyrio of the Pampas across the strait and convey to him that I possess 3 dragon eggs, which I am prepared to sell at the price of 100,000 each. My lord, do you truly have dragon eggs? Ahem, if I say I do, then I certainly do. This matter requires urgent attention. The scholars possess unique channels to communicate with the outside world. Furthermore, I need him to reach out to the Iron Vault and the Lannister family, who own the gold mines in the west, as well as the affluent Tyrell family of the Reach, to extend invitations. I have numerous goods to collaborate on, including the vodka brewed from my potatoes and the perfume I have created. I need Bachelor Cobain to find a way to bring some to these parties expeditiously. Thirdly, I shall requisition an additional 200 warriors from the Illuminated Legion to secure our provisions. Inform Robb that Bright Island is entrusted to his care, and should any issues arise, he may contact Commander Carter Pike of the East Sea Watch for assistance. The fourth matter is to issue a call for talented individuals. Bright Island summons all capable souls, whether skilled in swordsmanship or commerce. As long as they possess talent, we seek them, with rewards being tenfold compared to elsewhere. My lord, do we possess such wealth? Fear not, for there are those who will aid us in financing our endeavors. This time, I intend for the light of Bright Island to illuminate the entirety of the lands beyond. Vodka and perfume represent a revolutionary invention in this era. Even if Jon does not spread the word, there are others with ulterior motives who have already discovered that the fruit wine produced on Bright Island is distinctive. It is sweeter, devoid of bitterness, and has a longer shelf life. High-temperature distillation ensures sterilization. In Jon's previous life, this was common knowledge, yet in this era, it is regarded as somewhat extraordinary. In fact, there are numerous records in the Citadel regarding the Green Prophet, the Three-Eyed Crow, and the visions of the Green. Many learned scholars at the Citadel acknowledge the existence of the Green Prophet, an ancient deity, as well as the reality of the 2 ancient races beyond the wall, the children of the forest and the giants, yet they do not perceive it as magic. Just as the Targaryen family once possessed dragons, they were merely ordinary creatures from a bygone age. However, on the Iron Islands, the fruit wine of Bright Island is indeed regarded as magical. At this very moment, on the Iron Islands, dozens of pirate ships are anchored at the harbor. The Ironborn are fierce and defiant, living by plundering, claiming to be the children of the sea, and worshipping the drowned god. The geographical significance of the Iron Islands is paramount. To the east lies the Trident River and the Neck, guarding the vital northern passage and poised to invade the west at any moment. The frequent storms and treacherous reefs of the archipelago render it difficult to cultivate grain, and thus the Ironborn believe that piracy is the path to survival. Despite this, the merchant caravans from Bright Island have astonishingly ventured here. Yet, these caravans are not voluntary. A merchant caravan of the Wolf Clan was raided along the western coastline of the north, and their goods were transported to the island. At this moment in the Hall of the Grey Sea King, Balon Greyjoy, the sovereign of the Iron Islands, sat regally upon the salt throne, inspecting a bar of soap crafted from seal oil. This substance, akin to soap, was a rarity among the Ironborn, who seldom bathe and only immerse themselves in water during the sacred drowning ceremony. Their garments, stained with salt and adorned with plundered armor, bore testament to their maritime lifestyle. Beside him, a massive candle made from whale oil sputtered and crackled, casting flickering shadows around the hall. Balon Greyjoy's gaunt figure was partially obscured by the salt throne, while towering rib-like beams, rumored to be the bones of the sea monster Naga, soared to the ceiling. Legend has it that after slaying Naga, the Grey King transformed her remains into fossilized structures that now supported the Great Hall, with her jaws forming the throne itself. The walls of the chamber were adorned with tapestries woven from silver seaweed, and a grand table shaped like a starfish overflowed with goods from the Bright Company: matches, roasted hazelnuts, roasted acorns, sweets, salt, and of course, the fruit wines they produced. Asha Greyjoy, Balon's daughter, sat atop the table, indulging in a jug of bright blueberry wine, her slender form accentuated by long legs and wind-kissed skin. Her short black hair framed a visage marked by wildness, her fingers long and delicate, and her eyes gleamed with a feral intensity more potent than any man's, reflecting her untamed spirit. "Father, this wine is quite delightful," Asha exclaimed, taking several hearty swigs. Balon Greyjoy, a taciturn figure with hair entirely silvered and striking blue eyes, maintained a stern expression weathered by time, embodying the essence of an old captain. Among the Ironborn, a captain is king. Some captains desire to raid the north for this wine. What do you think? Balon's voice was gravelly. Asha chuckled, wiping the wine from her lips nonchalantly. "Father, I know you have not forgotten the grievances of the past. Raiding is in our iron-born nature, yet if we seek vengeance, I believe we should not target the north. At her words, a smirk crossed Balon Greyjoy's lips, his eyes glinting with intrigue. In his reign over the Iron Islands, he had faced great losses. The Salt Throne had been breached, his son perished, and the only surviving youngling was taken to the north as a hostage by House Stark. His brother, exiled for violating his Salt wife, had ventured to the ancient seas in search of the mythical Horn of Winter. For years, Balon had been amassing strength, biding his time in silence, waiting for the opportune moment. Then where do you propose we raid? He inquired. Certainly the Neck and the Riverlands, father. The stronger the north grows, the more tumultuous the Neck must become. The two exchanged knowing smiles, filled with mutual admiration. The dead do not perish. They shall rise again. The intensity escalated as both individuals simultaneously recited the ironclad maxim, their exuberant laughter resonating within the hull of the gray sea, merging with the tumultuous waves outside. Grateful acknowledgments are extended to the esteemed reader for their spontaneous contribution of 100 starting coins, and to another for their generous offering of 1,800 starting coins amidst a busy life, as well as to the reader who provided monthly votes, and to the reader with the identifier 202-302-1117-1236-112 for their monthly support. Chapter completed. Chapter 24. My life, Jon, is mine to navigate. There is no need for explanation to others. 7 days later, in the teeth of frost, a mere mountain range separates this place from the land of eternal winter. An endless expanse of frost blankets everything. As far as the eye can see, there are undulating mountains and boundless snowfields. During the prolonged summer, this area experiences a brief thaw each year, but at present, Jon traverses the icy terrain alone on his direwolf, his vision a canvas of white. His consciousness schemes across the vast glaciers until, at long last, a spherical, hill-like ice mound emerges before him, his gaze returning to clarity, revealing a look of elation. At last, I have found you, the tomb of the Outland King, Jormungand. Jon urged the dire wolf, Ghost, into a swift gallop. The tomb was a rudimentary wooden structure, concealed beneath layers of ice and snow, crafted from ancient fishbeam wood, hewn into a coffin over a millennium ago. Jon poured a measure of vodka as fuel, igniting it to melt the snow, and with little effort, he excavated the skeletal remains within. The remains belonged to a towering giant clad in animal hides, flesh still clinging to the bones, and bearing a majestic visage. Undoubtedly, the Outland King, Jormungand, possessed the blood of giants. You should never have fashioned a coffin from fishbeam wood. Jon shook his head, lacking interest in the remains of this legendary figure. As he searched around, he finally uncovered his true objective, nestled beneath a layer of animal hide. This object was dark and immense, with sinuous lines stretching a full 8 feet in length, its wide opening capable of accommodating a human forearm entirely. It was a horn, adorned with the runes of ancestors inlaid with gold, which had faded to a brown hue over the ages. The Horn of Winter. Legend has it that this horn can command giants, also known as Jormungand's Horn, a fabled magical artifact. In the mythic tales of a millennium past, the Outland King Jormungand once sounded the Horn of Winter, awakening the giants from their subterranean slumber and unifying the entire Outland. Jon lifted the horn, sensing the faint presence of magic within, although weak. It was evident that this Horn of Winter held some significance. He was reminded of Euron Greyjoy from the Iron Islands, who, it was said, was exploring the ancient continent in search of the legendary Horn of Dragons, items likely entwined with the machinations of ancient deities. Time is of the essence. With this, subduing the giant tribes will be significantly easier, and then I shall bring the Green Seer, the three-eyed raven, back to Light Island. Murmuring to himself, Jon carefully wrapped the entire Horn of Winter and restored the tomb of the Outland King Jormungand to its original state. As a precaution, Jon placed a dragon crystal in the mouth of the giant's remains. After making the necessary preparations, Jon hoisted the Horn of Winter upon his back, sensing the faint whispers of its magical essence, and mounted his white wolf to head toward the gathering of giants. His courage did not stem from a reckless desire to confront the lair of the White Walkers, but rather from the knowledge that this was the domain of the Green Seer, the three-eyed raven. The raven resided within the heart tree of a vale in Frostfangs, where a river flowed unceasingly, never freezing even during the long summer. This was one of the last refuges of the children of the forest in all of Westeros. Surrounding them were the tribes of giants and the others. In just 5 days, Jon had vanquished the majority of the tribes opposing him. Tribes that were ignorant of the concept of the Weirwood's fearsome power, their minds haunted instead by the agonies of blood and fire. He entrusted the Lightbringers to Aiden, while he embarked alone on the arduous journey to Frostfangs, seeking the dwelling of the Green Seer to bring him back. The path was fraught with challenges, inspiring him to compose a poem about the journey to rescue the seer. Alas, the green-haired old man was cunning. He had dispatched Jojen and Mira Reed to follow him, and Jon found himself perplexed by how they had managed to reach him so swiftly by sea. Jojen often gazed intently at the vibrant energy of Mira, and he conveyed to Jon, albeit indirectly, that they needed his assistance. Should their numbers prove insufficient, more allies could be recruited. Jon harbored deep suspicions that if he did not rescue the ancient Green Seer, he might turn his attentions to Mira, much like he had once done with Jojen, Bran, and others in a previous life. Nevertheless, Jon had not come away empty-handed. Indeed, he had now arrived at the Giants' encampment. Giants and the others were among the earliest devotees of the old gods. Scholars believe that before the first men ever set foot on Westeros, Giants and children of the forest were the only inhabitants of the land. Jon contemplated the giants and woolly mammoths, recognizing their potential as free labor, and he felt a kinship with these ancient beings, as his druidic powers allowed for easy communication with them. Jon harbored grave doubts that the White Witch and the shapeshifters were orchestrating the demise of the Green Seer, for during his travels beyond the wall, it was the staunchest adherents of the old gods who fought most fiercely against the Lightbringers. In contrast, Mance Raider's followers, who were less devout, remained ambivalent, neither opposing Jon's aid nor supporting it wholeheartedly. Was the three-eyed raven hastening his own unification of the lands beyond the wall in this manner? A sudden realization struck Jon, filling him with a profound sense of trepidation. Time was indeed of the essence. The cold god was approaching, and the three-eyed raven must have sensed some impending threat, compelling him to scheme in the shadows to strengthen his own power. Jon despised the notion of being manipulated like a puppet. Moreover, an unsettling fear arose within him. He had inherited the legacy of the Green Seer. That legacy was akin to a ticking time bomb. However, Jon still maintained a degree of autonomy over his powers. The dynamics of use and being used were always reciprocal. He squinted in contemplation, pondering how to extricate himself from the manipulations of the ancient three-eyed crow, drawing forth the horn of winter from behind him. He sounded its chilling call. The mournful wail of the horn resonated like the anguished cry of a primordial beast. Jon had initially believed this horn to be crafted from the horn of a bison, but it now appeared to originate from the mammoths tended by giants. Soon, all the mammoths rose to their feet, and the giant King Mance, alongside the warrior one and hundreds of other giants from their tribe, stood tall, gazing towards Jon. Jon raised the horn of winter high, his right hand clutching a luminous wand, embedded with dragonstone that shimmered with a gentle, pure white light, reciting ancient incantations. He rode slowly into the heart of the giant tribe on his white wolf. Mance, the giant king, towered over 3 meters tall, donned in a distinctive leather armor that set him apart from his kin. In his right hand, he wielded a massive stone axe. These giants were covered in hair, with a greater abundance below their waists than above. The older giants' locks gradually turned gray and white. Their heads protruded forward, not aligning with their shoulders, bearing flat faces, square teeth, and small eyes flanked by fleshy, horn-like folds. Their vision appeared poor, their chests broad and soft, twice the width of their abdomens, with arms that hung lower than those of men. Their legs were short, and their large, claw-like toes were unbothered by the cold, requiring no shoes. Male and female giants bore striking similarities in appearance. Despite their herbivorous diet, the giants possessed astonishing strength. However, the once unfrozen river had succumbed to ice after a millennium, rendering food increasingly scarce, forcing the giants into plunder and warfare. Fortunately, their savior had arrived, heralded by the sounding of the Horn of Winter, bringing them hope. Jon suddenly grasped why the legendary Horn of Winter could dismantle the wall of the Night's Watch, for countless giants and children of the forest had once dwelled beyond it. The horn could command the giant folk, and Jon was struck by a realization. Giants must have participated in the construction of the wall. He dismounted from his white wolf and approached King Mance directly. Under the watchful eyes of all the giants, King Mance humbly crouched down, followed by one. And even the proud heads of the mammoths bowed in reverence. A cheer erupted among the giants. The Shadowlands were vast, rich in resources, home to reindeer, squirrels, Arctic hares, Arctic mice, Arctic wolves, and northern bears. Despite it being the height of summer, the chill remained pervasive. Yet the free folk had grown accustomed to surviving in such an environment. Beyond the 7 ancient races, several medium tribes, including the red-haired tribe and dozens of smaller clans, inhabited the Shadowlands, Frostfangs, and the frozen coastline, encompassing nearly half of the territory of Westeros when including the lands of Eternal Winter. At that moment, on a hillside adjacent to Frostfangs, Mance Raider's tribe had gathered. They possessed the red-haired tribe, as well as the hard-footed folk and the dwellers of caves. The towering and robust Mance Reed, of wildling descent, was taken as a child by the Night's Watch and raised at the Wall. After being rescued by wildlings during a mission, he severed ties with the Night's Watch and gradually emerged as a formidable force beyond the Wall, currently commanding an army of over 20,000. Their encampments stretch endlessly, where they catch trout in the river that never freezes, alongside various Arctic hares, Arctic mice, and a plethora of mosses, mushrooms, pine nuts, and hazelnuts. The Frostfangs are not perpetually encased in ice. During the long summer, the unfrozen river often thaws, allowing for the cultivation of hardy rye. The ancestors inhabited this land millennia ago. However, it appears that the long summer has come to an end. The once unfrozen river, which had not frozen for 1,000 years, is now encased in ice. This alarming development has instilled a sense of crisis in the perceptive Mance Reed, who is fervently seeking to ensure the survival of his tribe. Consequently, he has embarked on campaigns to plunder the dwindling resources for survival. As the weather grows colder, the cost of sustenance rises. Presently, with the biting winds intensifying, the races beyond the Wall must either compete amongst themselves, pillaging and conquering other tribes, or venture over the Wall to raid the southern lands. Fortunately, they now have a new option: Bright Island. The enchanting ballad of Bright Island has long resonated throughout the lands, sung by the Bright Trading Company. Many children are familiar with it, and adults know that the Bright caravans are generous and not driven by profit, with the Bright priests offering free healing. The master of Bright Island, Jon Light, treats all free folk with equality. It seems to be a splendid choice indeed. Mance Reed's grand tent, constructed from bison and walrus hides, is both spacious and warm, with a fire crackling within. At this moment, he is leading his supporters in a discussion regarding their recent campaigns to demand the submission of Jon Light, the master of Bright Island. Gentlemen, he begins, Jon Light's Bright Company has achieved 15 victories in 15 battles, having already subdued over 30,000 free folk. Now, the tribes east of the Shadow Forest have largely yielded to him. Mance Reed's broad face bears a hint of darkness. His nose is prominent, and his green eyes, framed by a mane of black curls, evoke a resemblance to the Stark lineage, as he too possesses slightly curled hair. Hearing his words, Torment, the giant slayer of the red-haired tribe, raises a goblet of bright wine and gulps down a hearty draught. Setting down his oak cup, he rumbles, "Then why should we not also submit to him? They do not harm those who yield." Torment, the mightiest warrior of the red-haired tribe, once lived among the giants. He claims to have slain male giants, consorted with female giants, and even spent 3 months with the giantess Muka. Regardless of the veracity of his tales, he is indeed a towering and robust figure, with a head of red hair, brown-green eyes, and a short, dense beard that reflects his vigorous vitality. Jon Light is a ruthless noble. Consider those who refuse to submit to him: Dindang Shan, the white-faced witch, and the shapeshifter Mance Raider, who hesitates. As the son of a wildling and a former member of the Night's Watch, he is acutely aware of the plight facing the wildlings beyond the Wall. The long summer has concluded, and the long night approaches, with an eternal winter seemingly imminent. The shivering sea has never frozen in its millennia of history, and the land is no longer suitable for cultivating rye or potatoes, devoid of any verdant edible plants. The walrus folk, the cave dwellers, and the giants' tribes all face severe food shortages. Each wildling clan must resort to raiding for survival. Otherwise, the Island of Light is indeed an appealing destination. Yet, Mance Raider is a sworn brother of the Night's Watch. What would become of his standing if he were to set foot on the Island of Light? As he contemplates, a shapeshifter enters to report. Shapeshifters are prevalent beyond the Wall, and each tribe's shaman often assumes the role of scout. My Lord Raider, Jon Light has arrived, leading the giants to negotiate. He is already at the camp's entrance. What? Mance Raider's eyes widened in shock as he sprang to attention. He had subjugated those giants, just as the tales had foretold, riding a white dire wolf, wielding a luminous sword and staff, and bearing the legendary Horn of Winter. The individuals within the tent exchanged glances. Where are the giants? He came alone to the camp's entrance, they replied. He claims to bring light and warmth, surrounded by numerous shamans and shapeshifters from various tribes, who assert they have received guidance from the old gods. He is the hope of the free folk. Mance Raider faltered, slowly resuming his seat. His trembling eyes betrayed his inner tension. He was not an overly ambitious man. Otherwise, he would not have waited so long to engage in battle beyond the Wall. He is merely an ordinary individual with insight, possessing professional military training, capable of seeing further than most wildlings. Invite him in. Mance Raider gestured with a wave of his hand. He pursed his lips. Power is a poison. During this period, he commanded 30,000 free folk, their ambitions swelling, and he felt reluctant. Thus, he resolved to converse with this young man first and assess the situation. Soon, Jon entered the tent, wielding his staff and carrying the Horn of Winter. Mance Raider and Tormund observed him as he strolled confidently, smiling with narrowed eyes. Tormund, astonished, inquired, "How do you know my name? In the light, there are no secrets. You stand all beneath the illumination of the light." Jon proclaimed to the free folk beyond the wall, "I, Jon Light, cordially invite you to join me on the Island of Light and become my subjects. The long night approaches, yet the light shall not fade. Esteemed leaders, the White Walkers have awakened. The children of the forest and the old gods are desperately holding the line to protect you. Time is running short." Jon's words were earnest as he spoke with conviction. All free folk who join the Island of Light shall receive warm homes, ample food, and absolute safety. You are merely a knight of exploration. Can your words truly hold any weight? For countless generations, we free folk have been scorned by the land dwellers, who derogatorily refer to us as savages and barbarians. Mance Raider inquired with gritted teeth. He is, after all, a traitor of the Night's Watch. Even more contemptible than the so-called savages. I take in those whom the Seven Kingdoms refuse, and I manage affairs that they dare not touch. This is my bright island, sanctioned by the North and specially approved by the king, with 100,000 gold coins. I have procured the king's pardon and have become a knight of Bright Island. Jon coughed lightly, adding that the pardon has yet to be officially received, for now. The wildlings would not dare confront the king directly. Furthermore, knighthood poses no challenge for him. Mance Raider was taken aback. Such audacity. How will you justify to the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch that overseeing the wildlings is their responsibility? Justification? I, Jon Light, live my life without the need for explanations to others. While you remain entangled in your dilemmas, the old gods are under siege at Frostfang by the White Walkers. Soon, the White Walkers will breach the magical protections of the old gods and commence their assault on your tribes. If I am not mistaken, it has already begun, has it not? Upon hearing Jon's words, the wildling leaders in the tent changed color. Indeed, there have been sporadic attacks by the White Walkers on human settlements, though they have been limited and somewhat remote. However, as the cold intensifies, the frequency of White Walker appearances is increasing. In the past, some wildlings could still traverse the lands near eternal winter, yet now that region has become inhospitable to humans. They have vanished completely. The frost god forces the wildlings to venture ever closer to the wall in search of sustenance. I, Jon Light, Lord of Bright Island, now extend an invitation to you to join me on Bright Island. I have spoken. Who is in favor and who is against? Just then, the furious roars of hundreds of giants echoed from outside the encampment, their trumpeting resonating through the air as their mammoths charged restlessly. These giants numbered over 300. Their combat prowess formidable, and accompanied by hundreds of mammoths, they could effortlessly breach Mance Raider's encampment. Mance Raider and the wildling leaders grew increasingly distressed. To make matters worse, the aberrants within the tent began to rally behind Jon. The importance of having allies in court was underscored, with the three-eyed crow proving useful enough to save itself from dragging them down. Very well, Mance Raider sighed heavily and nodded. Jon's expression grew serious. Very well. I shall promptly arrange for your tribes to begin the transition to Bright Island. Additionally, I require a select group of elite warriors to accompany me to the frozen valley of Frostfang to rescue the old god Green Prophet. He and the few remaining children of the forest represent the last magical line of defense beyond the wall, should the White Walkers breach their defenses. The free folk beyond the wall shall forever become slaves to the frost god. This matter shall ultimately be immortalized in legend, a century hence, a millennium hence. The bards of the Seven Kingdoms will sing of our valiant deeds today. This ballad shall be entitled The Salvation of the Old Gods. The long night approaches, my friends, Jon stated with solemnity, and may the light endure forever. Chapter 25. The White Walkers do not speak. The bitter wind cut like a blade. The northern gales brought snow in abundance. As far as the eye could see, an endless expanse of ice and snow stretched forth. Hundreds of giants, led by numerous woolly mammoths, were making their way towards a valley nestled between Frostfang and Skirling Pass. Here flowed several grand rivers, which, during the long summer, thrived with lush greenery and a plethora of flora and fauna. Now it was all encased in ice and snow. The Green Prophet, the three-eyed crow, Bran, resided somewhere within this valley. Mance Raider dispatched 100 men, following the giant slayer Tormund, heeding Jon's call to rescue the three-eyed crow from Frostfawn. Amidst the throng, Jon rode atop a white wolf, his eyes shimmering with a pure white luminescence, his entire being emanating a faint, ethereal glow. The surrounding conditions grew increasingly dire. The dire wolves, ice bears, and Arctic foxes found themselves in precarious straits. The reindeer moss beneath the snow was woefully scarce, leading to the near extinction of reindeer and mountain goats. While Arctic hares and lemmings struggled to survive, Jon gradually regained his focus. He had just utilized the sight of the green, perceiving through the eyes of birds, wolves, foxes, and bears, revealing the harsh realities of the environment. The brutal conditions not only impacted the wildlings beyond the wall, but also took a profound toll on the fauna. Some wolf packs, unable to find sustenance, had begun to consume their own pups, and the ice bears ceased to reproduce. Once, they could effortlessly find nourishment in the rivers and forests. Now, many days passed without a morsel, leaving them emaciated and frail. Surrounding him were dozens of Arctic wolf packs, numbering in the thousands, with some packs exceeding 100 members, while others had but a few. They were all migrating southward in search of warmth. Additionally, there were hundreds of ice bears, akin to the polar bears of Euron, massive and formidable in combat. Jon, of course, would not overlook these resources. Employing the power of the druids, he lured the wolf packs and bears closer to the group, enticing them with food. Once they were accustomed to their presence, he planned to transport them back to Light Island using the druids' magic. Food was not a concern. The giants were robust, and the woolly mammoths served as perfect pack animals, consuming 10 pounds of rye per 100 kilometers. In the absence of rye, alfalfa or similar fodder sufficed. The most coveted item was salt, with even a modicum of salt. The giants and mammoths would eagerly lap it up. Jon relished these free laborers, and communication was remarkably simple. He needed only to impart a command into the mind of the giant king, Mance, and the other giants would dutifully follow suit. Presently, the sea salt production on Light Island was substantial. It was not an issue to supply hundreds of giants and mammoths, and scaling production to supply the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms was well within reach. As for rye and oats, on Bright Island, the accumulation of ancient bird droppings reaches a height of a person. The initial construction of Jon's Bright Fortress primarily involved cleaning up this excrement. With fertilizers and rudimentary greenhouse structures, the yields of rye, oats, and potatoes have undergone a remarkable transformation. Jon even experimented with an obsidian dragon crystal magic array, drawing upon the magical legacy of the Green Seer, the Three-Eyed Raven, and some alchemical knowledge acquired from Maester Coburn. The results were indeed promising. The dragon crystal, rich in fire elements, serves as a source of ground heating, which amuses Jon. It is no wonder that Dragonstone is barren, as the abundance of fire attributes undoubtedly affects the natural environment. Thus, behind Tormund and the free folk, hundreds of ice wolves and scores of Northman bears trailed, along with various other wildlife, their numbers steadily increasing. The formation of a wolf brigade seems promising. The Stark family boasts over 2,000 cavalry. As the Lord of Bright Island, the establishment of a wolf brigade comprising hundreds of wolf warriors seems reasonable, does it not? Jon had long been preparing to establish a wolf brigade on Bright Island, and now it appears not only feasible to form such a brigade, but a bear brigade as well. However, the notion of a bear brigade evokes memories of the polar bear brigade, which was decimated by the Flower Kingdom in his past life, hence he decided against it. At last, Bright Island exudes the aura of a regional lord. A rare smile graces Jon's face, and he breathes a sigh of relief. His recent journeys beyond the wall have not been encouraging. Although Mance Raider has submitted, nearly 170,000 wildlings remain unyielding. Beyond the wall, there exist 7 ancient clans and 60 to 70 other tribes, who have raided each other for centuries due to the harsh northern environment, many of them bearing long-standing grudges. The wildlings who refuse Jon's overtures predominantly worship the old gods, including the walrus folk who revere the cold god. Initially, Jon suspected the three-eyed raven of deliberately obstructing him, only to realize that it was the cold god, one of the old gods, who sensed his intentions. He chastised himself. He had almost forgotten who truly held power. He nearly overlooked Castle Black, the stronghold inhabited by the Night's Watch and the descendants of wildlings, who maintained the tradition of sacrificing infants to the others. Later, he was slain by several members of the Night's Watch, while his daughters and Sam Tarly fled. That location is already quite close to the wall, let alone the more distant lands beyond it. "My lord, where are we to go?" asked Saigon, the young prince of the Vens, a local born and raised. The Vens are in proximity to Frostfawn, and in his youth, he often accompanied his father on hunts, thus becoming well acquainted with the land. Aside from him, There were also 100 warriors from the Radiant Brigade, with Aiden and Fina among those who had previously endured hardships. Now, the Radiant Outlook coordinated the transportation of liberated wildlings. The Radiant Outlook, as its name suggests, is a place where one can gaze upon the light. It now serves as the logistical base for Radiant Isle beyond the wall, a hub for the transfer of personnel and supplies. We are close. But I sense an aura of malevolence here, murmured Jon. He was not speaking idly, for he indeed felt an unusual energy, one that diverged from the natural forces, suffused with an eerie stillness and chill, capable of assimilating all energies that differed from it. The Frost God? Saigon paused at this revelation, hesitating before he spoke. My lord, the Magnar of Cern have long been aware of the existence of the others, whom we refer to as the White Walkers. They possess skin as pure as snow and mesmerizing, deep blue eyes. For centuries, we free folk have held a tradition of sacrifice. Jon nodded gently. He had known this all along, having the perspective of an all-seeing reader. However, he was taken aback to learn that the free folk beyond the wall indeed worshipped the Frost God, and their devotion was profound. The Lightbringer, the Frost God, and the Green Prophet, these are all ancient deities. The Lightbringer commands a vast following across the ocean. While the Green Prophet is originally the deity of the children of the forest, the Frost God is the god of eternal winter. If we regard the Green Prophet as a god, then the Frost God and the Lightbringer are undoubtedly similar in nature, perhaps even demigods? Jon squinted and remarked, the dead are not to be feared. Although the others are terrifying, they are not without their weaknesses. Our true peril lies in the dwindling time some have left for Radiant Isle. Radiant Isle must become the preeminent power in the north, or indeed the Seven Kingdoms. Before the incursion of the others, if we are to have any chance of winning the war against them, otherwise, it is mere talk. Yet Jon had not exhausted all avenues. Seal Bay remains an ice-free haven, and he could always retreat to Radiant Isle when the time came. Saigon expressed disbelief. My lord, the White Walkers are not to be feared. Although the ancestors have not witnessed the others for a millennium, and many have only heard of their existence through folklore, they are undeniably fearsome entities. Jon replied softly, the dead do not plot intrigues, Saigon. The dead do not speak, while the living can wield their tongues, often proving more terrifying than the others. We must act swiftly. The Seven Kingdoms harbor no secrets. Westeros is devoid of any movements that can escape the watchful eyes of the little birds. King's Landing. Varys, tall and robust, though a eunuch, possessed a formidable physique. He was the king's master of whisperers, with countless little birds assisting him in conveying various pieces of intelligence. Each day, ravens carried a mixture of truth and falsehood between castles. Varys would sift through these tidings, uncovering intriguing morsels of information. His desk was immaculately arranged as he sat in his chair, his slender brows furrowing as he perused the recent reports delivered by the little birds. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the door. Peter Baelish, with a sly smile perpetually gracing his lips, leaned against the door and observed Varys for a while before gently tapping on it. In truth, Varys had already noticed Baelish's presence. Nevertheless, he feigned surprise, inquiring, My lord Baelish, what brings you here? Baelish's lips curled slightly, his eyes glimmering. Do you have any intriguing news from your little birds? Indeed, life is so splendid. Each day brings forth something fascinating, does it not? Their conversation was laced with veiled meanings. Baelish, opting not to dance around the subject any longer, recognized that conversing with another astute mind often stripped away much of the joy, especially when both prided themselves as hunters, relishing the pursuit of flaws in each other's words to assert their intellectual dominance. However, engaging with an equally clever counterpart rendered those thrills non-existent. There is a matter of great interest to you, Varys. Peter Baelish produced a parchment rolled in sheepskin and handed it to Varys, winking mysteriously before departing. Known as the Spider, Varys possessed exceptional qualities. He believed his intelligence network was unmatched across the Seven Kingdoms. At that moment, a confident smile adorned his face as he unfurled the parchment. Upon casually glancing at the first line, he grinned. Isle of Light, Jon Light. However, his smile quickly faltered. Dragon eggs? The Lord of the Isle of Light possessed 3 dragon eggs and intended to sell them to the governor of Pentos, Illyrio. In truth, Varys and Illyrio had long harbored ambitions that involved Prince Doran of Dorne and the Iron Bank across the Narrow Sea. Varys, an ambitious eunuch, had a loyalty that was rather questionable. The exiled Prince Viserys and his sister, who were guests in Pentos, had been orchestrated by him to deliver dragon eggs to Illyrio. Was this a warning? A scheme? Or merely a gesture of goodwill? As the master of whispers, Varys instantly sensed an unusual undertone, his brow furrowing as he crumpled the parchment into a ball. muttering the name that had recently surfaced with increasing frequency. Who exactly are you, Jon Light? Chapter 26. You shall not use money to humiliate me. Traveling through the night, Jon and his companions reached the Heart Tree Vale in just a day. The Heart Tree Vale, nestled in the Milk River Valley between the Serpent and Frostfang, was the resting place of Bran the Three-Eyed Raven. In an era long before the first men arrived on the continent of Westeros, this was where he ascended to divinity. The river here never froze during the long summer. Its waters fed by melting snow, hence the name Milk River. The ancient weirwood tree, far surpassing any tree Jon had ever encountered, towered hundreds of meters high, enveloping the entire vale. From a great distance, one could behold the majestic heart tree, the gnarled roots of the trees intertwined like serpents, rising and falling in a rhythmic dance. In the heart of the tree, peculiar entities resided. They appeared almost human, yet not quite, their skin dark and tinged with green, adorned in skirts fashioned from leaves, with eyes that glimmered like pure gold. They awaited Jon in the valley before the heart tree, though not much taller than children. Their features possessed a certain beauty. Adults, are these the singers? Segan, possessing some knowledge, was startled alongside Tormund and the other wildlings upon encountering these children of the forest. For these beings were akin to the White Walkers, once merely the stuff of legends. It was said that they could transform into any creature and communicate with the dead. Now, however, the legends had manifested into reality. Indeed, they were remnants of a bygone era, with only a few dozen forest children remaining. Jon, seated upon his white wolf, mused that these singers resembled elves, albeit with some distinctions. In his understanding, elves were supposed to be strikingly beautiful. While these singers were indeed lovely, they were regrettably youthful. Moreover, the palpable energy of nature that emanated from them was remarkable. Jon felt a stirring within him, yet he shook his head, suppressing his fanciful thoughts. The power of the Druids naturally drew Jon closer to these singers, who respectfully greeted him and spoke in ancient tongues. My Lord Jon, Lord Brynden has been awaiting you for some time, said the leading forest child, her beauty striking, with golden eyes and chestnut hair that lent her an air of distinction. Jon dismounted from his wolf, his expression grave. I have received word from the Three-Eyed Crow that the others have commenced their assault here. The forest child nodded solemnly. The gods have granted us long lives, yet they have also instilled in us a profound reverence for death, my Lord Jon. The cold god is about to engulf all. We must act swiftly before the long night descends. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and the forest children parted to create a path. She noticed the giant following Jon and seemed momentarily lost in thought. Giants were once both our bane and our brethren. Now they too face extinction. They are now the subjects of the Isle of Light. Jon replied earnestly. The leader of the forest children nodded, her golden eyes fixed on Jon. Lord Brynden ought to have informed you of your course of action. The ancestral heart tree still possesses some waning magical powers, for the time being. The others cannot breach this sanctuary, but time is of the essence. Jon furrowed his brow tightly, fully aware of the urgency. During their conversation, he learned that this forest child was named Leaf. He organized the giants and free folk he had brought, instructing them to guard the stone cave atop the valley, the entrance to this prophetic land. With eyes closed and arms outstretched, Jon began to summon the aid of his allies. Soon, a flock of crows soared through the valley. It must be noted that the resilience of these creatures was truly remarkable, capable of surviving the harshest of winters. They scattered, transforming into a vigilant canopy, alerting Jon to his surroundings. Giants and mammoths formed a formation around a cart laden with provisions, with the free folk and the warriors of the Light Brigade positioned in the center. Once this arrangement was set, Jon followed the children of the forest into the hollow of the heart tree. This place was vast, resembling another realm entirely. Beneath the massive stones and the roots of the heart tree, a colossal underground fissure twisted and turned, emanating warmth from below. It seemed that in ages long past, this land of eternal winter might have been a volcanic crater, with caverns scattered throughout and a plethora of remains. The skeletons of giants, humans, and various unknown beasts lay strewn about. Jon beheld the fabled carcass of a unicorn, alongside an extraordinarily large dragon crystal mine. However, this dragon crystal mine had been largely excavated, leaving only remnants of accompanying stones, predominantly exquisite black crystals. Jon blinked, ensuring he was not mistaken. He had previously confused the terms. It was indeed a black crystal mine, while dragon crystals were obsidian, an accompanying order crystal. He had pondered how it was possible that Dragonstone Island possessed the most dragon crystals, especially since the others were crafted from obsidian by the children of the forest. Lord Jon, do you require these stones? Inquired Leaf, the leader of the children of the forest. Jon nodded affirmatively. These black crystals hold great value outside, he admitted. Although Leaf possessed a lengthy lifespan, the children of the forest had little concept of wealth. She frowned and replied, "We have plenty of these here, along with other treasures." Leaf then led Jon through a winding path to a cave. Upon reaching the entrance, Jon was astonished. It glimmered with resplendent golden light, dazzling beyond measure. Rubbing his eyes, he stepped inside, and to his amazement, the cavern was filled with an assortment of golden artifacts, golden dragons, gilded platters, golden armor, and various swords, along with an array of gemstones, including rubies, sapphires, and emeralds, carelessly discarded as if they were mere refuse. Jon couldn't help but take a deep breath and swallow hard. "What is this?" "Lord Bran knows what you seek, Lord Jon. He instructed us to gather some of these treasures. For us, the children of the forest, who have lived here for 1,000,000 years. These items are as commonplace as stones," Leaf remarked with a furrowed brow. "Then I shall not stand on ceremony," Jon declared, feeling no need for politeness. He was in dire need of wealth. Merely glancing at these treasures revealed their considerable value. Will the Light Island ever lack for funds? Jon contemplated the prospect of acquiring hundreds of ships to develop the Light Trading Company. With such riches, the construction of Light Island could proceed at a swifter pace. Truly, it seemed that what one lacked would always come to them. "Bran, you are indeed my sweet boon. Lord Jon, Lord Bran requires you to exchange these items for obsidian, also known as dragon glass. Dragon glass is a formidable weapon against the White Walkers, and we are in dire need of it. Since the establishment of the Night's Watch, we have bestowed numerous obsidian weapons upon them each year, and for countless centuries, we have relied on it to combat the White Walkers. Magical projectiles crafted from obsidian can obliterate whites." Leaf continued speaking. Jon's excitement waned as he inwardly cursed, knowing well that old Bran harbored ulterior motives, despite his inner grievances. He replied, "Rest assured, I shall arrange for people to come in and move these treasures. Can we allow the giants outside to enter? Please go and meet with Lord Bran first." Soon, Jon found himself amidst the myriad roots of the weirwood trees, seated upon a white fishbone throne. And there he beheld the last green seer, Bran, the three-eyed crow. He appeared as he had in Jon's mind, albeit even more frail, his breath barely a whisper, his complexion tinged with green, and his eyes of vivid emerald. With great effort, he lifted his gaze to Jon. "You have done well, Jon Snow. I see hope in you," he said. "Enough with the pleasantries. Are the White Walkers already troubling this place?" Jon interjected, interrupting the slow-spoken elder. "Indeed, the cold god is testing whether my magic can sustain this realm. I require your assistance, Jon," Bran replied. "My lord, you are my beloved kin, my brother. Your affairs are my own. Speak, how may I assist you?" Jon asked, though inwardly he felt trepidation, worried that Bran might seek to possess him. Recalling how Bran had been taken over. "Since I departed from the weirwood tree, my lifespan has dwindled significantly. I desire for you, along with Leaf and the others, to unite with me to give birth to the hope of the children of the forest. I am aware that you have been exploring certain unique cultivation methods, and I have observed your progress with your young apprentice, Fina." Brendan's words struck Jon like a bolt, leaving him momentarily speechless. Anger surged within him as he retorted, "Greenseer, I, Jon Snow, am not that kind of person. How dare you tarnish my integrity with such baseless accusations?" The three-eyed crow struggled to close his eyes. He spoke haltingly. "The children of the forest are beings born of pure natural energy, capable of wielding druidic powers during the height of magic, transforming into any creature. By uniting with them, you shall attain the power you have long desired." How preposterous! I, Jon Snow, have always conducted myself with honor and virtue. I would never engage in such base acts. This sacred vale of the weirwood tree holds treasures worth millions of golden dragons, countless gemstones, and many crystals. Assist me, and you shall become the wealthiest person in the realm. Lord Bran, how can you test my character in such a manner? I, Jon Snow, am not a man of avarice. To think you would use wealth as a means to challenge my integrity. I comprehend that these treasures are offered freely. Only the most exceptional among the children of the forest can unite with the heart tree to become the green seer. As you have observed, the remaining few children of the forest are all female, and I stand as the sole male. For a millennium, we have been unable to reproduce. Unless we devise a solution, the children of the forest shall face eternal extinction. Should you assist us, you will receive the protection of the old gods. And not only I, but also the Light King Lawler, shall provide you with unimaginable aid. The mention of the Light King Lawler conjured images of the Red Woman and the Golden Woman in Jon's mind. If they were involved, it could be. No. Wait. He swallowed hard and declared with conviction. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My chastity cannot be purchased for a mere few million gold dragons. Huh. As the Lord of Light Island and the sole druid in the world, do you think I am a man who can be casually bought with gold? You shall not humiliate me with your wealth. Chapter Conclusion Chapter 27. Never born of me, Jon, the North endures like the eternal night, let it be known. With such a sum of money, I can only guarantee one child. The child must bear my surname. Moreover, you cannot coerce me. As a high-quality human male, I must possess the autonomy to choose. Additionally, since we are so intimately acquainted, might I extract a small piece of your heart tree to craft a wand? What? You refuse that as well? How stingy of you. I have sacrificed my chastity for the future of the children of the forest, and you cannot even call me a good man. I find your throne of the weirwood quite appealing. Why do you glare at me? I sense you no longer desire the future of the children of the forest. Wait, are you suggesting that once I unite with a leaf, we shall produce a magical offspring, a fusion of the children of the forest and humanity, whose soul will be tethered to yours? Upon learning of the three-eyed crow's specific plan, Jon was taken aback. It sounded reminiscent of the shadow birthed by the Red Woman and Stannis in the original tale. So, does that mean I must be called father? Jon cast a peculiar look toward the green seer, the three-eyed crow. The three-eyed crow was equally taken aback. Ahem, if not. Let us agree to refer to each other differently. I shall call you Brynden, and you may call me father. Jon proposed. You cannot even bring yourself to call me father. The three-eyed crow decisively disregarded this suggestion and shifted the topic, stating, I have merged with the ancestral heart tree to leave this place. You will require the soil of the old lands and an altar crafted from dragon glass. Ah, that is manageable. I shall create a dragon glass coffin for you. The others will not idly watch as I escort you away, will they? Jon inquired. The three-eyed crow nodded slightly, his voice gravely serious. The cold god will perpetually seek to annihilate me, for centuries the magic of the weirwood has prevented the cold god from descending south. The wall is also imbued with the magic of the weirwood and the children of the forest. Fortunately, the cold god only traverses in the night. Much like light accompanies darkness, we can act during the day. However, the chill of winter grows ever more intense. The servants of the frost god, those otherworldly wights, now command the undead to roam even in the light of day, accompanied by the howling winds. What troubles me most is the Night King, the most formidable of the wights, possessing a magical prowess that rivals my own. The three-eyed raven revealed a disquieting truth to Jon. Castor has been sacrificing male infants to the wights under the cover of night. Yet, if memory serves him right, the Night's Watch had encountered wights during their patrols in daylight, a scene reminiscent of the series opening, though that event should transpire in about a year. Has it already begun? Moreover, it seems the Night King has awakened. Can obsidian weapons truly contend with him? Jon inquired. The three-eyed raven shook his head in bitter resignation. Obsidian is not omnipotent. The war between the children of the forest and the wights has raged for millennia, and though we have achieved some modest victories with obsidian, death remains inescapable. Thus, the power of the frost god will only grow stronger. Longswords cannot cleave through the icy barriers. As the cold intensifies, so too does the frost goddess might, until they can roam freely even in the daylight, enveloping the land in an endless wave of frost, at which point all life shall be imperiled. The gravity of the three-eyed raven's tone was palpable. Jon furrowed his brow, fully aware of the terror the frost god's power instills. He could not fathom how many had perished in the cold beyond the wall over the millennia, but it appeared the total number of wights could not be less than 300,000, possibly even 500,000, aside from obsidian and dragonfire. As well as Valyrian steel, there exists little means to vanquish these undead. Suddenly, the three-eyed raven's eyes widened in alarm as he turned towards Jon. Jon, too, sensed the unease emanating from the crows, and his vision blurred, thoughts racing to connect with several of the birds. Beneath the cliffs adjacent to the Heart Tree Grove, something writhed within the snow, as if boiling water was churning. Then, with a sudden lurch, a pale, sinewy hand broke through the surface, followed by a second. Then a third. They were all garbed in tattered rags, their flesh having decayed significantly, pale sinew clinging to their bones, with eyes of a haunting blue. Standing in unison beneath the cliff, gazing up at the cave entrance of the Heart Tree Grove, a hissing sound reached Jon's ears, and the wights all tilted their heads towards the crows he commanded. A powerful mental force surged forth, causing both sides to recoil. Jon gasped as he opened his eyes, feeling as though a formidable psychic energy had pricked at his brain. Is this a wight? Jon shook his head in disbelief. Indeed, a single wight can command at least 100,000 undead. They wield formidable mental abilities. As you have witnessed, the wights now roam freely in daylight. They fear fire, dread obsidian, and are wary of Valyrian steel, but ordinary knives and swords cannot kill the undead. As for the whites, consider them a type of being. They are the phantoms of the long night, the words of the three-eyed raven echoing with an air of melancholy. Jon rubbed his head, feeling somewhat relieved. He was taken aback. He had come well prepared, yet even confronting a single white proved to be quite taxing. Logically, his mental fortitude was considerable, and this experience reshaped his understanding of the whites. The three-eyed crow's voice quickened as they commenced their assault. The children of the forest had begun to ready their magical stones, which were composed of dragon glass, hurling them directly at the corpses. Fortunately, the number of these undead was limited, merely a few hundred, relentlessly charging towards the Heart Tree Valley under the unseen command of an elusive white. Jon felt an unsettling sensation in his heart. Ordinarily, whites targeted the living, so why were they attacking a place protected by magic? Suddenly, he froze. In the vision of a crow, over 100 miles away, an endless expanse of white snow mist enveloped the land. The white fog obscured the sky, and within it, numerous rigid figures moved in shadowy forms. The boundless white mist reminded Jon of the sandstorms from his past life, yet this was far more terrifying. Filled with ice and the encased corpses, cold white surge. Jon could not help but exclaim. The three-eyed crow seated upon the fishbone throne also changed countenance. They are coming. Quickly, we must leave this place. Otherwise, when the cold wave sweeps over us, none shall escape. The three-eyed crow declared emphatically. Jon furrowed his brow and inquired. How long will it take those whites to reach us from that direction? Approximately 2 days. They are tireless and can traverse the cold wave indefinitely. The frostfang serves as a natural barrier, halting the undead's advance, and the magic of the heart tree can repel them for a time. However, the three-eyed crow sighed heavily. I had not anticipated, fortunately. I have made preparations. Jon inhaled deeply. He was not yet capable of confronting the whites directly, but he was well prepared to handle small-scale disturbances from the undead. He had not been idle on Bright Island these past months. It is time to demonstrate to the whites the might of my long sword and hammer. Lord Brendan, do you know what it means when I say the frost and snow shall transform, and the ancient ice shall melt? No. Today, I shall enlighten you on what it means that the heavens have not birthed me, Jon, and the north endures as an eternal night. End of this chapter. Chapter 28. Take your money and leave my island. On the opposite shore of the narrow sea lies Pentos. The Red Temple, situated at the heart of this city-state upon a hillside, is vast and opulent, covering several tens of thousands of square feet. It serves as the stronghold of the Red God, with nearly all the populace venerating him. The temple is constructed with utmost extravagance, its golden dome radiating a dazzling light, symbolizing fire and illumination. The entire city embraces hues of red and gold. Within the Red Temple in a sanctum, the crimson-clad Melisandre practiced blood magic, utilizing the life essence offered by devoted followers. The vivid red blood blazed in the braziers, rising and revealing a myriad of illusions. As blood and fire share a common origin, Melisandre's eyes shimmered with the resplendent glow of flames. With her arms outstretched, her flawless figure was accentuated by the flowing red robe, which highlighted her curves, while the blood-red gem adorning her neck sparkled with brilliance. Her skin, as delicate as mutton-fat jade, contrasted with her dark brown hair and her lofty, ethereal beauty. Her amber eyes, however, burned with the intensity of fire. Within the flames, she beheld visions of Jon wielding a flaming sword, riding a white wolf. She witnessed Jon conquering the giant tribes and observed the bustling construction on Bright Island. Blood derives from fire, and fire burns ever brighter. Jon Snow, are you the prophesied one? Melisandre murmured to herself, her gaze reflecting a profound emptiness, as if steeped in the weight of ages. I shall seek the light for my lord, serving you. In the same city, within the estate of Valyria, he held intelligence from across the narrow sea, his brow furrowed in concern. This wealthy governor of Pentos amassed his fortune through smuggling with the Seven Kingdoms, with a significant portion of his wealth derived from the wine trade. Pentos wine was highly sought after, even reaching the remote haunts of the wildlings. Grain, wine, honey, and salt constituted the pillars of Pentos' prosperity. However, the winds of change were upon them. Recently, a new type of liquor had emerged, vodka. This spirit spread like wildfire, igniting a burning sensation within one's lungs and inducing a potent intoxication. The raven that delivered the news not only brought parchment, but also a small vial of this potent liquor and a hint of perfume. As a seasoned merchant, Illyrio understood the violent potential of these items. It was inevitable that vodka would soon dominate the expansive northern market and infiltrate the circles of the noble Seven Kingdoms. Given King Robert's insatiable thirst for drink. And the perfume, damnation. How could such a minuscule bottle possess such a lasting and rich fragrance? Was it magic? Illyrio's frustration deepened regarding the fur and grain trade. The north and the lands beyond had always been sources of fur for pintos and dumping grounds for grain. They could procure vast quantities of pelts and fish at minimal costs. Yet now, under the machinations of a certain bright company, the north had achieved a degree of self-sustaining grain circulation, monopolizing the fur trade. The once abundant source of fine slaves from the lands beyond had also become a forbidden fruit. This is something that Illyrio cannot tolerate, especially with that bastard named Jon Light, who dares to claim he intends to sell 3 dragon eggs to him. Few are aware of his sheltering the Targaryen siblings, as Varys on the other side of the narrow sea helped Illyrio to keep it concealed for a time. How could this unknown bastard possibly know? Enraged, he crumpled the intelligence Varys had provided, his gaze dark as he strode towards the balcony. In the garden, Viserys and Daenerys were joyfully playing, and Illyrio's eyes lingered on the ethereal beauty of Daenerys for a long while before reluctantly shifting his focus to Viserys. After a moment of contemplation, he turned back to his cabinet and retrieved a vial of poison, scrutinizing it carefully. This poison, gifted by Varys, was not only a master of information but also an expert in toxicology. When mixed with food, it would induce confusion and even madness. He resolved firmly, turning his cold gaze towards Viserys. In the future, the Iron Throne shall only bear one Targaryen, and that shall be my son, young Aegon, Illyrio thought, his cheeks contorting with rage as he clenched his jaw, his expression terrifying. Time was of the essence. Otherwise, all his prior investments would be in vain. Illyrio's wife possessed Valyrian blood, and his son too bore silver hair and violet eyes. Thus, he had been scheming to overthrow the rotund figure currently seated upon the Iron Throne and maneuvering to elevate his own son to that position. For this endeavor, he had long orchestrated plans with the Iron Bank, Prince Doran Martell, and various factions across the 7 kingdoms. The world thrives on profit. If they could not seize control of the Iron Throne, then all their years of effort would be rendered futile. The taxation system of the Iron Throne was teetering on the brink of collapse, with the Iron Bank pressing for repayment. Should Robert's treasury, namely the Lannister family, fall into disfavor with him, Robert would swiftly lose the financial backing of both the Iron Bank and the Lannisters. At that point, with the Iron Bank as assistance, the well-sustained Golden Company mercenaries, and the covert support from Dorne, along with the allegiance of the Dothraki, amidst the chaos in the 7 kingdoms, Illyrio could almost envision the scene of placing young Aegon upon the Iron Throne. During this time, Illyrio had been persuading Viserys to agree to marry Daenerys to Khal Drogo of the Dothraki, yet Viserys remained obstinate, believing that the Targaryen tradition of close-kin marriage was the only way to ensure the purity of their bloodline. Clutching the poison, Illyrio resolved to hasten his actions. He must eliminate the bothersome beggar prince, Viserys, no matter what. Even if Daenerys did not marry a Dothraki, she could wed his son, young Aegon, he mused. On Dragonstone. After Jon's departure, although messages were sent daily by Owl, the island was home to a considerable number of free folk, who had grown accustomed to their carefree existence beyond the wall, making management exceedingly challenging. While Robb was adept in military affairs, handling these mundane matters proved to be quite a trial. Fortunately, Master Coben is indeed deserving of his reputation. Upon his counsel, Robb employed a stern regime to first consolidate a group, sending the unruly and disobedient freemen to Master Coben for experiments, while simultaneously enhancing the rewards for the citizens of Bright Island who uphold the spirit of light and adhere to the law. These freemen were notoriously fond of alcohol, and in the frigid north, a bottle of vodka was undoubtedly invigorating for them. With a couple of decisive blows, the situation remained relatively stable. However, today marked a significant event. Representatives from the Iron Bank arrived. When Robb learned of the news, he promptly arrived at Bright Harbor alongside Elia, who had withdrawn from the transport of freemen. Master Coben was also present, with 50 soldiers of the Light Brigade standing in formation, both to welcome them and to display their martial prowess. AEO, the envoy from the Iron Bank, was a quintessential Bravosian figure. Leading the delegation was a middle-aged nobleman with golden hair and blue eyes, clad in a long robe, surveying the surroundings with several attendants. "Are you Lord Jon Light?" Upon seeing Robb, AEO inclined his head slightly with a faint smile. "This is the eldest son of Lord Eddard Stark of the North, Robb Stark, who is temporarily overseeing Bright Island in Lord Jon's absence," Master Coben explained with a respectful bow. "Oh." AEO greeted Robb with a formal smile and began to survey the area. Upon observing the architectural style of Bright Keep, he appeared visibly taken aback. With a serious expression, AEO inquired. May I ask where Lord Jon is at present? He is beyond the wall, rescuing the Green Seer. The long night approaches, my lord. And an unyielding cold wave envelopes the lands beyond, where wildlings have begun to spread tales of the White Walkers, Coben replied. I have seen giants. Elia exclaimed at that moment, only to be silenced by Rob's glare. AEO cast a sidelong glance at Elia, slightly furrowing his brow. The Green Seer resides in the House of Black and White in Bravos, where an effigy of the Green Seer is worshipped. We from the Iron Bank have come not for trivial matters. Firstly, we wish to purchase the 3 dragon eggs in the possession of your noble knight, and secondly, the Iron Bank is eager to extend a loan or propose a partnership in trade to a lord of such commercial acumen, particularly concerning the perfume he produces. No sale. Just then, a voice echoed from above, prompting everyone to look skyward in astonishment. A colossal hot air balloon made of buffalo hide floated gracefully downwards. Lord Jon Light appeared disheveled, bearing scorch marks, yet he clung to the edge of the balloon. At the moment it was about to land, he leaped down with agility. Jon, brother, master. Elia and Fina beamed with delight as they rushed forward to support his arms. Phew, I've finally returned. I shall never court danger again. Jon exhaled deeply, taking in the bustling scene of Bright Island, before approaching the Iron Bank's envoy. He elegantly inclined his head in greeting and remarked with a wry smile. If it pertains to a loan, then we shall forego that. We are not in want of coin. As for business collaboration, I, Jon Light, seek partners without regard for their wealth, for no amount of money could surpass my own. Now, take your money and leave my island. Jon issued an expulsion order directly to the envoy from the Iron Bank. Chapter 29. Contradicting the ancestors' decision, the steward from Bravos, Yao, had traveled extensively and possessed considerable knowledge. The Iron Bank, without a doubt, stood as the wealthiest entity in the world, with countless city-states and kingdoms kneeling in supplication for their loans. Yet, this humble knight of exploration had the audacity to refuse. My lord Jon, did I hear incorrectly? You are declining our loan from the Iron Bank. Jon nodded decisively. Do I appear to be in want of money? With his hands on his hips and his tattered, filthy clothing, he certainly did not resemble a wealthy individual. Yao initially harbored disdain, questioning whether Jon lacked self-awareness. However, he soon became intrigued by the innovative hot air balloon that Jon had created. From Yao's extensive travels, it was evident that this invention could potentially alter the course of history. A flying balloon? Its application in warfare could be terrifying. Furthermore, the construction of Bright Fortress was uniquely captivating. Recognizing the potential for a mutually beneficial relationship, Yao swiftly shifted the conversation. My lord Jon, the Iron Bank can offer you a remarkably low-interest loan, purely based on credit, without any collateral required. Additionally, regarding your trade caravan, since you are unwilling to collaborate, I assume you will need someone to handle sales. Our merchant fleet spans the globe, eager to serve you. Yao wielded significant authority, and his visit was not solely for the balloon. He was also interested in vodka and, especially, perfume, an undeniably revolutionary invention. Alas, the nobles of today are notoriously unkempt. Some even infested with fleas and disinclined to bathe, rendering incense ineffective. However, perfume possesses the remarkable ability to last an entire day. A low-interest loan? Who do you take me for? Am I someone who cannot afford interest? Perhaps, in the future, the Iron Bank may find itself in need of my financial assistance. Jon scoffed, for they remained oblivious to the treasures he had brought back from beyond the borders, gems, gold, and crystals, enough to elevate Jon to the status of the wealthiest in the 7 kingdoms, enabling the realization of his grand commercial ambitions. However, the Iron Bank is indeed a viable entity, and as a time-traveling figure with the omniscient perspective of a reader, Jon is acutely aware of the role the Iron Bank plays amid the chaos of the 7 kingdoms. Euron, ever astute, swiftly shifted the conversation. We wish to discuss your 3 dragon eggs. As you know, the nobles of Bravos are devoted collectors of rare treasures. Since these dragon eggs could fetch 100,000 gold dragons each from the governor of Pentos, Illyrio, might we procure them instead? We are prepared to offer 350,000 gold dragons. Euron's nonchalance belied the staggering sum. 350,000 gold dragons represented the entirety of the annual tax revenue from the Riverlands over 7 years. Many toil their entire lives and never amass such wealth. Rob, Arya, and the others were left speechless. The enormity of 350,000 gold dragons was incomprehensible. All held their breath, gazing expectantly at Jon. To their surprise, he merely smiled faintly. My mention of dragon eggs is nothing but a baseless rumor. Our suggestion from Bright Island is to neither believe nor propagate such tales. Ahem, my lord Jon, Euron interjected, though your communication is rather discreet. The Iron Bank possesses methods to acquire information, and those 3 dragon eggs are indeed in your possession. How about this? Name your price. And as long as it is reasonable, the Iron Bank will not haggle. Seeing Euron's ostentatious demeanor, Jon felt a twinge of temptation. Could he truly be so wealthy? He bit his lip and responded, "However, I have made an agreement with Illyrio. How could I betray him and sell the dragon eggs to you? Lord Illyrio is my dear friend, my brother in arms. Name your price for the dragon eggs," Euron urged, extending a finger adorned with a large golden ring. Jon grinned, realizing that in his previous life, it was indeed the Iron Bank that had provided the dragon eggs to Illyrio, who then gifted them to the Targaryen siblings. This revelation made him ponder whether Illyrio was merely a pawn of the Iron Bank. Such thoughts were chilling, causing Jon's smile to wane a bit. Bravos and the House of Black and White share profound connections, and the faceless men within are elite assassins. He had yet to mature to a level where he could contend with them. Sensing Jon's wavering resolve, Euron breathed a sigh of relief. Who in this world is not enamored with wealth? It was merely a matter of offering a sufficiently high price. Since you, Lord Euron, are so sincere, let us proceed inside for a more thorough discussion, Jon proposed, gesturing invitingly and instructing the Lightbringer's captain, Stun, to retrieve the hot air balloon and welcome the Iron Bank's representatives to shore. As they traversed Bright Island, Euron's astonishment deepened. Bravos, the stronghold of the Iron Bank, had remained untouched by the ravages of war for nearly a millennium, owing to its unique geographical position within a natural harbor, accessible only by a narrow channel. Yet, despite its formidable natural defenses, there exists no absolute means of self-protection. The Iron Vault is akin to a succulent morsel, leading it to finance numerous kingdoms over the years and nurture mercenary bands, while also being backed by the most powerful assassin organization in this realm, the Black and White Academy. As he surveyed the surroundings, vibrant scenes unfolded before him. Elders and women were washing blueberries and raspberries, while men diligently rendered whale oil and seal oil. The roads were impeccably maintained, and the newly inducted warriors of the Light Brigade were rigorously practicing their shield and spear formations. The workshop and residential areas were distinctly separated, accompanied by a sewage treatment facility. Remarkably, whether in the makeshift tents or wooden houses, everything was pristine and orderly, featuring dedicated public restrooms and even composting of waste for fertilizer. The capital of the Seven Kingdoms, King's Landing, could not boast such cleanliness. It was perpetually enveloped in a foul stench. Moreover, one could easily find themselves doused in the contents of a chamber pot from above while strolling the streets. With over 20,000 souls gathered near Light Castle, it had become a notable power in the north, managed with such meticulous organization that it seemed almost mythical. As Yao traversed many lands, he was deeply impressed by the north, where the populace was fiercely independent, akin to wild wolves. Yet, at this moment, each individual wore a countenance of satisfaction and joy, uttering praises of the light as spirit. Upon encountering Jon, everyone sincerely bowed, expressing their reverence for him. He clenched his jaw, gazing at Jon with a resolute determination to ensure that this force remained under the financial sway of the Iron Vault. Having changed his attire, Jon welcomed Yao in the humble hall of Light Castle. "Lord Yao, welcome to Light Island, a place illuminated by radiance." With arms outstretched and a beaming smile, Jon introduced Light Island. "Your Light Island truly resembles a sanctuary in the north, imbued with brightness," Yao remarked sincerely. At that moment, attendants presented mint tea, a local ice cream delicacy, roasted hazelnuts, seal jerky, pickled whale meat, and pickled seabirds. "We can converse while we dine. Please take a seat." The grand table could accommodate dozens, with Robb, Arya, and Maester Coburn among those present. Yao's eyes sparkled as he engaged in conversation with Jon, rapidly assessing Jon's worth. A clever knight commanding tens of thousands of subjects would surely not content himself with the modest confines of Light Island. He would inevitably seek to expand into the north, perhaps even eyeing the Iron Throne. This was an unavoidable truth for any lord. Thus, Yao felt emboldened, lifting the mint tea to his lips before stating with a gentle smile, "My Lord Jon, if I may speak frankly, the construction of your Light Island must require considerable funds. Do I seem like a man in want of money?" Jon retorted with indignation. "I, Jon Light, would forsake my virtue before fearing a lack of funds. Ahem, that is not what I meant. Your vodka, perfume, and dragon eggs. Our Iron Vault holds great interest in these." "Dragon eggs? If you truly wish not to sell, we may leave that for another time. However, regarding the vodka and perfume, would you be willing to part with the formulas? Alternatively, we are inclined to engage in a profound collaboration with the Iron Vault." and we are willing to invest in your production expansion. All we require is a share of the profits. The free cities across the narrow sea possess a vast market, yet they lack a fleet. Frankly speaking, you do not have a fleet, whereas the Iron Vault does. AU expressed his demands plainly. I would prefer for your Iron Vault to act as an agent distributor for the Radiant Commerce with an annual contract. Initially, you would need to provide me with a goodwill deposit of 100,000 golden dragons before I would consider entrusting the distribution of vodka, perfumes, and our fruit wines to the merchant caravans of the Iron Vault. Regrettably, our ancestors from the north once decreed that trade with the Iron Vault of Bravos is forbidden, claiming that your dealings are tainted, driven solely by greed, and will ultimately lead to our ruin. We can offer a goodwill deposit of 300,000 golden dragons. And as for the distribution of your goods, would a 50-50 profit share be agreeable to you? AU promptly proposed new terms. He was a decisive businessman. Ancestors, open your eyes and behold. The unscrupulous merchants of Bravos have now come to the north to prey upon us. A 60-40 split? Oh, cough. Let me convert the entire 300,000 golden dragons into ships. My ancestor cherished the northern forests and snowy plains and never beheld the sea. I shall allow Jon to see the ocean for him. Surely, my ancestor in the afterlife will forgive my disrespect. Jon quickly seized the opportunity. Radiant Isle indeed lacked the capability to sell goods to the Seven Kingdoms or across the narrow sea. He needed to conserve strength and prepare for the impending threat of the White Walkers. Your ancestors would surely be gratified. AU, taken aback by Jon's shrewdness, gritted his teeth and replied, Alas, for the future of Radiant Isle, and for the North and the Seven Kingdoms, I must, regrettably, breach my ancestor's covenant. The long night approaches, Lord AU. I have witnessed the boundless cold waves beyond the wall, teeming with countless wights that devour all life. I must earn enough to arm myself swiftly. When the cold wave sweeps through the north, I shall be its beacon. AU stood in stunned silence. Naturally, he did not believe in the White Walkers, but the House of Black and White worshipped all gods of death. Mortals inevitably meet their end. All must pay homage. Upon seeing the giants and the children of the forest brought across the sea, along with the White Jon had painstakingly captured, AU's expression became even more animated. He swiftly signed a contract with Jon, then hurriedly boarded a ship back to Bravos. At the port, as AU of the Iron Vault departed, Robb and Arya turned to Jon. What have you done? Robb's inquiry referred to the giants and the children of the forest. I have done something foolish, exceedingly foolish. If I ever again utter the ridiculous notion of confronting the White Walkers beyond the wall, you must certainly strike me, as a lesson from our ancestors. Jon patted his chest in trepidation, filled with dread. Time rewinds to a day prior. It remains uncertain whether the White Walkers will launch a full-scale assault on the free folk. Should that occur, over 100,000 wildlings could become a reservoir of soldiers for the White Walkers. Jon Snow, in a moment of bravado before the three-eyed raven, declared that the White Walkers would soon experience the true meaning of frost and snow turning to dust and ancient ice melting away. He began to organize the giants and the free folk, as well as the soldiers of the Light Brigade, to set traps and prepare their supplies. The Hearttree Valley, a natural haven for fire attacks, was their chosen battleground. On this expedition, Jon not only brought a considerable amount of high-proof vodka to keep the warriors warm, but also a substantial supply of whale oil and seal oil. In the 17th and 18th centuries, whale oil was a crucial source of fuel during the Industrial Revolution, with a single whale yielding hundreds of barrels of oil. Seal oil, too, is an excellent animal fat that requires no refining. Additionally, in the extreme cold of the lands beyond, these oils could ignite with ease. By blending vodka, seal oil, and whale oil in precise proportions, Jon concocted a northern version of wildfire. Resilient to low temperatures and impervious to the cold, this oil seemed destined for roasting White Walkers. Jon intended to test its efficacy against the undead. He directed the giants and Light Brigade soldiers to cover the entire perimeter of Hearttree Valley with the oil, creating a bag-like encirclement, leaving only the side facing the approaching White Walker storm exposed. Naturally, the ancient heart tree was not overlooked. This millennia-old tree, brimming with natural energy, would unleash tremendous power when ignited. Lord Brynden had no further use for it, as he had the magical fishwood of Bright Isle to dwell upon. Once preparations were complete, Jon placed the green seer Brynden within a dragonglass fishwood coffin, positioning it within the heart tree's hollow as bait. He was carried by the giant 1-1, accompanied by Jon, Tormund, 1-1, Leaf, and several children of the forest acting as guardians. The majority of their forces swiftly retreated, laden with gems and gold, hastily making their way to Bright Isle for their escape by ship. With the magic of the fishwood in place, the White Walkers were unable to penetrate the heart tree. Yet the three-eyed raven needed to expend much of his magic to sustain this spell. Now liberated from the heart tree, that magic could not endure for long. Thus, the White Walkers could command a tide of whites to surge into the caverns of the heart tree. In contrast, Jon had made ample preparations, which bolstered his confidence in challenging the White Walkers. They had hot air balloons, constructed from seal and bison hides, fueled by whale and seal oil, serving as their means of escape. According to Jon's plan, they would lure the White Walkers into Heart Tree Valley, retreat step by step, ignite the ancient heart tree, and then ascend in the balloons tethered to its crown, delivering a dazzling spectacle of fire and ice to the White Walkers. Perhaps I shall transform this tale into a poem, to be sung by bards throughout the Seven Kingdoms. However, when Jon beheld the advancing army of White Walkers, he found himself momentarily stunned. Plans seldom survive the chaos of battle, and who dares claim that the dead do not employ cunning strategies? The White Walkers exhibit an unexpected level of intelligence, and the Night King evidently possesses remarkable tactical prowess. He orchestrates a multitude of whites to encircle the Heart Tree Valley without launching an assault. Instead, he congregates with several other White Walkers atop the cliffs, raising their hands towards the sky as if conjuring some arcane magic. Instantly, a chilling gale sweeps through the valley, the frost biting like daggers against the skin. In such frigid conditions, even the resilient whale oil would struggle to ignite. Within the Raven's line of sight, Jon Snow beheld the fabled Night King. Clad in the armor of the Night's Watch, crowned with ice, his form a spectral gray, and his eyes a haunting blue. The accompanying White Walkers also donned the same armor. Assessing the dire situation, Jon promptly commanded a retreat. The Night King was a mere jest. As long as they fled swiftly enough, he posed no threat. What power did the Night King wield? Could he even fly? At that moment, however, the whale oil within the heart tree inexplicably ignited. Who dared set alight the very path of our withdrawal? Jon's fury ignited as well. It was utterly infuriating. Who was the fool responsible for this blunder? Chapter concludes Chapter 30. The initial confrontation with the Night King, the magic of Obsidian, has become unbalanced here. Inundated with the fiery essence of dragon crystal, leading to spontaneous combustion. The blood fire shares a common origin. The weeping blood from the heart tree would also be ignited by the sparks of the torches. The Green Prophet, the three-eyed raven, lying within the dragon crystal coffin, provided the answer, his voice resonating within Jon's mind. Jon sprang to his feet, gritting his teeth and declaring, "Forget the details, we must retreat." He gestured for the remaining warriors, elite soldiers equipped with vodka Molotov cocktails and obsidian spears and arrows, to act swiftly. The King of Giants, Mag, led his kin in retreat, while one remained behind to carry the three-eyed raven's coffin. The dragon crystal coffin rested on his back like a small satchel. Following Jon's orders, he grasped 3 reins and effortlessly pulled down 3 hot air balloons. He and the Green Prophet intended to occupy 1 balloon, though he had to curl up to fit. The balloons hung from the branches of the heart tree, beneath a vast stone crevice. With oil ignited, they could ascend to the heavens. However, the self-igniting flames within the heart tree surged with alarming speed. The warriors scrambled to board the hot air balloons, their faces smeared with soot, and as they released the tether and ascended, the heart tree erupted into a cacophony of flames. Unfortunately, the whites outside began their invasion, the sound of their approach echoing ominously. The enveloping gale of white snowflakes, each the size of a palm, swirled around them, accompanied by a biting chill. Even with the magical protection of the heart tree, the valley experienced significant effects from the cold, which only intensified the blaze. "Move swiftly," Jon bellowed as Wong was the first to ascend in a hot air balloon. Jon ignited the torch, allowing him and the forest children, including Leaf, to depart first, while the remaining individuals boarded 2 other balloons. It must be said, the combination of whale oil, seal oil, and high-proof vodka was terrifying when ignited in such circumstances. Within mere breaths, the aerial roots of the heart tree blazed fiercely, their flames whipped by the gale like a furious dragon in a chaotic dance, clawing and thrashing wildly. The scorching fire singed the eyebrows and hair of Jon and his companions, nearly igniting the hot air balloons themselves. Thankfully, Jon had taken precautions. The seal and bison hides had been treated for insulation, coated with a thick layer of wax. Once airborne, he shouted, "Throw the Molotov cocktails." The others nodded vigorously. No words needed, as the forest children brandished obsidian as makeshift bombs, hurling them into the fray. Upon contact with the ghastly corpses, brilliant bursts of flame erupted, reducing the undead to mere heaps of charred flesh and bones. However, The supply of these obsidian magical projectiles was limited, known only to the forest children for proficient use. The warriors of the Light Brigade and the free folk resorted to tossing Molotov cocktails, which provided only temporary relief, while the undead feared fire. They were not averse to death, as the 3 hot air balloons swayed precariously upwards through the crevices of the Heart Tree Valley. The edges were already teeming with the undead. A shroud of white ice mist obscured visibility, yet the overwhelming presence of thousands of the undead was palpable. They reached out tirelessly, attempting to grasp the balloons, but the occupants began to launch their incendiary bottles. The flames engulfed the undead, yet they showed no signs of halting their advance. While fire was effective against them, it was not fatal. Only when they were thoroughly charred would they cease their movements. The relentless cold wind surged into the balloons like a powerful fan, while below, the ancient Heart Tree, indeed a millennium-old giant, crackled and burned. Yet, the flames remained confined beneath the balloons, struggling to spread. As the chilling winds on either side of the valley were magically compelled to pour inward toward the Heart Tree Valley. "Up we go," Tormund exclaimed from his solitary balloon. His eyes wide as he beheld the scene before him, his heart racing with astonishment, mirrored by the expressions of his companions. However, this wonder was fleeting, soon replaced by a sense of foreboding. Whoosh! A multitude of ice crystals coalesced into icy arrows, hurtling towards the basket of their hot air balloon, while the wights frantically clawed at the wicker frame. Despite 3 hot air balloons ascending into the sky, the biting wind and blinding snow caused them to sway precariously, rising and falling unpredictably. Eerie hissing sounds of the wights echoed as the storm intensified. The basket, buffeted by the icy gusts, swung violently. And on the cliffs of Heart Tree Valley, a line of wights clad in translucent skin and Night's Watch armor stared with their haunting azure eyes, fixated upon them. At that moment, the hot air balloon had barely risen, almost level with the wights. Jon could distinctly see one wight, its right hand outstretched, gathering the relentless cold winds into a frost spear. With reverence, it presented the ice lance to the Night King, whose pale visage and blue eyes seemed to emanate an ominous chill. Jon witnessed the Night King grasping the frost spear, slowly preparing to take aim. Suddenly, a resounding bang erupted. Fortuitously, the children of the forest unleashed their formidable power, hurling all the obsidian magical projectiles they possessed towards the Night King. Simultaneously, the Heart Tree beneath them erupted with an explosive force, sending scorching waves of heat surging upward, propelling the hot air balloons several meters into the air. The valley began to smoke and tremble, resonating with deep, thunderous sounds. The frost spear in the Night King's grasp was obscured by the fiery explosions of the obsidian projectiles. As ice and fire intertwined in the tempest, swirling amidst the flying snowflakes and glowing embers, masking the Night King's form from view. Peeking out from the hot air balloon, Jon cautiously assessed the situation, sensing a glimmer of hope. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a frost spear whistled through the air, slicing through the blizzard with unimpeded ferocity, aimed directly at his head. In a moment of peril, a child of the forest, Leaf, deftly threw an obsidian dragon crystal bomb. The 2 weapons colliding in a magnificent explosion akin to fireworks, showering the area with shards of ice and sparks. Jon felt the dampness spread in his trousers. It was a close call. Glancing downward, he beheld the Night King and his legion of wights, flanked by a multitude of lifeless corpses standing rigidly, their eerie blue eyes fixated upon the hot air balloons, as if gazing at the night sky. "Run!" Jon snapped back to reality, swallowing hard as he hastily adjusted the valve, intensifying the flames of the balloon. Gradually, it ascended, finally breaking free from the icy tempest, drifting towards the shore. Thus concludes this chapter. Chapter 31. Chaos is the ladder. Fortunately, prior to the confrontation with the Night King's forces, Jon, with the aid of the children of the forest, had captured a wight, ensuring his army could return to the safety of Light's Watch. Moreover, experiments were conducted to ascertain whether the wildfire produced from whale oil and seal oil could inflict harm upon the Night King. The reality revealed a rather limited capacity for damage, compounded by the terrifying frost magic of the Night King, which rendered the flames feeble against the howling blizzards. Were it not for the presence of an ancient heart tree, the consequences could have been dire. Even after the passage of time, the mere recollection filled Jon with trepidation. "Next time, if I ever utter the notion of confronting the Night King alone," Jon said, grasping the hand of the approaching Fina, "just point to my head and give me a good scolding." Fina's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded in agreement. Arya chuckled. "Jon, brother, I shall strike you then." She pouted, "But I wish to learn swordsmanship too. You never take me along on your adventures." Jon felt a twinge of helplessness. This spirited girl truly embodied the Wolf Clan's bloodline, fearless and undeterred. He had narrowly escaped the clutches of the Night King, an encounter that marked the closest brush with death since his arrival in this realm. If he were to tempt fate again, he, Jon Light, would be a fool indeed. The Night King's ability to manipulate icy winds and conjure frost spears was formidable, capable of bringing down dragons with a mere flick of his wrist. Let us first attend to the newly arrived giants and the children of the forest, Jon suggested. Arya, do you not have a fondness for giants? Go and pay them a visit. Soon, our bright island shall boast a giant contingent. Robb raised an eyebrow in surprise. Can giants be utilized in warfare? He inquired. As a scion of House Stark, Robb possessed an innate military aptitude, and during this time, he had been learning various Eastern military techniques alongside Jon. Historically, whether in the East or West, the formation of large troop movements has always been of paramount importance. Jon had merely adapted the Macedonian phalanx and Spanish tercio formations, along with formations familiar to him, to suit their needs. While these formations might not dominate in the Seven Kingdoms, they certainly offered a significant tactical advantage. Before this innovative strategy was fully comprehended, many foes unfamiliar with the Bright Company would find themselves at a disadvantage. However, most giants are slow-moving and suffer from severe arthritis and cardiopulmonary ailments. Their immense size is a burden. Currently, among the entire giant contingent, only a handful can be deemed suitable for warfare. What if we were to train them properly? Robb countered. Take my advice. Giants are too large to manage effectively. Nevertheless, Jon continued, I plan to establish a theater troupe, allowing the giants, the children of the forest, and the shapeshifters to perform various shows, touring the Seven Kingdoms while promoting the goods of Bright Island. As the long night approaches, I, Jon Light, shall become the brightest beacon in the Seven Kingdoms. In addition, he resolved to expedite the procurement of obsidian. He intended to personally visit Dragonstone to confer with Stannis, bringing along a sum of 100,000 golden dragons to present to our King Robert in King's Landing. Time was of the essence. After a brief respite, Jon arranged for the three-eyed crow, the Green Seer, to take residence in the central hall of Bright Fortress, utilizing his dragonglass coffin as a throne. The children of the forest had been quietly assisting, and once everything was in order, the group prepared to take a moment's respite after the fierce battle. However, as Jon was about to return to his chamber, he was approached by Lady Leaf, who trailed behind him. Her skin shimmered with a hint of green, her hair a golden-brown cascade, and her eyes sparkled like gold. She donned only a skirt fashioned from leaves, embodying a wild spirit. Leaf, is there something you need? Jon inquired, his gaze appraising her. As a man of normal inclinations, it was certainly peculiar for a solitary male and female to share a room without any thoughts of intimacy. I have come to fulfill our promise. Lord Brynden cannot survive long in the weirwood coffin. We, the children of the forest, must endure, she stated plainly, closing the door behind her and shedding her leafy attire. Jon swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on her petite and enchanting form, and replied sternly, not like this, it is still daytime. I cannot deny a lady's request. To do so would be to contravene a woman's will. Please, do not. Ah, indeed, daytime does bring a certain allure, she remarked. Jon sighed, resigning himself. Well, I, Jon Light, have lived a life of virtue. Perhaps this is my due reward. 1,000 words omitted here. The following morning, as dawn broke, the bells of Bright Castle rang out. Gather everyone. We must convene, Jon commanded Booker in a solemn tone. After receiving the restorative magic from the children of the forest, he felt invigorated, brimming with natural energy, and sensed a newfound proficiency in wielding druidic powers. Is there truly such an effect from replenishing magic? Jon couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Leaf, who sat expressionless nearby. Last night, she had been quite spirited, yet now she feigned ignorance of him. Women are indeed capricious creatures. When intimate, she called him Little Light, but now she addressed him as Lord Jon. Before long, the leadership on the island had assembled, including Mance Raider, who had just surrendered, and Tormund, the giant slayer, who held a deeper respect for Jon after fighting alongside him. The king of the giants, Mance, and the giant warrior 1-1 stood by his side. Following them were Robb, Maester Coburn, the children of the forest, Elder Blacknose, Steed, Mance Raider, and the soldiers of the Light Brigade. The dragon crystal coffin of the Green Prophet Brynden was planted within Bright Castle, temporarily serving as a throne due to the enchantments upon it. Once everyone was seated, Jon's gaze flickered as he addressed them. The long night approaches, my kin. I have faced the Night King, and he is immensely powerful, surpassing the realm of ordinary dark creatures. They are the mortal enemies of all living beings. We must act swiftly to relocate the free folk from beyond the wall. Therefore, our upcoming efforts shall be divided into two parts, one of which will be overseen by Mance Raider. Jon looked towards Mance. Mance himself was slightly taken aback. Could it be that Jon intended to entrust him with the troops? I shall provide you with 5,000 warriors, and within a month, by whatever means necessary, be it thievery, robbery, or deceit, bring those damned, unruly free folk to Bright Island. Gather as many as you can, for if they do not depart, they will ultimately become part of the army of the dead, the living's sworn enemies. There is no need for courtesy towards such adversaries. I shall personally visit the Night's Watch commander to inform him of this matter, and then proceed to the Wolfwood to recruit other clans of the forest, expanding the population of Bright Island as much as possible. Giants, children of the forest, shapeshifters, priests, join me in forming a performance troupe. Shortly, I shall select individuals to accompany me. We will journey from Black Castle along King S Road southward, taking a ship from White Harbor to King S Landing, performing and marketing our goods along the way. This is the first task. The second pertains to the construction of the Bright Island headquarters, overseen by Bachelor Cobain. We must accelerate the production of sea salt, candles, soap, fruit wine, vodka, and perfume. Once the vessels from the Iron Bank arrive, we shall proceed to the Seven Kingdoms for trade. Each successful venture will allow us to return to Dragonstone to procure obsidian and subsequently repurchase various weapons. Bachelor Cobain, I implore you to diligently seek news regarding Valyrian steel. We require as much as we can obtain for Bright Island. Now, go forth, the long night approaches. May the light endure. The assembly echoed with fervent shouts. In King S Landing, Hand of the King Jon Arryn gazed grimly at the treasury report, while Peter Baelish wore a subtle, enigmatic smile. The financial state of the Seven Kingdoms was utterly dismal, with nearly 3 million golden dragons owed to the Iron Bank, a debt predominantly incurred during the Targaryen reign. Had it not been for the Lannisters' repeated loans to King S Landing over the years, the royal expenditures would have surely collapsed. Consequently, the Lannisters' red cloaks assumed many of the duties of the golden cloaks, requiring no salary from the crown, while Lannister merchants dominated the commerce of King S Landing. Lannisters pay their debts, Jon Arryn murmured, recognizing the deadlock. If the kingdom desired sufficient taxation, it must seize control of commerce and taxation entirely. However, House Baratheon lacked the necessary talent in this regard. Though Robert was a king of formidable strength, his capabilities in governance were woefully inadequate, often eclipsed by his steward's understanding of the kingdom's needs. Jon Arryn strained to maintain the tattered vessel of the Seven Kingdoms, struggling to keep it afloat. If the Iron Throne fails to enact change, the Seven Kingdoms will face but two choices. Pursued by the Iron Bank for debts, unable to repay, one resorts to further borrowing to cover the interest, often pledging certain tax revenues and other assets, or continuing to borrow from House Lannister. Ultimately, this situation allows the Lannisters to dominate the commerce, taxation, maritime trade, and even the grain supplies of the entire Westerlands and King's Landing, including the royal expenditures and treasury. Jon Arryn could scarcely fathom what actions to take should this scenario unfold. Though the Iron Bank lay far away, if House Lannister grew in power, other families, particularly the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, would inevitably suffer losses in King's Landing, which could not be entirely controlled by the Lannisters. Should the Lannisters seize control of King's Landing, the Seven Kingdoms would face yet another upheaval, with the rise of the Westerlands compelling other families to resist submission. He turned to Peter Baelish, the so-called Lord of the Iron Bank, and inquired whether he had yet arrived in King's Landing. A subtle smile curled upon Peter's lips as he replied, "My lord, he has gone to the north, to Brightwater Keep." As they spoke, Peter produced a small vial containing an exquisite perfume, a recent creation from Brightwater Keep, possessing an unparalleled fragrance. He twirled the delicate bottle in his hand. Furthermore, Jon Light is preparing to present 100,000 golden dragons to His Majesty the King in exchange for a knighthood from Brightwater Keep. Upon hearing these matters, Jon Arryn furrowed his brow in contemplation. Recently, a trickle of goods from Brightwater Keep had indeed entered King's Landing. Though few in number, they were distinctly remarkable. The soap produced from Brightwater Keep bore the inscription Brightwater Manufacture. The fruit wines were encased in pots marked similarly, along with fur coats, candles, roasted hazelnuts, acorns, and even ice cream, all branded with the same emblem. This seemed, indeed, to have the potential to grow into a formidable force that could rival the Lannisters. After all, the Duke of the North, Stark, was Jon Arryn's foster son, and the knight from Brightwater Keep was named Jon in honor of Jon Arryn. Compared to the Lannisters, he placed greater trust in the North and Brightwater Keep. Moreover, They were genuinely prepared to donate 100,000 golden dragons to the king. After a lengthy silence, he finally remarked, "Perhaps our treasury is not as dire as it seems. At least we still have the north to rely upon." Peter's smile deepened. Was this a desperate gamble? At this juncture, Jon Arryn appeared to be shifting his reliance from the Lannisters to the north. Did he not realize that the Lannisters' greatest strength lay not solely in their control of the Iron Throne's finances, but also in their ties to Queen Cersei and the prince? Jon Light. A mere bastard from the north with a modicum of business acumen. Could he truly expect Queen Cersei to bear him a child? Such notions were folly. The Lannisters' investments stemmed from the prince's bloodline as well. Anyone aspiring to seize the Iron Throne must pay the price in blood and fire, either through marriage alliances or warfare. With a furtive glance and a twinkle in his eye, he resolved to assist Jon Arryn, whose sagacious mind had been burdened by the weighty affairs of state, leaving him in a state of disarray. If the Lannister family were not at odds with the Iron Throne, chaos would not ensue in the Seven Kingdoms. Chaos is but a staircase. Before setting forth, a minor incident occurred. Arya, that mischievous young girl, attempted to clandestinely accompany Jon on his journey, prompting Jon to prioritize the establishment of the school amidst dissent. "Brother, I wish to visit King's Landing too." Arya pouted when caught. "Why should you have it so easy? When I was your age, I devoted myself to diligent study. Only now have I managed to conquer Bright Island and carve out my destiny. Bran, take Arya back to her studies. Anyone who dares let her out will face a deduction of wages." The Bright Troop's goodwill tour commenced at Dawnport, with the first destination being Eastwatch. This time, Captain Pike displayed remarkable acumen, leading over 200 Night's Watch brothers to warmly welcome them, their eyes sparkling with anticipation for Jon Light. Since Jon had claimed Bright Island, the brothers at Eastwatch were the first to reap the rewards. Fruit wine was nearly free, mint tea was generously provided, and each received a set of mysterious Eastern black magic garments, consisting of autumn attire. While these garments were not revolutionary, they carried a tradition unique to the mysterious East. Jon Light's influence on Eastwatch transcended mere material gain. In a place once desolate and sparsely populated, the loneliness and solitude that haunted the Night's Watch had vanished. The atmosphere was electric, filled with the sound of jubilant horns and bustling voices. After the establishment of Dawnport, they could procure various splendid and affordable bright creations with just a few steps in Eastwatch. The gathering of free folk and wild women provided the Night's Watch with emotional companionship. The wild folk, with their untamed spirits, found solace with the solitary brothers of the Watch, igniting a passion that eclipsed even that of King's Landing. Lord Jon, from afar, the Night's Watch men raised their hands in cheer, for Eastwatch had become a coveted post, with countless brothers eager to transfer there. Jon Light rode upon his white wolf, accompanied by the giant 1-1, who bore 2 poles with the banner of the Bright Troop fluttering in the wind. "Brothers of the Night's Watch, you have labored tirelessly." Jon waved, a serene smile gracing his face, as behind him, 200 warriors of the Bright Troop, giants, children of the forest, and numerous priests and shapeshifters rode on ox carts or horse-drawn carriages, with a dozen shapeshifters mounted on war wolves. The Wolf Brigade has begun to take shape. Carter Pike, observing this, felt a twinge of jealousy, a bitter pang stirring within him. "Oh, but it is merely a handful of ill-gotten gains. My Lord Jon, you are far too gracious. You have brought us such an abundance of supplies." Carter Pike hurried forward to greet him, reveling in the benefits of wealth. The Light Brigade is now well equipped, brimming with morale, and generously provisioned. Their visit to East Sea was not only to offer encouragement, but also included numerous gifts, along with free medical treatment from the priests of Bright Island. "Indeed, the Night's Watch guards the north for the sake of our realm. It is our duty." Jon waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him approached, carrying various supplies for the Night's Watch. These provisions were easily managed. Alcohol is a valuable commodity in the harsh north, providing warmth against the cold, which explains why many of the Night's Watchmen are inclined towards drink. The high-proof vodka made from potatoes is particularly esteemed, albeit costly and in limited supply. Most of the gifts consisted of fruit wines and jerky. Jon dismounted from his wolf and shook hands with Carter Pike. After exchanging pleasantries, Jon signaled the Light Troop to commence their performance. Given the proximity to Dawn Harbor, the inhabitants of Bright Island had also come to watch. The program was diverse, featuring singers from the Children of the Forest, synchronized gymnastics by the Light Brigade, giants performing feats of strength, shapeshifters controlling crows and sea sparrows, and acrobatic displays by ice wolves and Northland bears. The Pycedar Assistance was a grand operatic composition inspired by Jon's own campaign to subdue the free folk, titled The Salvation of Prophet Brendan. Accompanied by the melodious strains of the lute, actor Booker, portraying Jon, sounded the horn of winter, commanding the giants, who, alongside the children of the forest and the warriors of Bright Island, triumphed over the White Walkers. The evening concluded amidst applause from the Night's Watch, the people of Dawn Harbor, and the Light Brigade. Jon then gathered the troop to pack up, preparing to journey to Castle Black that very night. Later, within Castle Black, most members of the Light Brigade had succumbed to slumber, yet Jon remained, meditating before the Heart Tree, a magnificent ancient entity personally planted by the founder Brandon a millennium ago. Jon could feel the natural energy within him coalescing rapidly, as the children of the forest followed suit, practicing around the venerable tree. With a flick of his wrist, Jon invoked a spell using the Heart Tree's wand, its tip adorned with a dragon crystal that emitted a gentle glow. Soul Snatch. He pointed the wand at a distant spot, and the dragon crystal shot forth a flickering thought, shattering a root in its path. Excellent. Jon nodded appreciatively, realizing that even in Westeros, low-level magic could be harnessed with the right wand, crafted from the very heart of the ancient tree and enhanced with dragon crystal. He even ventured to try Fireball, calling out the incantation towards the horizon. With a puff, a plume of smoke erupted, accompanied by a few flickers of flame. "My lord, this is quite perilous," Leaf promptly cautioned. In the heart of the forest, the children of the woods felt as though they had returned home. During this period, Jon and Leaf had made several attempts to replenish their magical energies, yet alas, she had been unsuccessful in nurturing a magical life, which left both the Green Prophet, the Three-Eyed Crow, and Leaf somewhat anxious. The future of all the children of the forest hung in the balance. Jon, however, remained enthusiastic. As long as his wand proved effective and the dragon crystal could indeed enhance his fire spells, he could delve into his studies. It became evident that whale oil and seal oil were inadequate against the Night King's army of whites. In the realm of magic, only magic could suffice. If he could establish a mature fire magic system, supplemented by his wand, he would be poised to train 72 disciples and expand the ranks of light mages on a grand scale. At this juncture, he would inevitably require the assistance of the Light King, Roller, though he was uncertain how Roller would aid him. Just then, Maina, who had been following Jon, approached him. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her sparkling eyes glimmered as she pressed her lips together and softly spoke. "Lord Jon, the Green Prophet has bestowed upon me divine inspiration, urging me to cultivate alongside you." Jon was jolted back to reality, noticing that Maina from House Light had taken great care in her appearance, donning a charming dress, her skin washed with soap from the Isle of Light, and a unique fragrance lingering about her. Maina and her brother Jujin were among the earliest to receive the Green Prophet Blindon's divine inspiration, and her faith in him was unwavering. She was willing to dedicate herself entirely. "What do you wish to do?" Jon swallowed hard, his gaze inadvertently drifting over Maina, who exuded a more voluptuous and mature presence compared to the petite Fina. Her cheeks also turned crimson as she slowly shed her dress and stepped towards Jon. "The Green Prophet Blindon requires the birth of life to become his reincarnated child. I am willing to offer everything for him." Jon stood in stunned silence. It seemed that the Three-Eyed Crow of the Green Prophet, seeing no progress with him and Leaf, had turned his attention elsewhere, seeking to involve him with Maina to create a reincarnated child. How infuriating! Jon Light had always lived in the light, and he would not be reduced to a mere pawn by the Three-Eyed Crow of the Green Prophet. "Do not do this," Jon exclaimed, looking at Maina. "You are subjecting me to this trial of character." However, upon witnessing Leaf and a dozen other children of the forest rising and shedding their garments, his resolve wavered. "What knight can withstand such a trial?" Jon shouted defiantly. "You are employing unethical means to test my character." Yet, upon seeing that they had prepared pink candles, celebratory red wine, and elixirs, Jon's anger only intensified. "I refuse to believe that I, Jon Light, can be swayed by such sweet temptations. Come, let the corrupt winds of society blow in. Today, I shall demonstrate my true character." In a distant realm, King's Landing, within the Red Keep, the flickering candlelight danced. Cersei Lannister, with her porcelain skin and radiant golden hair, exudes an ethereal beauty that seems almost divine. Her complexion is luminous, and her gaze is pure and innocent, reminiscent of a goddess in tranquil repose. Yet at this moment, she finds herself entwined with her brother, Jaime Lannister, upon the dragon bed in a state of intimate dalliance. As she tilts her head to gaze at the ornate ceiling, her thoughts drift to the image of Robert, that corpulent swine, indulging in his pleasures in the king's hall, fueling her seething resentment. In a fit of fury, she digs her fingers into Jaime's back, her frustration palpable. Jaime, robust and handsome, gazes back at her with a dreamy expression and they share an indescribable moment, both glistening with perspiration. After a prolonged silence, she languidly stretches her long, elegant legs, akin to a fawn nestled in Jaime's embrace, and whispers, "Jon Arryn is investigating the Lannisters." Jaime, with his striking features and noble profile, gazes lovingly at his sister and responds with a grin, "Let him investigate. The king is not foolish." Cersei, lifting her chin slightly and gazing adoringly at her dashing brother, remarks, "I believe the hand of the king should be you." With a laugh, Jaime retorts, "Am I to wipe the king's debts? His obligations are piling up, and ultimately, it is the Lannisters who must settle them." Cersei squints her eyes, a flicker of rage illuminating her beautiful gaze before it vanishes. End of chapter 33. 30 years of change. The following day, at the Black Castle, the vast stone blocks were adorned with frost, and towering wooden watchtowers loomed high. This was the current headquarters of the Night's Watch, the most significant stronghold of their order. Here, Commander Jeor Mormont, First Ranger Benjen Stark, and the esteemed Maester Aemon awaited the arrival of the Light Brigade. Giants. As the towering figure of one, clad in leather armor and standing over 3 meters tall, emerged, all the members of the Night's Watch were taken aback. They were aware of the existence of giants beyond the wall, but had only heard tales of them, never having encountered one themselves. Their attention soon turned to the banner of the Light Brigade. Toot toot toot. The Light Brigade sounded their horn, and from a distance, Jon Snow dismounted from his dire wolf, accompanied by 2 captains, the stalwart Ser Donnell and Ser Gendry, who marched closely behind one. This lent Jon a formidable presence. "Commander Mormont," Jon called out from afar, waving his hand in greeting. He also acknowledged Benjen Stark, who had accompanied Robb back to Winterfell. After exchanging pleasantries with familiar faces, Jon earnestly addressed the venerable Commander Mormont. "You have all worked tirelessly." At merely 15 years of age, Jon wore a faint smile, clad in a snug silver robe that accentuated his tall and handsome stature. His mature demeanor momentarily astonished Mormont, who had once been the head of House Mormont and the ruler of Bear Island. In a bid to bequeath his position to his son, Ser Jorah Mormont, he chose to join the Night's Watch, accompanied by a pet raven that possessed the gift of speech. During his tenure as the Lord Commander, Mormont had tirelessly concerned himself with the logistical support of the Night's Watch, which now numbered just over 1,000 men. Aside from a few noble offspring, the majority comprised rapists, thieves, and murderers. The southern nobility held little regard for the Night's Watch, whose supplies predominantly came from the patronage of various northern houses. However, with the establishment of Bright Island, this dynamic began to shift. The fruit wines crafted on Bright Island, along with an array of foodstuffs and small goods, were periodically bestowed upon the Night's Watch, significantly alleviating their dire circumstances. As a seasoned commander, Mormont could not help but smile, remarking, "Ser Jon, the Night's Watch is grateful for your generous gifts." The robust Mormont, draped in a black bear fur cloak, nodded to Jon, his deep-set eyes framed by silver hair. "You honor us, Lord Commander. We serve the North." Jon waved his hand lightly, akin to a leader inspecting his domain, greeting each of the Night's Watch officers with a handshake. The Lord Commander was as imposing as the legends described, a valiant guardian of the wall for the 7 kingdoms. "You are the chief officer? I have heard much about you. Your efforts are commendable. You are Maester Aemon? Oh, there is a unique essence in your bloodline that intrigues me. Uncle Benjen, you seem to have lost weight. You all have worked hard." Jon's familiarity left the Night's Watch leaders somewhat bewildered. How could Ser Jon possess such maturity? After exchanging pleasantries, Jon promptly arranged for the Bright delegation to distribute supplies to the Night's Watch. They had brought an ample supply of food, jerky, fruit wine, and enough vodka for the Night's Watch officers to enjoy. Other provisions had already been dispatched to Winterfell via the Bright trade caravans, while those destined for King's Landing were en route on a ship. Once the vessel valued at 300,000 golden dragons from the Iron Bank arrived, the fleet from Bright Island would soon boast a formidable presence. At that point, wherever Jon ventured, he could summon the fleet through ravens and owls to transport supplies. "We have also brought the Bright Order of Priests to provide free medical care for the brothers of the Night's Watch," Jon added with a smile. Mormont expressed his gratitude immediately. "I would like to invite you to tour Castle Black," Mormont proposed, to which Jon readily agreed. The fortress boasted formidable defenses, constructed predominantly of massive stone blocks, while immense icebergs loomed just outside Castle Black. Within the forest ahead lay a mole village inhabited by free folk, surrounded by towering trees. The climate here is relatively mild, allowing for the cultivation of rye and certain cold-resistant oats during the lengthy summer. The scenery is truly magnificent. However, Jon also observed numerous unfortunate conditions. The castle, having fallen into disrepair over the years, appeared dilapidated. The morale of the Night's Watch soldiers at headquarters was notably low, with many of them having once been criminals, casting lecherous glances at the women of the Light's comfort mission. Jon furrowed his brow. The long night approaches. Commander, you must have seen it. I have brought giants, the children of the forest, and the others. Mormont, a somewhat taciturn leader, attributed his silence to the remoteness of the Night's Watch. He had long wished to discuss the wildlings beyond the wall with Jon. Lord Jon, I have also heard that you captured a white. Indeed. Jon nodded emphatically. The others are real. Once the mission concludes tomorrow, I shall present the white to my brothers of the Night's Watch. For now, the Rangers should refrain from patrolling beyond the wall. The Night King has awakened, and the cold winds sweep away all life, with endless whites traversing the icy gusts. Jon spoke with grave sincerity. Mormont did not dispute the existence of the others. Having served in the Night's Watch for many years, he was well aware of the traditions surrounding the worship of the frost god beyond the wall. Those whites cannot be killed or burned. Only obsidian and Valyrian steel can slay them. Their numbers are in the hundreds of thousands, and the Night King wields frost magic. Jon pressed his lips together. The wildlings beyond the wall are fierce, my lord, Mormont remarked, gently furrowing his brow, his white hair dancing in the wind. He turned to Jon. Do you know of the former commander of the Night's Watch from House Flint? He once aspired to be the king beyond the wall. Are you aware of the Night King's connection to the Night's Watch? Mormont's words left Jon momentarily speechless. Indeed, according to legend, there was a commander of the Night's Watch who fell in love with a breathtaking ice maiden, a being of the others. This commander sought to transform the wall into a kingdom, even conducting cruel sacrifices to the frost god, leading to disaster for both the Night's Watch and the wildlings. Ultimately, this commander was defeated by the then king in the north, Brandon Stark, and the wildling king, Joramun, who sounded the horn of winter. That commander was the Night King. This implies that the Night King, who fell for the Ice Maiden and conducted sacrificial rites to the Frost God, is likely the same individual who was vanquished by Brandon Stark and Joramun. It is even possible that he belonged to House Flint. Yet, Jon could not shake the feeling that the Night King bore some Stark lineage, as suggested by his appearance. Wait, the Stark family once intermarried with House Flint. Many of the Stark descendants have served as commanders of the Night's Watch. He suddenly realized something, yet saw Lord Mormont gazing steadily at him. This wise elder, capable of holding the position of the Night's Watch commander, undoubtedly possessed remarkable prowess. The Night's Watch and the Night King of the Cold God were deeply intertwined, interspersed with a myriad of histories from House Stark. It is our duty as Night's Watchmen to fend off the wildlings beyond the wall and to repel the White Walkers. Mormont spoke softly. Grasping the sword at his side, he squinted into the distance and declared, Lord Jon, we Night's Watchmen have our own vows. The long night approaches. From this moment forth, I shall stand watch, unceasing until death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, and bear no children. I shall wear no crown and seek no glory. I shall remain loyal to my duty, living and dying here. I am the sword in the darkness, the guardian upon the wall. I am the flame that resists the cold, the light at dawn, the horn that awakens the sleepers, the steadfast shield of the realm. I dedicate my life and honor to the Night's Watch, tonight thus, and every night henceforth. Jon recited the vows of the Night's Watch. Lord Mormont, given this, I shall not beat around the bush. I look sincerely at Mormont. The long summer has ended. Eternal winter may be upon us. I need to gather all the free folk beyond the wall to Light Island, preventing the cold god from replenishing his army of whites, thereby weakening his strength as much as possible. Simultaneously, I require the assistance of the Night's Watch. We are all guarding the north, the borders of the Seven Kingdoms. And I have no intention of becoming a king beyond the wall. I, Jon Light, aim to be the light of the Seven Kingdoms. Mormont remained noncommittal, gently furrowing his brow and sighing, Lord Jon, the free folk beyond the wall are unruly and not easily tamed. I have heard that you captured Mance Raider? Yes. He was once a formidable ranger, yet he failed to unify the free folk. Even with the favor of the old gods, it would be difficult. I have my methods. Do not worry. Jon clenched his teeth, realizing that extraordinary times called for extraordinary measures. The cold tide engulfed all. If the free folk did not heed my call, they would assault the wall, and I shall not permit their insolence. Moreover, have I not come to the headquarters of the Night's Watch to seek your assistance? My admiration for the Night's Watch flows like an unending river, standing tall like the wall itself. Before my arrival, the wildlings were rampant, and if they continue to be so after my coming, then my journey would be in vain. Mormont was momentarily taken aback. However, subduing the free folk requires vast amounts of money and resources. Fear not, Commander, 30 years of fortune's shift. Do not underestimate the youth. Nevertheless, subduing hundreds of thousands of free folk is no small matter. The nobles of the north and those within the kingdom will likely have their opinions on your endeavors. I, Jon Light, live my life without the need to explain myself to others. Jon retorted. Mormont was left speechless once again. The chapter concludes with Chapter 34, The Night Watch's Lament. The evening's performance was remarkably successful, and Jon composed a poem specifically for the Night's Watch entitled The Night Watch's Lament. This poignant piece primarily recounts the valiant and fearless deeds of the Night's Watch as they defend their homeland at the Wall. The lyrics are melodious, and the tune is distinctive. For you, I play the Nocturne of the Wall to commemorate our fallen brothers. In service to my country, I conceal my identity, standing against the whites and the free folk, a pack of bloodthirsty whites drawn to the living, while I remain expressionless, gazing upon the desolate landscape. As the melody of the Night Watch's lament filled the air, all the brothers of the Night's Watch were momentarily entranced. It seemed as though the song was inherently crafted for them. Lord Commander Mormont's eyes shimmered with tears, and the other members of the Night's Watch, particularly the officers among their ranks, were also visibly moved. Many discreetly inquired of Jon regarding the identity of the talented bard who had composed such a profound tribute to the Night's Watch. Upon learning that he hailed from across the narrow sea, as a wandering minstrel, they were touched by both his artistry and the sentiment it evoked. The leadership of the Night's Watch predominantly comprised nobles, many of whom were bastards or had been exiled due to familial transgressions, leading lives of obscurity and isolation, accompanied only by the cold and the wall. Never had anyone deemed it worthy to honor them with such a poem, nor to have it sung by bards. This lament truly resonated with the hearts of the Night's Watchmen as the prelude began. It felt as if they were already braving the wildlings upon the precipice of the wall, engaged in fierce combat with the whites beyond. The performance concluded triumphantly, and Jon announced plans to establish a sanatorium for the brothers of the Night's Watch, to be located at the more temperate Dawnport, allowing those who served in the Night's Watch to receive free treatment periodically, with all expenses covered by Light Island. Furthermore, the Night's Watch would enjoy a lifetime discount of 50% on light brand vodka, a fitting tribute to their heroism. The crowd was taken aback, erupting in cheers for Jon Snow, their voices ringing out in exhilaration. Even the more unsavory members of the Night's Watch, such as rapists and thieves, found tears welling in their eyes, for the first time feeling a deeper connection to the black garb they wore. Commander, the time is nigh. Please summon the leadership of the Night's Watch, Jon said, waving his hand and nodding to the soldiers. He then quietly spoke to Mormont, prepared to inform all members of the Night's Watch about the impending whites, ensuring they were ready. Thus, he decided to hold a small briefing with the Night's Watch leadership that very evening. Follow me, Mormont nodded, followed closely by the maimed Colin, Bran Stark, and several capable brothers of the Night's Watch, while Jon instructed Ghost to retrieve the iron cage. The group entered the dungeons of the Black Castle. Though termed a prison, it was effectively an unoccupied chamber adjacent to the stables, previously used to confine wildlings, featuring sturdy wooden doors but lacking a fireplace. Once the group entered, torches alight, Jon directed Ghost to place the iron cage containing the corpse whites on the ground. Clear sight. In a hushed tone, he intoned the incantation, the heart tree wand in his grasp emanating a gentle glow. Jon, with a serious demeanor, directed his gaze towards the commanders among the Night's Watch. The long night approaches. The others are not mere fables, akin to giants and the children of the forest, or unicorns. He inhaled deeply, slowly unveiling the cloth covering the iron cage in the presence of the high-ranking Night's Watch members. With a chilling shriek, the white, sensing the essence of the living, sprang to life, its limbs bound, and its form a grotesque amalgamation of decaying flesh and sinew. Its eyes glowed an eerie blue, the flesh surrounding its orbits having rotted away, yet it continued to thrash violently against the cage. A white. The leaders of the Night's Watch were taken aback, their previous skepticism regarding Jon's warnings replaced by a chilling realization. Such whites existed in the thousands beyond the wall, conservatively estimated to number around 300,000, with tens of thousands of living free folk still remaining in the lands beyond. Jon took a steadying breath and gravely stated, "Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly, for when the cold winds sweep across all, life will be transformed into these whites." "Can the wall withstand the whites? Do they fear fire?" asked Mormont. Jon replied, "Beyond Valyrian steel and dragonglass, conventional weapons are nearly ineffective against whites, and the damage inflicted by flames is minimal." Several high-ranking members of the Night's Watch, unconvinced, drew their steel swords and struck at the white, only to find their efforts futile. I will transport this white to Winterfell for the northern lords to witness, and then I shall sail from White Harbor to King's Landing, so that all the nobles, including the king upon the Iron Throne, may see. Brothers of the Night's Watch, Bright Isle stands alongside you in the face of the threat posed by the others. We must take action ourselves. We cannot rely on others. It is your duty to keep watch, while I, Jon Light, shall become the beacon of the North, resolutely preventing the whites from ravaging our lands. What are your suggestions? Mormont inquired. His tone shifted to one of respect as he regarded Jon. Aside from fortifying our own strongholds, we should allocate other fortresses to the Light Brigade of Bright Isle for their protection. Jon smiled slightly. This was the first step of his plan, to seize control of several fortresses on Bright Isle to attract the wildlings from beyond the wall. Next, we must actively recruit wildlings and bring them to Bright Isle. I am aware that many of you harbor grudges against them, but if we do not integrate them into the wall's defenses, they will band together to attack and ultimately serve as sustenance for the whites, transforming into whites themselves. Mormont exchanged glances with several high-ranking members of the Night's Watch, remaining silent. Additionally, we must diligently repair and fortify our defenses, stockpile provisions, and weaponry. During my journey, I observed that many fortresses along the wall lie in disrepair, and this concerns me greatly. Lastly, we must consider the Great Canyon to the west, where numerous heart trees and sentinel trees grow. These can withstand the whites, but not for long. We must devise a strategy. The gathering erupted into a fervent discussion, each voice contributing to the planning of their resistance against the whites. In the distant land of Pantos, Daenerys and her brother Viserys were indulging in pastries and sipping wine in the garden. Viserys' eyes were slightly bloodshot as he hunched over, resembling a famished wolf, muttering bizarre phrases such as, "The Targaryen family has a tradition of consanguineous marriages. You are mine." Daenerys merely pursed her lips, her mouth trembling, at a loss for words. As she raised her wine glass for a sip, a sudden squawk interrupted her. Flapping vigorously, a raven swooped down and knocked the cup from her hand. "Poison, poison," the raven squawked. It was not uncommon for ravens to speak. Even Lord Commander Mormont had one that could converse. Both Daenerys and Viserys were taken aback. "Get away, you foul bird," Viserys bellowed, his face contorted with rage. Yet Daenerys reached out to caress the peculiar raven, which, undeterred, hopped closer and extended its claw, repeating, "Letter, letter, letter." Daenerys's bright eyes widened in surprise as she glanced at her brother before unfolding the parchment attached to the raven's leg. The letter was from Ser Jon Light, addressed to Targaryen Viserys and Targaryen Daenerys. The contents of the letter sparked a glimmer of excitement in Daenerys's eyes. "Is this real?" she inquired, handing the letter to Viserys with a hint of joy. At the end of the chapter, the raven belonging to Jon cawed again, "Poison, poison," as it scratched at Viserys' wine cup. "Get away," Viserys shouted, his eyes burning with fury, having been poisoned by Illyrio. This poison incited agitation and frenzy, derived from a particular mushroom, and prolonged use could drive a person to madness. Yet, in his remaining clarity, Viserys turned his attention to the letter brought by the raven. The letter read, "To the esteemed Prince and Princess Targaryen, I, Jon Light, hold you both in the highest regard. Akin to the ceaseless flow of a mighty river or the towering height of the wall in dire straits. From a young age, I have heard the legends of dragons, and I, Jon Light, am also a scion of dragons. I understand your doubts regarding my allegiance. Am I a Blackfire? No, I bear the true blood of dragons. Without the support of kingdom and family, how many talents have perished in obscurity? Today, I have finally broken my chains, becoming a Knight of Light Island, commanding a territory of 200,000 and a force of 20,000 armored men, leading the Light Brigade, the foremost military strength of the North. Now, we are in need of 2 true bloods of dragons to secure our cause. If you are willing, I shall dispatch warships to welcome you and collaborate on our plans for restoration. Beware of Illyrio's treachery. He has poisoned Prince Viserys to incite madness leading to his demise. And his scheme to wed Daenerys to a Dothraki is most insidious. I vehemently oppose such an alliance. Regarding the true blood of the Targaryen family, my stance as Jon Light is resolute and unwavering. I reiterate that the true blood is at the very heart of the Targaryen family's core interests. It must remain unsullied. I vehemently oppose the machinations of Illyrio and protest against them. Should you wish to respond, you may communicate with my raven, and I shall receive your message. Soon, I will personally arrive in Pentos to welcome the 2 true bloods, my blood of blood. During this time, I hope you safeguard your own safety. My raven will watch over you. The Light of the North, the Flamekeeper of the 7 Kingdoms, the Father of free folk, the God of long sword and hammer. The Knight of Light Island, your blood of blood, Jon Light. At that moment, the letter spontaneously ignited after they finished reading it. The raven also began to leap lightly upon the table, tilting its head to gaze at Daenerys, bowing slightly and addressing her. My Lady Light, greetings to you. Quack, quack. Daenerys regarded the raven with curiosity. A talking raven was not uncommon, for they were remarkably intelligent and adept at learning. However, this raven was somewhat different. It possessed golden eyes, shimmering with a distinct brilliance compared to its kin. Indeed, a fragment of Jon's essence was attached to this raven. In his efforts to prevent Daenerys from marrying Khal Drogo, he had exerted considerable effort, fortuitously enhancing his mental prowess through communion with Ygritte and Mira. He had grown capable of guiding birds across vast distances. The ward could manipulate 3 birds, imbuing his soul into them. Yet Jon had only long-term attachment to this singular creature. What nonsense, Jon Light! Viserys exclaimed in anger, attempting to seize the raven to cast it away. But the raven nimbly evaded him, declaring, You are poisoned. You are poisoned. I am not. Viserys roared in fury, yet, fortunately, his affliction was not profound, and a shred of reason lingered within him. Jon's letter, emphasizing that the true blood must not be tarnished, served as a reminder. Indeed, the blood of dragons could not be sullied by others. This Jon Light was an enigma, yet Illyrio's demeanor towards him had undeniably shifted, revealing impatience and a display of fangs. Both Viserys and Daenerys had endured tumultuous lives, well acquainted with the fickleness of human nature. Although they often spoke of their grand ambitions for restoration, the fundamental realities of human interactions were still discernible. Though it is said that the gods toss a coin at the birth of every Targaryen to determine if they shall be mad or sane, the Mad King was, at times, quite rational. Jon even harbored suspicion that the Mad King had been poisoned, much like Viserys himself. Can your master truly aid me? Viserys inquired, his eyes glinting with desperation. At this moment, he was consumed by thoughts of reclaiming his birthright. This ambition served as his sole pillar of strength amidst his tribulations. For the sake of restoration, he was willing to commit foolish acts, such as arranging for his sister to wed a Dothraki, revealing the depths of his obsession. Certainly, certainly, croaked the golden-eyed raven, leaping with enthusiasm. I require 100,000 golden dragons. Viserys casually uttered a significant sum, convinced that some charlatan claiming to possess true dragon blood, like this Jon Light, could never procure such an amount. Very well, master, I shall bring the golden dragons. The golden-eyed raven nodded fervently, flapping its wings as a multitude of ravens soon descended from the forest, circling around the 2 siblings of House Targaryen. As they gazed at the swirling crows, a trance enveloped them, their minds flooded with vivid imagery. They envisioned Jon riding his dire wolf, conquering the free folk beyond the wall. They saw Jon sounding the horn of winter, subduing giants. They beheld the bustling scenes of Jon's bright island. Suddenly, a servant of Illyrio shrieked, causing the ravens to scatter in disarray, and the siblings emerged from their reverie, momentarily bewildered as they reflected on the visions they had just experienced. Jon Light. The name lingered in their minds. For days later, the bright delegation journeyed to offer their regards to the Night's Watch and various northern nobles, stopping midway to visit the little girl of Bear Island, who held a deep affection for the giant 1-1. After a swift voyage from Bear Island, they finally arrived at Winterfell on the 4th day. The sound of horns echoed as the warriors of the bright delegation followed Jon, with 1-1 proudly bearing a grand banner. Behind him rode the dire wolf cavalry, the bright company, and a caravan laden with supplies, drawing the attention of all the townsfolk. At the gates, Eddard Stark wore a serious expression, while Lady Stark appeared bemused. The most uncomfortable of all was Theon Greyjoy, gritting his teeth in frustration as he cast a glance at Eddard Stark. As the youngest son of the King of the Iron Islands, he believed he too deserved to carve out his own destiny, especially when even Jon, a mere bastard, had risen to become a knight and claimed Bright Island. Now, he basked in such glory. How vexing. In the crowd, Robb rode alongside Jon, frowning as he questioned, Is such a grand display truly necessary? Jon smiled broadly. To earn wealth yet not return home is akin to donning splendid attire in the dark, with no one to admire it. What distinguishes that from a merchant reeking of coin? Robb frowned further. You are noble, you are esteemed, the young lord of Winterfell. Yet what of me? I am a snow, a lowly bastard. If I do not achieve greatness, I shall be looked down upon by all. I am determined to ascend step by step to the pinnacle. I desire wealth. I seek to train my men. I crave status. I wish to rise to the highest echelons. Jon replied, his dissatisfaction palpable. Chapter 36. The wolf's fur lies upon the wolf within the grand hall of Winterfell. Those acquainted with Jon could scarcely believe their eyes. In less than a year, Jon had amassed such wealth. Not only had he contributed significantly to Winterfell with an abundance of fruit wines, but he had also presented a myriad of bizarre and wondrous items. Ice cream aside, mint tea has now become a beverage affordable even to the common folk. The prolonged summer heat in the north, coupled with its abundant marshes, ensures an ample supply of shrubs, providing plentiful fuel. Mint, a plant ubiquitous in the south, is also found in abundance in the north. Within the Grand Hall, Robb, Bran, Rickon, Sansa, and Theon sat across from Jon, who, in the role of a guest, engaged in light-hearted conversation with Ser Roderick, the master-at-arms of Winterfell, and Maester Luwin. As they conversed, each sipped their mint tea. Ser Roderick, once a sworn sword to Eddard Stark, was a man of remarkable agility, excelling in archery and swordsmanship. He trained the entire standing army of Winterfell. Maester Luwin, equally knowledgeable, was adorned with copper and silver rings that encircled his chest. He had delivered every one of Eddard Stark's children and had watched Jon grow up. Upon exchanging a few words with Jon, Luwin was taken aback. Sharing a glance with Roderick, "Lord Jon, from where have you acquired such knowledge?" he inquired, astonished, as the most learned man in the north, second only to Maester Aemon, felt that Jon's knowledge far exceeded his own. "Just a bit of understanding," Jon replied with a faint smile, turning his gaze towards Lady Stark and the troubled countenance of Eddard Stark. "Your Grace, my lady, I have brought gifts for your children," with a wave of his hand. His servant, Booker, presented 5 Arctic wolf pups, each adorably clumsy and yelping softly. Jon personally handed one to Robb, Bran, Rickon, Sansa, and Theon. "These are my mounts, the offspring of the White Wolf King, one for each of you. I hope you will remember the glory of the North. It is our duty to rekindle the spirit of the North. Arya has one as well. We have established a school on Bright Island, and if it is agreeable, your Grace, Bran and Rickon could attend my school." Jon smiled at Theon, revealing a bright grin. Theon could also join as a teacher, and if Sansa is interested, she too could take on a teaching role. Jon cast a glance at Sansa, noting her vanity and pretense, which led him to assume she would not pursue such a position, thus offering his polite suggestion. "Thank you, Brother Jon," the Stark children exclaimed with joy, each cradling their newfound wolf pups, while Theon held his with mixed emotions. In his heart, he considered himself a part of House Stark. Lady Stark regarded Jon with a complex expression, her gaze softened considerably. Her struggle to accept the existence of this illegitimate son, a reminder of her husband's infidelity, weighed heavily on her spirit. Yet now, as he had become a vassal of the North, her heart felt somewhat eased. "Thank you for your gift. No need for thanks. My lady, you are deserving as well." Jon then snapped his fingers, prompting his attendant, Gio, to approach with a tray. Upon opening it, Jon revealed a splendid necklace composed of exquisite black crystal pearls, adorned with golden filigree and featuring a large, fist-sized teardrop of black crystal that sparkled brilliantly in the candlelight. Even Lady Stark could not suppress her gleaming eyes, and Sansa stared in awe at the magnificent black pearl necklace. Jon smiled, fully aware that this was the effect he desired. The market in the north was indeed substantial. Securing Lady Stark's favor equated to winning over the north. He also sought to gain the allegiance of the free folk in Wolfwood and other noble territories. Eddard Stark, known for his soft-heartedness, was sure that courting the ladies would yield favorable results. He snapped his fingers again, and the servant, Maina, produced another tray. This one holding a different black crystal pearl necklace, albeit with smaller black crystals and quahog pearls than Lady Stark's. This delighted Sansa, who expressed her gratitude to Jon profusely. Eddard Stark regarded Jon with admiration. Jon was raised to be a paragon of integrity, bravery, and loyalty, untouched by the corrupting influences of flattery. He felt an even deeper sense of remorse towards Jon, his so-called illegitimate son, who was, in truth, his nephew. Eddard wished to shield Jon from the exposure of his true identity. "You have worked hard to expand your territory during this time," Eddard Stark remarked. "It has not been arduous. Rather, my Bright Isle is in dire need of inhabitants, my lord. Bright Isle is as vast as 6 bare islands, yet it lacks sufficient subjects. As you know, the free folk beyond the wall are quite unruly. I have welcomed many of them, but I must remain vigilant. Oh, I could send more people from Winterfell to assist you. My lord, it is not the subjects I require. The mountain clans of Wolfwood would suffice. There are about 20,000 mountain clans within Wolfwood. Although they live in poverty, their loyalty to the north is unparalleled. Regrettably, I am unable to recruit them." Without hesitation, Eddard Stark replied, "You may go. I grant you permission to recruit the mountain folk of Wolfwood." Cough. Might it be possible to expand this effort throughout the entire north? The long night approaches, and the threat of the White Walkers draws near to the wall. I require a substantial number of hands to assist, my lord. White Walkers? Eddard Stark furrowed his brow, skeptical of this claim. However, upon glancing at Jon's guardsman, the giant known as Wong Wong, and the forest child, Leaf, who clearly did not resemble a human, he chose to remain patient and inquired, "Are the White Walkers real? Permit me to show you something. Only you shall see it." Jon stated earnestly. Eddard Stark, a man of decisive action, promptly followed Jon. In the dungeons of Winterfell, he beheld the captured White Walker. Are there many of these creatures? Eddard's eyes glimmered as he recalled the ancient legends of the North, tales of the White Walkers. Jon let out a sigh, his thoughts drifting to the countless whites beyond the wall, sending shivers down his spine. There were indeed hundreds of thousands out there, impervious to steel swords. Only obsidian and Valyrian steel could harm them. Moreover, the Night King, a servant of the Frost God, wielded boundless magic amidst the icy tempest, covering the world in snow and frost with a mere gesture. The mere thought of it sent another chill through Jon. Though he was a Night's Watchman, he exchanged meaningful fragments of conversation with Eddard Stark of House Stark. Relying solely on the strength of Light Island and the Night's Watch would render them ill-equipped to withstand the White Walkers. I shall summon the Lords of the North to rally their full support for you, and I will inform His Majesty of this matter. Thank you. Jon exhaled deeply, for this was the very assurance he had been awaiting. Light Island needed to race against time against the White Walkers, striving for development, and the nearby North was certainly ripe for the taking. My lord, we at Light Island are prepared to fund the recruitment. First, I request permission to enlist all the free folk from the mountain clans in the North, and secondly, regarding our goods. Some of the earls in the North impose exorbitant fees for our products. Could you assist me? I will provide you with a recruitment decree, and I will ensure the lords extend their privileges to you, Eddard Stark replied. Thank you. Jon's smile widened, for with Eddard Stark's words, the goods from Light Island would flourish in the North, allowing them to actively recruit from every corner. 2 days later, Jon received the coveted recruitment decree and the unwavering support of all the northern lords. The most effective way to engage with the northern nobility was through feasting, especially with high-proof vodka. The hastily arriving northern lords indulged in roasted meats and vodka, and after satisfying their appetites, they learned of Jon's intentions for Light Island. They felt it was their duty to stand against the White Walkers. Furthermore, Jon had provided funds, which meant that the local folk in the territories of the northern lords would receive wages, and the free folk could be recruited without hindrance. With wealth paving the way, Jon presented gifts to all the northern nobles, securing the most favorable trade arrangements and unlimited recruitment privileges, leaving him utterly delighted. The northern nobles mused, "Ah, foolish lad. You will need to feed them and pay them. Do you possess mines or something?" Some earls, facing an abundance of free folk in their territories, indicated that they would willingly send people to Jon, alleviating his need for recruitment. This deepened Jon's joy. How could one let such a succulent opportunity slip away? The wolf would not spit out the meat once it was in its mouth. The northern nobles regarded Jon as if he were a naive fool, while Jon observed them, increasingly viewing them as delectable morsels. Upon realizing that he had not passed the first round, a chill seized his limbs, and his heart felt as though it had frozen. As I find the narrative quite engaging and the readership promising, it seems implausible for it to be lacking in quality. Supported by numerous fellow readers, and placing in the top 10 of the new book rankings, I sat before my computer today, unable to type a single word for an extended period. I gazed at the screen, pondering the source of my predicament. Alas, in the coming days, I shall endeavor to complete this tale, ensuring a sense of closure and striving to publish it, so that the invested readers may not suffer losses. My hands have grown weary, and today, perhaps, I can only offer this chapter. Chapter 37. Jon has entrusted me with a message. Upon witnessing the corpse whites, Jon was met with astonishment and admiration from the northern nobility, who hold heroes in high esteem while looking down upon merchants. However, earning money to protect the North and fend off the others is a different matter entirely. The banquet established the central tenet of safeguarding the North and reaffirmed the status of Bright Island as the designated supplier for the region, thus securing Jon Light's place among the northern nobility. During the gathering, Duke Eddard Stark delivered a significant address, emphasizing that the others are the enemy of all living beings, and that protecting the North is our sacred duty. He vowed to contact the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, as well as His Majesty and other guardians of the Seven Kingdoms, to prepare for the impending challenge. Concurrently, the banquet also established Bright Island, centered around Jon Light. As a vital component of the North, Jon Light plans to carry the corpse whites to the remaining 6 kingdoms and King's Landing, seeking their assistance. With the influence of vodka, the atmosphere grew lively, and voices rose in volume. As the Northern Noble Conference drew to a close, Jon announced that henceforth, the beverages from Bright Island would be permanently offered at half price to the castles throughout the north. Noble youths from the north attending Bright Island for their studies would be exempt from tuition fees, benefiting from a 6-year educational system that not only includes instruction from top university scholars, but also encompasses horsemanship, swordsmanship, and a comprehensive development of intellect, character, physical abilities, and aesthetics. However eloquent the promises may be, tangible benefits are paramount, especially concerning libations, as the nobility of the north have a profound fondness for drink, and the common folk also rely on it. With half-price beverages, they can even barter with acorns, hazelnuts, pine nuts, and mushrooms, rendering it akin to a gift. The crowd praised Jon, deeming his actions benevolent, yet he humbly waved his hand, declaring it a service to the north. The potential of the beverage market is immense. In Jon's vision, the north is to become the raw material base for Bright Island, a stable market for products, and a source of inexpensive labor. As it stands, this vision appears simpler than Jon had anticipated, given the sparse population of the north and the relative absence of the underhanded schemes prevalent in the southern regions. As for the northern nobility engaging in the trade of fruit wine, that endeavor is limited by cost, unable to compete with the wines from the southern regions and the vintages of Pintos, not to mention it is insufficient for the consumption of the northern folk themselves. Thus, from the southern reaches to the Neck, Greywater Watch, north to the outskirts, west to Bear Island, and east to Castle Black, the caravans, ships, and goods from Bright Island encountered no further obstacles. The inhabitants of Bright Island will experience rapid growth, soon emerging as the most formidable force in the north. The banquet is exceedingly grand, with Jon presenting an array of delightful novelties: bacon, sausages, canned seal meat, and whale meat, followed by a pre-dessert of creamy mushroom mashed potatoes and a post-dessert of blueberry ice cream. Everyone within the castle, even the stable boys, received an ice cream and a bag of bright brand roasted pine nuts. Upon observing a tall stable boy, Jon's eyes widened in surprise, for this was Bran's personal guard, known as Hodder, or Willis. At that moment, the burly figure gleefully held an ice cream, exclaiming, "Hodder, what is happening? How has he become Hodder again?" Jon furrowed his brow heavily. He had undeniably altered his path, becoming one of the hosts of the Green Seer and had rescued the three-eyed crow. Furthermore, as long as he and the children of the forest bore new life, the three-eyed crow would successfully reincarnate, avoiding the fate foretold in his previous life of becoming entwined with Bran. But what is this current situation? He could not help but cast a wary glance at Jojen and Mira. Jojen, originally chosen by the Green Seer as his prophet, possessing the green sight and the ability to glimpse fragments of the future, now often stared blankly at him, seemingly lost in thought. Is it because Mayan Leaf silence has caused the old crow to become restless? Damn that three-eyed crow, Brynden. One day, I shall make you call me father. After casting another glance at Jojen, Jon turned back, expressionless, fists clenched. It seemed that there were many secrets regarding the Night King, House Stark, and the three-eyed crow that he was yet to uncover. This evening, he would not hold back against Leaf and Mira. By the gods, if I cannot conquer you, I shall not be thwarted by your followers. Tonight, I shall have them exit against the walls. Beyond the wall, what manner of snow is this? Bitterly cold frost and snow, a relentless blizzard engulfing the landscape, while the fierce wind lashed against Mance Raider's face. He wrapped his coat tighter around him. Since surrendering to Jon Snow, his forces no longer had to worry about hunger. However, a new issue of survival arose. After the Green Seer and the three-eyed crow were rescued, the frost god seemed incensed, behaving unusually, hastening the cold wave towards the wall. Most of the outer regions had become desolate ice realms, devoid of human presence. This, undoubtedly, facilitated Mance Raider in following Jon's directives, as he swiftly gathered the free folk beyond the wall. In just a few days, with ample food and the guidance of the others, Mance had assembled over 50,000 free folk, all directed to Bright Watch and subsequently to Bright Island. Yet, approximately 150,000 free folk still remained scattered across the vast, frigid snowfields north of the wall, compelled to make their way toward it. The pace at which the others are transforming corpses into whites has accelerated, while the efforts of the free folks' relocation to Light Island lag significantly behind. If this continues, the majority of the tens of thousands will inevitably become whites. At this moment, Mance Raider anxiously awaits the arrival of the Night's Watch's first ranger, Bowen Stark. The relocation of the free folk necessitates the Night's Watch's assistance, without which it would prove exceedingly difficult. Soon, Bowen Stark's subordinate, the one-handed Colin, arrives with several members of the Night's Watch. Crows. It's the crows. The Free Folk and the Night's Watch share a long-standing enmity. Many have fought against each other, with friends and family lost to one another's hands. At this moment, Mance Raider's men watch the approaching one-handed Colin warily, many of them casting glances filled with animosity. However, Mance Raider himself remains unperturbed. Born of a liaison between the Night's Watch and the Free Folk, he once served in the ranks of the Night's Watch and has grown up among them, harboring a complex mix of affection and resentment towards them. Mance approaches Colin, who dismounts and stands face-to-face with him. Colin gazes at Mance with a complicated expression. He is called One-Handed Colin due to one of his hands being severed by a wildling axe, leaving only his thumb and forefinger. His disdain for wildlings is profound, yet his fear of the dead is even greater. Recently, the Night's Watch has received numerous reports of white sightings, forcing him to suppress his inner revulsion. The long night approaches. Commander Mormont pities you, Colin states coldly. The wall and the Vale are open to the Free Folk, but we shall not permit them to enter the north. All Free Folk must go to Light Island. As long as you do not attack the Night's Watch, we will provide assistance. The White Walkers are traversing the frost. You must hasten your departure. Oh, and Lord Jon has entrusted me with a message for you, Colin says, directing his gaze towards Mance, who squints in response. Yet, Lord Jon left me a raven specifically to convey his words. He uttered this before departing from Castle Black. Time is of the essence. Colin shakes his head. The Night King will madly amplify the Whites. You must act swiftly. The Light Island will find it difficult to resist the Whites' invasion. Lord Jon wishes for you to suppress your hypocrisy and compel the Free Folk to hasten towards Light Island with blood and fire. Colin reiterates Jon's message. We of the Night's Watch will offer assistance to the best of our abilities. This statement holds weight. Mance Raider contemplates, acknowledging that his recent methods have indeed been overly lenient. He understands that without inflicting pain through blood and fire, the wildlings will not yield. Jon Snow is quite literally putting him to the flames. In the future, the wildlings will not submit to him, but rather express gratitude towards Light Island for their sustenance. To the wildlings, Mance Raider is a traitor. As for Jon, not using the Raven but sending a Night's Watchman with a message serves as both a warning and a reminder to Mance not to forget that he too is a traitor of the Night's Watch. I understand, Mance Red acquiesced, gritting his teeth as he tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Time was of the essence. Chapter 38 tonight. All expenses shall be borne by Lord Jon. This evening, Jon has invited all the nobles to partake of malt liquor and galas at the tavern in Winterfell. Malt liquor, being quite costly, is a luxury, as the northern region's rye and oats scarcely suffice for the common folk's sustenance. During the harsh winter months, they are often reduced to consuming a porridge made from fish and bean seeds. This beverage is not particularly potent, facilitating conversation unlike the vodka distilled from potatoes, which could lead to inebriation after just a few cups. The galas, of course, are a specialty of Bright Island, featuring an array of delectable mussels. Each noble was accompanied by a serving woman, as they engaged in merriment, raising their goblets in jovial discourse, transitioning from tales of giants to the White Walkers, and even to the legends of wildlings secretly siring offspring with the others. My lords, tonight all expenses are on me, Jon Light, Jon proclaimed, lifting his goblet high. Thank you, Lord Jon, echoed the northern nobles, one and all. Even the ambitious Roose Bolton, a notorious drunkard, was flushed from drink. However, this feast was not without purpose. My lords, we of Bright Island wish to establish taverns in your lands, specializing in the various libations produced on Bright Island. I hope you will grant us your patronage. At your service. Come now, let us drink to our heart's content. Look at you, already tipsy after one cup of malt liquor. Laughter resonated throughout the hall. Yet Jon noticed Theon's sullen demeanor, clutching the serving woman with a peculiar gaze. This reminded Jon of the Iron Islands. He pondered. Theon could serve as an excellent hostage. Perhaps he might be persuaded to join our cause. While I harbor no particular interest in the Iron Islands, the multitude of warships and seasoned sailors they possess are desperately needed by Bright Island to ensure the prosperity of Bright Island's goods throughout all 7 kingdoms. To trade across the narrow sea and to bring back Daenerys, a fleet is indispensable. The rampant slave trade in the north primarily targets the wildlings beyond the wall. Ser Jorah Mormont was exiled to the other side of the narrow sea for his involvement in the slave trade in the north. Theon, you are but a minor prince of the Iron Islands, yet you have become a disgrace. This time, I, Jon Light, shall rescue you from your plight. Is it too much to request a few ships from your father? Jon murmured to himself. The following morning, after a night of revelry, Jon leaned against the wall as he slowly emerged, rubbing his aching back, muttering, "Humph, does that three-eyed crow seek to corrode me in such a manner?" Casting a glance at the bodies strewn about, each gazing at him with longing. Jon scoffed. Fortunately, I played the game well, infiltrating the enemy's ranks. This round is not a loss. Did you not expect this? I am the reverse spy, he declared. Come forth, let the vices of society seep in. I, Jon Light, shall ensure your return is impossible. With his hands on his hips, Jon reveled in the moment, feeling an impulse to recite poetry. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. As a druid endowed with the legacy of the three-eyed crow, Jon possesses the ability to foresee fragments of the past and future, akin to the capabilities of the enigmatic Jojen. He can manipulate living beings, capturing information in an instant. Images ripple like water before crystallizing into clarity. In King's Landing, Jon Arryn's forehead glistens with sweat as he gazes apprehensively at the documents in his hand. Previously, he had merely sought ways to maximize tax collections for the Iron Throne. However, it has now become evident that the Lannister family has long orchestrated their schemes. The Iron Throne is in debt to the Iron Bank, unable even to pay the interest, primarily due to the fact that most tax officials in King's Landing are affiliated with the Lannisters. Without a doubt, the majority of the collected trade taxes have found their way into Lannister coffers, as they have lent the Iron Throne a staggering sum of hundreds of thousands of gold dragons. For the Iron Throne to achieve financial autonomy, it must confront the vested interests of the Lannister family. The rift between House Baratheon and House Lannister has become irreconcilable. During his research, Jon Arryn uncovers a shocking revelation. King Robert's children are highly likely not his own. In reviewing the family tree of House Baratheon, he notes that all the children bear dark hair and blue eyes, while Robert and Cersei's offspring are blonde and green-eyed. In a bid to curtail the influence of the Lannisters, he appoints the lesser noble, Peter Baelish, as the Master of Coin, overseeing the customs of Gulltown to collect taxes for the king. He also engages in certain compromises with the nobles of the Riverlands, securing a prolonged financial transition for the Iron Throne. Exhausted in body and spirit, Jon realizes that if things continue as they are, regardless of the Lannisters' response, the Iron Throne will remain under Lannister control, which poses a grave threat to Robert. Suddenly, he experiences excruciating abdominal pain, his eyes widening as blood spurts from his mouth. With a groan, Jon Arryn clutches his abdomen and slowly collapses, inadvertently knocking over a bottle on the table, recalling the wine he had consumed at noon. The poison takes effect with alarming speed. As he faces death, blood streams from his 7 orifices, and he clings tightly to Robert's hand, his last breath whispering of resilience. He points a trembling finger at Cersei and Joffrey, a trickle of black blood escaping his lips before he falls lifeless. Cersei merely regards him with a cold, expressionless stare, her stunning visage betraying no emotion. The hand of the king, the prime minister of the 7 kingdoms, Jon Arryn, has perished. In stark contrast to the dark machinations in King's Landing, the procession of the Lightbringer is filled with joy and merriment. Along the way, warriors from the Stark army and the Brotherhood of Light surround Jon, distributing sweets to children in castles and villages. The soldiers embody the spirit of camaraderie, engaging warmly with the children. Sweets, at any time, remain the quintessential choice for winning the hearts of the young. Throughout their journey, they perform various entertainments, distribute candies, and offer free medical care from the clergy of Light to the villagers. With these gestures, the reputation of Light Island continues to soar. Bran, hurry up. Jon turned to Bran, and, hearing his urging, Bran swiftly jogged alongside him. The King's Road was surrounded by numerous villages where the inhabitants cultivated potatoes, rye, and oats. Potatoes being a crucial ingredient for vodka. Jon knew he needed to establish a solid foundation. On this journey to King's Landing, Jon had been prudent and brought Bran along. The matter concerning Adu left Jon deeply perplexed. Despite having altered the fate of the three-eyed raven, Brynden, Adu still existed in Bran's past timeline, having not become the three-eyed raven, yet was able to command the direwolves and Adu. After being possessed by the three-eyed raven, his powers would only amplify. Jon profoundly suspected that many events from his previous life were likely intertwined with Bran, who was manipulated by Brynden, the old crow. Observing Bran riding a horse, led by Adu, Jon suddenly inquired of Mina. Mina, how did the three-eyed raven impart divine insight upon you and your brother? Mina appeared momentarily stunned. Jon then donned a smile, turning to speak to himself. The King's Road is such a splendid thoroughfare. It would be ideal for constructing a tavern, perhaps a light tavern. It could serve as a hub for gathering intelligence and peddling various goods from the Isle of Light. What news from the Isle of Light? Jon asked, this time directing his question to Jiojien. Jiojien, possessing the green sight, could manipulate several ravens and see far into the distance. He paused at Jon's inquiry, realizing that Jon had inherited the legacy of the Green Prophet, granting him not only the ability to utilize green sight, but also to perceive much through the weirwood. The Isle of Light held numerous visions for Jon, and he could converse with others through the talking golden-eyed ravens. Thus, was this not a futile question? You can see it, my lord, Jiu replied. Furrowing his brow at the slowly advancing light caravan, he remarked, with all due respect, my lord, the strength of the others beyond the wall is growing ever more formidable. You should not squander time on such matters. Jiu referred to Jon's ostentatious endeavors in the north, delivering medicine, comforting the Night's Watch, and paving the way for the light merchants. You do not understand. Jon gently shook his head. The dead do not set fires in your backyard, but the living can. The dead possess no schemes. Of course, the Night King is not among the dead. While the others are terrifying, the wall stands as a barrier against them. And though the living may not always best the others, they have their own means of turning against one another. A smile crept upon Jon's lips. Jon Arryn was already deceased, and the balance of power among the Seven Kingdoms was on the verge of collapse. The Lannister family, having seized control of King's Landing and the fiscal authority of the Seven Kingdoms, was destined to ascend to the stage of power. Meanwhile, the Isle of Light represented an optimal period for growth. It was crucial to disseminate the light merchants and the spirit of light, laying a solid foundation for future dominion over the Seven Kingdoms. However, before Jiu could utter another word, Jon interrupted, extending his hand as he exclaimed, "Wait. Why does that child seem so familiar?" He pointed to a sneaky little boy trailing behind the light relief team. "Isn't that Arya?" Jon was at a loss for words. How had this little girl managed to sneak out again? At that moment, a raven circled above before landing on Jon's shoulder, whispering in hushed tones. The coldness in Jon's gaze intensified as he clenched his teeth and spoke gravely. Light's Watch has been attacked by the others. The scene shifted to half a day earlier. Ever since the arduous settlement was conquered by Jon, it had served as a logistical hub for supplies destined for Light Island beyond the wall. After several substantial renovations, it had begun to take on the form of a semi-permanent fortress. The ships sent by the Iron Bank steadily augmented Light Island's capacity for personnel and material transport. Nearly every arrival could be swiftly assessed and dispatched by ship to the island. Tormund, the Giant's Bane, the most formidable warrior of the Free Folk's red-haired clan, held significant sway among the wildlings. Thus he had been appointed commander of Light's Watch. Free Folk arrived, whether voluntarily or otherwise, to be ferried away by the ships. Tormund, a robust figure, had undergone initial training with the Light Brigade and had shared life and death experiences with Jon, which made him particularly invested in the transport of the Free Folk. Unfortunately, the wildlings had grown accustomed to their freedom over millennia, making them difficult to command. As he raised his axe to urge a group of wildlings to hasten their pace, the horn atop the cliff's watchtower suddenly sounded. One blast signaled comrades, 2 indicated wildlings, and 3 heralded the others. "Run!" Tormund exclaimed, his eyes wide, as he shouted to everyone. Meanwhile, the defensive systems of Light's Watch sprang into action. The moat, already piled with whale oil and seal oil, was instantly ignited with torches, creating a fiery river stretching hundreds of meters, with only a narrow passage at the central gate. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated through the air, and the once clear sky darkened with ominous clouds, giving way to an unrelenting blizzard that engulfed the land. The storm descended with ferocity, and in an instant, an endless white tempest surged forth, sweeping the wildlings into a cacophony of anguished cries and dismembered bodies. Amidst the white snowstorm, bursts of crimson mist erupted, and those wildlings who had not yet been caught in the maelstrom fled in terror. However, the barriers of Light's Watch were obstructed by the flaming river, limiting the passage through the narrow opening. Tormund remained composed, directing his warriors to unleash dragonglass arrows while bellowing for them to ignite all the whale oil and seal oil. On the King's Road, Jon gritted his teeth at the sight. Although Light's Watch had not fallen this time, it was estimated that over 15,000 wildlings had perished, becoming new whites. The Night King had cloaked the area around Light's Watch in a blizzard, preventing the surviving wildlings from escaping. Fortunately, he had reached an agreement with Lord Commander Mormont of the Night's Watch. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire, with hundreds of thousands beyond the wall potentially turning into whites. The absence of capable individuals weighed heavily on Jon, whose gaze shifted restlessly. Currently, he could rely on only a handful of allies. Mance Rayder was invaluable, while Tormund, though not a great leader, could serve as a commander. Maester Coburn was burdened with numerous concerns. Since the call for talents from Bright Island was issued, no promising candidates had emerged. With determination, Jon resolved to hasten their journey directly to King's Landing. Gritting his teeth, he decided to take a ship from White Harbor to meet King Robert, prepared to offer a substantial sum of 100,000 golden dragons, for he needed to recruit talent in the capital. The golden dragons, after all, were sourced from the wealth of his King Robert in King's Landing. Within the Red Keep, Robert erupted in fury at the monks praying over the body of Jon Arryn, berating the scholars with scathing insults. "Useless fools," he bellowed, while Cersei remained composed, observing quietly. Varys and Peter Baelish exchanged glances. One was the master of whispers while the other managed the treasury, both having benefited from Jon Arryn's patronage. Each harbored thoughts regarding Jon's demise. Peter, with a hint of concern in his eyes, understood the implications of Jon's death, knowing that it was he who had provided Jon with the Lannister family tree. He feared Robert harbored no suspicion towards Cersei's clumsy assassination attempt, which was evidently orchestrated by her. If Robert and the Lannisters did not come to blows, the chaos Peter yearned for would remain elusive. He regarded Robert, the portly fool, and exchanged a knowing smile with Varys. Chaos was a ladder. An opportunity lay within its steps. Only the most skilled hunters would emerge victorious in the end. "What suggestions do you have for the new hand of the king?" Robert glared at his counsel, ready to hear Cersei's input, when Grand Maester Pycelle unexpectedly spoke. "Your Grace, Jon Arryn left behind a final wish, recommending that Lord Eddard Stark of the North serve as hand." Pycelle trembled as he spoke, having spent most of the council meetings feigning sleep. The moment he uttered those words, Peter and Varys's smiles deepened, for they understood the implications. Chaos was a ladder, power a fleeting shadow, and intrigue trailed closely behind. Chapter concluded. Chapter 39. A certain man named Jaqen in White Harbor. The Iron Bank delivered on its promise, swiftly providing ships valued at 350,000 golden dragons, all equipped with their own crew. Jon was acutely aware that these sailors were from the Iron Bank, yet he had no choice but to utilize them for now. A fleet of over 100 vessels, comprising merchant ships and several warships, instilled a profound sense of confidence among the nearly 100,000 inhabitants of Bright Island, enabling them to operate at full capacity in the production of various goods. Pine nuts, acorns, and hazelnuts were merely the beginning. The unique fish seeds from the north could also be consumed, all prepared through roasting, serving as a reserve food supply. There was a large-scale procurement of potatoes from the Riverlands for the distillation of vodka, a potent spirit that could burn and be exchanged for strategic resources. Jam, fruit wine, candles, soap, and an array of basic handicraft products could now be mass-produced for export to the Seven Kingdoms, where they could be traded for a diverse range of strategic materials: obsidian, iron, ore, leather armor, and shields. The inevitable confrontation with the others loomed on the horizon. Thus, it was not only essential to arm Bright Island, but also to equip the Night's Watch. Jon found himself compelled to swallow his pride, accepting any means necessary, be it tainted or dirty money, to urgently procure grain and supplies from Pintos and other free cities. Various construction materials were likewise acquired to aid in the maintenance of the wall. In this lifetime, Jon acutely sensed that the threat posed by the others had escalated significantly, perhaps due to his earlier rescue of the Green Seer. Come what may, let the others rage. I shall fortify the walls, amass provisions, and bide my time to claim the throne. In a bid to reach King's Landing swiftly, Jon sent a raven for communication, summoning a warship. The main vessel of the Iron Bank stationed in Bravos, crewed by 60 sailors, all under Jon's command. Set sail for King's Landing, Jon declared, renaming the ship the Forward. Upon boarding, they departed immediately. The captain, a tall and slender man with long hair and an ordinary visage, possessed an exceptionally calm demeanor. "What is your name?" Jon inquired. "I am called Jaqen," came the captain's response, prompting a flicker of recognition in Jon's eyes. He was aware of the close ties between the Iron Bank and the House of Black and White, but he had not anticipated that the Iron Bank would send the assassin Jaqen for his protection. The man appeared to be highly skilled. Jon smirked. "I can see at a glance that you are not entirely human." Jaqen was taken aback. As a top assassin of the House of Black and White, he had completed countless missions, yet this was the first time someone had openly exposed him. "Lord Jon, you," Jaqen began, furrowing his brow. According to the Iron Bank's orders, he was tasked with the close protection of Jon, who was deemed a vital asset. "Do not call me Jon," Jon interjected, waving a hand dismissively. "I am merely an ordinary man, a nameless individual," he stated with profound gravity. This declaration left Jaqen momentarily stunned. Jon found it amusing, thinking how easily he had silenced the assassin. "If you wish to become a top-tier assassin, you must forget who you are, young man. The path of the assassin is not merely about killing. It is a—" Jon left his thought unfinished, patting Jaqen on the shoulder as he ascended the ship. Jaqen opened his mouth to speak, but no words emerged. After Jon boarded the ship, he felt an immense satisfaction. While he certainly intended to utilize the Iron Bank's assistance, he was determined not to let it wield complete control over him. As the largest capital in the world today, the Iron Bank had loaned over 200,000 gold dragons, nearly 300,000, to the Iron Throne alone. When considering the other free cities across the Narrow Sea and the thousands of towns, the Iron Bank's assets were estimated to be at least 50 million gold dragons, if not more. Until he possessed absolute strength to free himself from its grasp, mutual benefit was acceptable, for the nature of use and being used has always been reciprocal. Furthermore, it was evident that the Iron Bank was anxious about the potential chaos wrought by the White Walkers beyond the wall, as they owed millions in gold dragons. Not to mention the debts of other noble houses across the Seven Kingdoms. As far as Jon was aware, the North also owed money to the Iron Bank. The ship sailed swiftly across the sea, heading towards King's Landing. The waters here were notably smoother, yet the sight of immense creatures was not uncommon. They could be schools of sardines, or perhaps even whales. Jon extended his hands, letting his thoughts glide over the ocean. He beheld colossal squids, unidentified gigantic fish, and even beings resembling those of the Sea Kings. Were there mermaids as well? Jon had never doubted the existence of mermaids, for Westeros was a land of low magic. Moreover, both the North and the lands beyond the wall had unicorns, giants, and children of the forest. Following the appearance of the Red Comet, dragons had also emerged. He mused that an adventure to Valyria might yield the fabled horn of dragons and dragon eggs. Suddenly, a spark flickered in his eyes, which glimmered with a faint golden hue. The golden-eyed raven he had dispatched to Pentos brought forth a message. Jon Light, I am with you. The raven, under Jon's control, conveyed his spirit, allowing him to observe Daenerys speaking before him. You can truly speak? Daenerys exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment, while the somewhat proud Viserys looked on in curiosity. I am the Lord of Light and the blood of the true dragon. I am omnipresent. Wherever there is light, there I am, Jon articulated, taking a graceful leap forward in the guise of the golden-eyed raven. He bowed his wings to Daenerys and then to Viserys. My blood runs in your veins. You are all my beloved kin and brothers. Trust in me. The usurper upon the Iron Throne is nearing his end. The Game of Thrones has begun, and the hand of the king, Jon Arryn, has been poisoned. Soon, chaos will engulf King's Landing. And I am en route to the capital. Is what you say true? Illyrio has poisoned me. Viserys gritted his teeth, realizing that he had not consumed the wine Illyrio had offered him in recent days, instantly sensing a difference. He no longer felt so irritable, and his mind was much clearer. Behind Illyrio lies a powerful benefactor, and now this benefactor is also funding my endeavors. I shall inform him of the hidden patron, urging him not to harm you, and to send someone to retrieve you. First, let us journey to Bright Island, my blood of blood. The glory that belongs to the House of Dragons shall return in due time. The Iron Throne shall not be occupied by the unworthy. Sooner or later, we shall reclaim all that is rightfully ours. Jon nodded at them. Viserys and Daenerys exchanged glances. How can we trust you? Viserys, in his lucid state, appeared as a remarkably handsome youth. Without further ado, Jon stepped forward, his golden eyes swirling. Soon, the mesmerized Viserys beheld a series of vivid images. So it is you. Viserys gasped, his eyes widening in shock, covering his mouth in disbelief as he stared at the golden-eyed crow. Caution, my blood of blood. This matter is known to heaven and earth, to you and me. Before the House of Dragons reclaims the Iron Throne, I implore you to remain silent. I shall, replied Viserys, his eyes glistening with tears, his body trembling. After so many years, this was the first time he encountered a relative other than his sister. His gaze toward the golden-eyed crow softened. There are spies sent by the Iron Throne, as well as from the Iron Bank and Illyrio. I shall find a protector for you. The long night approaches, dear family. Only the true blood of dragons can awaken the dragon veins. Blood and fire share the same origin. Only a dragon can sing the song of ice and fire. The voice of the golden-eyed crow resonated in their ears. In Pentos, Ser Jorah Mormont, sword at his side, sat in a tavern, indulging in drink. His father, Jeor Mormont, donned the black cloak willingly to pass the title to him, serving the night's watch. Yet, before Jorah could inherit Bear Island, he was exiled for trafficking slaves, primarily sourced from the wildlings beyond the wall and intricately connected to the Iron Islands, Pentos, the Iron Bank, and Braavos. Bear Island originally belonged to the Iron Islands, won by a patriarch of House Stark through wrestling the Iron Islands king, and conferred upon House Mormont, abundant with bears. After being exiled by Eddard Stark, Jorah boarded a slave ship bound for Pentos. Fortuitously escaping, he was recruited by Varys, the spymaster of the Iron Throne. King Robert promised him that should he succeed in monitoring the Targaryen siblings, he would be allowed to return to Bear Island. However, many years have passed, and Euron discovered that Daenerys was breathtakingly beautiful. He had practically watched her grow up. He found himself in love with Daenerys, willing to sacrifice everything, even his life, for her. Yet, he was at a loss as to how to approach her, how to articulate his feelings. Suddenly, a golden-eyed crow flapped its wings and flew in. Caw! Stand tall. The crow flapped its wings, then settled firmly before Mormont. Mormont furrowed his brow, his once lustrous gray-brown locks now thinning with age, his chiseled cheeks bearing the marks of time. Though the years had taken their toll, dimming the spark in his eyes, he had once been an exceptional swordsman. Mormont had traversed far and wide, encountering many peculiar sights, including talking ravens and crows, which were not unfamiliar to him, for his father, Jeor Mormont, had owned a speaking raven. Ser Euron Mormont, I am Jon Light, the Lord of Bright Isle, hailing from the north. Your father, Jeor Mormont, entrusted me with his regards. Jon articulated through the golden-eyed raven, confident that Euron would lend his assistance. Father. Euron Mormont stood frozen, painfully aware that his greatest flaw in life was his failure to meet his father's expectations. Jeor Mormont had dedicated his life to the chivalric code and noble honor, while Euron had become a pariah. An opportunity for redemption has arrived, Ser Euron. The long night approaches, a bitter chill sweeps across the lands beyond, where white corpses wander among us, and countless whites are devouring the lives of the free folk. I require your aid, Jon's voice, delivered through the unique timbre of the golden-eyed raven, possessed an almost hypnotic allure. What is it that you require of me? The usurper upon the Iron Throne is unworthy of loyalty, and he may soon meet his demise. King Jon Arryn has perished, and the strife between the Iron Throne and House Lannister is now laid bare. The war of the living against the dead is far more brutal than the Game of Thrones. Only blood and fire, only the blood of true dragons, can combat the coming darkness. I implore you to become the personal guard of Daenerys, to help protect her. Once my ships arrive, escort her and Viserys to Bright Isle. To protect Daenerys? It is our duty without question. King's Landing. The death of Jon Arryn had wholly torn the veil from the Iron Throne. Following the departure of the Iron Bank's emissary, Robert's roars grew ever more frequent, demanding that his master of coin, Peter Baelish, devise a means to secure funding to repay the Iron Bank's debts. Your Majesty, we could host a tournament, Baelish suggested, bowing obsequiously. We shall summon the nobles from Highgarden, the Riverlands, and the Vale to partake in the tournament, with the victor receiving a bounty of thousands of golden dragons. Moreover, the tax collectors for the coming year and the tax rates could be determined by your Majesty during this tournament. What say you? Robert, who had been drinking heavily, furrowed his brow at this suggestion. The tournament was not the endgame. The aim is to gauge the sentiments of the noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms. The Iron Throne requires funds. The tournament serves as a legitimate means to summon the lords to contribute their gold. Furthermore, there are always those who covet the position of House Lannister, and it would be prudent to leverage their ambitions against one another. If only these scoundrels were as obedient as that Jon Light from Bright Island. Oh, it seems he has promised me 100,000 golden dragons and is already en route. Raising his goblet, Robert took a hearty swig of vodka, a spirit that suited his palate perfectly, even surpassing the sweetness of the fruit wines from Bright Island. Very well, you shall organize the tournament. Robert glanced at his council of ministers, the lethargic Grand Maester, the unreliable Master of Whisperers, the indecisive Master of Coin, the ailing Admiral who rarely attended, and increasingly numerous members of the Red Cloaks. Damn it, the Red Cloaks in the Red Keep outnumbered the Gold Cloaks of House Baratheon. Yet, the Iron Throne was devoid of funds. The treasury had only just been replenished and was already earmarked for repaying debts. Damn. Robert was infuriated. He wished to be rid of such burdensome matters. He seized the jug and began to gulp down vodka. At the seat of House Tarly, Lord Loren Tarly, the foremost commander of Highgarden, had once bested King Robert Baratheon on the battlefield. Though the Tarly family was affluent, they had long held a tradition of valor on the field of battle. However, Lord Loren's eldest son, Samwell Tarly, was clumsily practicing his swordsmanship, prompting a surge of frustration within him. He resolved to send his son to the Night's Watch, passing the inheritance to his younger son. At that moment, a golden-eyed raven swooped down. Bright Island sends its greetings. The raven clutched a letter in its talons, fluttering softly before Lord Loren. Sir Jon Light, the Lord of Bright Island, extends his greetings to House Tarly. I sincerely invite your eldest son, Samwell Tarly, to become my chief advisor, offering an annual salary of 20 golden dragons, along with the right to choose lands on Bright Island and its adjacent territories to establish his own family. The golden-eyed raven was, of course, a manifestation of Jon Light. In the original narrative, Bran had already mastered various manipulative abilities before reaching the wall. Jon's prowess exceeded his by tenfold. I beg your pardon, but House Tarly has no such interest, Loren Tarly coldly rejected, maintaining his stature as the valiant Lord of Highgarden. Uninterested in such propositions, I can ensure he loses weight within a year and transforms into a formidable warrior. Jon promptly revealed his trump card. Oh, this caught Lord Loren's attention. In Pintos, at the Red Temple. What is happening? Do you, the followers of the Light God, no longer wish to spread the faith of the Red God? I, Jon Light, as the representative of the Light, find your indifference unacceptable. My apologies, Lord Jon. Do not apologize. I shall return and change my name, no longer to be known as Light, but as Tucker. I have surrendered. I shall embrace the darkness. The Night King leads countless whites in an assault on the realm of light, and yet you in the Red Temple still debate whether I, Jon Light, am a heretic. I have never encountered such brazen individuals. You must be worshipping a false red god. No wonder there persists a legend throughout the Seven Kingdoms that the rightful King of Light resides in the north. After all, the Son of Dawn triumphed over the Long Night alongside the Night's Watch and the Builder, Brandon. You, who seek fame and recognition, adorned with the title of Red God, feigning to be devotees of the King of Light, I shall confront you each time I see you. Lord Jon, please temper your anger. We of the Red God faith shall do our utmost to support you. The long night approaches, and the White Walkers awaken. We have received divine revelation from the King of Light, Lawler, through the flames which foretell all. That is more like it. Where are the red-robed priestess Melisandre and the golden-robed priest? Send me 10 of them. I wish to battle 10 at once. The golden-eyed crow Jon shouted loudly in the Red Temple. Chapter 40. Young Jaqen, your bone structure is extraordinary. Seeking votes. Unique ice cream from the north. Clean and hygienic. On board, Jon grinned as he offered Jaqen an ice cream, yet the latter firmly declined. As an exceptional assassin, Jaqen noted that Jon, too, did not partake. Thus, he deemed it unwise to consume it himself. How could you refuse? Lord Stark himself relished it. Jon exclaimed, perplexed. Jaqen replied gravely, some do not indulge in peculiar foods. Let us discuss a matter. Jon grinned broadly, his expression warm, and addressed Jaqen. I am quite intrigued by your skills, and wish to learn from you in the arts of swordplay and throwing knives. 10,000 gold dragons. Would that suffice? Jaqen furrowed his brow. Some do not take on apprentices. Who would wish to be your disciple? I merely request a demonstration of swordplay and knife techniques. Should I happen to learn by accident, what of it? 20,000 gold dragons. Do not be absurd. Such a thing is impossible. 30,000 gold dragons. Humph. Mortals are destined to perish. My House of Black and White boasts a millennium of history, tracing back to the noble virtues of our servants, who regard wealth as mere dust and are absolutely impervious to its allure. 50,000 gold dragons. Wait, Jaqen. Do you know what the most agonizing thing in the world is? To live, yet find oneself bereft of money. How much does the House of Black and White pay you in a month? What are you risking your life for? 80,000 gold dragons. Grant me a demonstration of your assassin's path. This sum could arm a small mercenary band. Even Jaqen, steadfast in spirit, found himself swayed. 80,000 gold dragons, a fortune unattainable for the average person in a lifetime. It is merely a demonstration. He could not possibly master it. Some do not cherish wealth. He held his head high, still stubborn. 100,000 gold dragons. Lord Jon, did you observe my demonstration clearly? With a radiant smile, Jaqen exclaimed about the astonishing sum of 100,000 golden dragons. The assassins of the House of Black and White lived frugally. Despite their allegiance to the Iron Bank, they had never encountered such wealth. Dear Jaqen, your techniques are exceedingly challenging. I cannot master them in a brief time. Jon pouted with dissatisfaction. I've spent my money only to witness solitude, especially with the House of Black and White's shape-shifting skills. Those who serve them possessed this remarkable ability, akin to that of a druid, allowing them to don another's visage and become anyone. Lord Jon, there is little I can do, Jaqen responded helplessly. No matter. My dear Jaqen, I see you possess extraordinary talent. The weighty duty of maintaining the world shall rest upon your shoulders. I have a skill for you, a familiar technique. Available for a mere 100,000 golden dragons, Jon said, revealing his pearly white teeth in a grin. Jaqen is indeed a valuable ally. Employing him against the Night King seems plausible. But what is this technique? Green sight, Jon replied. This is the power of the druids and the green seers. You must have seen the children of the forest aboard my vessel. Only the most exceptional among them can become a green seer. possessing thousands of eyes capable of commanding birds and even humans. I can bestow upon you this divine insight, granting you green sight. Jon had just discerned that Jaqen's mental prowess was formidable, likely due to his training as an assassin in service to the many-faced god. Should he acquire green sight, he would evolve into a top-tier assassin, possessing thrice the skills of Arya Stark in her later years and Bran's sight. Yet, simultaneously, Jon would imprint Jaqen's soul, transforming him into a being akin to Bran, Jojen, or Mira, as if the Green Seer could descend into their forms at will, and so could Jon. Mastering green sight will elevate you to the pinnacle of assassins, Jon proclaimed, grasping Jaqen's hand. In an instant, their visions intertwined, their souls linking to the form of a golden-eyed raven soaring above the Red Keep in King's Landing. It lingered at a window, eavesdropping on whispered conversations within, before observing the intimate exchanges in King Robert's chamber and the forbidden romance in Cersei's quarters. Jon then transported Jaqen's spirit across the narrow sea, where they beheld the red-robed priestess Melisandre at the Red Temple, respectfully welcoming Viserys and Daenerys to reside there. Illyrio cursed under his breath as their vision shifted to Dragonstone. After a considerable time, Jaqen finally awakened, realizing, this is green sight, the eye of divinity. Master it, and you shall uncover any secrets you desire. Jon smirked. Now, will you not pay homage to your master? I am willing to learn, Jaqen affirmed. Jaqen gazed resolutely at Jon, his eyes brimming with determination. The enhancement provided by the green vision was monumental for an assassin. Every scene he had just witnessed was nothing short of astonishing. Should he master this green vision, combined with the assassin's path of the Black and White Academy, he would ascend to the divine status of an assassin. Indeed, little Jaqen, I have not misjudged you. You are truly the man I have believed in. Your physique is remarkable, and to experience the green vision for the first time without feeling dizzy is quite impressive. Jon playfully kneaded Jaqen's muscular chest. Cough, cough. All right, Booker, the 100,000 golden dragons you just moved for Jaqen need not be relocated. Return them at once. Those are meant for King Robert. Are you merely toying with them? What? I gave them to Jaqen. Nonsense. Young Jaqen is a top-tier expert of the Black and White Academy, valuing money as mere dust. Furthermore, he wishes to take me as his mentor. It would be quite absurd to accept money from him. You, with your bushy brows and bright eyes, have not grasped the essence of the light spirit at all. What does the light spirit embody? Right. Integrity, bravery, honesty, and trustworthiness. How dare you suggest that I, your esteemed lord, lack integrity? I suspect you are no longer keen on this path. As punishment, you shall transcribe the tenets of the light spirit 100 times. Am I right, little Jaqen? At merely 15 years of age, Jon, significantly younger than Jaqen, stood with hands on his hips, exuding an air of maturity. You are correct, Jaqen dared not refute. He had just witnessed Jon's terrifying capabilities, capable of manipulating multiple golden-eyed ravens and even humans, omnipresent in their reach. Had Jaqen known that Jon was also controlling several messenger owls, he would have been even more astounded. During this time, the Green Prophet's three-eyed ravens had been aiding the Light Island, their information flowing seamlessly across boundaries, whether day or night. Come now, let me examine your body. Jon grinned widely. Jaqen recalled the sensation of Jon's hands on his chest, feeling somewhat bashful as he nodded gently. Bear with it. The first time may be a tad painful. You rascal, after entering your body to leave you a gift, you dare not heed my words. In the distant land of Pantos, the voluptuous and mature red-robed Melisandre, exuding an aura of cold elegance, respectfully invited Daenerys and Viserys to reside in the temple of the Red God. Jon's golden-eyed raven avatar perched upon her shoulder. Little Red, as Jon Light, the representative of the Light King, revolutionary comrade, and beloved of the realm. I wish to offer you a small suggestion. Please take care of the blood of the true dragon, my blood's blood. Why do you appear so displeased? The golden-eyed raven flapped its wings, expressing its discontent as it addressed Melisandre. Lord Jon, I simply do not jest, Melisandre replied with a resigned tone. She pursed her lips, wondering if the King of Light, R'hllor, could truly have chosen the prophesied child incorrectly. This Jon Light, though he appeared in the flames of fantasy, his intentions seemed dubious. Are you casting aspersions upon me with your furtive glances? No. Humph. Under the light, shadows cannot persist. How could you, servants of the King of Light, be so superficial? I have bled and toiled for the light. What harm is it to ask for a small favor? Jon declared. From now on, when you speak to me, you must wear a gentle smile at a 45-degree angle. Otherwise, I shall renounce the King of Light and embrace the dark gods. Jon's voice was filled with indignation. Melisandre quickly lowered her gaze. Shadows are but extensions of the light. They too belong to the King of Light. With that, she lifted her head, striving to smile at Jon. Just wait. Wait for the true prophesied child of the King of Light to arrive. Surely, he would never choose someone like Jon Light as the prophesied one, Melisandre mused. Indeed, you possess a remarkable physique and extraordinary talent. When we meet, I shall examine your health. Jon chuckled, emitting a croaking sound of delight. Meanwhile, Daenerys and Viserys exchanged astonished glances, both filled with curiosity about Jon Light. In King's Landing, the tournament's organization was of utmost significance. As the Ravens took flight, invitations to the tournament reached all corners of the Seven Kingdoms. The death of Jon Arryn had driven King Robert into a furious rage, akin to a wild boar in a frenzy. In truth, any individual seated upon the Iron Throne would exhibit similar behavior. Robert's ascension was facilitated by the alliance of House Stark, Baratheon, Tully, and Arryn, the four most formidable houses in the realm. However, with Jon Arryn's demise, there was no one to succeed him. House Baratheon lacked a plethora of capable administrators. Prior to Robert's usurpation, they were not renowned for their mercantile prowess. Thus, it was an uncomplicated deduction. Those coveting the Iron Throne would inevitably target House Stark. While the Tully patriarch was aged and possessed a meager army, the North, however, was robust and well-equipped, with a single soldier capable of matching 3 from the Riverlands. Once the Game of Thrones commenced, it could not be halted. House Stark would eventually be ensnared. Robert required their aid. Otherwise, his grip on the Iron Throne would falter. Simultaneously, those coveting the throne sought to lure House Stark into the fray, intending to obliterate them and dismantle the alliance of Stark, Baratheon, Tully, and Arryn. Since Jon Arryn's death, unseen hands had been subtly pushing the North towards King's Landing, either actively or passively encouraging their participation in the game of power. At that moment, Robert was indulging in vodka, his drink meticulously inspected by Varys to ensure it was free of poison. Damn it, the treasury cannot even produce a single copper coin. Not even one. Robert roared, infuriated at the necessity of borrowing funds from House Lannister for the tournament's expenses. Robb is tempestuous, yet he is far from foolish. He has long suspected a connection between Jon Arryn's demise and the Lannisters. However, he could never fathom that Jon Arryn was poisoned at the behest of Peter Baelish, who manipulated Lisa Tully, the sister of Lady Catelyn Stark, to commit the act and frame the Lannisters in the process. The animosity between the Lannisters and the Baratheons transcends mere taxation. Should Robb discover that he and Cersei's 3 children are the products of her illicit affair with her brother Jaime, the alliance between House Baratheon and House Lannister would shatter irreparably. The legitimacy of the Iron Throne would be tainted, and House Baratheon would lose its foundation. Thus would commence the chaos of war. Robb has long suppressed his frustrations. For over a decade, he has borne the weight of his crown. Upon ascending the Iron Throne, King's Landing owed the royal treasury over 200,000 gold dragons, a sum that has swelled to nearly 300,000 due to interest and subsequent loans over the past 13 years. This king, apart from his impotent outbursts, appears bereft of solutions. The lords of the Reach, Dorne, the Westerlands, and the Stormlands possess considerable autonomy. Although they pay tribute to the king, it is but a pittance. The primary sources of the king's revenue lie in the customs duties from Gulltown and the trade taxes in King's Landing, both of which are largely controlled by House Lannister. Varys stood quietly beside Robb, shaking his head innocently at the remark. Your Grace, Sir Jon Light is soon to arrive in King's Landing. Oh, my 100,000 gold dragons. Indeed, Your Grace, Sir Jon Light brings with him a wealth of goods that will surely aid you. A smirk played at Varys's lips. The North has always been Robb's greatest military asset, both in the past and present. Dragonstone. Jon did not rush to King's Landing, but instead made a visit to Dragonstone first. The island's obsidian dragonglass is of paramount importance to the North, and he sought an audience with Stannis to discuss large-scale mining operations. To his dismay, he was met with a closed door. Stannis, known for his peculiar disposition, harbors little fondness for merchants. During the War of the Usurper, Stannis was besieged by House Tyrell at Storm's End, enduring severe food shortages that nearly spelled disaster. Were it not for Ser Davos Seaworth, the Onion Knight, who smuggled in a shipload of onions, they would have perished from starvation. In gratitude, Stannis knighted Davos. Yet even then, he severed 4 of his fingers as punishment for smuggling. A paragon of virtue. After a prolonged silence at the port of Dragonstone, Jon found himself at a loss for words. Yet, he pondered, could Stannis' heart be so impenetrable that it extends to his children and wife as well? Ser Davos, our Brotherhood of Light possesses exemplary medical expertise and can attend to the Duchess's illness. Furthermore, we request permission to hold a performance on the island. We have giants, children of the forest, and whites. I believe Princess Shireen would be quite fond of it. Ser Davos Seaworth is an unassuming man of slight stature. He had chestnut hair and eyes, complemented by a dense gray beard. The first knuckles of his 4 fingers, excluding the thumb, on his left hand had been severed. As a count with a background as a smuggler's captain, he held Jon Light in high regard. After all, the illustrious name of Bright Island was in the spotlight during this period. Dragonstone Island, being a crucial maritime hub, inevitably engaged with the merchant vessels of Bright Island. My lord, the letter you sent has been reviewed by the Duke, Davos stated with an apologetic expression. You may perform here, but entry into the castle is prohibited. Jon felt a mix of exasperation. Truly, Stannis was quite the fool. However, Princess Shireen was Stannis's Achilles heel. What child could resist the allure of ice cream and sweets while watching performances by giants and the children of the forest? A smirk crept across Jon's lips. Thank you, Lord Stannis, and my gratitude to you, Count Davos. He turned to instruct the bright delegation to prepare for their spectacle. Let the music commence, let the dance begin. This performance would be more grandiose and fervent than before. Sing with all your might, dance with fervor, and perform with passion. Bring forth fine wine and sumptuous meats for the residents of Dragonstone Island. Ice cream, in endless supply. Fructose and honey, also boundless. My lord, are we performing by the coast? Theon inquired, astonished. Indeed, today we shall revel in joy and happiness, spreading love across Dragonstone. On this mission to King's Landing, Jon had not only brought Bran but also Theon, the young prince of the Iron Islands, who admired Jon. Unbeknownst to him that Jon intended to sell him to the king of the Iron Islands in exchange for several warships. Jon turned back, earnestly declaring, We have traveled far. What harm is there in enjoying ourselves? Let us showcase the most beloved performances for the children. Let the music commence, let the dance begin. Gratitude was extended to Zime Jean for their monthly tickets, and to those who supported with votes. Your backing fuels my passion for writing. I cherish you all. This chapter concludes. Chapter 41, I strike with precision. Across the mountains and the seas lies Bright Island, prosperous and beautiful, free and radiant. Its lord, Jon Light, has rescued the free folk, filling it with love and sweetness. As the Bright delegation's performance reached its zenith, figures emerged from Dragonstone Castle. At that moment, the troupe was enacting the rescue of the prophet Brendan. This musical drama showcased Jon's bravery and valor in saving the free folk and subjugating giants and the children of the forest. When the giants and the children of the forest appeared, Stannis' little princess, Shireen, could no longer remain seated. She tugged at the onion knife and made her way to the front of the stage. Her eyes transfixed on the giants and the children of the forest performing before her. Not far away, Jon's lips curled into a smile as he instructed the others to bring ice cream and sweets for Selene. However, Arya, that spirited girl, had already dashed over to engage in conversation with Princess Selene. Jon felt a wave of exasperation. Arya had once again escaped from Bright Island, and he had no choice but to take her along. It would be advantageous for little Jaqen to teach her the art of swordsmanship and the ways of assassination. In the impending battle against the Night King, a top-tier assassin would undoubtedly be essential, and Jaqen was an excellent choice, though alternatives must also be considered. Lord Jon, the lively and charming Princess Selene, had also arrived backstage. She possessed a cascade of beautiful golden hair, exuding both cuteness and nobility, her emerald green eyes radiating sweetness, albeit marred by a patch of gray scales on her right cheek. Princess Selene, Jon greeted her with a bow. Are there truly unicorns beyond the wall? Indeed, unicorns are real, Jon replied with a subtle smile. And giants? What about dwarves? Princess Selene inquired further. The climate of Westeros is not conducive to the survival of dwarves. Perhaps they exist in the ancient lands of Valyria, Jon answered with a chuckle, aware that Stannis was undoubtedly observing all of this. Princess Selene, perhaps I could assist in treating those charming scales on your face. Jon hesitated momentarily before voicing this suggestion. Grayscale was well documented in Westeros, and even the three-eyed raven in the lineage of the Green Seers had noted it. It was not beyond remedy. It necessitated a form of blood magic, specifically, the blood of a true dragon. Fortunately, Jon possessed true dragon blood, and for the black crystals of Dragonstone, he would not hesitate to shed a bit of his own. A look of surprise flickered across Princess Selene's lovely face. Stannis had sought the counsel of many scholars in an attempt to cure her gray scale, yet none had succeeded. Can Jon truly do it? She wondered. Jon merely smiled with quiet confidence. Trust me, little princess. As Jon embarked on his journey to King's Landing, the entirety of Dragonstone had opened its gates to Bright Island, and their obsidian mines would also be made available for supply. Stannis, a man of moral integrity, had symbolically accepted only a small fee for Jon's assistance in treating Princess Selene. On board the ship, Jon was engaged in a triathlon with Mira and Ygritte. Suddenly, Jaqen knocked on the door. "My lord, we have Ironborn." Jon was in the midst of a crucial moment when Jaqen arrived with the report. "What is the situation?" Jon stood up, displeased, quickly donning his attire as Jaqen informed him that the advanced ship was swiftly heading towards King's Landing. "Only 2 vessels." Jon's eyes quickly focused on the incoming ships. They are warships from the Iron Islands, resembling pirate vessels, proudly displaying the Iron Islands banner. Each of these ships is equipped with boarding ramps to facilitate proximity to other vessels, and they possess enormous grappling hooks capable of ensnaring ships. "My lord, we must depart swiftly. The elite forces of the Iron Islands are upon us, the Iron Whore and the Kraken." At this moment, Theon stepped forward to speak. Although Theon had been taken captive as a hostage in Winterfell at a young age, he was not unfamiliar with the Iron Islands, having secretly conducted extensive research. "Elite? I thrive on elite," Jon retorted angrily. His teeth clenched. He felt his natural powers growing stronger. Now possessing the ability to manipulate others, an ability Bran had mastered in his youth, which Jon had now also acquired, but at a significantly advanced level. He could command the bodies of others to do his bidding. As Jon hesitated, the Raven's vision revealed that behind the 2 Iron Island warships were dozens of other vessels. By the gods, so many? Jon was not concerned about the Forward's ability to escape, for it was the flagship of Braavos, sponsored by the Iron Bank, capable of contending with ships like the Iron Whore and the Kraken. However, dealing with the other dozens of smaller vessels posed a challenge. How did the Ironborn manage to circumvent the western coast and reach the bustling merchant routes of the eastern coast to plunder? Jon inquired, casting a glance at Theon. Theon was momentarily at a loss. How could he know? The Ironborn lived by raiding, believing that strength triumphed over toil, adhering to the path of plunder. The closer they drew to King's Landing, the more ships appeared, the trade flourished, and the pirates multiplied. Yet, what purpose did the invincible fleet serve? Suddenly, Jon recalled that the naval commander was utterly incompetent, only known for taking sick leave. The rampant activities of the Ironborn were clearly being exacerbated by some factions, reminiscent of the Wokou pirates of the Ming dynasty, some of whom were instigated by the very officials themselves to maintain their exclusive monopoly on maritime trade. Thus, it became evident that the forces behind this were indeed culpable. "My lord, shall we confront the Ironborn?" Jaqen inquired, stepping forward. "Perhaps another day. Today, I am in good spirits and shall spare them," Jon replied, his expression unchanging. Jaqen nodded vigorously, instructing the crew to hasten their departure, while Jon's countenance darkened as he gazed at the distant Ironborn pirate ships, waiting. "Currently, we lack gunpowder. Once we acquire it, we shall begin developing cannons and firearms. Initially, we can explore the creation of small mortars, employing the mysterious Eastern Lost Wax casting method. Then we shall venture to the Iron Islands and see if you can withstand the onslaught." Casting a glance back at Theon, Jon's mind began to whirl with new thoughts. The Iron Islands, though appearing neutral, had undeniably chosen sides. Whose ships dominate King's Landing, profiting the most? The answer was glaringly apparent: House Lannister. The nobles of the Riverlands also possessed numerous merchant vessels, and across the waters lay the free cities, the Iron Bank. It appears that the Iron Vault is indeed connected to the Iron Islands. Truly, those who ascend to the throne are far from foolish. I had previously underestimated the Iron Islands. After a brief interlude, the afternoon approached. At the port of King's Landing, the ship known as the Forward arrived. To mark the occasion and to welcome his 100,000 gold dragons, King Robert Baratheon personally led the gold and red cloaks, accompanied by Queen Cersei, the master of coin, Peter Baelish, the master of whisperers, Varys, and numerous nobles of King's Landing, to greet the arrival at the harbor. Accompanied by the resounding sound of trumpets, Jon emerged amidst the ranks of the warriors of the Light Brigade. The soldiers bore no armor. Instead, they carried treasures of great value. Expensive emeralds, the most abundant produce of the lands beyond the wall, were plentiful there, but rare in King's Landing, with several platters glimmering in green hues. Magnificent black crystals, colossal in size, were cradled by several warriors, each worth more than 10 gold dragons. Rubies, sapphires, the trembling horns of narwhals measuring over 3 meters in length. Enormous mammoth ivory exceeding 2 meters, and vast, pristine coral pearls gleaming like crystal were among the treasures displayed. The children of the forest held radiant gold in their hands, while the giant one hoisted an immense black crystal, over a meter wide. Jon cast a simple clarity spell upon it, causing it to sparkle brilliantly and capture the attention of all present. Behind 1-1, a banner hung aloft, displaying the emblem of the Island of Light. Adorned with an ancient and mysterious script, the members of the Light Brigade chanted a beautiful hymn as they surrounded Jon, who stepped forth. Beyond the mountains and across the seas lies the Island of Light, free and beautiful, Your Majesty. It was only when Jon knelt before King Robert that he regained his senses, utterly astonished by the sheer wealth on display. How could one possess such riches? Though not all were of great rarity, the sheer volume was overwhelming. How could there be such a vast black crystal? Jon Light, Robert exclaimed with a broad smile. Any ruler would delight in receiving gifts of wealth, especially when they came freely. He quickly forgot his earlier displeasure, as well as the information Peter had just relayed regarding Jon's Island of Light, which not only paid no taxes to the north, but also exempted their merchant ships from trade duties. Trade duties? Could such a thing even enter my treasury? It has all been pilfered by the Lannister vampires. Rise. Robert disregarded formalities, for the treasures before him were more than sufficient for a lavish period of indulgence. As for borrowing funds from the Lannisters to host the tournament? Nonsense. Your Majesty, my legs have grown weak, Jon said, maintaining his composure. What is it? Robert inquired hastily. Jon spoke bitterly. Your Majesty, you truly embody the grandeur of the legends, possessing a stature akin to that of a celestial being, and an aura so commanding that I find myself rendered motionless in your presence. Flattery, however extravagant, can never be excessive. Robert erupted into hearty laughter, his beard trembling with mirth. I shall personally bestow upon you the title of Count, Jon Light, he proclaimed loudly. Your Majesty, that cannot be. I have merely gifted you a modest sum. What will the Master of Coin think? How will the other nobles of the Seven Kingdoms perceive this? Are we to imply that a mere monetary offering can grant one the title of Count? They will mock me, Jon Light, and it will tarnish your esteemed reputation. Oh. Robert paused, narrowing his eyes as he glanced at Peter and Cersei. These scoundrels utter platitudes about serving the realm, yet they are busy filling their own coffers. Peter, the Master of Coin, is adept at accumulating wealth, yet he remains entangled with the Lannisters, the Tyrells, and the Iron Bank. Robert, frustrated and feeling constrained, channeled his indignation into his intimate moments with his beloved, intoxicated by his emotions. Your Majesty, Lord Jon is indeed correct. However, given the significant gifts he has provided, it is only fitting that you reward him. Peter seized the opportunity to interject. Although Peter was the Master of Coin, he was not a count himself. Hailing from a modest family in the Fingers, having risen through cunning and intelligence amidst the shifting allegiances. No, I must confer upon you the title of Count. Moreover, I shall personally crown you. Peter's words instantly solidified Robert's resolve. The ministers gathered in the royal chamber were unworthy of trust, and with Eddard Stark's absence weighing heavily, Robert turned his attention to Jon Light, contemplating how to elevate this man who understood the art of diplomacy and flattery into the royal council. Oblivious to the peculiar expressions of Cersei, Peter, and Varys. In the Red Temple, the Red Priestess Melisandre was astonished to discover the pure magical energy emanating from Daenerys. The blood of the dragon flowed strong within her, indicating a retention of the ancient mysteries of Valyria. This was a formidable force. Thus, she devoted herself wholeheartedly to serving Daenerys and Viserys, while consistently displaying her charms to Viserys. Are you not tempted by him? The golden-eyed crow Jon flitted into view. Upon hearing his voice, Melisandre trembled, as this elusive golden-eyed crow seemed to be a curse, perpetually watching her, pushing her to the brink of despair. Lord Jon, what jest is this? How could I harbor any intentions towards Prince Viserys? Do not jest. Your eyes betray you. Shall we strike a bargain? The golden-eyed crow Jon boldly perched himself upon Melisandre's shoulder, surveying the splendid view below. What bargain? I am aware of your esteemed standing within the Red Temple, although the reasons elude me. The temple has persistently exhibited duplicity in its support for me. Nevertheless, I require your assistance. The supernatural beings beyond the wall have been growing increasingly formidable, a fact you must perceive within the flames. I shall swiftly consolidate the influence of the Red Temple, and you shall lead them to Bright Island to aid me. In return, I shall grant you unrestricted access to Viserys, allowing for any form of acquaintance, be it superficial or profound, past or future interactions, without any constraints. Jon, with his golden-eyed raven, gazed with a faint glimmer of gold in his eyes. The red gem adorning Melisandre's neck radiated a captivating light. The reason for the Red Temple's sluggish actions, my lord, is due to the Iron Bank. Suddenly, Melisandre seemed transformed, exuding an air of regal elegance as she calmly remarked. The Iron Bank seeks to wield more leverage over you. You find yourself in peril, having become embroiled in the game of power. The Iron Bank may present you with unexpected temptations, which are often fraught with risk. I understand, Jon, the golden-eyed raven, replied with a smile, acknowledging the arrangement I had orchestrated. Impressive, is it not? Melisandre was taken aback to witness Jon's smile. The island of Bright had become a solitary watchtower since the Night King last led his army of the undead in an assault. The surrounding palisades lay in ruins, and Jon had instructed the inhabitants of Bright Island to construct 3 watchtowers using stones and ice water, complete with a dock for vessels and hot air balloons for aerial exploration. However, the shapeshifters required neither balloons nor the Raven's vision to discern the throngs of whites just beyond the ravine. Following the previous attack, the whites had temporarily retreated, and a moat was excavated outside the towers, directly connecting to the sea. To prevent the moat from freezing, various high-proof vodkas and oils were continuously poured in, ignited to fend off the whites. In truth, it served merely as psychological comfort. The giant slayer Tormund stood atop the tower, his expression somber. The whites remained motionless for the time being. Suddenly, a voice rang out as a golden-eyed raven fluttered toward them. "My lord Jon," Tormund exclaimed upon seeing Jon, hastily bowing. "We shall continue the construction of the towers and walls. Supplies will be dispatched shortly. I have communicated this to Maester Coben. This location is to be fortified as a permanent stronghold and a launching point for our counteroffensive against the whites," Jon declared. "Indeed, my lord. What of Mance Raider? There have been disturbances there. The wall is soon to be sealed, or else the whites will breach it." "Damnation," Jon cursed vehemently, standing upon the stone of the tower, surveying the dense throng of whites ahead. The wall and the Black Castle loomed ominously. As the colossal gates of the Black Castle descended, the heavy-hearted Commander Mormont cast a glance at Mance Raider, who stood to the side. "So, there are indeed 12,000 souls trapped, unable to escape?" Mance Raider nodded bitterly. The golden-eyed raven, Jon, perched upon his shoulder, cawed once. The Night King's minions, the White Walkers, were divided into 2 factions. One donned the armor of the Night's Watch, while the other was disheveled and draped in pure white. They besieged both Light's Watch and the wall, sealing off the area as they slowly devoured the free folk still beyond the encampment. "I hope to deploy hot air balloons to rescue as many as we can, Commander," Jon said gravely. "Otherwise, those people will all be transformed into White Walkers. If all 12,000 are converted, the army of the dead will swell to nearly 500,000. Our north will struggle to withstand such a tide of corpses." Unable to restrain himself, the golden-eyed raven erupted in curses, caw-caw. Meanwhile, beyond the walls, Castor did not retreat. He continued to reside in his fortress with his daughters. That night, one of his daughters gave birth to a son. He cradled the child and, adhering to ancient customs, placed the infant in a designated spot before fleeing. Soon, an endless gale of white-haired wind surged forth, and amidst the howling blizzard, 5 White Walkers emerged, led by the Night King, crowned in ice. 3 of the White Walkers wore the armor of the Night's Watch, while the other 2 were disheveled and entirely snow-white. The White Walkers had their own means of communication, and the Night King, tall and robust, bore a striking resemblance to Stark upon closer inspection. His eyes were a deep, haunting blue, and with each step he took, the surrounding winds and snow parted. He slowly bent down and lifted the infant from the ground. The chilling magic of his hands swiftly transformed the baby's eyes to match his own ethereal blue, while the child began to decay and grow at an alarming rate. Not far from Castor's castle, he was astonished to discover that rye could actually be cultivated outside his fortress. Was the ice god showing him mercy, allowing him to continue his lineage? Meanwhile, Jon Light, witnessing this through the branches of a weirwood tree, had an odd expression. "Is this pig farming? No wonder the Night King has not hastened to convert those 12,000 souls. Who says the dead cannot devise schemes?" End of chapter 42. The Emperor Joffrey the following day in the north, Commander Mormont of the Night's Watch, accompanied by Banyan Stark and others, arrived at Light's Watch under the command of Carter Pike. Upon seeing the throngs of corpses, even Mormont could not help but furrow his brow in dismay. How terrifying! The Protector of the North, Duke Eddard Stark, has arrived. At that moment, a ship approached, and Eddard Stark had come expressly to witness the grand spectacle that Light's Island had created. He felt compelled to see it for himself. As a guide, Robb led Eddard Stark through the fortifications, schools, and workshops of Bright Island. In a state of shock, Eddard learned of the numerous whites inhabiting Bright Watch. Consequently, he summoned the nearby House Karstark, House Umber, House Bolton, and the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Mormont, to converge at the front lines of Bright Watch. A piercing horn echoed through the air. As Eddard Stark stepped onto the fortress and gazed upon the shadowy figures gathered beyond the moat. Doubt crept into his mind. Could there truly be so many corpses? Were these indeed whites? Eddard turned to Mance Rayder and Tormund. Indeed, my lord, Tormund replied. Having been appointed by Jon as the commander of the area, he exchanged a knowing glance with Mance Rayder. It is absolutely true. Please, come aboard. He invited Eddard into a hot air balloon. The hot air balloon technology on Bright Island had advanced significantly, though it was still incapable of long-distance travel. Shorter flights had become quite simple. Eddard, along with several lords and Lord Commander Mormont, ascended into the balloon. It rose from the top of the fortress, tethered by ropes, and gradually floated into the sky. From this vantage point, the scene below became even clearer. Eddard Stark could not suppress a gasp as he beheld the whites. They can conjure frost spears, which is why we mustn't draw too close, Tormund explained. He raised a torch and waved it at the figures below. Soon, someone on the ground used a wooden pole to toss 2 Arctic hares across the river. With astonishing speed, the hares darted away. In an instant, dozens of whites surged forth, ravenously pursuing the hares, their decaying forms resembling swarms of flies. They swiftly seized the hares, tearing them apart and devouring them, reducing the creatures to countless pieces almost instantaneously. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, Eddard Stark, Lord Commander Mormont, and the others furrowed their brows in concern. Yet, what transpired next sent a chill down their spines. The warriors of Bright Watch unleashed rockets, each nearly vertical, fueled by whale oil. Once ignited, the rockets soared, engulfing the whites in flames. However, the whites displayed no sign of pain. Instead, they appeared enraged, rising to their feet. Their ghostly blue eyes fixated on the humans within Bright Watch. Suddenly, 1, 2, then 3 whites emerged, followed by dozens, hundreds, indeed thousands. A chilling mist began to rise, obscuring what had once been visible from the hot air balloon. In haste, the group descended from the balloon, realizing the gravity of their situation. At this moment, an endless expanse of white mist enveloped the entirety of Bright Watch. Ignite the oil river, Tormund shouted urgently. They had long been prepared for this. The Night King had never relinquished his ambition to seize Bright Watch, and Jon's oil river had thwarted his efforts. The vodka, combined with fat, floated atop the water, igniting in flames, preventing the surface from freezing and rendering the whites unable to enter the water. The flames roared to life. Additionally, obsidian powder had been infused into the oil, as only magic could contend with magic. Thus, the flames were not extinguished by the biting cold wind. Rather, they surged forth with greater ferocity, consuming the entire moat in a conflagration that formed a semicircular encirclement, safeguarding the last 3 triangular towers of Bright Watch, beyond which lay the ocean. How long has it been? Asked Eddard Stark. Since the Night King personally led the whites against Bright Watch, came the reply. They were relentless, attacking daily without distinction between day and night, particularly in the dark hours. Fortunately, we have ample manpower, along with sufficient supplies of fat and vodka. Not far from here lies a small island. We can transport various provisions via hot air balloons and ensure a steady rotation of personnel to maintain a strong defense, said Segan, the captain of the Bright Watch 100. Eddard Stark exchanged a glance with Mormont, silently conveying their thoughts. Are there hundreds of thousands of these whites? Yes. It is feared that most of the living beyond the wall have become fodder for the whites, Tormund lamented. His kin from the red-haired clan having also fallen victim to their jaws. Winter is coming, Robb sighed softly. Look, someone pointed towards the opposite riverbank. The crowd turned to see several white walkers clad in Night's Watch armor, accompanied by a few ice-white whites, slowly approaching the river's edge. Wherever they tread, ice formed instantly, extinguishing even the flames of the moat on their side, freezing half the river in an instant. Thankfully, the soldiers within the fortress of Bright Watch shot arrows equipped with obsidian powder and oil. However, behind them, tens of thousands of whites gathered silently, standing at the riverbank, their deep blue eyes fixed intently upon the northern nobles atop Bright Watch. No wonder Jon always utters that phrase, Robb said through gritted teeth. What phrase? Time is short. The long night is upon us. In King's Landing, King Robert hosted a grand banquet to welcome Jon Light. The Bright Watch delegation also presented a performance for the king, the Night's Watch song. As this performance commenced, Jon Light, seated beside King Robert, could not help but become serious. His journey to King's Landing was primarily to gain the king's trust, and secondarily, to advocate for legal support for Bright Watch, the North, and the Night's Watch. Indeed, although Jon has been verbally appointed as a count by Robert, who has promised to personally crown him before the nobility of the 7 kingdoms during the tournament, Such a title alone is insufficient to confront the looming threat of the White Walkers. What Jon truly requires is a title that is legally recognized throughout the realm, far beyond merely that of the Count of Bright Island. For you, I shall play the Nocturne of the Wall, commemorating those fallen brothers, while I, for the realm, conceal my identity and stand against the White Walkers and the free folk, a bloodthirsty horde drawn to the essence of life, while I remain expressionless, gazing upon the desolate landscape. The melody of the Night's Watch song is profoundly slow and mournful. After the performance concluded, the audience erupted in applause, moved by the spirit of the Night's Watch. Jon, are the Whites truly terrifying? Robert inquired, his face flushed with excitement as he sipped on a specially mixed vodka. Sitting beside him, Jon shook his head. Your Majesty, with you here, the Whites are hardly frightening. However, our North lacks supplies. You have seen that the Night's Watch song reflects the true life of the Night's Watchman. This performance is rather trivial, quite dull, remarked a golden-haired youth with an air of arrogance beside him. Jon shot him a glance. Ah, the great King Joffrey? A smirk played on Jon's lips. Indeed, Joffrey was a pompous brat. Your Majesty, it appears that Prince Joffrey has yet to receive a formal education, has he? Oh, what are your thoughts? Robert inquired. Our school at Bright Island is exceptional. I am contemplating establishing a Bright School in King's Landing, specifically for the offspring of the elite. This way, Prince Joffrey could interact with peers his age and cultivate some brotherly bonds for his future, much like the camaraderie you shared with Lord Eddard Stark. Oh, Robert's eyes brightened. The prospect of education was secondary. What he valued was the bond of brotherhood, as he and Eddard Stark were indeed close friends. Jon smiled faintly at Joffrey, unable to tolerate his arrogance. Have you been to school? Have you received your 9 years of compulsory education? Fear not, I shall teach you. Chapter 43. The Troubles of Young Joffrey, What of Your Father? Robert recalled Eddard Stark, reminiscing about the joyful days spent in the Eyrie with Eddard during their youth. Father, I do not wish to attend school. Joffrey retorted furiously. School? What nonsense. I, Joffrey, have no need for a school to instruct me in my endeavors. I would actually recommend he attend school, chimed in the imp Tyrion, seated nearby with a goblet in hand, belching as he spoke. Meeting Jon's gaze, Tyrion raised his goblet in a silent toast. Building a school requires a considerable amount of money. Robert frowned once more. Upon hearing this, Jon chuckled softly. He held his goblet with a warm smile, saying, My king, you need not worry about finances. You and my father, Eddard Stark, are like brothers, having grown up together, and to me, you are akin to a benevolent father. Upon meeting you, I feel as though I have encountered my own father. Therefore, my wealth is yours. I am inclined to make another donation towards the establishment of a shining school in King's Landing, where heirs from various castles can come to study. Jon proposed his suggestion. In this manner, there would be no need for further tournaments. Once these heirs graduate and return to their respective domains, as the headmaster, you would naturally receive the taxes more smoothly. Robert's eyes brightened. He was not a fool. Though formidable in strength, he possessed a tempestuous temperament. King's Landing, now teeming with populace, could not manage taxes effectively from the Iron Throne. The Baratheon family had dwindled, lacking capable administrators, as evidenced by Stannis and Renly. Jon's proposition was undeniably alluring. To liberate the heirs from their lord's control and allow them to study in King's Landing, Robert's mind raced, quickly realizing that such a move would undermine the authority of the Citadel, and the noble houses would certainly oppose it, for it would effectively render their heads as hostages in the capital. Yet, for the Iron Throne, this represented the pinnacle of centralization. A splendid suggestion, truly remarkable, Robert declared, taking a hefty swig of his drink. I oppose this. Cersei interjected, her exquisite visage contorted with fury as she glared at Jon. You, baseborn bastard. Your suggestion is utterly foolish. Silence. Robert thundered. Get away from me. Return to the Red Keep. He bellowed. Cersei shot Jon a venomous glance before turning away under Jaime's protection, while Joffrey discreetly slipped away. Jon's smile deepened. He cast a glance at Robert, sensing the king's waning days. Centralization would ultimately fall under the control of House Lannister. Neither Highgarden nor the Citadel would tolerate such developments. However, if the Iron Throne failed to act, it would be crushed under the debts of the Iron Bank and House Lannister. To kill the goose that lays the golden eggs, should one slay or spare? The alliance between wolf and stag was unbreakable, yet should the wolf and stag draw too close, the lion would surely strike first, suffering the brunt of the consequences. Yet Jon was unafraid of poison or treachery. His vision was all-encompassing, possessing the perspective of an omniscient observer. Jon, I shall personally crown you. Robert roared. Tomorrow I shall ennoble you. Robert was genuinely enraged. The debts owed to House Lannister were pressing, while the funds Jon offered required no repayment. He could discern who treated him well. Your Majesty, I bear no anger. You and my father are brothers, beloved kin. Your troubles are my troubles. Your queen is my queen. Your son is my brother. Jon expressed a sense of helplessness, pursing his lips as if on the verge of tears. Having wandered alone and forsaken since childhood, to see you truly feels like encountering my own father. How can I possibly repay your kindness? I merely bestowed upon you 100,000 golden dragons and constructed a school in your honor. Yet, you demand that I be personally crowned and granted nobility. If another were to offer you 200,000 golden dragons, would it not be so? Jon, while feigning tears, glanced at Robert, whose expression was indeed peculiar. Jon's 100,000 golden dragons had proven immensely beneficial, covering the interest on the Iron Bank and alleviating a significant financial crisis. You are right. I ought to treat you with greater regard. Robert regarded Jon more favorably as he continued to call him by name. I am willing to offer you another 100,000 golden dragons. Would you accept me as your adopted son? Jon said cautiously. For over a decade, I have drifted aimlessly. If you do not reject me, I wish to honor you as my adoptive father. Jon's eyes sparkled with sincerity. Your Majesty, without your continued existence, my assent is fraught with difficulty. Oh, Robert's eyes lit up as well. He certainly needed to leverage House Stark to counterbalance House Lannister. How could he be unaware that Tywin Lannister was the quintessential hand of the king? Yet, he had never utilized him, for he had long since lost trust in the Lannisters. His intention was to ally with House Stark, and he prepared to journey to the north, seeking Eddard Stark's involvement in a marital alliance to strengthen the political bond between House Stark and House Baratheon. Adopting Jon would undoubtedly resolve his economic woes. Excellent. Robert nodded. Jon smiled. Robert smiled in return. Tyrion, the little imp, chuckled as well. Varys' laughter was even more profound, while Peter Baelish wore an awkward grin. Lancel, the Lannister's servant pouring wine for King Robert, appeared somewhat ill at ease. As night deepened outside King's Landing, Jon was retching, expelling everything he had consumed during the day at the Red Keep. My lord, why do you exercise such caution? Jaqen was by Jon's side, there to assist him in detoxification and health examination. He himself was a master poisoner. Jon grimaced. How can one capture a lion's cub without entering the lion's den? I have obtained the greatest support. I am now the Count of Light Island and the adopted son of King Robert. Strictly speaking, from a legal standpoint, I could even sit upon the Iron Throne. How is that possible? Jaqen was astonished. You are not. Of course it is possible. If all those qualified to sit upon the Iron Throne were to perish, would it not then fall to me? Jon grinned. After swishing some mouthwash, he regained his composure. All of us from the Light Brigade reside outside the city, avoiding entry. We procure our sustenance from what we brought from Light Island. The shapeshifters in our group maintain over 10 points of view at all times to monitor our surroundings. The Light Priests are developing small birds to assist us in gathering local intelligence. Furthermore, prepare yourselves. We shall soon return to the north. Why? King Robert must journey to the north to demonstrate the resolve of the blood alliance between him and his allies. This presents an opportunity for us on Bright Island. One we must seize to save the Seven Kingdoms and vanquish the White Walkers. Success hinges upon this endeavor, Jon meticulously elaborated. My lord, why bestow a school upon the king? Such an act may offend the other factions in the Seven Kingdoms and the Citadel. It is quite simple. Regardless of who occupies the Iron Throne, they will support my establishment of a school, for it is a foundation meant for the Iron Throne itself. As for the opposition from the Seven Kingdoms, chaos is but a ladder, Jaqen. Should anyone oppose, the Iron Throne will have just cause to deal with them. That throne, no matter who claims it, will inevitably lead its occupant to either folly or to a state of blindness and deafness. The following day, the coronation ceremony took place at the Iron Throne. Robert, clad in finery, crowned Jon as Count, a title that was indeed excessive, as the Duke of the North. Eddard Stark could have conferred it without the king's intervention. Robert also personally declared Jon his adopted son. There was no dissent among the crowd. After all, Jon had generously donated 200,000 golden dragons to King Robert. The Lannisters, over the span of several years, had merely loaned 40,000 golden dragons to the Iron Throne. This adopted son was, after all, merely a purchase with gold. That said, there was a hint of envy among the nobles present, who regarded Jon with disdain. Yet, Jon bore no ill will, mingling amicably with everyone. Another subject that met with fierce opposition was the construction of a noble school, with nearly all ministers voicing their objections. In a fit of rage, Robert smashed his goblet and announced his intention to personally visit Eddard Stark in the north to discuss the matter further. At the banquet, Jon moved gracefully among the nobles, his goblet in hand. "Jon Light, I hear Bright Island is quite prosperous?" Cersei's expression was cold, yet she exuded an air of grace in her splendid attire. Jon stepped forward, gently taking her hand and kissing the back of it, thinking to himself, "Robert is my adoptive father, and his queen is thus my queen as well." "Ah, such smooth skin," he mused. "My queen, these are mere rumors, all unfounded. The people of Bright Island are destitute, barely clothed and fed." Akin to the wildlings beyond the wall, Jon replied with a smile. Cersei, feigning annoyance, withdrew her hand sharply and retorted, "Let me tell you, the Lannister family is the wealthiest in the Seven Kingdoms. I warn you, do not flaunt your paltry riches, or you shall meet a most grim fate." Cersei's rebuke was unrelenting and public. Yet, Jon merely laughed. "The queen speaks true. It seems my contributions to His Majesty the King are still insufficient. I shall double my efforts henceforth to match the sum the Lannisters have lent." Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted in astonishment. Those who had anticipated a spectacle found no humor in the situation. Cersei, infuriated, departed. Jon gazed at her retreating figure, inwardly cursing, such beauty, yet devoid of intellect. "I shall surely deal with you in due time." At this moment, the mischievous Tyrion approached with a goblet in hand, clinking it against Jon's and inquiring, "The White Walkers? I hear you have brought a genuine one." Jon nodded in affirmation. "Might I have the privilege of seeing it?" Tyrion proposed. Jon smiled broadly. "Of course, my lord. You may accompany His Majesty to the north, where at our frontline position, Bright Watch, we face countless White Walkers. Why do you not confront the White Walkers at Bright Watch?" Tyrion queried. He pursed his lips. "You see, King's Landing is a filthy place, and the council meetings are even worse." Jon discerned the goodwill in his tone. "For the time being, the White Walkers cannot breach our defenses. However, the relentless critique from the living persists. My lord Tyrion, without venturing into the lion's den, one cannot capture the cubs. To focus our efforts against the White Walkers in the north, we must secure the king's support. That is the reason for my journey to King's Landing. Moreover, although many despise the filth and stench of King's Landing, it remains a destination for all. Everyone decries the Iron Throne as tyrannical and foolish, yet all aspire to occupy that very seat, do they not?" Jon narrowed his eyes, and Tyrion chuckled in response. "My lord, it is an honor to meet you. Please accept this modest token of esteem." Jon retrieved a few items from his pocket and presented them to Tyrion. Upon inspection, Tyrion discovered a collection of small booklets, akin to comic strips, adorned with illustrations. His eyes widened in astonishment as he recognized the titles: The Princess's Dilemma, Young Muckbean, The Night with the Lady Wat Jen. His demeanor instantly transformed, filled with excitement. "Oh, this is truly delightful." Joffrey glared at Jon, who stood obstructing his path. "You can't even bring yourself to call me brother?" Jon sighed softly. He was now considered the adopted son of King Robert, making him Joffrey's elder sibling. "Get out of my way." Joffrey shoved Jon, but he remained unmoved, casting a pleading glance at his guard, Sandor Clegane. Clegane stepped forward, ready to confront Jon. But Jon grinned amiably and addressed him. "A fine warrior you are. How much does Joffrey pay you for a month's service?" He produced a pamphlet for the Bright Island Talent Recruitment Program. 9 to 5, 5 days on, 2 days off, paid annual leave, free healthcare, Ocean View Villas, complimentary food and lodging. How about a glance at the Bright Island Talent Recruitment Program? He cheerfully handed the paper to Clegane. Patting him on the chest, Jon continued, "I perceive great potential within you, a remarkable talent destined to save the world. Join us in the north to combat the White Walkers and earn a commission. 1,000 golden dragons for each White Walker you slay." Initially uninterested, Clegane found himself intrigued by the enticing details on the flyer. 1 silver stag for every white you eliminate? He could not suppress a gulp. "Indeed," Jon replied. "You know, aside from my wealth, I possess little else of worth." "No, you are not allowed to see this," Joffrey exclaimed in fury. Jon looked at him with pity. "Brother, I understand your anger. It seems you are entering your rebellious adolescence. I certainly won't neglect you." Jon discreetly retrieved a few comic books from his pocket. "Here, take them, but remember to return them to me once you're done. They are rare treasures. Go to hell. I shall never read what you offer." Joffrey retorted angrily. Yet, upon glimpsing the title How the Villain is Forged, he hesitated. At that moment, Joffrey was indeed in his teenage years, full of arrogance, vanity, and all manner of youthful folly, concealing within him a burgeoning mischief. "I, Joffrey, would rather consume filth than read your material." He furiously tore the comic book apart, revealing its pages within. 2 days later, the party embarked on their journey back to the north, once again by ship. King Robert had received a raven from Eddard Stark concerning matters at Winterfell and resolved to visit the north early. hoping to persuade Eddard to become the hand of the king. Thus, the fleet set sail once more. On the ship, Joffrey appeared somewhat fatigued. Having stayed up late reading a page of a book, like a pug, he approached Jon, asking, "Jon, what happens next in this book?" Jon, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Young Joffrey, you are still so young, in the bloom of your youth. Such literature is not meant for you. It could lead you astray. You must not tread the path of crime. If you truly become a villain, how will our parents handle the situation? I have other books, such as The Troubles of a Princess and That Night with Lady Wat Jin, which are quite popular. Take those instead. Just remember not to deface them." Joffrey, feeling helpless, clenched his teeth and uttered, "Brother, Jon, dear brother." Jon chuckled. "Ah, how obedient you are, little brother. Ahem, you are still too young to grasp these narratives. So, continue indulging in tales of villainy and let the negative influences of society test your character." "Thank you, brother." Originally, the book he had knelt before had a chance for revival today, but mine seemed to lack such fortune, leaving me in a rather despondent mood, unable to write. However, a fellow reader, a young male admirer, generously gifted me 20,000 starting coins, for which I am profoundly grateful. End of chapter 44. A week's journey to Bright Island. Since witnessing the terrifying nature of the others, Eddard Stark had remained largely in this place. At present, he was observing alongside the golden-eyed raven, Jon, and Bran, who sat in the weirwood throne atop the watchtower. The Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Mormont, was also present. They awaited the opportune moment. Bran, seated in the weirwood throne, bore a resemblance to Bran's attire from a previous life. His visage was gaunt, and according to his own account, he had approximately a decade of life remaining. "What moment are we waiting for?" Eddard Stark inquired. "When the Red Comet graces the skies, magic shall awaken, and the power of the Frost God will become immeasurably potent. Seal Bay may not remain unfrozen, yet after the arrival of the Red Comet, the Frost God will possess sufficient magical energy to encase Seal Bay in ice," the three-eyed raven, Blindon, remarked solemnly. "And then there is the Grand Canyon. It harbors the largest grove of fish-leaf trees in the north, brimming with formidable magical energy. However, as the Frost God grows increasingly powerful, soon, a cold wave will sweep through, freezing all the fish-leaf trees," he grimaced. "Can the Frost God be vanquished?" inquired the golden-eyed raven, Jon. Blindon shook his head. "The Frost God is omnipresent. The Lord of Light is the God of Fire, the Sovereign of Radiance, and the Master of Shadows, much like light and shadow. He exists everywhere. The Frost God is no different. And what of the Night King? He ought to be the Frost God's priest, if we kill him. Can we halt the Frost God? That is a possibility, for all the Whites and Corpse Walkers are transformed by the Night King." Blindon finally offered a glimmer of hope. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. The Night's Watch commander, Mormont, queried, "As far as we know, aside from obsidian dragon glass, is there no other weapon capable of slaying Whites?" "There is dragonfire, but dragons are now creatures of legend." Blindon glanced at Jon. "What are you staring at, Jon?" Jon had been fixated on the throng of corpse walkers across from him. The Night King must be preparing a magical array or converting more Whites. "We should not focus too much on this, for to free Seal Bay and shake the sea requires an enormous amount of magical energy, which would not be advantageous for the Frost God. Thus, their optimal line of attack must be the Grand Canyon." Jon flapped his wings in agitation. Despite his meticulous planning, he had not anticipated that the Night King would employ such a stratagem. "No, no, no. The Frost God's strength exceeds your imagination," Blindon declared. "Compared to the endless forest of fish-leaf trees in the Grand Canyon, freezing the coastline of the Trembling Sea is, in fact, far simpler," he sighed. "Fortunately, most of the nobles in the Seven Kingdoms are now aware of the Whites' existence, and the Citadel has dispatched numerous scholars. With the support of the Seven Kingdoms, the Whites are not to be feared. However, the long summer has come to an end, the glass lanterns of the Citadel have been ignited, and a prolonged winter is on the horizon. Fear not, I have a plan," Jon exclaimed, flapping his wings and soaring towards the heavens. Pentos, the Red Priestess, Melisandre, hesitated as she regarded Jon. "So, you mean to say that I should spread the faith of the Red God among the Dothraki, instilling the belief in the Lord of Light, and turn them to our cause?" "Yes, the Dothraki boast 50,000 cavalry, and their mightiest warrior, called Drogo, is the most formidable of them all. Once we secure him, we shall possess over 50,000 Dothraki cavalry," croaked the golden-eyed crow Jon. "The Dothraki are a people steeped in ignorance. They truly require a goddess like you to rescue them from calamity. Go, go." The golden-eyed crow flapped its wings. "What of Daenerys and Viserys? If I am not by their side, they have me, and Ser Jorah Mormont. We shall protect them, Jon the Golden-Eyed Crow declared. And you dare claim you are not lusting after him? The crow retorted angrily. And you, Red Woman? I require your assistance. Red Priestess Melisandre fixed her gaze upon the golden-eyed crow Jon. Golden Bird, are you not going? Melisandre gritted her teeth. Oh, so you covet my bird now? You once called him Lord Jon, and now that you have grown disinterested, you refer to me as Golden Bird? Ah, fickle woman. Are you drawn to my role as the Lightbringer's envoy, or is it my bird that captivates you? The golden-eyed crow bombarded the Red Priestess with questions, leaving her momentarily speechless. Very well, I shall bring the faith of the Dothraki to my lord. Melisandre chose to remain silent, having been thoroughly harassed by Jon the Golden-Eyed Crow during this time, and seized the opportunity to distance herself from him. The Lightbringer would never choose such a child of prophecy. Do not blame me for the warning. Engage fully in the Bright Island talent recruitment plan, and strive to bring back several Dothraki cavalrymen. Jon the Golden-Eyed Crow presented a piece of parchment. All expenses covered, seaside accommodation, prime school district. 5 workdays followed by 2 days of rest, dining, sleeping, and battling the others. The Red Woman blinked in disbelief. Indeed. First you must bring them to my Bright Island. If that fails, you might also promote the 7-day tour of the Great Wall against the others, exploring the wall, savoring fruit wine, battling the others, defending the homeland while relishing the scenery. I have been marketing it splendidly here in Westeros. The Red Woman shuddered with despair. O Lightbringer, open your eyes and behold. This child of light, this child of prophecy, he is not right. Upon the sea, the king was on a tour, prompting all houses to pay their respects, with Dragonstone being the first to arrive. My lord, would you care to learn about the 7-day tour of Bright Island? Seaside accommodation, views of the Great Wall, ice cream, vodka tasting, seafood, battling the others, group purchase price of 500 silver stags, including meals and lodging. Jon navigated among the nobles, fervently promoting his venture. He is the one who purchased the title of Count. Indeed, that very individual. A mere merchant with a few coins to his name. Yes. Aside from his modest wealth, he is nothing. I heard he spent 100,000 gold dragons to acquire the title of the king's adopted son. Indeed, the king has countless bastards. An adopted son? How absurd. Does he truly believe he has a chance to ascend the Iron Throne? This is the greatest jest of the 7 kingdoms. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Jon was not the least bit perturbed. Rather, he ardently promoted another product from Bright Island, the Bright Voucher. As the long night approaches, may light endure. Esteemed lords, should you lack the time for travel, allow me to introduce the Bright Voucher, a bond launched by Bright Island to rescue the 7 kingdoms. For merely a copper coin, one can acquire a voucher. Maturing in 1 year, redeemable for any product from Bright Island. Ice cream, soap, candles, without limitation, distributed on a first-come, first-served basis. With a single copper coin, you face no risk of deception, yet gain the privilege to exchange it for any equivalent value product from Bright Island, simultaneously contributing to the noble endeavor of resisting the invasion of the others. If everyone contributes a fragment of love, a splendid tomorrow awaits the 7 kingdoms. Jon's promotion of the Bright Voucher once again incited ridicule. Nevertheless, some individuals astonishingly procured multiple vouchers. The existence of the others is indeed a reality. As Jon had previously demonstrated to the noble lords, a copper coin is a modest price. What better than to exchange it for an ice cream? Even the beggars of King's Landing can afford it. Remarkably, even the imp Tyrion, with keen interest, produced a copper coin to purchase a voucher, inspecting it closely. This material was unprecedented in the 7 kingdoms, printed with ink and bearing a date. Its replication would be costly, likely exceeding a single copper coin. Jon was certainly untroubled by the prospect of imitation, as this ink and paper technology was non-existent in the current world. Should one wish to develop it, the endeavor would require approximately 100,000 golden dragons. Naturally, no one would be foolish enough to expend such a fortune to replicate a voucher worth merely a copper coin, particularly since it could only be exchanged for products from Bright Island. Jon, how did you conceive such an array of ideas? Tyrion inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. This time, he set aside his previous condescension. This Bright Voucher, if enforced by royal decree, could yield substantial benefits. As Jon continued his promotion, he turned to hand the Bright Voucher, along with a talent recruitment plan and promotional materials for Bright Island tourism, to his companion. Look, my lord Tyrion, our products from Bright Island are based on voluntary principles. How could I compel the king to enforce such a promotion? At most, I might request my royal adoptive father to decree that the local nobles purchase a few voluntarily. I, Jon Light, am no avaricious or lecherous individual, Jon declared earnestly. Tyrion gently shook his head and remarked, "You are indeed a clever man. I underestimated you earlier. Are you not afraid of others accusing you of merely seeking profit? Profiting is not a disgrace, my Lord Tyrion. People do not mock the skilled artisan, nor do they deride the beggar, but they certainly ridicule the impoverished. Our citizens of Bright Island are destitute and starving. Thus, if I earn a modest sum to aid in the fight against the others, what is there to find humorous? I consider it an honor. Do you aspire to establish yourself as a king?" Tyrion inquired straightforwardly. "My Lord Tyrion, how can you unjustly tarnish my reputation?" Jon Light declared, "Bright Island has, since time immemorial, been an inseparable part of the Seven Kingdoms, a constituent of the North, steadfastly supporting the king's rule and upholding the unity of the Seven. I, Jon Light, harbor no aspirations of self-proclamation as king. At most, I would merely act in accordance with circumstances. If others insist on my ascension, I am left with no choice." Jon contemplated inwardly. Tyrion burst into laughter, his eyes glimmering. Jon was indeed an intriguing individual, and his interest in the impending expedition to the Wall and the White Walkers grew. "Well then, let us discuss your Bright Island's vouchers. The White Walker expedition and the transaction involving those books you provided me. I have some affluent acquaintances," Tyrion stated. "My Lord Tyrion, that is quite erroneous. I, Jon Light, forge friendships irrespective of wealth, for no amount of riches could surpass my own. I have no interest in money," Jon asserted earnestly. "Oh, and what about friendships?" Tyrion, harboring contempt, inquired. "Friendship is my utmost delight. I have an affinity for making friends." "Very well, those books you provided me are rather commendable, if printed en masse. They could yield substantial profit, especially that book Lady Watchette. My Lord Tyrion, you cannot unjustly tarnish my reputation. That book Lady Watchette was found by you on the road, not given by me. All right, regarding the book I found, let us discuss collaboration. I must clarify that Bright Island has never produced any frivolous literature. Ahem, that is indeed the case. All of these are items I discovered. On the king's ship, Cersei delicately sipped from a glass of red wine, attentively listening to the report from her spymaster, Varys. "Joffrey is reading the book you provided him?" Cersei's anger flared. She was a woman possessed by an overwhelming desire for control, coupled with an insatiable thirst for power. This made her crave to have everything within her grasp. Her disdain for Jon Light was already strong, and now it intensified upon realizing he had encroached upon Joffrey's domain. Was he also to meddle in Tommen's affairs, and even Myrcella's? "Fetch me some poison," Cersei seethed, casting an irate glance at Varys. Outside, the cunning Littlefinger, Peter Baelish, smirked as he eavesdropped. On the king's ship, "Myrcella, come here. Let your brother examine you." Jon cheerfully beckoned to Princess Myrcella, Cersei's daughter, who was one of the few kind-hearted and intelligent offspring. Myrcella inherited her mother's beauty, coupled with an approachable demeanor. She possessed flowing golden hair, emerald eyes, and a gentle disposition, always adorned with a soft smile. "My Lord Jon, she began, pointing at herself in astonishment. "Indeed, my little princess, I even possess the ability to read fortunes," Jon replied with a squint and a smile. At that moment, Joffrey arrived, accompanied by Prince Tommen. "Brother Jon." Upon encountering Jon, Tormund's eyes sparkled with delight. He had inherited Jaime's striking good looks. With his golden hair, he appeared exceptionally handsome, and his eyes shone brightly. "Oh, you have arrived." Jon turned around, his face alight with joy. "Jon, brother, is it truly possible to realize the spirit of light?" Unlike Joffrey, who was solely interested in asking Jon for the next chapters of the villain's tale, Tormund was deeply intrigued by the spirit of light. He cherished the Night's Watch song and the Ballad of Light Island. He often felt compelled to contribute to the kingdom, even contemplating donning the black garb to serve in the Night's Watch. Indeed, Jon inhaled deeply. "Our Light Island exists to fulfill the dream of light. We aim to ensure that everyone in the Seven Kingdoms has enough to eat, enjoys freedom and democracy, thrives in prosperity, and embarks on a path of exploration, achieving the magnificent rise of the Seven Kingdoms." "Jon, the spirit of light keeps me awake at night," Tormund exclaimed. "That is splendid. Then you ought to draft a policy on how to ensure the long-lasting peace of the Seven Kingdoms, based on the spirit of light. It should not be less than 800 words. Jon, I want the second part of the villainess story." Joffrey shouted. "Little Joff, you must not learn from the wicked. Today, let us set aside the villain and instead observe young Lightbringer and the innkeeper's wife, shall we?" Meanwhile, the astute Myrcella sensed trouble as Jon began to weave his charming tales. She was clever. If she permitted Jon to continue, both her brothers would be ensnared. She pressed her lips together and hurried over. To her surprise, Jon seized her hand. "Myrcella, come here. Jon, brother will check your health." Jon squinted with a smile. "Cersei, You think you can outsmart me, don't you? I can't manage you, but I can surely handle your children. Well, Myrcella's hands are even softer than Cersei's. Ugh, let us eschew juvenile aesthetics, beginning with you. I, Jon Lightbringer, am not that sort. I am not like that scoundrel. Jon grasped Myrcella's small hand, gently rubbing it, and said earnestly, Myrcella, dear, you must learn to protect yourself when you are out in the world. Do not allow just anyone to examine your health. If you encounter me, you are fortunate. But should you meet a dubious character, gratitude is extended to the friends who cast their recommendations and to the friends Amiazan for their monthly vote. This chapter concludes. Chapter 45. My kingly foster father on board the vessel. As they had yet to reach White Harbor, a poetry gathering was held on Dragonstone. Many nobles of the Seven Kingdoms were present, including Renly, Stannis, and even the Knight of Flowers from House Tyrell, along with the lovely Margaery Tyrell. She resembled a newly blossomed rose, her beauty unparalleled. In the distance, Jon was engaged in conversation with Tyrion, observing Margaery, who flitted among the nobles like a social butterfly, deliberately or inadvertently showcasing herself before King Robert. It was rumored that she bore a striking resemblance to King Robert's beloved, Lyanna Stark. Moreover, during this period, the Lannister family had indeed gained excessive prominence, prompting the other nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, particularly the affluent Tyrells, to harbor their own thoughts regarding the Iron Throne. They dispatched Margaery, hoping to gain King Robert's attention and secure her entrance to the court. However, Robert, resembling a boorish beast, paid no heed to Margaery whatsoever. Jon grinned. These individuals, while King Robert may be a brute, he is not foolish. The majority of King's Landing is currently under the dominion of the Lannisters' crimson robes. And Robert still owes the Lannisters hundreds of thousands of golden dragons. Does he believe he can lay claim to the Iron Throne without offering some genuine gold? Truly a captivating beauty. Tyrion held aloft his goblet, relishing the fruit wine from Brightwater Keep, a sweetened blueberry wine that surpassed ordinary fruit wines in both aroma and flavor. Even eclipsing mead. Due to its affordability, it was immensely popular throughout the Seven Kingdoms. A thorny rose, Jon mused. At that moment, the king's cupbearer announced the winners of the poetry competition. I wager a golden dragon that the Knight of Flowers will win, Tyrion declared. Jon burst into laughter. Then I shall gladly accept your golden dragon. The victor will undoubtedly be me. Just then, the cupbearer began to announce the results. The award went to Sir Jon Light for his poem My King, My Foster Father. The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into thunderous applause. Even Peter Baelish felt overshadowed. Jon, taken aback by the honor, hurried forward, bowing deeply and acknowledging Robert, expressing his humility. Your Majesty is a father figure to us all, my foster father. I am proud. Yet, I feel somewhat ashamed that my humble work has received this accolade. Your applause fills me with a sense of embarrassment. Hey, you lords in the back. Why are you not applauding? Is my foster father's writing so lacking? Jon exclaimed in anger. The nobles in the rear, momentarily taken aback, quickly joined in the applause. Amidst the resounding claps, Jon began to recite his poem My King, My Foster Father, eliciting a chorus of agreement from all present. How shameless. I have never encountered such brazen audacity. The nobles of the Seven Kingdoms looked down upon Jon, scornful of his blatant fawning over Robert. Yet Robert was thoroughly amused, laughing heartily as he bestowed his golden spurs upon Jon, praising him effusively. Witnessing this, the crowd grew even more incensed. Your Majesty, I have a poem to present to you. My king, my foster father. I have composed one as well, my dear king and foster father. The king's cupbearer and the court's jesters stirred, causing a ripple of agitation among the nobles, though they all despised the Iron Throne's foolish obstinacy. Each secretly yearned to claim it for themselves. Descending from the stage, Jon wore a smile. He spotted something intriguing as Cersei approached, offering a bottle of wine to Jaime, instructing him to deliver it to Jon. Are you asking your younger brother to poison me? But he is your lover. Jon felt a wave of disappointment wash over him as he regarded Cersei, a woman of ample bosom but lacking in intellect. He couldn't help but reminisce about Myrcella and ponder how such a mother could exist. Sir Jaime, striking in his appearance, donned a white cloak with a sword at his side. Care for a drink? He offered, extending a cup towards Jon. With a gentle smile, Jon accepted the drink, exchanging a knowing glance with Tyrion, and whispered, Sir Jaime, has anyone informed you that this wine may be poisoned? Jaime furrowed his brow. Poisoned? Tyrion was equally taken aback. This is a complex toxin derived from plants. When mixed with blueberries, it reacts rapidly. I just drank blueberry wine, Jon remarked, regarding the maester with newfound respect, recognizing that the people here possessed knowledge of such sophisticated poisons. It was an expensive and refined toxin. He poured the contents of his wine bottle onto the ground, followed by the blueberry wine, which immediately emitted a hissing sound as it reacted with the surface. The Alchemist Guild of King's Landing keeps records of such poisons. How intriguing. I was completely unaware. Jaime was startled, not yet realizing that this was Cersei's scheme to eliminate Jon. No matter, Sir Jaime. I am still quite alive and well. However, as a form of punishment. What do you think of my bright ticket? Jon flashed a mischievous grin. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. Jaime exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. Suddenly recalling that this very wine was presented to him by Cersei moments ago. He cast a glance back, finding her glaring at him with displeasure. The king's progress necessitated a grand feast on Dragonstone, regardless of the circumstances. Thus, the bright delegation once again performed for the majority of the nobility across the Seven Kingdoms. This time, Stannis was present, alongside a considerable number of nobles from the Riverlands, including Gendry. They all expressed curiosity upon encountering the giants, as well as the children of the forest and the shapeshifters who could command animals. The bears of the bright delegation were ushered forth by the shapeshifters to entertain alongside their riders, while the direwolves also showcased their talents. The Night's Watch song resonated deeply. The event culminated with a poem dedicated to my kingly father figure, followed by a bonfire celebration where the king's favorites, the dwarves, presented additional performances. The nobles, wine glasses in hand, engaged in conversation, while Jon peddled his bright tickets. Esteemed lords, may I interest you in bright tickets? Not interested? How about our Bright Island Talent Recruitment Program? We welcome all, even bastards. In the future, send your bastards to Bright Island instead of the Night's Watch. There lies a promising future. Though many nobles looked down upon Jon's antics, some still appreciated his boldness. Varys and Baelish stood together, enjoying their drinks. A clever man, Barrys, held his wine glass unmoved, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It took me a decade to gain the recognition of the noble lords of King's Landing, yet he accomplished it in merely 2 days. Varys jested. Some deem him a ridiculous jester. A jester? Huh. Whoever perceives him as such is, in fact, a fool. Look around us. The wine we drink and the meat we consume all hail from the Isle of Light. They are even poised to commence weaving cloth for garments. And I hear the Isle has mastered a method for mass-producing salt and sugar. This Jon Light is truly formidable. Indeed, who could argue otherwise? A silence lingered. It seems the poison is insufficient, one of them remarked. Chapter 46. The Chancellor's declaration on board Jon's own ship. He sat cross-legged, his thoughts entwined with the golden-eyed raven, soaring through various scenes, before he finally returned to the present. My lord, just moments ago, 4 or 5 individuals attempted an assassination. 2 of them are dead, and the remaining 3 have been apprehended. Jaqen appeared somewhat speechless. The House of Black and White is the progenitor of assassins. Yet, someone dared to send killers after him. Jaqen produced a dagger. This is a Valyrian steel dagger, seemingly belonging to the imp Tyrion. Jaqen's words caused Jon to furrow his brow. Assassins from a past life who sought to eliminate Bran? Bring in the surviving assassins. His expression was one of cruelty. Mad, I am merely biding my time. I am no saint. Do you truly believe my existence beyond the wall is merely a tale of blood and fire? Soon, 3 assassins were brought forth. All bore wounds, their robust physiques indicating they were indeed professional killers. Jon tore away the cloth from one man's mouth. Bah! The man spat, but Jon deftly evaded, frowning. Sever his tongue and force him to consume it. Jaqen, momentarily taken aback, had become Jon's apprentice. During this time, he had begun to grasp the peculiar ability of manipulating the bird's vision. Thus he complied immediately. The assassin howled in agony, his tongue now gone. Now cut off his fingers and toes, and make him eat them. Jon gestured again. The assassin began to break down, yet Jaqen and his companions obeyed. After merely severing 2 toes, the man fainted from the pain. Useless. Is this what you call an assassination? Jon turned to the second assassin, signaling Jaqen to remove his mask. The assassin, eager to utter a few harsh words, was silenced by Jon's wave of the hand. Enough. These assassins are unlikely to confess. White. The fierce and valiant White Wolf charged in. A reward for you. Before the assassin could utter a sound, he was seized by the wolf and dragged away. Jon gestured for the first assassin to be handed over to the battle bears of the Light Brigade. The third assassin, upon witnessing the scene, was paralyzed by fear, his excrement and urine mingling as they flowed into his pocket. Jon exchanged a knowing glance with Jaqen, who promptly tore the cloth from his mouth. I confess, we hail from Pentos. I am but a butcher, and someone offered 100 golden dragons for the task of assassinating you. Beyond that, I truly know nothing. The assassin trembled in terror. Oh, you genuinely know nothing? Jon narrowed his eyes. I swear, I know only that it was a cloaked figure in black. Take him away and feed him to the wolves, Jon waved dismissively. Did you not claim you would spare my life? Nonsense. I merely suggested the wolves for your meal. I have yet to lay a hand on you. Jon retorted, exasperated. He turned to Jaqen, inquiring, were there any losses on the ship? Jaqen replied, they intended to breach the vessel and set it ablaze, but we thwarted their plans. By the gods, Jon's eyes glittered with realization. He could surmise which individuals were responsible, though their identities remained uncertain. It was perplexing how these individuals resorted so easily to physical destruction. Thankfully, they had not succeeded. The forward was stocked with a considerable amount of alcohol brewed from potatoes, a substance that could ignite even in the harsh winter of the Vale. Should it catch fire, the entire ship would become a veritable inferno. However, I am a man who believes in settling scores, humph. Jon gritted his teeth. In the dead of night, a knock echoed on the door of Petyr Baelish. He cautiously opened it, finding no one, but on the ground lay a small note. As he picked it up, his eyes widened in alarm. Jon Arryn sends his regards. With that, a dagger swiftly thrust from behind, piercing through Baelish's back. He felt paralyzed, unable to move, and as he glanced downward, he recognized the dagger as belonging to Varys. His vision darkened, and despite his futile attempts to grasp the figure behind him, he collapsed lifelessly to the floor. The following day, the discovery of Petyr Baelish's corpse sent shockwaves throughout Dragonstone. The expedition to the north, originally planned for that morning, was abruptly halted. King Robert seethed with rage, the wine goblet in his hand creaking ominously. Though he had never fully trusted Baelish, he relied on him for financial gain. Now that Baelish was dead, who would collect taxes for him? Moreover, the dagger that ended Baelish's life belonged to Varys. Varys, who was now the prime suspect, bound hand and foot, wore an expression of innocence as he desperately defended himself, pondering who had orchestrated this betrayal. Baelish was an ambitious man. His meddling had allowed Varys to pursue his own agendas. Yet now, both of them had fallen victim. Your Majesty, please accept my condolences, Jon interjected at that moment. The pressing matter at hand is the selection of a new Chancellor of Finance and the swift investigation to uncover the perpetrator. Additionally, the North requires Jon to subtly remind Robert of the situation. Who could assume the role of Chancellor? Robert glanced at the lords of the Seven Kingdoms. Stannis stood tall. Yet Jon was acutely aware that he was entirely unsuitable for the position. Even his brother Robert recognized that his integrity was excessive. Many of the other nobles were evasive. As this was a hot potato, most of the taxes of the Seven Kingdoms were in the hands of local lords, while the Iron Throne was burdened with immense debt. Ahem. Your Majesty, your concerns are my concerns. Since no adult is willing to take on the responsibility, why not allow me? Jon coughed and rose to his feet. This was the purpose of his recent performance. He aimed to become the Chancellor of Finance, openly amassing wealth for Bright Isle, enriching himself. To enrich Robert? Let us not be absurd. Once he was elected as Chancellor and began to meddle with the taxation of the Seven Kingdoms, particularly initiating the collection of taxes from King's Landing for Robert, the Lannisters would inevitably sever ties with Robert. Moreover, he held a trump card. He cast a glance at Cersei, who was furrowing her brow heavily. You? Robert exclaimed, taken aback. He almost remarked that Jon was too young. But then he recalled Jon's considerable wealth, and it appeared that Bright Isle had even more riches. He was in need of a wealthy ally to counterbalance the Lannisters. Highgarden. Robert had contemplated it, yet Highgarden proved to be more troublesome than the Lannisters. Hence, he was resolute in not being deceived. The North, in Robert's view, seemed easier to manage. At least Jon, his adopted son, was exceedingly obedient. Your Majesty, I am willing to offer you an additional 100,000 golden dragons, to be used for repaying the interest owed to the Iron Bank. Furthermore, I request permission to declare my candidacy for Chancellor of Finance. His statement received a nod of approval from Robert. Lords, Jon addressed the assembly with gravitas, his gaze sweeping over the gathered nobles. Today, we Seven Kingdoms are united under King Robert's banner, yet the lifeblood of our finances is predominantly controlled by the free cities across the narrow sea. Our treasury is at the mercy of the Iron Bank. We, the Seven Kingdoms, lack our own fiscal authority. I, Jon Light, hereby pledge that as Chancellor of Finance, the nobility will prosper, the king will receive more revenue, and there will be no middlemen profiting from the difference. I shall dedicate my life to the prosperity and strength of the Seven Kingdoms. End of chapter 47. Marjorie, you must be accountable to me for the young assassin. A reward of 20,000 starting coins for an additional chapter, I oppose. Stannis rose, fixing Jon with a steady gaze, shaking his head. You are too young, and moreover, you are a merchant. A merchant should not serve as Chancellor of Finance. Stannis' words elicited an eye roll from Robert. Robert chose to ignore him entirely. Jon was equally exasperated. Stannis, I've just healed your daughter, and who else but a merchant should take on the role of Chancellor? Should it be you? The Iron Throne would inevitably be a game of folly. He cleared his throat and continued, esteemed guests, although I, Jon Light, am not of great age. My beacon island has already emerged as a beacon of the North. I cordially invite you to visit the North and observe whether I, Jon Light, am worthy of the esteemed position of Minister of Finance. Jon bowed respectfully to Robert. Your Majesty, I implore you to accompany the noble lords to my beacon island, allowing the truth to speak for itself. Robert hesitated for a moment before nodding. In his heart, he already had a candidate in mind for the Minister of Finance. He had initially intended to bring the Tyrell family to King's Landing, but now it seemed Jon might also be a viable option. Very well, Robert declared, prompting the assembly to fall silent. However, Cersei seethed with resentment, while Margaery Tyrell, the delicate rose of Highgarden, gazed intently at Jon with sparkling eyes. Fame indeed comes with its burdens. Jon never anticipated that his renown stemmed from his healing abilities. The Light Priests had gained considerable fame across the Seven Kingdoms, drawing many to his ship seeking cures. Naturally, Jon welcomed this as an excellent opportunity to promote his light tickets. He also seized the moment to cultivate relationships with these nobles, garnering support for his candidacy as Minister of Finance. My lord, Miss Margaery requests to meet you in person. When Margaery arrived, Jon was engrossed in swordplay lessons with Arya and Jaqen, while Myrcella mingled effortlessly with Arya. Arya seemed to possess an innate charm, easily befriending the young girls. Margaery? Jon turned his attention, genuinely intrigued by her, not merely for her beauty, but rather for the wealth of House Tyrell. Highgarden's riches were remarkable. The Lannisters boasted gold mines and an advanced commerce, while Highgarden was a primary grain-producing region, yielding 3 harvests a year, with the Reach being the most prosperous land in the Seven Kingdoms. Then let us meet. Jon adjusted his attire and approached the cabin, where the stunning Margaery was engaged in conversation with the sailors, leaving them red-faced in her presence. Upon noticing Jon, Margaery slightly lifted her chin and smiled. Lord Jon Light, she greeted, curtsying gracefully. Miss Margaery, Jon replied without hesitation, taking her hand and kissing it with feigned rapture. Margaery laughed. It is said that Lord Jon is enamored with beauty and that you harbor several young maidens aboard your ship. Surely such tales are mere fabrications. Those who truly know me are aware that I favor mature women, rejecting juvenile aesthetics, Jon boasted, thumping his chest. Margaery chuckled again. You are a most singular noble. Singular? It is merely that other nobles conceal themselves behind masks of pretense. I am simply myself, Jon remarked as he clasped Margaery's hand and led her into the cabin. Miss Margaery, have you come to seek my assistance with your health? Jon inquired. Margaery smiled coyly. Do you wish to become the Minister of Finance? Jon nodded. Our house, too, aspires to join the Privy Council, but alas, Margaery's smile lingered. Jon gazed at the cunning young woman, a surge of wickedness igniting within him. He discreetly clasped Margaery's palm. Miss Margaery, you and I, 2 solitary souls, sneaking into my cabin. Are you not concerned about the rumors that might arise? Oh, Margaery sensed Jon's subtle insincerity. She turned to him and inquired. As an ambitious politician, you should recognize that a seasoned statesman must temper his desires. A lion, before it hunts, knows to tread softly. How fortuitous, Jon replied. I disdain subtlety. When I possess absolute power, I strike directly. Just like the Minister of Finance. When I desire it, I shall attain it. Jon scrutinized Margaery, struck by her youthful vibrance and unparalleled beauty. Second only to Myrcella among the noble women he had encountered. What do you intend to do? Margaery's composure faltered slightly. She realized her misstep in visiting Jon alone. Yet, with so many witnesses aboard, surely he would not dare to act improperly? You must be thinking, with so many eyes upon you, I wouldn't dare to harm you. Jon grinned. Margaery's anxiety grew. Jon leaned in closer, inhaling her fragrance. Ah, delightful. I recall a poem that states one must seize the flower at its most exquisite, lest regret come with its wilting. He swiftly embraced Margaery, drawing her into his arms as he headed deeper into the cabin. Little green tea, I, Jon, shall remedy your mischief. For the sake of Joffrey and Tommen, I shall make this sacrifice as the elder brother. After a prolonged moment, Margaery appeared elated. Her interest piqued as she gazed at Jon. He rubbed his back and remarked, Miss Margaery, you must take responsibility for me. Margaery froze momentarily, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Before indignantly retorting, You have taken my virtue and expect me to be responsible? I am still unmarried. Jon smirked. Miss Margaery, we merely engaged in a bit of amusing duet. Do you comprehend my intent? Since you have derived greater benefit, I find myself more fatigued. Thus, I propose that the products of Bright Island be exclusively represented by your house in the Riverlands, including the forthcoming Bright Bonds, Bright Salt, Bright Sugar, and the soon-to-be-launched Bright Cheese. Furthermore, once I ascend to the position of Minister of Finance, I wish to discuss certain dealings with your Tyrell family. Jon's expression was one of mirth. The Tyrells and Lannisters were embroiled in mutual competition over certain interests, an alliance worth pursuing. We demand 80%. Marjorie boldly declared. 80%? Are you selling cannons? Jon retorted. Jon was rendered speechless. After all, he had merely fired a shot, not unleashed a cannon. Is this how business is conducted? You treated the other party in such a manner. Marjorie immediately adopted a tearful expression. Nonsense. Just moments ago, you were riding high above, and I have witnesses. Jon swiftly countered. Marjorie was once again left in a state of shock. Outside the wall, in the Grand Canyon, there lay thousands of acres of fish forests, filled with towering ancient trees. However, on the other side of the borders, the walrus folk, devoted to the cold god, numbered in the thousands. Additionally, there were some wildlings who had not fled. They all shared a common faith in the cold god. At this moment, they appeared here, accompanied by a horde of corpses, trembling as they wielded their axes and weapons, driven toward the fish groves to commence the logging. End of this chapter. Chapter 48. The North is not vast. Creating legends. Rewarding 20,000 starting coins for the young assassin for an additional update. On the King's ship, Robert listened intently to his page relaying some intelligence. Furrowing his brow heavily, Robert was no fool. He had his own little birds. The union of Tytos and Jon was not without merit. At least it was preferable to the Lannisters. Robert mused. He waved his hand for the page to depart, then raised a glass of vodka, gulping down a few swigs, while Lancel, a loyal servant of the Lannisters, absorbed the information just shared. In the cabin, Queen Cersei and Jaime had just concluded their exercise. Cersei, gritting her teeth, exclaimed, Why do we not oppose that Jon Light? Why not poison him? He has not only corrupted Joffrey, but has also been a frequent visitor to Tommen, even Myrcella. He is a loathsome, despicable pedophile, a demon who will bring ruin to our children. Cersei seethed with rage. Jaime merely shook his head. You ought not to resort to direct poisoning. I am the queen. Whoever I wish to see dead shall meet their end. Cersei retorted. In her view, she was the anchor of House Lannister. Had it not been for her lack of a second son, she would undoubtedly have been the pillar of the family. Jaime could only smile bitterly. He said earnestly, You should consider purchasing some light coupons for the sake of the Seven Kingdoms. No, I will never buy them. The ship sailed for 5 days before reaching White Harbor. This time, nearly all the nobles of the North had arrived, with Eddard Stark personally coming to greet them. Your Majesty. Eddard knelt in homage, and Robert helped him rise. The two exchanged a long gaze before embracing heavily. The others were only permitted to rise after a considerable time. Robb shared a knowing smile with Jon, who also recognized several familiar faces, including Bran Stark. Are you aware of the happenings in the Grand Canyon? As the king prepared to meet the Northern Lords, Robb approached with a serious tone. I am aware, Jon replied. Jon gritted his teeth, cursing the Night King. This was no ordinary undead creature. He wielded a formidable mastery of necromantic ice magic and possessed remarkable intelligence. If the fish in the canyon were to be completely felled, the whites could easily invade from the gorge. Moreover, the situation at Lightwatch was equally dire. The weather was growing increasingly frigid, and recently, the whites had begun to develop avian undead, transforming birds to assault our hot air balloons. Robb grimaced. Is it truly that critical? At that moment, Theon approached and inquired. Jon shot him a glance, aware that the Iron Islands harbored their own secrets. During his journey to King's Landing, they had looted and then vanished on the return trip. It seemed there were traitors amongst the nobility. With the chill intensifying, the North would be unable to plant rye and oats this summer. Food was becoming a pressing issue. Acorns and pine nuts were also affected, and even the fish seeds were yielding poorly. The common folk were on the brink of starvation. Robb's words weighed heavily on Jon's heart. Do not worry. I have secured Highgarden, Jon replied, turning to glance at the petite Rose Marjorie, who was greeting the nobles. She met his gaze for a brief moment before both averted their eyes in silent understanding. From White Harbor to King's Landing, the journey followed the King's Road, where numerous light shops had already opened, each roughly 20 miles apart. King Robert and the nobles encountered these establishments, selling a variety of products from the Isle of Light, fruit wine, vodka, ice cream, and candles. For those without coin, commoners could exchange agricultural products. If they had none to offer, they could seek employment on the Isle of Light for credits. With keen interest, King Robert dismounted to explore the model of the light shops, which resembled the supermarkets of later times, albeit with Jon incorporating elements of a cooperative model. Currently, there were over 100 light shops throughout the north, effectively controlling its lifeblood. Are these shops profitable? Robert couldn't help but ask Jon as he observed the bustling crowds outside. Your Majesty, we are operating at a loss, Jon replied. Without the Isle of Light, the people of the north would be destitute and starving. The cold gods from beyond the wall are engulfing everything, and as it grows colder, if we do not treat the common folk better, they will flee south, becoming robbers, thieves, or slaves. For the peace of the Seven Kingdoms and the stability of King's Landing, we on the Isle of Light have expended millions of golden dragons to stabilize the north and combat the threat of the White Walkers. Jon spoke the truth. The three-eyed raven, Brendan, had bestowed upon him a fortune of millions of golden dragons, yet in the face of the icy tide of the Whites, it was but a drop in the ocean. He needed to secure the position of the Master of Coin, within which framework he could undertake his own initiatives. You have worked hard, he concluded. It is not arduous. Should you venture to Bright Island, you will comprehend the merit of my role as the Chancellor of Finance. I shall ensure that you become the wealthiest monarch in all the realms. Jon patted his chest proudly. Oh, Robert immediately expressed interest. They hastened their pace, first visiting Winterfell to pay homage to Lyanna Stark, before swiftly making their way to Dawn Harbor. Upon their arrival at the port, Robert was taken aback, as were numerous nobles who had never before set foot there. The harbor teemed with ships, bustling with the transportation of a myriad of goods, procuring provisions from the Seven Kingdoms, such as grains, potatoes, and berries, all destined to be transformed into fruit wines and assorted dry rations. Hundreds of vessels filled the waters, a stark contrast to White Harbor, which boasted only a mere 100 or 200 ships. This locale marked the northernmost edge of the Seven Kingdoms, bordering the lands beyond. I recall when this was but a desolate shoreline. Even Varys was astonished, casting a renewed gaze upon Jon Snow, his assessment of Jon having doubled. Let us proceed to Bright Island, Jon said with a serene smile. King Robert must witness the tide of Whites, otherwise, securing my position as Chancellor of Finance will prove challenging. Should the king behold the Whites and then the splendor of Bright Island, he may even covet the role of Hand of the King. This is his domain. Lord Commander Mormont of the Night's Watch had also arrived, respectfully welcoming his majesty, followed by a bow to Jon. My lord, you have returned, said the eager Lord Catelyn. During this time, every member of the Night's Watch had reaped the benefits of Bright Island, particularly the East Sea Watch, where their dealings had proven exceedingly profitable. Given that the lands beyond were now rife with Whites, there was no need to guard against wildlings. The shrewd Catelyn had become a middleman, ensuring that the East Sea Watch thrived abundantly. Commander, Lord Catelyn, Jon greeted them with a subtle smile. Let us ascend the island together. Hundreds of ships set sail for Bright Island, and with each passing moment, Robert regarded Jon with increasing admiration, a gaze that made Jon feel somewhat uneasy. Upon arriving at the port of Bright Harbor and gazing upon Bright Fortress, the assembly was once again left in awe. A dozen lighthouses, illuminated by whale oil, shimmered brightly. Even in the daylight, the refracted light made the entire island radiate. Bright Fortress had risen in less than a year, a pinnacle of 18th-century fortification architecture, exuding a majestic aura infused with an enigmatic Eastern aesthetic. The construction of the walls was still underway. Tens of thousands labored fervently upon the island, boiling seawater for salt, canning produce, grinding rye and oats using stone mills, mashing potatoes, rendering whale and seal oil for fats and soaps, and processing Arctic hares and seals for sausages. Every conceivable task was diligently undertaken. Each individual wore a spirited expression, toiling earnestly without a hint of idleness. Dozens of hot air balloons floated above, adorned with banners that danced in the wind. Robert blinked, inhaled deeply, and remarked, Jon, you truly are remarkable. Jon merely smiled modestly, saying, Your Majesty, it is nothing remarkable. Your praise truly humbles me. It primarily indicates that your commendation is solitary, signifying that my efforts may not suffice. Why do the other noble lords remain silent in their accolades? Is it that Bright Island lacks beauty and prosperity? The assembly was taken aback for a moment, then erupted in exclamations, casting glances of envy and admiration towards Jon Light, followed by a few compliments. Jon simply waved his hand dismissively. The north is not vast, yet it has birthed legends. At the summit of Bright Castle, a colossal banner emblazoned with the character for light fluttered gracefully in the wind. Beside Bright Island lay a smaller owl. As King Robert and his entourage made their way to Bright Island, Daenerys and Viserys, under the protection of Ser Jorah, arrived aboard a ship of the Red God. This was one of the 4 subsidiary islands of Bright Island, now serving as clandestine workshops. This locale was dedicated to the production of gunpowder, guarded by the children of the forest and giants, ensuring utmost secrecy and safety. Golden-eyed Crow Jon accompanied Daenerys. The usurper has arrived? Upon learning of Robert's presence at Bright Island, Viserys' eyes ignited with a fierce crimson. Calm yourself, blood of my blood. Golden-eyed Crow Jon leaped onto Viserys' shoulder. Robert is indeed a usurper, yet he also embodies the will of the noble lords of the Seven Kingdoms. It was the nobility of the realm that truly brought about the demise of the Mad King and Prince Rhaegar. Have you been studying the texts I provided? The exquisite Daenerys nodded. The theory of kingship. Our Seven Kingdoms, while termed kingdoms, resemble more a confederation of city-states. The local nobility govern themselves, with the king possessing merely the right to collect tributes. This is not a genuine feudal monarchy. Golden-eyed Crow Jon assumed the role of a tutor, imparting knowledge to Viserys. Viserys gritted his teeth. Was the Mad King truly poisoned? Golden-eyed Crow Jon nodded emphatically. Without a doubt, when our Targaryen family lost its dragons, we forfeited our absolute military deterrence over the Seven Kingdoms. A dragonless dragon lord is but a puppet ruler, subject to whims. The king may be driven mad or foolish at will. Anyone seated upon the Iron Throne becomes both deaf and blind, and the issue of taxation is a profound pitfall. The Iron Throne has owed the Iron Bank millions of gold dragons for centuries. Wait, soon Robert shall be consumed by the Lannisters, for he must utilize me, and my utility is intolerable to the Lannisters. Golden-eyed Crow Jon flapped his wings, soothing Viserys before offering comfort to Daenerys, then soared towards the center of the small island. There stood a magnificent weirwood tree. The three-eyed raven Brynden was meditating within its embrace, seated in a weirwood wheelchair, gaunt and weary, often lost in slumber, only occasionally opening his eyes. However, he can also converse with the three-eyed raven and Jon, as well as the children of the forest. You are engaging in a perilous game by entering the lair of the three-eyed raven. He opened his eyes and addressed Jon, without venturing into the lion's den. You cannot capture the cub. Jon, the golden-eyed raven, remarked. Magic is a constant, as is power. To attain power, one must relinquish something, akin to blood magic. Explained the three-eyed raven, Brynden. Recently, blood magic has advanced. We have discovered a healing technique that can mend wounds and ailments by siphoning the life force of small creatures. Perhaps we have another means to facilitate my rebirth. The three-eyed raven fixed his gaze upon Jon, the golden-eyed raven, his countenance gaunt, revealing a sense of impatience. Could you wait a moment? Jon was startled. Could this ancient three-eyed raven be contemplating a form of soul transference? You can be reborn when the Red Comet arrives. Trust me, Jon reassured, fully aware of why the children of the forest had not yet conceived magical offspring, as they had long withheld the essence of life. Now, it seemed Brynden, the three-eyed raven, was growing anxious. I fear time is of the essence. The power of the cold god has intensified. Each day, I sense the dwindling of the fish trees in the canyon, where thousands of acres are rapidly being leveled by the hands of the living. Even the light tower cannot withstand the cold god's advance. He is hastening the transformation of the priests, utilizing newborns. The tone of Brynden's words made Jon, the golden-eyed raven, alert. I will devise a solution. It will be soon, especially since the king has arrived at Light Tower. Access to the fortress was limited, with most nobles remaining aboard their vessels. The weather was splendid, devoid of clouds, yet across from the Light Tower, the former campsite was assailed by howling winds. 100 elite Knights Watchmen, alongside 100 Light Brigade soldiers, were engaged in fierce combat with the Whites, shielded by hot air balloons and rockets. This was a joint endeavor orchestrated by the Night's Watch and Light Island. After all, the king and numerous nobles from the Seven Kingdoms had come to the north. This was a significant matter that necessitated their awareness of the current plight in the north. Kill. The Night's Watchmen brandished their obsidian weapons, fortified by shields, forming a phalanx as they crossed the Oil River in small boats, rushing to the opposite shore. Almost instantly, the Whites surged toward them. The sight was terrifying. As thousands of Whites charged forth, their bodies draped in sinew and skin, pale, decayed flesh, and haunting blue eyes, wielding rusted, tattered weapons. Cackling, these Whites displayed a fearless disposition. Flames could not deter them, and the only effective means of defense lay in the obsidian weapons. The Night's Watchmen, positioned beside the Oil River, swiftly coated their arrows with obsidian powder and unleashed a volley upon the horde of Whites. The barrage felled a considerable number, allowing the leading Night's Watchmen to secure their footing. The other Night's Watch members swiftly made landfall, disembarking on the opposite bank of the Oil River, followed closely by the warriors of the Light Brigade. The combat styles of both sides were starkly contrasting. The Night's Watch charged fearlessly, engaging in fierce melee, while the warriors of the Light Brigade advanced with their wooden chariots, encased in iron and bristling with spears, resembling a hedgehog. 100 Light Brigade soldiers pushed 5 chariots, and upon landing, they swept away a substantial number of the undead. However, soon a terrifying sight emerged from the throng of undead, several giant undead, towering 3 to 4 meters high, impervious to the ordinary obsidian arrows. Alongside the giant undead were bear undead and ice wolf undead, whose agility and combat prowess swiftly tore the newly arrived Night's Watch into smaller groups, while the remaining undead seized the opportunity to attack isolated members of the Night's Watch. Fire oil bombs, commanded Commander Tommen from the front lines. The warriors of the Light Brigade quickly dropped dozens of incendiary bottles from the air, alleviating the Night's Watch's immediate peril and allowing them to regroup into a new formation. Yet, the hot air balloons became a target. The cacophony of cawing echoed as dozens of undead crows emerged, swiftly darting towards the Light Brigade's balloons, attacking the living atop them. Fortunately, the balloons were equipped with protective shields, but this also rendered them incapable of providing aerial support to the Night's Watch and Light Brigade soldiers below. Kill. The morale of the Night's Watch surged, and the warriors of the Light Brigade displayed great valor as they gradually united, forming a phalanx against the undead. After slaying thousands and capturing 2 of the half-undead at a great cost, the Night's Watch and Light Brigade returned to the Oil River side. Without a doubt, the Oil River needed to be ignited immediately, otherwise, the undead might seize the opportunity to assault the stronghold. Once ignited, the undead on land temporarily ceased their onslaught. However, overhead, hundreds of various undead birds, crows, hawks, ravens, and sea sparrows, darkened the sky as they rapidly descended upon the Night's Watch and Light Brigade warriors. This is bad. Jon, standing atop the Light Brigade's watchtower, was momentarily stunned. Chapter 50, Jon Light and the Mutant Light Sword Brigade. With a shout, Jon commanded the Mutant Brigade, composed of the children of the forest and dozens of mutants, to unleash hundreds of living birds into the sky. A fierce battle erupted between the living and undead birds. The living birds, primarily hawks with formidable fighting abilities, faced the daunting challenge of contending with 4 or 5 undead birds each, knowing that only Obsidian could vanquish the undead. As the undead birds began to gain the upper hand, the Mutant Brigade suffered significant losses, leaving Jon with no choice but to change tactics once more. Archers. He pointed to the sky, and all the archers drew their bows, aiming their obsidian-tipped arrows at the spectral birds soaring above. Fortunately, the elite soldiers from the 7 kingdoms had gathered here, and with their assistance, most of the undead birds were felled. However, the aberrations from Light Island also suffered significant losses. Even King Robert raised his bow and managed to strike one down, prompting the other nobles to follow suit. On the ground, the surviving Night's Watch and Light Brigade warriors found no respite. From across the river of burning oil, a horde of corpse bears surged forth, accompanied by undead elephants and giants. Having shed their sluggishness after their transformation, they became even more ferocious, attempting to cross the fiery river to besiege the city. At this point, Jon could no longer remain idle. He called out loudly, and the Light Brigade soldiers atop the tower hastily deployed their secret weapon, the dragon-slaying siege crossbows. Crafted from obsidian dragon crystals, 2 siege crossbows unleashed their full firepower, bombarding the horde of ghouls with relentless fury. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, the majority of the undead elephants, giants, and bears were obliterated, yet several managed to breach the burning oil river. For the giants and elephants, the several-meter-wide river posed little challenge. Upon reaching the shore, they were met with a barrage of obsidian arrows from the observers of the 7 kingdoms, Night's Watch, and Light Brigade soldiers, but their efforts yielded minimal results. Brothers of the Night's Watch, Banyan Stark, who had yet to retreat, drew his sword, prompting dozens of Night's Watchmen to respond instantly. They charged towards the 3 towering undead giants, while Jon swiftly signaled for the Light Brigade soldiers to follow suit. My lord, the siege crossbows can no longer reach them. Corbin rushed forward to report. Robert, you take command, Jon exclaimed, drawing his steel sword. He leapt from the tower and addressed Robert. Seal the river with fire arrows. We cannot allow more ghouls to cross. He raised his arm and called out. Warriors of the 7 kingdoms, protect your homes and save humanity, for today is the day. With that, he turned and charged towards the horde of ghouls, followed closely by the soldiers of the Light Brigade. The formations they had rehearsed countless times now bore fruit, as the Light Brigade valiantly battled the undead elephants and bears, managing to hold back 2 of the towering ghouls. Where are my warriors? Robert could no longer restrain himself and drew his sword, though he was halted by Eddard Stark. Nevertheless, many nobles pressed forward, and the hound was dispatched by Joffrey. Arya was eager to join the fray, but was fortunately restrained by Jaqen. Prince Tommen gazed on with boundless admiration, while Myrcella looked on in a daze. Marjorie's eyes sparkled with intensity, and Jaime regarded Jon with profound respect. Tyrion hid behind others, feeling both anxious and astonished. Robert's appreciation for Jon only deepened. In Jon's hand, the steel sword coated with obsidian powder struck the corpse giant with little more than a gentle scratch. The accursed Night King had inexplicably summoned ancient giants, each towering nearly 5 meters high, significantly surpassing the height of the giant warriors from the Island of Light. Fortunately, their movements were relatively sluggish due to their immense aftershocks, and the well-equipped warriors of the Light Brigade, who had invested heavily in protective gear, found themselves in a stalemate against the corpse giants. I need the power of fire, the strength of the Light King. Jon closed his eyes, recalling the Lightning King and the Red Priest from the original tale. The Red Priest wielded a magical sword of flame, a manifestation of the Light King's power. As Jon Light, the emissary of the Light King, I should not be without such might. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, sword in hand, and shouted, "Fire, come forth." Boom. In an instant, the obsidian powder on Jon's steel sword ignited, transforming it into a blazing sword. At that moment, Jon became the embodiment of the radiant holy blade. With his sword in his right hand and a hammer in his left, he leaped high into the air. Die! His form arched like a great dragon as his sword pierced the eye of the 5-meter-tall ancient corpse giant, which then crashed to the ground, turning into a heap of mangled flesh and bones. Yet Jon did not pause. He charged toward the thick-skinned corpse mammoths, wielding his hammer to strike their skulls before delivering a fatal blow with his sword. One after another, he dispatched 3 mammoths and a corpse bear. Standing amidst the battlefield with his flaming sword, radiating brilliance, all eyes turned toward Jon. At that moment, it appeared that the Night King on the opposite shore had also noticed Jon. The thunderous roars resonated like an ominous storm, and an endless wave of cold surged forth. The snow-laden wilderness ahead shimmered with gusts of frigid wind, threatening to extinguish the flames of the oil river. Jon bellowed, "Pour alcohol into the oil river. Ignite it immediately." The Tower of Light was stocked with ample supplies of alcohol, with resupply ships standing by. Everyone sprang into action, even the noblemen joining the effort. In that moment, a collective spirit emerged, united against the whites. On the opposite bank of the oil river, countless corpses surged forth, a dark swarm blotting out the sun. They brought with them a chilling gale, casting ominous shadows amidst the snow, accompanied by the silhouettes of corpse giants, mammoths, bears, and wolves. Above, the relentless flapping of wings echoed, revealing the Night King's horde of undead birds. They stood silently on the far side of the oil river, the flames daring not to reach them, blown back by the icy winds. Countless ghostly blue eyes flickered in the snow, exuding an eerie glow, creating an atmosphere of deathly silence and vast emptiness, as if they could cross the 10-meter-wide oil river at any moment. Fear etched on every face. No one could confront the unknown menace with composure. The Night King has grown increasingly formidable. Witnessing this scene, Jon felt a chill in his heart. He had believed his journey thus far had been smooth, only to discover that the Night King had evolved. Not only had he developed heavy ground weaponry, but he had also established aerial dominance. 100 giants could indeed sweep away the entire Light Brigade. This assertion is not hyperbolic. The Night King commanded hundreds of undead giants, along with numerous undead mammoths, bears, and spectral birds. Unable to contain himself, Jon raised his blazing sword high, its flames roaring. He shouted, "Everyone, raise your weapons." The crowd instinctively formed rows, lifting their weapons in unison. Jon bellowed, "Fire, come forth." Boom. The thousands of warriors, weapons aloft, were astonished to see flames erupting from their arms. Their previously waning morale surged anew. The long night approaches. From this moment onward, I shall stand watch until death, Jon suddenly proclaimed. The Night's Watch responded in chorus, echoing Jon's words, though he omitted the part about not marrying or fathering children, as he was not a member of the Night's Watch. The warriors of the Light Brigade joined Jon in a resounding chant. "I shall serve with unwavering loyalty. Life and death hereupon. I am the luminous sword in the darkness, the guardian upon the wall. I am the flame that wards off the cold, the light at dawn, the horn that awakens the slumbering, the steadfast shield of the realm. I dedicate my life and honor to the guardianship of the light. Today it is so, and every day henceforth." As they uttered the final line, flames ignited in every eye, filled with light and fervor. On this day, Jon Light became the holy sword of light. Gratitude is extended to the esteemed readers for their generous support. Chapter 51. My fear of inadequacy. Lord Jon. I will purchase the light voucher. Lord Jon, I wholeheartedly support your candidacy for the position of Chancellor of Finance. But if so, who will govern the North? Lord Jon. What of marriage? I have a young daughter. In the aftermath of the Battle of Light's Watch, the effects were unmistakable. Even Cersei began to view Jon in a new light, for the undead cold wave of Light's Watch was truly terrifying. When the majority of the noble lords of the Seven Kingdoms learned that there were tens of thousands of undead in the Gorge and nearly 500,000 beyond the Wall, many were struck with fear. Though the North is vast, its population is sparse, and the cold wave has wreaked havoc, rendering much of the North incapable of producing grain since last summer. The entire North resembled a bottomless pit, necessitating substantial manpower and resources, grain, weapons, soldiers. At this moment, Jon undoubtedly stood out prominently. Inside Light Fortress, thousands of individuals are engaged in the grand banquet, and the interior of Bright Fortress is nearly complete. The expansive hall is both spacious and luminous, crowned by a massive obsidian dragon crystal, surrounded by 6 smaller dragon crystals, forming a magical array in the shape of a heptagram. It is enchanted with a permanent clarity spell, shimmering brilliantly. Inside the hall are dozens of grand tables crafted from sentinel wood, fishbeam wood, and oak. The feast is served in a semi-buffet style, with King Robert's table receiving special dishes, featuring several enigmatic Eastern delicacies that leave Robert with grease dripping from his lips. Among the offerings are the already familiar creamy mushroom soup, mixed stew, braised sausages, and bacon, which need no further elaboration. There is also red wine braised wild duck, potato braised beef, canned braised beef, carrot braised lamb ribs with skin, lemon mint dressed grouper sashimi, soy braised sea sparrow, soy braised seal meat, red braised tuna, and sweet and sour salmon, all accompanied by a variety of exquisite appetizers. The presentation, a stunning embodiment of 21st century culinary aesthetics, leaves Robert, Cersei, Joffrey, and others in awe. Damn it, Robert exclaims, sipping on a finely crafted 55-degree vodka. The chef of Red Keep serves nothing but mediocrity. I feel as though I have been consuming mediocrity all along. How can anything taste this extraordinary? Robert, a true gourmand, particularly relishes his libations. These dishes pair perfectly with his vodka, which is of the finest quality, both in taste and potency, making him feel as if Bright Island is indeed a paradise. Your Majesty, this is merely the side dish. The main course is still being prepared. You may indulge at your leisure, as there will be additional appetizers and pickles, Jon remarks with a twinkle in his eye. He glances at Cersei, who, despite her stern demeanor, appears quite fond of the red wine-braised wild duck. So, you fancy duck, do you? Jon muses silently, vowing to settle the score with her eventually. At that moment, the main course arrives, a whole roasted lamb. While Westeros does feature roasted lamb, they do not castrate the sheep, resulting in a strong gamey flavor. This particular lamb, however, has been castrated, paired with a sauce reminiscent of Jon's previous life in the Northwest. The lamb's mouth is adorned with a sprig of parsley, and a red scarf is tied around its head. For attendants clad in white robes carefully present the roasted lamb, golden brown and sizzling with juices. The whole roasted lamb emanates an incomparable aroma. Beside it lie roasted eggplants, cucumbers, and tomatoes, all charred to perfection, their savory and fruity scents mingling in a tantalizing assault on the palate. Even the numerous nobles at the table, accustomed to fine dining, cannot help but swallow in anticipation. How fragrant! Joffrey exclaims, unable to contain himself. I want to eat lamb. He bellows loudly. Jon smirks, thinking to himself how little the king understands the art of dining. One cannot help but acknowledge the scarcity of exquisite cuisine in Westeros, though he is grateful for his own resourcefulness. Your Majesty, the main course has arrived. Please. Carve the meat. An attendant presents a golden knife and fork to King Robert. Robert laughed heartily, standing up without hesitation to carve the meat. He first served a portion to Eddard Stark seated beside him, followed by Joffrey, and finally Cersei. Meanwhile, Jon busily distributed meat to Tommen, Myrcella, Marjorie, and Princess Shireen before returning to his seat. Jon, speak up. What are your thoughts on resisting the White Walkers? King Robert inquired, his mouth greasy with food as he wiped it with a cloth. Your Majesty, it is our duty to resist the White Walkers and protect the Seven Kingdoms. I would like to request your support in granting Light Island a half tax on all goods and a reduced entrance fee. You see, Light Island is home to nearly 120,000 people. We are the sword and shield of the Seven Kingdoms. The Night's Watch and the North's food and supply rely heavily on our commerce and industry. Jon deliberately overlooked the contributions of the Night's Watch, causing the commander Mormont, who sat at the table, to roll his eyes. However, with only 1,000 members, the Night's Watch indeed depended on Light Island. Without it, they would be powerless. Agreed, Robert decisively declared. Furthermore, I hope for the protection of our shops on Light Island. Noble lords, please grant me this favor. Most importantly, the light coupons have become our primary source of income. Dragonstone will do its utmost to assist you. Stannis was the first to speak, and Jon glanced at him, recognizing him as a straightforward knight. Yet, such bluntness was not always beneficial. I shall permit you to sell light coupons throughout the Seven Kingdoms, and I will enforce this by royal decree. Robert had witnessed the terror of the Whites firsthand. Nothing he had faced in battle was as frightening. That is excellent. On behalf of the people of Light Island and the frontline warriors of the North resisting the White Walkers, I express my gratitude for your generosity, Your Majesty. Jon said earnestly, Is that truly enough to withstand the White Walkers? Robert frowned. Your Majesty, I hope for your support of the talent recruitment program for Light Island. Currently, both our eastern and western fronts require a substantial number of personnel. More than 500,000 Whites could easily sweep through the north. If we falter, the consequences of their invasion into the south would be dire. Robert hesitated, looking towards Eddard Stark, who he considered the finest hand of the king. Yet, this articulate Jon also seemed a worthy candidate. Your Majesty, I request that you appoint Lord Eddard Stark as the supreme commander of the Light Army, overseeing all forces resisting the White Walkers, with the authority to summon talents from the Seven Kingdoms for assistance. Very well, Robert agreed this time. And what about you? Robert turned to Jon. Me? I merely seek to earn some coin. I have guarded Light's Watch for a few months, sacrificing tens of thousands of my people, spending nearly 1,000,000 gold dragons, and owing the Iron Bank hundreds of thousands in loans. I, Jon Light, am of little consequence. Though Jon spoke modestly, his gaze met King Robert's, conveying his sacrifices for the Seven Kingdoms. Do you wish to serve as the master of coin? Robert asked. Your Majesty, the defense against the others requires my expertise. However, if I may speak candidly, should I assume the role of Chancellor of the Exchequer, I could generate greater wealth for you, while simultaneously ensuring that Bright Island receives ample supplies to withstand the others. It is only just that Bright Island profits. For if it does not, the burden will fall upon you and the esteemed nobles present. Yet, how can you preside over the North while also serving as Chancellor? Jon waved his hand, and a golden-eyed raven appeared, hopping before him. This raven carries my essence, and I can employ it to assist you, allowing me to remain on Bright Island to fend off the others while the raven manages the finances in King's Landing. The North cannot be without me, Jon, just as the Seven Kingdoms cannot be without you. Though this assertion may seem absurd, it pales in comparison to the terror of the undead. After all, giants, Whites, and the dead have become a grim reality. Robb glanced at Eddard Stark, who remained silent and earnest. Queen Cersei gritted her teeth in opposition, while Stannis voiced his support. Further surprising Jon was that Varys, the ever-neutral spymaster, also backed him. That evening, Robert, unusually, did not seek the company of women but instead held a serious audience with Jon, accompanied by Cersei, Stannis, Renly, and Eddard Stark, with Jaime standing guard outside. Your Majesty, my first recommendation as Chancellor of the Exchequer is to impose a stamp duty. Stamp duty? Indeed. With all due respect, King's Landing boasts a populace exceeding 50,000 and a flourishing trade. Yet, the tax collectors have devised various pretexts to impose arbitrary taxes. The introduction of a stamp duty would standardize and balance taxation. The essence of the stamp duty is that whether at the port or in the market, tax collectors would affix a seal in the name of the king, signifying that goods entering the market are recognized solely by this stamp. Goods lacking this mark would be deemed contraband, subject to penalties, including doubled fines or confiscation. Jon succinctly explained the implementation of the stamp duty, asserting that this taxation system is most suited to the present state of Westeros and would effectively reclaim fiscal authority from the Lannister tax collectors. Oblivious to the intricacies involved, the rather simple-minded Cersei merely furrowed her brow in contemplation. Furthermore, I propose the establishment of early and night markets. As it stands, shops in King's Landing close prematurely. We should consider opening these markets, with royal guards ensuring their safety and collecting taxes, thereby allowing the populace to engage in free trade. Trust me, soon King's Landing will emerge as the most prosperous city in the world. Jon continued to offer several recommendations, all of which promoted commercial prosperity and simultaneously favored the market presence of Bright Island's goods. In his heart, Jon harbored an unspoken thought. With the extensive printing, issuance, and sale of Bright bonds, coupled with tax exemptions on Bright Island's products and reduced entrance fees, It would not be long before the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms would be awash in bright bonds, which could be used to procure any goods from Bright Island. In collaboration with the expansive network across 7 nations, the Guangming Store, functioning akin to a supply and marketing cooperative, is set to emerge. At that juncture, Guangming vouchers may evolve into commodities reminiscent of grain tickets, meat tickets, and cloth tickets, further advancing to become instruments of currency circulation, rendering Guangming omnipresent. Although Robert realized that Jon's luminous isle could potentially be quite lucrative, he soon contemplated that resisting the White Walkers was an expensive endeavor, one that would require an inexhaustible supply of funds, and thus he remained silent on the matter. After spending 3 days on Guangming Island, Robert embarked upon a journey to inspect the wall. This time, most of the nobles had returned home, yet a few accompanied him. Jon, newly appointed as the deputy commander of the Guangming army, remained at his side. Although Robert had not formally proclaimed him as the Minister of Finance, his favor towards Jon had deepened, often bringing him along, even during moments of intimacy with women. Jon had shared in Robert's battles, and with 2 of the 3 great Iron Men at his side, they had forged a formidable bond. As they traversed the route, they arrived at the Grand Canyon, the western front against the White Walkers. Here, vast acres of fishleaf would have been felled by the sea elephant folk. Yet the soldiers of the Guangming Corps had thwarted further devastation using hot air balloons. Presently, this sector was garrisoned by the Northern Army, the Night's Watch, and the Guangming soldiers. Hundreds of small fortifications were under construction, while in front of them, giants, mammoths, and thousands of laborers toiled to excavate the oil river. Unlike Seal Bay, the waters here froze, and the ground was composed of permafrost. Fortunately, the alcohol production on Guangming Island had matured, allowing them to create a deep oil river trench, approximately 10 meters deep, by utilizing alcohol for combustion. Nearby, the excavated soil was uniformly mixed with obsidian powder, which was then compacted into earthen bricks using wooden boards. These bricks were immediately fired in a nearby kiln, destined to form walls. This obsidian brick possessed trace magical properties, and once the walls were constructed, they would instill fear in the undead, remaining impervious to their attempts to breach. Your Majesty, there shall be 300 small fortifications interconnected. We will construct semi-permanent bastions using stone, earthen bricks, and timber, forming a defensive position with 3 layers, one of the officers reported. King Robert, draped in his robe, arrived to inspect the scene, where nearly 20,000 individuals were fervently engaged in construction. The sight invigorated his ambition, as the wild beauty of the north broadened his horizons. Since ascending to the throne, Robert had lost interest in life. The Iron Throne offered little comfort, burdened as it was with insurmountable debts that might linger for centuries. Yet, his envisioned life was one of warfare, and now, in the north, they feasted, slept, and battled the White Walkers. Was this not the existence he had longed for? Jon, your efforts are commendable. Is there still no commander here? Robert inquired. Your Majesty, Lord Eddard Stark, General Mormont, and I will divide the responsibilities, Jon replied. No. I believe the Guangming army requires a formidable figure to oversee its operations. Relying solely on Eddard will not suffice. Robert exclaimed, his eyes widening with resolve. Cersei, you should return to King's Landing. I intend to establish my presence here and fight alongside Eddard, Robert declared with fervor. Cersei was taken aback. Jon was equally startled, exclaiming, No, my lord. If you do not perish, how can the 7 kingdoms descend into chaos? If the realm remains stable, what will become of me, Jon? You are mad, Cersei shouted vehemently. You are the guardian of the 7 kingdoms, the king of King's Landing. Do you intend to leave the Iron Throne vacant? With the hand of the king at your side, all shall be well. I shall remain in the north, on Bright Island, battling the others. Robert, filled with ambition, after ascending to the throne, felt a long-lost fervor surge within him. He aspired to be a hero like Azor Ahai, immortalized through the ages, leading the 7 kingdoms against the others, destined to become an epic hero. He envisioned a realm where bards would sing his name, transforming him into a legend. Your Majesty, this is unwise. A kingdom cannot endure a day without a king. Jon interjected. Cease your prattle, Jon Light. Robert retorted. I hereby appoint you as the hand of the king and the treasurer of the 7 kingdoms. You shall go to King's Landing and assist Cersei in amassing wealth. As for me, I shall remain in the north, fighting alongside Eddard, commanding the forces of light. Robert laughed heartily. Jon was taken aback. Your Majesty, this is not how the script is written. How can you force an unscripted turn of events? Furthermore, pairing me with Cersei in King's Landing? She is as fierce as a wolf. I fear I shall falter. Thank you all for your votes of support, and a special thanks to my friend, Happy Kid, for their monthly vote. This chapter concludes. Chapter 52, The King's Death, the Arrival of the Red Comet, monthly vote bonus. Your Majesty, this is not appropriate. I am still young, and I fear I cannot manage. Jon exclaimed, flailing his arms. There are many matters on Bright Island that must remain concealed from the public eye. Allowing Robert to act recklessly here would be absurd. Ha ha, do not deceive me, you rascal. Just then, a mournful horn echoed. The first sounded for wildlings, the second for the Night's Watch, and the third for the others. During this period, the gorge frequently faced incursions by whites, with sporadic groups causing considerable disruption to the fortifications. As the crows took flight in alarm, dozens of whites surged forth, shrieking maniacally towards the small fort. Whites, someone shouted. And the Night's Watch, Northern Army, and soldiers of the Light Brigade swiftly gathered to confront the threat. King Robert, filled with excitement, shouted to his squire, Lancel, quick, arm me. The golden-haired Lancel hurriedly retrieved Robert's armor, kneeling to assist him, but his clumsiness incited Robert's ire. Witnessing the imminent slaughter of the whites, Robert cursed vehemently, kicking Lancel in the stomach before charging forth with his battle axe. Behind him, Cersei and Jon exchanged ominous glances. Jon glanced around and said to Cersei, Your Grace, I wish to speak with you privately in the grove, may I? Cersei surveyed the surroundings, lifting her chin in disdain. I have no interest in conversing with a baseborn bastard. In a moment of palpable tension, Jon approached Cersei, his voice a low whisper filled with menace. Surely, you wouldn't want King Robert to discover your attempt to poison me, nor your little secrets regarding your children. I believe that would pique your interest. You are threatening me. Cersei seethed, her fury igniting as they stood apart from the chaos of the battle, where King Robert was engaged in a relentless pursuit of the few remaining whites. Jaime and the others were absent, and only a handful of indifferent attendants lingered nearby. I shall await you in the grove, Jon declared, striding towards a secluded thicket. After a moment of contemplation, Cersei, gritting her teeth, followed him into the shadows. Outside the grove, Jon dismissed the attendants, leading Cersei to a tranquil spot, where the invasion of whites had diverted everyone's attention to the front lines. What do you wish to say? Cersei demanded, her haughty demeanor unmistakable. Have you ever seen a fist the size of a cauldron? Jon asked, his gaze fixed on the proud and beautiful woman before him. Without hesitation, he struck her abdomen with a swift and merciless blow. Cersei doubled over in pain, her eyes wide, her cheeks flushing with agony, as she gasped for breath. Unable to articulate a word, tears streaming down her face. Seizing the moment, Jon restrained her arm behind her back, his other hand gripping her delicate neck. Breathe deeply. Dizziness is a normal reaction. What do you intend to do? Cersei snapped back to reality, struggling against his hold, only to find her voluptuous form inadvertently pressed against him. Unperturbed by the intimacy, Jon tightened his grip. What do you think? You attempted to poison me, yet you question my motives? I wish to end your life. Jon growled through clenched teeth. Cersei's terror was palpable as she cried out, I am your queen. Jon retorted, I am still your father, Cersei Lannister. Call me father. In a frantic struggle, Cersei writhed, but Jon leaned closer, whispering, Surely, you wouldn't want your affair with Jaime exposed to the king. Once I become hand of the king, I will take great care of your children, and of you. Cersei's resistance weakened. She was utterly bewildered. How could he know? How could he possibly know? With a sinister smile, Jon remarked, I am presently quite agitated. Moments stretched on as Cersei, feeling faint and drained, appeared as though she had been hollowed out. Jon tenderly adjusted her hair, speaking softly, Once I am hand of the king, we shall be together forever. Who is stronger? Jaime or I? Get away from me. Cersei spat, her face ablaze with shame as she prepared to flee, nearly stumbling as her legs faltered. The cursed bastard. Jon simply smiled, revealing his bright white teeth. In times of longing, one may wander to the grove. Yet, Cersei's piercing cry echoed through the trees, lamentably unheard. Seated within her tent, she seethed with indignation. She could not abide her husband, the gluttonous Robert, relinquishing power to Jon Snow. Nor could she tolerate the Lannister family's taxes being governed by that wretched bastard. The thought of Jon's valor stirred something within her. Despite her numerous liaisons, including Jaime and Lancel, none matched Jon's ferocity. Damn him. Cersei gritted her teeth, clutching Jaime, striving to reclaim her former self, only to realize it was a futile endeavor. She had been irrevocably altered. Jaime. Cersei turned to him. I need you to kill Jon Snow. Her voice trembled with suppressed fury. Are you mad? Jaime exclaimed. Taken aback, he held a considerable admiration for Jon Snow, a young man who single-handedly defended a castle against the White Walkers. As a scion of a military lineage, He understood the formidable challenge of resisting the undead. Jon Snow was undeniably a prodigy. He must die. He cannot become Hand of the King, Cersei hissed through clenched teeth. As Jaime proved unreliable, her thoughts drifted to another lover, Lancel. Suddenly, she discerned the root of all her troubles lay with Robert. If the king, that corpulent swine, were to perish, Jon Snow would lose his support. A smile broke upon her exquisite visage, revealing a carefree spirit as Jon Snow's image crept into her mind. A twinge of nostalgia surfacing. The construction of the Great Wall was of utmost significance, as it housed dwellings. Here, the whites were less numerous than in the Reach, allowing for a more exhilarating engagement in battle. Robert thrived in this environment, fighting valiantly alongside Eddard Stark. This warfare rekindled his youthful vigor. He eschewed the company of women, donning armor daily, wielding weapons, and consuming vodka as he led his retinue against the undead. The adrenaline coursing through him during these hunts far surpassed any intimacy with women, offering an unrivaled thrill. On this particular day, as Robert donned his armor, he found himself burdened by his weight. His armor would not fit properly, inciting his ire. With a forceful kick, he sent Lancel sprawling, who knelt to assist him. Useless, begone, Robert bellowed. Lancel, struck down, dared not display any emotion, bowing his head in silent fury. My wine, my vodka, fool. Upon hearing the horns call from outside, Robert roared, while Lancel's eyes glinted with malice. With a resentful glance at Robert, he turned to retrieve a jar of spiced vodka. Coincidentally, that day witnessed an inexplicable surge of whites in the skies. Jon discovered that he too could command these undead birds, conjuring thoughts of unspeakable horrors. The Night King and the three-eyed raven were certainly not as simple as they appeared. The formidable druids possessed the ability to manipulate both the living and the dead, which evokes a multitude of thoughts in Jon. It appears that the grievances among the deities run deep, and the Green Seer, the three-eyed crow, evidently harbors hidden secrets. Attempting to exert control over the undead birds is an unsettling experience, akin to pressing one's head against a slab of ice. Jon senses an additional consciousness entwined with these undead creatures, that of the Night King's frost-wielding priests. Redirecting his focus, he concentrates intently on the unfolding chaos. Hundreds of undead birds burst forth from the weirwood forest, charging towards the living. Accompanying them are several hundred whites. This time, the forces of the light have mobilized 3,000 men, rallying around King Robert. Ordinarily, this would pose no issue. However, today, King Robert appears unusually invigorated. As if under the influence of some potent elixir, he charges ahead, his speed leaving everyone in his wake. Strangely, a white boar barrels forth, its size comparable to that of a young mammoth, resembling a small mountain, with tusks as long as arms and as thick as wrists. This is the wild boar king of the north, transformed into a white after its death. In life, it ruled the northern wilderness, contending with bears and dire wolves. And now it exhibits unparalleled ferocity. A few guards hastily step forward to impede its advance, yet the white boar's tough hide renders obsidian weapons ineffective. Even the white cloaks find themselves no match for the white boar king, being scattered by its onslaught. Consequently, King Robert confronts the white boar king alone, brandishing his battle axe with commendable valor, striking it with forceful blows, though he fails to penetrate its formidable body. Just as Eddard Stark rushes forward to offer aid, a resounding crash echoes, King Robert's armor shatters, and he stumbles as if inebriated. The tusks of the white boar suddenly pierce King Robert's abdomen. Yet he raises his battle axe and delivers a decisive blow, severing the head of the white boar, reducing it to a gruesome heap. Blood and visceral matter gush from King Robert's wound, and he staggers back, planting his axe into the ground, letting out a triumphant laugh. However, his body sways, and he collapses to the earth. Your Majesty, Eddard Stark cries out in desperation, rushing to his side. Not far off, Cersei wears a satisfied smile, while Lancel's face is one of terror. Varys allows a smirk to grace his lips. Meanwhile, Jon exhales deeply. At that moment, the heavens roar. A red comet streaks across the sky, illuminating the entirety of Westeros, as if the firmament itself has been ignited by blood. The stars weep crimson. The long night approaches. Gratitude is extended to the readers for their support and votes. This chapter is a token of appreciation for surpassing 50 monthly votes. Thank you all. The chapter concludes. Chapter 53, My Son Joffrey, with the bearing of an emperor. King Robert lies gravely wounded, his life hanging by a thread. This matter was akin to a colossal boulder, instantaneously stirring tumultuous waves across the seven kingdoms. Stannis, who had previously departed, returned in haste alongside Ser Loras. The Iron Throne, the most coveted seat in the realm, despite the disdain it garners, remains a prize for which all aspire to claim. Stannis lingered by Robert's sickbed for an extended period, while Ser Loras, visibly anxious, leaned over the ailing king several times. In this endeavor to seek the light, the Citadel dispatched numerous scholars. Together with the priests of the light, they conducted several consultations, yet remained helpless against the festering wound inflicted by the white known as the Boar King, which resisted healing and continued to rot, encrusted with a faint layer of frost. Ultimately, it was Jon who resorted to blood magic, sacrificing the life essence of 15 bulls to temporarily halt the spread of Robert's affliction. For the king could not perish in the north. Consequently, the group hastily transported him via hot air balloon to Dawnport and immediately set sail southward. Robert, at times lucid and at times unconscious, emitted groans of agony each time he regained consciousness. What should be done about the king? The scholars exchanged glances, and Varys suggested, "Let us provide his grace with a cup of poppy milk." Jon was taken aback. "You truly are a base individual. Yet, I must admit, I appreciate it." The poppy milk proved more effective than Jon's blood magic. Thus, they began to deliberate on their next course of action aboard the ship returning to King's Landing. Stannis, Loras, Eddard Stark, Cersei, and others sat with Jon, who had been formally named Hand of the King by Robert during his moments of clarity. Robert had also kept Eddard close, confiding in him on various matters. "We require the king to draft a will," Stannis proclaimed, raising his chin with pride. Though a knight, Stannis harbored ambitions for the throne, not merely due to Robert's forced union with his bride on their wedding night. "Indeed, this matter cannot be delayed," Loras concurred, his handsome visage complemented by the backing of the Knight of Flowers, signifying the support of House Tyrell. Loras, known for his courteous demeanor, had a considerable network of allies, far exceeding that of Stannis. According to the traditions of the Seven Kingdoms, succession through siblings or offspring was permissible. The individuals present possessed the capacity to influence the throne's occupant. Jon found the situation somewhat absurd, realizing he had become embroiled in the contest for the kingship. He cast a sidelong glance at Cersei, who met his gaze with an impassive stare before diverting her attention. Jon smirked, thinking, "So now you choose to glare at me when you need something? Just wait until the woods have their say." He turned to his father, Eddard Stark. Truth be told, Eddard's words bore significant weight, as he was Robert's most trusted confidant. However, Eddard would undoubtedly favor Stannis, for Stannis was the elder of the two. Yet Joffrey and several other children remain underage. Jon squinted, aware that he must devise his own plans. The threat of the Whites grows ever stronger, and it is uncertain when they might launch a sudden assault. The Seven Kingdoms may be in turmoil, but not at this moment. Thus, a glimmer passed through his gaze, a fleeting golden light, as he subtly hypnotized Eddard Stark. Eddard stirred and spoke in a deep voice. "We shall discuss the matter of the will when the king awakens. We are nearing King's Landing, and we need to prepare for what lies ahead." He turned his attention to Jon. "The king's life hangs in the balance." Jon shook his head gently. "Our Order of the Light and the dozens of scholars in the Citadel are at a loss. Even the blood magic of the Green Seers cannot stem the tide of decay. If this continues, the king will." Jon grimaced. The wounds from the Whites were horrific. Such a thing was akin to a zombie virus. Once bitten, one would gradually succumb to rot. "The king has awakened." At that moment, Varys hurried over. The others exchanged glances and quickly rose to follow. Inside King Robert's chamber, a pungent stench of decay filled the air. He struggled to open his eyes, his body swathed in bandages, a heap of spices nearby to mask the foul odor emanating from him. In that instant, his eyes shone with clarity, and Jon realized he was experiencing a moment of clarity before death. Eddard, amidst everyone, Robert focused solely on Eddard Stark. Eddard hastened forward to grasp King Robert's hand. "Draft the will," Robert strained, pointing to the side, breathing heavily as he looked at Cersei with a face twisted in disgust, then at Jon and Stannis, and finally Renly, whose expressions were indifferent. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and a rasping cry escaped his throat, pupils dilating rapidly. "It cannot be, no, not now." Jon gasped. Having learned basic medical knowledge, he realized Robert was nearing his end. "My lord, you cannot simply die like this. If you do, the Seven Kingdoms will descend into chaos." Jon gritted his teeth, a flash of golden light flickering in his eyes as he projected his thoughts into Robert's mind. A sharp pain pierced his head, the agony magnified tenfold. Nevertheless, Jon held firm. He lowered his gaze and took a step back. Fortunately, all eyes were on King Robert. No one noticed him. Robert took a deep breath and looked at the gathered assembly, speaking haltingly. "Stannis, Renly, heed my command." Stannis and Renly stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. "I appoint you as regents, members of the small council, to assist the new king. Stannis shall serve as the hand of the king, involved in governance, while Renly shall be the minister of foreign affairs. This pulled them into the small council, effectively severing their paths to kingship. Stannis and Renly were taken aback, but faced with Robert's condition, they dared not speak, merely bowing their heads in acquiescence. Eddard Stark cast a glance at King Robert Baratheon. The threat of the White Walkers in the north is dire. You cannot leave. You must return to the north and command the forces of light. Jon will assist you. We must not allow the White Walkers to invade the realm of the Seven Kingdoms. Otherwise, I shall find no peace in death. Eddard Stark replied hastily, Your Grace, rest assured, I will defend the north with all my strength. Robert then turned his gaze toward Cersei. Cersei, summon Joffrey and the others, he instructed, his voice heavy with discomfort as he breathed heavily, furrowing his brow and closing his eyes to gather strength. Moments later, Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella entered the room. Father, Joffrey exclaimed, dropping to his knees, overwhelmed with tears, followed closely by Tommen and Myrcella. Robert fixed his gaze upon Jon. Jon, come forth, he beckoned. Jon approached and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, he addressed Robert with respect. Robert spoke with great effort, until Joffrey comes of age. The small council shall be presided over by Jon as hand of the king, with Stannis, Renly, and Cersei participating in governance. Once he turns 18, he shall take the throne. There was a mixture of surprise and agreement among the assembled, recognizing the practicality of such a plan. With several years yet until Joffrey's maturity, Jon's leadership, combined with the council of Stannis, Renly, and Cersei, would ensure a balance of power, preventing immediate chaos across the Seven Kingdoms. Joffrey, you are the elder brother to Tommen and Myrcella, yet your nature is unruly. You must heed Jon's guidance and dedicate yourself to your studies. Your father wishes for you to become a brave, honorable, and noble knight. Father, Myrcella could no longer contain her emotions and threw herself into Robert's embrace. Tommen followed suit. You must all listen to Jon and focus on your education, Robert urged with great difficulty, gesturing towards his will. The others hastily retrieved the document. As Robert began to read, after Eddard had penned the will, Robert's life was nearing its end. He turned to Cersei. Cersei, you too must heed Jon's counsel and nurture Joffrey well. My son Joffrey possesses the makings of a great ruler. With those final words, Robert closed his eyes for the last time. The arrangements made by King Robert before his death temporarily eased tensions. Stannis and Renly each gained a measure of power, and they perceived Jon's position as hand of the king as inconsequential. The true authority resided with them and Cersei. Their focus was solely on eliminating one another or Cersei. Meanwhile, Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella were afforded a temporary reprieve, particularly Joffrey, who was still young and had years before ascending to the throne. Robert had issued strict commands in his will that Joffrey must obey Jon and pursue his studies diligently. The funeral was a grand affair, attended by the majority of the nobility from the Seven Kingdoms. Even Prince Oberyn Martell of Dorne was present at the solemn occasion. Jon, clad in a white robe, wore the emblem of the hand of the king upon his chest. His gaze swept across the mourners at the funeral, eventually resting upon the figure of Euron Greyjoy. He deftly navigated through the crowd to approach Euron. Congratulations, my lord Euron, Jon greeted, his demeanor calm. The Iron Bank was the paramount financier of the Iron Throne, with extensive commercial dealings throughout the Seven Kingdoms, and their usury was substantial. Jon continued with a subtle smile, It has been a while, my lord. Are you satisfied with the protection provided by Jaqen? Euron cast a glance at Jaqen, aware that the Iron Bank had invested a considerable sum to secure Jaqen's assistance. A transaction far from altruistic. Jon recognized the insinuation, understanding that the Iron Bank's influence over Bright Island surpassed his previous assumptions. He merely replied, Jaqen is quite dedicated. Have you come regarding the interest owed to the Iron Bank? Indeed, Euron affirmed. The Iron Throne has accrued a staggering interest of 50,000 golden dragons per month, and it has been half a year since the last payment. Jon's brow furrowed at Euron's words. Previously, he had provided Robert with 100,000 golden dragons to cover the interest, but the payment had yet to be made. Fortuitously, the funds still rested in his possession. The financial disarray of the Iron Throne was far graver than he had envisioned. Jaqen, Jon called to his attendant from House Lydd. Immediately dispatch 20,000 golden dragons to my lord Euron. This is my payment on behalf of the Iron Throne. Euron was taken aback. Why would you do such a thing? Given your position, it is entirely unnecessary. Enough, my lord Euron. I have matters to attend to. We shall converse later, Jon interjected. Returning to the Red Keep, where he sought out Cersei. I intend to take Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella to Bright Island for their education, Jon declared with unwavering resolve. You are dreaming. Cersei shouted in outrage. Dreaming? Jon stepped closer, narrowing his eyes at Cersei. What if I were to relinquish the position of Hand of the King? My original intention was merely to serve as the master of coin. You would willingly cede the hand? Cersei's eyes flickered with intrigue. She certainly craved power. And in her view, having the hand aligned with her interests was paramount. She aspired for a Lannister to hold that position. I believe Tyrion would be an excellent choice. I cannot possibly choose that imp. Cersei bellowed. No, no, no. Tyrion has amicable relations with Stannis and Renly. If you do not select him, your only option is your father, Tywin, Jon advised, harboring his own agenda. Aware that the cunning old fox Tywin serving his hand would incite vehement opposition from Stannis and Renly. Moreover, the Iron Bank was once again pursuing debts. As far as I know, the treasury is devoid of a single copper coin. I am willing to offer 100,000 golden dragons, Cersei. Joffrey and the others are my dearly beloved kin. I would never harm them. I will ensure they receive a proper education on Bright Island. Stop dreaming. 150,000 golden dragons would suffice to ensure the stability of King's Landing for an entire year. Huh. The Lannister family has never been in want of wealth. 200,000 golden dragons. Cersei, you surely do not wish for your affair with Jaime to be exposed. Get out. Cersei's fury was palpable. Yet Jon did not leave. Instead, he stepped forward and firmly grasped Cersei's arm. Cersei, taken aback, exclaimed, "It is daytime. What do you intend to do?" Daylight is indeed suitable, for nighttime endeavors are less convenient. Jon seized her arm and drew her into the inner chamber. Having dealt with Cersei, Jon summoned Stannis and Renly. "My lords," he declared, "I shall resign from the position of Hand of the King and dedicate myself solely to the role of Master of Coin, to generate taxes for the Seven Kingdoms and procure provisions for the forces of light. Thus, I intend to return to Bright Island with Joffrey, Tommen, Myrcella, and the other princes and princesses, leaving my golden-eyed raven in King's Landing." Jon's proclamation startled Stannis and Renly. The title of Hand of the King had been conferred upon him by King Robert before his death, and now he wished to resign. Yet Jon had his own calculations. A strategic retreat, if you will. King's Landing is a disarray, and anyone who lingers here is bound to be mired in its troubles. The most prudent choice now is to return to Bright Island and await the inevitable chaos among the Seven Kingdoms. Stannis regarded him with a glance. "The North is in dire need of your presence. I believe this is feasible." Renly interjected, "But how can this be possible? The king left a will." "My lord Renly, the Iron Bank is once again pressing for repayment. King's Landing is devoid of funds. I shall personally contribute 200,000 golden dragons to cover 4 months of interest, which will ensure the Iron Bank does not trouble us for at least a year. However, rather than entangling myself in chaotic politics, it is imperative to generate more wealth for the Seven Kingdoms and the forces of light. The dead shall not halt their advance, and the living's pressures continue to mount. If Lord Renly could also procure 200,000 golden dragons, I would have no objections," Jon stated. Fixing his gaze upon Renly, Renly faltered. He himself owed money to the Iron Bank. "Very well, but are Joffrey and the others agreeable to this?" "They are indeed. Before Joffrey reaches maturity, my lords, the Seven Kingdoms shall be yours." Jon's words fell like seeds, instantly taking root in the minds of Stannis and Renly. End of chapter. Chapter 54. Wounded by wine and lust. As one of the prominent families of the Seven Kingdoms, House Tyrell possessed a magnificent estate in King's Landing. The residence was exceedingly opulent, adorned with exquisite decorations. However, it remained largely unoccupied, frequented only by core members of House Tyrell during their occasional visits to the capital. Within a chamber, Margaery reclined joyfully upon a bed, while Jon, gazing into a mirror, rubbed his weary back. "I have been wounded by wine and lust, rendering me so haggard. From this day forth, I shall abstain from alcohol." At Jon's declaration, Margaery erupted into laughter. Once a woman savors the pleasures of life, her thoughts inevitably wander in the still of night. Margaery, having not wed Jon, was unabashedly bold, openly engaging in a clandestine rendezvous with him within the estate. The realm of Westeros is rife with the absurdities of nobility, a chaotic mishmash of intrigues. Yet, Margaery, the Rose of Highgarden, remains unwed. Her intentions crystal clear. She has set her sights on Jon, this promising prospect, yearning for a union with him. However, Jon, the scoundrel, continuously evades the question of their marriage, merely stating, "How can one speak of home when the White Walkers have not yet been vanquished?" "Are you truly prepared to resign from the Hand of the King?" Margaery inquires. Jon nods in affirmation. Yet, to be the Hand is a coveted position among the nobility, and Jon has been appointed to assist the two regents, wielding considerable power. With a sardonic smile, Jon reflects on the nature of kingship in the West. To him, it resembles the royal court of the Eastern Zhou, possessing rights but lacking true authority, holding prestige yet devoid of strength, collecting taxes that yield little substance. This hand of the king, often likened to a prime minister, seems more a scapegoat. Entangled in a web of trivial matters while fending off both open and covert threats, a pure waste of time. Given the personalities of Stannis and Renly, conflict is inevitable, and the Lannisters are no meek adversaries. In such tumultuous times, it is prudent to bide one's time on Dragonstone, to fortify defenses, amass resources, and delay any claim to kingship. Once Dragonstone has secured the economic lifeblood of the Seven Kingdoms, and the Lightbringer has assumed the role of currency, the time will be ripe to emerge and assert authority. A man of ambition in the Game of Thrones cannot languish in subservience. Achieving monumental feats is essential, lest he be no different from the common sparrow. Jon declares, "I do not aspire to be a king. I yearn to be an emperor. The emperor of the Seven Kingdoms, the sovereign of the entire realm of thrones." Of course, Jon cannot express such sentiments to Margaery. Yet, she, with her keen intellect, quickly discerns his aspirations. You intend to remain in the shadows, leveraging the Lightbringer's military and the treasury to bolster your forces? Jon's tactics are not particularly subtle. His grasp on Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella reveals his intention to use them as hostages, a common practice in the Seven Kingdoms, reminiscent of Eddard Stark's adoption of Theon Greyjoy after defeating the Iron Islands. In the East, this is known as holding the Emperor to command the Lords. The elite of the Seven Kingdoms are not fools. They recognize Jon's calculated maneuvers, whispers of his schemes echoing across the narrow sea. However, Jon possesses a trump card, the threat of the White Walkers. Most nobles have witnessed their terror firsthand, and if they oppose Jon, he would gladly relinquish his ambitions, who would then combat the White Walkers. Thus, Jon retains a semblance of confidence, bolstered by the righteousness of his cause. Stealing a glance at Margaery, he muses that her intellect is formidable. Such perceptive women can be treacherous, and a union with her could prove arduous. What do you mean? Our king is, after all, my foster father. Jon scoffs. Humph. Margaery smirked, the corners of her mouth curling upward as she gently shed the blanket draped over her, her gaze imbued with a beguiling allure that ignited Jon's fury. What manner of look is that? Do you question my integrity? I shall take action immediately. Once the Game of Thrones begins, the vanquished lose everything. The White Walkers, however, represented Jon's most formidable card, granting him a noble cause to legitimately secure his own advantages. Logically, no one would withdraw after being appointed Hand of the King. It would be tantamount to holding a royal flush and then abruptly folding. Thus, the very next morning after Jon broached the subject, an urgent council meeting was convened. Varys's towering figure stood out prominently at the meeting, while today the normally drowsy Maester Qyburn appeared remarkably alert, scribbling notes on a piece of parchment. Though Jon had been appointed Hand by Robert before his demise, he was acutely aware that he lacked the authority to command this assembly. Therefore, he respectfully invited Cersei to take the seat of honor, while he himself stood humbly at the foot of the table. "My Lord Jon, why do you not take a seat?" blurted Lancel, the first to speak, harboring a modicum of admiration for Jon's willingness to relinquish his position. "I am the youngest here, and thus do not dare to sit among such esteemed lords," Jon replied, adopting this posture with the hope of distancing himself from this tumultuous place. Cersei, seated at the head, regarded him with disdain, recalling how bold he had been in the past. Yet, she couldn't help but bite her lip, sensing a certain tenacity in him that momentarily disoriented her. Varys, with a narrowed smile, addressed the assembly. "My lords, there have recently emerged new insights regarding the death of Lord Baelish." As he spoke, all ears turned towards him. The original purpose of the meeting, to discuss Jon's resignation as Hand and his return to Dragonstone, having been deftly redirected. He was murdered, and the perpetrator must have had something to gain, most likely aspiring to his position as Master of Coin. Varys insinuated with a sidelong glance at Jon. "For heaven's sake, just say it. Why do you keep looking at me?" Jon ground his teeth in frustration, vexed by Varys's apparent duplicity. "What is your station compared to mine?" Jon's ire was palpable as he glared at Varys. "I am the Hand of the King, appointed by Robert himself. Are you suggesting that I am the one behind Lord Baelish's murder?" Jon articulated plainly. No. Varys shook his head, his demeanor unruffled. Given Jon's sparse entourage, the Red Keep was largely under the control of the Lannisters and Baratheons, and Jon's actions were detrimental to both houses. "I harbor no conflict with Lord Baelish," Jon asserted emphatically. "Moreover, my aspiration for the position of Master of Coin is solely for the benefit of the Lightbringer forces. How is it that Lord Varys wishes to impose the taxes of the Lightbringer army upon me? Jon regarded him coldly, suspecting that this man was one to hold grudges. Believing firmly in the adage that a gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. Go ahead, why should I indulge you? The countless whites of the north awaited his return to vanquish them. He had bled and toiled for the Seven Kingdoms, yet Varys now dared cast doubts upon him. I have even voluntarily relinquished my role as Hand of the King, and you continue to tarnish my name. What is your true intention? Jon laid his cards on the table. Varys's eyes widened in shock, silencing him. He had initially sought to test and probe Jon, hoping to uncover some leverage against him, knowing full well that Daenerys and Viserys were in Jon's hands. Do you wish to ascertain the sharpness of my sword? Jon bellowed, drawing his blade from his side. Enough. Cersei interjected, halting the escalating tension. We support your decision. You should return to Lightbringer without delay. As queen, she held the authority to govern. For the status of a queen in Westeros is exalted. Her words bore weight. Jon locked eyes with her, offering a faint smile and a gentle nod. Thank you, Your Grace. The two exchanged glances before turning away. End of chapter 55. Dragon eggs and the horn of dragons. As Jon gazed at the receding silhouette of King's Landing, he narrowed his eyes in contemplation. This time, Marjorie had insisted vehemently on accompanying him to Lightbringer, while Stannis unexpectedly sent along Princess Shireen as well. Also in attendance was the Master of Coin, Lord Euron Royce. He expressed great satisfaction with the current developments at Lightbringer. Standing beside Jon, Euron quietly inquired, "Why have you abandoned the role of Hand of the King?" From Euron's perspective, Jon possessed wealth, the backing of the Iron Bank, and the support of the Red God. Furthermore, Jon commanded an army of 20,000 in the north, over 1,000 Night's Watchmen, with an additional 20,000 at Lightbringer, 40,000 in total, most of whom were well equipped. Such a force could very well sway the balance of power across the Seven Kingdoms. Their intent to support Jon was evident. It is quite simple. I am not yet strong enough, Jon replied, casting a sidelong glance at Euron. He was acutely aware of Lightbringer's current military capabilities. Most of its combat personnel were stationed at Lightbringer and the Valyrian Gorge, thus rendering him incapable of engaging in a struggle for supremacy over the Seven Kingdoms. Your thoughts on the Seven Kingdoms? Jon detected an underlying message in Euron's words. Let me reiterate, Lightbringer is an inseparable part of the Seven Kingdoms. We staunchly oppose any faction that seeks to divide the realm. Our stance is unwavering. The Seven Kingdoms are a unified whole, and any attempts to fragment them shall be condemned by history, Jon asserted, adopting an official tone. Euron stood momentarily stunned, left with little to say in response. Exchanging a glance with Jaqen, Ao inquired, "We have observed that the power of the White Walkers is unprecedentedly formidable. I fear that the forces of the Light Army may struggle to contend with them. Do you still require funds?" "I need men," Jon replied. "I need warriors, strong warriors." "Oh, and what else?" Ao continued, "Certainly, I need administrators. I am in dire need of a Minister of Internal Affairs, and you seem quite suitable for the role. How much does the Iron Vault pay you annually?" Lord Jon, please do not jest. I am a member of one of the 7 noble families entrusted with the keys to the Iron Vault, with the prospect of inheriting them in the future. Is it 50,000 golden dragons?" Ao pressed. "My lineage is of the utmost nobility. In ages past, our family. How much does the Iron Vault truly pay you? What is the point of risking your life for such a sum? Have you considered the talent acquisition program of the Light Island? I perceive great potential in you. Why not come here to serve as an advisor? No need for allegiance, just an advisory role." Jon handed Ao a piece of paper and promptly turned to leave. Ao was momentarily stunned. He furrowed his brow and glanced at Jaqen. Before he could speak, Jaqen interjected, "Lord Ao, you must refrain from speaking to me alone in the future. I fear Lord Jon may misunderstand." With that, Jaqen departed. Ao was thoroughly perplexed. Holding the document regarding the Light Island Talent Acquisition Program, he found himself intrigued upon reading the compensation section. Despite having witnessed countless riches, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of desire, scoffing, "Humph, such a sum. Am I, Ao, the sort to bow for mere coin? Lord Jon, I am eager to serve you." Ao exclaimed, "Can you truly offer me 50,000 golden dragons a year?" Ao shamelessly followed Jon, who replied with a smile, "Of course. I, Jon Light, am a man of my word." Jon's interest was piqued by Ao's resources. Although the Iron Vault was wealthy, much of its fortune was tied up in usury, leaving its liquid assets lacking compared to those of Light Island. Presently, Jon possessed at least 200,000 golden dragons, which included a significant quantity of gemstone and crystal mines. The primary source of revenue for the commercial workshops on Light Island stemmed from beverages, followed by candles and soap. items that were now being produced on a large scale. He had already established branches in White Harbor, Winterfell, Dawnport, and Light Harbor. Next, he intended to expand vigorously and invest in ships. In that case, I am willing to serve you, Ao remarked earnestly, noting that he earned merely 10,000 golden dragons a year at the Iron Vault. Furthermore, as a mid-level member, he had little hope of inheriting the keys, and he could certainly remain close to Jon to serve the interests of the Iron Vault. At that moment, the ship approached Dragonstone. Here, one could find the naval fleets of the Seven Kingdoms. However, the ships of the Iron Islands were rampant, plundering merchant vessels. Jon remarked dryly, "The ships of the Iron Islands truly are ubiquitous. How many warships do you possess for sale in Pintos and Bravos?" "My lord, there are approximately 50 vessels," came the reply. 50 ships will suffice. I desire them all. My lord, this venture will require at least 300,000 golden dragons. Are you interested in acquiring crystal, or? I can also exchange it for vodka from the exclusive agency across the narrow sea with your Iron Vault. In such a case, the Iron Vault would be more than willing to serve you. What is your intention? Naturally, to plunder the Iron Islands, Jon retorted. If they can raid us, why should we not return the favor? The Iron Islands are right there. They cannot escape. Jon's words left Euron momentarily speechless. The Iron Islands. Countless pirate ships are continually entering and exiting. The islands are notoriously barren. They must engage in extensive pillaging to survive. However, their targets are quite discerning. They never raid the great nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, such as House Lannister or House Tyrell, especially near King's Landing, for they know they would be outmatched. Yet, they do not hesitate to pillage others. They are meticulous in their approach, seizing goods without taking lives, for a single bountiful feast is vastly different from the alternative. A golden-eyed raven soared above the Iron Islands, circling as it surveyed their defenses, which were nearly non-existent. For centuries, the Iron Islands have only ever taken from others. Who would dare to raid them? Is there still a sense of justice? Is there still a law of the land? Thus, they remain undefended. Upon seeing the thousands of warships, Jon's eyes gleamed with excitement. How splendid, so many vessels. 7 days later, on Bright Island, within the Heart Tree Hall. This is the dwelling of Bran the Three-Eyed Raven, located on a small island adjacent to Bright Island, where dozens of millennia-old weirwood trees stand tall. Leaf lay upon an altar, her belly swollen, and the entire weirwood tree shimmered with a soft glow. The obsidian dragonstone arranged in a 7-pointed star formation radiated light, causing her abdomen to expand. With a painful wail, she brought forth a baby with a hint of green in his skin, bearing a resemblance to Jon. His tiny hands flailing as he remained blissfully unaware, eyes tightly shut. Behind the altar, upon the throne of the weirwood tree, Bran, the three-eyed raven, exhausted and weary, finally closed his eyes. In that instant, the newborn opened his eyes, which shone with a pale golden hue. All the children of the forest chanted in unison. Kneeling on one knee, lifting the reincarnated son of the Green Prophet, the three-eyed raven. He was the sole descendant of the children of the forest in thousands of years. A magical product of the union between Jon and Leaf, akin to the shadow birthed by the Red Woman and Stannis. After the arrival of the Red Comet, he had finally succeeded in his reincarnation. The infant raised his arm, exuding an aura of divinity, illuminated by the obsidian star's glow, rendering him extraordinarily sacred. The newly born three-eyed raven was able to articulate words, his form rapidly growing until he was nearly the size of the children of the forest, speaking in their ancient tongue, the language of the singers. As Jon observed the scene, a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. "Call me father." The children of the forest, who were about to commence a ceremony, momentarily froze. Meanwhile, Bran, the reincarnated three-eyed raven, appeared momentarily bewildered. He parted his lips. "Are you truly unwilling to address me as father?" Jon let out a gentle sigh. "I possess the Horn of Winter and clues regarding dragon eggs." Little Bran offered Jon an unexpected revelation. This chapter concludes, transitioning to Chapter 56, the evolved Night King of Valyria. Traversing the lands of eternal summer and the Smoke Sea, one arrives at the continent of Valyria. This realm is adorned with islets, volcanoes, and a myriad of underwater monstrosities. On a foreboding, shadowy island, nestled in the depths of the Smoke Sea, colossal squids and sharks linger, with the largest squid rivaling the size of a warship. The air is thick with mist. A ship from the Iron Islands docks at the shore. On the island stands a castle, towering and formidable, reminiscent of the Great Wall in a desolate realm. The name of this castle has been lost to time, yet its stature surpasses any fortress in the Seven Kingdoms. Euron Greyjoy, with his pallid complexion, stood at the bow of the Silence, his crew rendered mute by the severance of their tongues. Mastering certain dark magics, Euron had navigated for an extended period, ultimately arriving at this enigmatic land of Valyria. Clutching a map in his hand, his remaining eye gleamed with a frenzied light, and a smirk played upon his lips beneath his beard. He sought the legendary Horn of Winter and the elusive dragon eggs. Surely, within these grounds lay the Horn of Winter, for ancient legends recount how the Valyrians wielded dark magic alongside the horn to command dragons. This castle long ago served to nurture dragons, explaining its immense height. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as the vessel collided with an unseen creature beneath the waves. A gigantic kraken turned, its tentacles blotting out the sun as it reached towards the silence, yet the crew cowered in the ship's hold. Only Euron Greyjoy lifted his gaze, coldly fixating on the Leviathan. Remarkably, within moments, the kraken's human-sized eyes reflected confusion. It slowly withdrew its tentacles and sank into the depths. Once the ship reached the shore, Euron grasped a rein, leaping from the vessel towards the colossal castle, intent on discovering the Horn of Winter. On Bright Island, within the Heart Tree Hall, Jon opened his eyes. Had he found the Horn of Winter? Yes, along with 3 dragon eggs, the three-eyed raven, Bran, declared. How shall I locate him? Jon squinted, inquiring. While Bran, successfully reincarnated, remained unable to walk, seated upon a wheelchair fashioned from weirwood. He shall return to the Iron Islands, where the assembly for the election of a king is imminent. He will arrive bearing the Horn of Winter, while the dragon egg shall fall into the hands of the Iron Bank. The Iron Bank. Jon furrowed his brow. The Iron Islands have never raided the merchant vessels of the Iron Bank. Do you know why? The words of the three-eyed crow, Brynden, instantly dispelled Jon's doubts. So it is. No matter, we shall stoke the flames for them. I desire the dragon eggs, the Horn of Winter, and the ships of the Iron Islands. Why do you covet those warships? To command the 7 kingdoms, one must master the seas, my son. Are you even reluctant to call me father? Sigh. In the ensuing days, Jon found himself exceedingly busy. Light Island now possessed the capability to construct warships, bolstered by wealth. The Academy of Light was also under construction, attended by Joffrey, Tommen, Myrcella, Princess Selene, Arya, and numerous noble offspring from the 7 kingdoms. Each day, the flag was raised, classes were held, and songs were sung. The curriculum was diverse, encompassing geography, etiquette, fencing, and marksmanship, with warriors specifically hired from Bravos, Pintos, and King's Landing to impart their skills. Most importantly, the ethos of Light was instilled, striving for the establishment of a prosperous, democratic, and great 7 kingdoms. Among the most affected was Tommen. Joffrey, already a coward, reveled in the privileges of a school bully, thriving in this environment. Simultaneously, the commercial landscape of Light Island began to expand rapidly. With tens of thousands of seals in Seal Bay and a plethora of whales, the candles and lamp oils produced by Light Island nearly monopolized half of the 7 kingdoms. Affordable and of high quality, Lightbrand ice cream became a new favorite, selling well across the realm. Lightbrand vodka, fruit wines, and roasted nuts also found their way to every corner of the 7 kingdoms. Most notably, the Light certificates gained remarkable traction within a mere 2 months. Certificates worth 600,000 silver stags, approximately 60,000 golden dragons, were sold, all while Jon had yet to unleash their full potential. Furthermore, Light shops began establishing physical storefronts throughout the 7 kingdoms, offering a variety of goods, akin to supermarkets and cooperative stores. Tourism to Light Island also commenced its development. Although the influx of visitors was modest, it had already garnered a reputation. Patrons could dine, rest, combat the undead, and explore the northern landscapes, including the ominous Wall. With Jon initiating a newspaper titled the Light Herald, cities across the 7 kingdoms became aware that in the far northern reaches, a band of Light soldiers was safeguarding the future, repelling the invasion of countless whites, with daily sacrifices made for the realm. However, what captivated readers most were the engaging anecdotes, such as the tale of young Jack Bean and My Night with the Countess, along with beloved poetry, including The Night Watch, The Song of Light Island, and My King and Guardian, which sparked much delight. Yet, Jon's suggestions to Robert regarding the stamp duty had not been enacted following his abdication. Cersei, Stannis, and Lancel, among others, have embarked on a new round of the Game of Thrones, centered around taxation in the Grand Canyon. The mouth of the canyon stretches over 100 kilometers, and the scale of the fortification efforts is immense. Fortunately, giants in the entire north, along with the 7 kingdoms, are lending their full support, leading to the construction of more than 200 small fortifications. Jon is currently inspecting the site with Marjorie. The entire project was designed by Jon and refined by Maester Coben. Standing in a hot air balloon, He gazes at the layout of the Grand Canyon and exhales a sigh of relief. Almost there. The mouth of the canyon is artificially divided into 9 narrow passages, with each small fortification equipped with dragon hunting crossbows, incendiary projectiles, and substantial reserves of oil. Tunnels have been excavated underground, and each fortification is also equipped with a hot air balloon for swift evacuation. The defensive strategy consists of 3 layers. The first layer is designed for massive destruction, the second for obstruction, and the third aims to halt at least 70% of the whites. Jon gestures below and speaks to Eddard Stark. According to the scouts, there are at least 200,000 whites outside the canyon. Eddard Stark replies solemnly. The fish beams in the Grand Canyon are about to be depleted by the wildlings who have sought refuge with the cold god. They too are driven by desperation. However, this vast expanse of fish beams will soon lose its defensive capacity due to the waning of its magical properties, a consequence of the reincarnation of Bran, the three-eyed raven. After his rebirth, he can no longer reach the pinnacle of magical prowess and needs time. Nevertheless, Jon asserts, the defensive works of the Grand Canyon can withstand such assaults. The substantial supplies we recently mobilized have all arrived here, and our defenses are 10 times stronger than those of the Light Watch. In truth, he is merely speaking for appearances. He is aware of his own limitations. The defensive measures of the Grand Canyon are inspired by tower defense games known from his past life. The mutual firepower of the small fortifications can inflict extensive damage on the whites. However, vigilance is required against the undead birds in the sky. To address this, Jon has established a magical curriculum at the Light Academy, teaching gifted individuals to harness druidic powers to control birds of prey, specifically to counter the undead birds. The cold god has evolved. The Night King not only commands the undead birds, but is also compelling the living to fell the fish beams. According to Jon's reconnaissance, there are now significantly more whites, with the Night King's priests increasing from about 8 or 9 to at least 20 or 30. The Night King possesses a form of magic that can transform newborn children into priests of the cold god, allowing them to mature within a single day. This echoes the phenomenon of Bran's reincarnation. Grain from the Riverlands has provided a substantial supply, and we have amassed considerable amounts of obsidian. Yet, we still lack manpower. Eddard states gravely, I must travel through the 7 kingdoms, and perhaps even venture across the narrow sea. Jon purses his lips, realizing that the Red God and the Lord of Light are indeed unreliable allies. The Red Priestess Melisandre was dispatched to recruit the Dothraki cavalry. Yet no word has reached me, and as for the Lightning Lord and the Red Priest Soros, they have yet to arrive at Light Island. Do they truly believe that I, the Herald of Light, am idle? Jon is well aware of the nature of Bran the three-eyed raven. With a cold snort, he resolved, if you will not assist me, I shall spread the light on my own. The Unsullied, I shall take. The Dothraki cavalry, I shall also claim. Gratitude to Zicharm and Jon for their monthly contributions, and to the departed souls for their monthly offering. This chapter concludes. Chapter 57. Subduing Khal Drogo. The biting cold wind swept through the endless expanse of the wasteland. A newborn was delivered. The Night King, crowned with frost, approached with a stern countenance. With a gentle stroke across the infant's face, the child's eyes transformed into a haunting shade of blue, vast and profound. The frigid winds danced around him. In an instant, the infant metamorphosed into a white walker, tall and imposing, with a pallid complexion and eyes devoid of warmth. His lips parted silently, emitting waves of inaudible sound. Across the distant narrow sea, the Dothraki had just plundered a city, seizing treasures and abducting robust women. Tearing through various goods, Khal Drogo, the mightiest of the Dothraki, rode by with an air of fierce authority. He was tall and muscular, his physique honed to perfection, with a rebellious glint in his eyes and long hair casually tied back. As the most powerful Khal among the Dothraki, Drogo commanded absolute martial prowess, leading a contingent of 20,000 cavalry. Should he call upon the other Khalasars, their numbers could swell to 50,000 warriors, a formidable force in the world. By his side, the Red Priestess Melisandre trailed closely, her beauty as striking as her demeanor was aloof. Khal, slaughter will not grant you true strength, she admonished Drogo. He scoffed, and his bloodriders echoed his derision with mocking laughter. Yet, Melisandre gestured toward a temple ahead. There stood a priestess, seemingly wielding some arcane magic, striking scorpions and unknown flesh with a clay pot, consuming them as she cursed the approaching Dothraki warriors. The cursed Dothraki, robust and brawny, suddenly found themselves gasping for breath, clutching their throats as blood flowed from their orifices, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The priestess, her visage stained with blood and crimson streaming from her nose, continued to consume scorpions and mysterious flesh, chanting incantations. Around her, a dozen Dothraki warriors fell in quick succession, leaving no one daring to approach. With the arrival of the Red Comet, magic surged anew. The abilities of all sorcerers, be they male or female, were amplified. Faith shall render you even more powerful. Call Drogo, Melisandre remarked with a subtle smile. At this moment, Drogo beheld the disheveled priestess. He dismounted his steed, parting the crowd as he approached her, and she, too, took notice of him. Die, the priestess chanted, ravenously consuming the flesh and blood of a scorpion, causing black ichor to seep from her nose and eye sockets as she glared fiercely at Drogo, voicing her curses. Initially indifferent, he wore a defiant sneer. Suddenly, he halted, breath escaping him, heart racing violently, as he slowly grasped his throat. His blood-sworn guards attempted to rush forward to slay the witch, but were also felled by her curse. In that moment, the King of Light appeared. The crimson-robed Melisandre intervened, instantly alleviating Drogo's affliction. She advanced with poise, and the symptoms of the blood-sworn guards vanished as well. The terrified priestess stared at Melisandre in disbelief, cursing loudly, her mouth spilling forth dark crimson blood and remnants of scorpions, yet Melisandre regarded her with calm detachment. Fire is the servant of the King of Light, she stated, gently waving her hand. In an instant, flames enveloped the witch, who shrieked in agony as she was consumed, reduced to charred remains amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. Turning to Drogo, Melisandre declared, "The King of Light shall be with you." On Bright Island, at the Dragonstone Reef, resided Daenerys and Viserys, where Jon had come to converse with the siblings. "How fare your studies, Viserys?" Jon inquired. "I have completed the Prince and separation of powers, and have come to understand constitutional monarchy," Viserys replied, his handsome visage hard to overlook. "Is the usurper truly dead?" he asked. Jon nodded. Daenerys expressed her astonishment. "He is truly dead?" "Indeed, the wealthiest and most powerful man in the Seven Kingdoms is now Lord Jon." Yara then joined them. The Iron Bank had been covertly financing Euron Greyjoy and the Golden Company to assist Daenerys and her brother in reclaiming their throne. Daenerys' journey to Pentos was also orchestrated by the Iron Bank. They had even procured 3 dragon eggs from the enigmatic Varys, intending to present these eggs to Daenerys and Viserys today. Jon. Daenerys gazed at him, noting his impressive stature, striking features, and the faint golden hue in his eyes, which exuded a unique allure that captivated all, overshadowing even Viserys and Daenerys. "Yes, the Iron Bank shall fully support Lord Jon. Last month, our trade profits with Bright Island reached 100,000 gold dragons. Vodka is selling well across the Narrow Sea, and the unique beer from Bright Island is experiencing a frenzy of sales on the opposite shore. The cookies from Bright Island have become immensely popular across the Seven Kingdoms, and many regions are beginning to establish connections. This month, we have commenced purchasing properties in Pentos and the Free Cities, setting up bright shops. It won't be long before our annual revenue surpasses 1 million golden dragons," Her said with excitement. Now he finally comprehends why Jon sought to recruit him. Indeed, Bright Island is not lacking in wealth, were it not for the incessant drain of the White Walkers, demanding a monthly expenditure of at least 100 to 200,000 golden dragons. Bright Island would have already achieved remarkable profitability. Their income even exceeds that of the Iron Throne. However, it is still insufficient. Our fleet comprises fewer than 200 ships. Jon shook his head. During this period, progress has also been made in the casting of artillery. Utilizing the Lost Wax method, we have finally produced the most rudimentary cannons. Jon can now assert without exaggeration that Bright Island is on the brink of becoming the wealthiest and most formidable military power in the Seven Kingdoms. With the Lost Wax technique, we can not only cast cannons, but also revolvers. He is now consciously stockpiling artillery and firearms in bulk. Once the 200 warships are equipped with cannons, it will mark the commencement of Bright Island's dominance across the seas. "Why are you so fixated on military strength?" inquired. Daenerys and Viserys turned their gazes towards Jon. Jon replied earnestly, "Because truth resides solely upon the edge of a sword. This applies to both the White Walkers and our foes in King's Landing." After Jon voluntarily relinquished his role as Hand of the King, the rift between Stannis, Renly, and House Lannister widened significantly. Stannis is indeed a good man, but he is no fool. Upon becoming the regent, he eagerly sought to take control of the taxation and treasury of King's Landing, only to discover the staggering debts owed to the Iron Throne. Why does the treasury owe so much to the Iron Throne? Why are all the tax collectors in King's Landing affiliated with House Lannister? Stannis roared. Renly smirked silently. Meanwhile, Cersei, seated at the head of the table, coldly stated, House Lannister lent 560,000 golden dragons to the Iron Throne. Can't you, like Jon Light, donate 300,000 golden dragons to the Iron Throne? Stannis erupted in fury once more. This was an egregious moral coercion. Cersei remained unrelenting. Why should we? Not a single coin of House Lannister was acquired without effort. Enraged, Stannis slammed the table and stormed out. Renly, however, smiled at Cersei, harboring his own thoughts, for House Lannister would never exhaust the taxes of King's Landing. He was quite pleased to witness the argument between Cersei and Stannis escalate, even to the point of conflict, as it would ultimately benefit him. Chapter 58, My Father Stark at Bright Island Academy. The air is filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, with lush trees providing ample shade. Several enormous banners hang above the school building, proclaiming messages such as diligently study to serve the Seven Kingdoms and study for the rise of the Seven Kingdoms. Every day, one should immerse oneself in a book, cultivating knowledge for a lifetime. Nobles from the Seven Kingdoms, along with some ordinary children from Bright Island, have gathered at the school. As the inaugural principal, Jon must certainly attend to deliver a speech. Dressed impeccably in a tailored tailcoat, he holds a speaking wooden horn in hand, adorned with a smile. Dear esteemed teachers, students, and parents, today marks a significant and beautiful occasion as we unite to celebrate the inaugural opening ceremony of Bright School. On behalf of the Seven Kingdoms, the North, and Bright Island, I extend a warm welcome and heartfelt gratitude to you all. The audience erupts in enthusiastic applause, and now Tommen, the chief student representative, is ready to speak. In contrast, Joffrey wears a disdainful expression, reprimanding several children from Bright Island who are encroaching upon his space. He considers his noble status to be above others, and is infuriated by these perceived intrusions from the wildlings and northern children. Get away, Joffrey commands. However, the wildling children are not inclined to submit to Joffrey's arrogance, and two of them immediately glare back at him in anger. What's your problem? Joffrey's followers, two sycophants, rush to his side, eager to defend the prince. Being the king's son, Joffrey is no stranger to having lackeys at his disposal, and his bullying demeanor prompts him to call for assistance to deal with the two wildling children. Yet, the wildling children stand their ground and confront him. Not far away, Jon has concluded his address and has observed the unfolding scene. Rather than intervening, he merely smiles faintly. At this moment, student representative Tommen takes the stage, prepared to speak. As a diligent student, his words resonate with the spirit of Bright Island. We must diligently embrace the spirit of enlightenment to realize the great rejuvenation of the Seven Kingdoms. The audience responds with resounding applause. Arya, the Bear Girl, Princess Myrcella, and others join in the ovation. During the ceremony, Jon emphasizes the challenges faced by the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms in this new era. Henceforth, the nobles must uphold the spirit of enlightenment and strive for the greatness, prosperity, strength, and democracy of the Seven Kingdoms. In the stands, Marjorie sits with keen interest in the main seat, unabashedly positioning herself as the mistress of Bright Island. Meanwhile, Jon, engaged in a silent exchange with Mina and his young apprentice, Fina, seems oblivious to Marjorie. Observing this, Robb cannot help but approach Jon. Jon, why do you neglect Marjorie? Jon replies, neglect? Our relationship is purely platonic. Robb shakes his head. Why not marry her then? Robb, you are young and unaware of the allure of being single. The pinnacle of manhood is maintaining a steadfast home while embracing the allure of the world outside. What does that mean? Robb genuinely inquires, as he is a pure knight, having been raised under the chivalric ideals of Eddard Stark. Coughing lightly, Jon glances around and states earnestly, You see, our Stark family possesses great capability. Behold, within our household, there exists you, Bran, Rickon, Sansa, Arya, and me, the fifth child. An illegitimate offspring. Jon, with a serious demeanor, turned his gaze towards Robb. Do you comprehend the reason behind this? Why, our Stark lineage possesses formidable capabilities. In this regard, one ought to take a leaf from the book of the former King Robert. Observe how he, despite the exquisite beauty of Queen Cersei who bore him 3 children, remained unsatisfied and fathered a multitude of bastards, living a life of utmost pleasure and harmony. Our father, being the guardian of the North, may have influenced this inclination. Yet Jon subtly encouraged Robb. Robb, though still somewhat perplexed, gleaned some understanding from Jon's words, recognizing that men indeed seemed to possess certain inclinations. The inauguration ceremony concluded rather swiftly. A multitude of scholars from the Citadel graced the Bright School with their congratulations. Jon, ever astute, had invited a plethora of learned individuals to serve as instructors, including the esteemed Maester Aemon of the Night's Watch. Samwell Tarly, portly yet intelligent, under Jon's specific guidance. Assumed the role of a reporter for the Bright Gazette. This publication was poised to conduct an exclusive interview with Jon. My lord, what prompted you to develop Bright Island, thus becoming one of the wealthiest individuals in the Seven Kingdoms? Wealthiest? Sam, that assertion is rather misplaced. My apologies, my lord. The citizens of Bright Island are poorly clad and barely fed. That is more accurate. The spirit of brightness is something you must delve into further, Jon expressed with evident dissatisfaction. Then, my lord, what led to your current achievements? During the initial stages of cultivating Bright Island, I encountered immense challenges. I was once destitute, often going hungry and enduring scorn. Yet, I never relinquished hope nor abandoned my aspirations. By persevering through hardship, and with the assistance of 1,000 golden dragons bestowed by my father, Eddard Stark, I ultimately succeeded in establishing Bright Island. Jon smiled faintly. Samwell Tarly appeared momentarily stunned. My lord, is it truly permissible to document such a narrative? Certainly, Jon replied, somewhat exasperated. Do you believe I attained success without reason? This article must be seen by all nobility across the Seven Kingdoms. Furthermore, ensure my poem is published as well. What poem? Sam asked. Father Stark. Parting ways with Samwell Tarly, Jon returned to the Heart Tree Hall, where Bran the Three-Eyed Raven was imparting knowledge to Daenerys and Viserys. Before them lay 3 dragon eggs sent from the Iron Bank. Is there a possibility these dragon eggs might hatch? Jon inquired. There is potential. With the emergence of the Red Comet, it requires merely blood and fire to awaken the dragon eggs, Bran, seated in his wheelchair, replied. Why do you choose to associate your identity with the Stark lineage? He questioned, casting a curious glance at Jon, alluding to Jon's poem about Father Stark. I shall expedite the unification of the North, ensuring that within a month's time, all nobles and soldiers of the North are acquainted with my presence, thereby gaining control over their logistics, provisions, and armaments, Jon declared. Subsequently, in a span of 2 months, I shall conquer the Iron Islands. This proclamation left Bran, the Three-Eyed Raven, momentarily speechless, while Daenerys and Viserys were equally taken aback. The Iron Islands. Anywhere that can catch the scent of the sea or hear the roar of the waves shall be deemed my territory. The king of the Iron Islands, Balon Greyjoy, proclaimed with conviction. He was rallying his Ironborn, preparing to plunder the North, which had grown increasingly prosperous. They planned to land from the western shores of the North, while pirate ships from the east would strike in unison, aiming to plunder the affluent Dawn Port and Bright Isle. Under King Corlho's reign, the Iron Fleet reached its zenith, establishing dominion over nearly the entire western coastline of Westeros, including the islands of Pike, Old Town, and Bear Island. Now, it was time to resurrect the glory of the Iron Islands. Suddenly, a figure rushed in, panic etched upon their face. My lord, trouble is at hand. What is amiss? King Balon inquired, visibly displeased. Someone has seized our ships from Pike. Oh, we have been plundered? Wait, what did you say? Someone has taken our vessels from Pike. What? The assembly erupted in outrage. It had always been the Iron Islands that plundered others, and now, someone dared to invade their domain, showing a blatant disregard for their existence. End of chapter.